Chapter 1. Quick, look, announced class lowborn. As we make through the streets of Union City, people turn their heads in unison, their expressions immediately filled with disgust and disdain. A pale-faced youth, covered in blood and grievously injured, staggered at the edge of the street. Though his features were still youthful, they could not conceal his striking handsomeness. He looked to be no more than a teenager, but seeing him in such a pitiable state, none of the onlookers moved to help him. Instead, they avoided him as if he were a venomous snake. Because, on his forehead, there was an ominous and grotesque name branded into his skin. Some people, unable to contain themselves, directly started hurling insults. Do you know who this beast is? This is Enrique. Even though he was called the second genius of Union City, who would have thought that he would commit such an inhuman act as raping and murdering his own sister? To do something so bestial, Lorlu didn't even kill him. He merely stripped him of his cultivation and cast him out of the family with kindness. I wonder what this beast was thinking, when the first beauty of Union City as his fiancée. Why did he do such a thing? Listening to the harsh insults surrounding him, Enrique gritted his teeth, seething in renewed rage. While his reputation in the city wasn't great due to his many flirtatious escapades, this particular incident was entirely framed upon him. 9th-class citizens, known as lowborns, were the lowest class, or rather, beneath being human. This was reserved for those who committed countless atrocities, extremely vicious and deserving of death many times over. As a 9th-class lowborn, whether innocent or not, anyone with the 9th-class mark on their forehead would be met with hatred and contempt. Ask anyone how could the ever in Academia, one of the 4 great martial sanctuaries of Eastern Ray Prefecture, allow a 9th-class lowborn to become a disciple. If they recognized him, it would tarnish their reputation. Thus, there would actually be no investigation. And why didn't the Lu family father and son kill Enrique? It was simply torment. They wanted to keep him alive while earning a reputation for mercy. After all, for a 9th-class lowborn, living might as well mean dying. Their aim was to make everyone despise Enrique, driving him to end his life out of unbearable shame. Once marked as a 9th-class lowborn, you would receive no proper treatment as a human wherever you went. Hence, those degraded to 9th class often chose to end their lives. But not Enrique. Unavenged, how could he dare to die? Besides, he knew there was hope for salvation. He needed to reach the Agar family, see his fiancée Diana, and never contact the Evergreen Academy. Once the Academy sends someone, he can clear his name and keep even marry for the young count that very night, and the Agar family ring. Augustine will soon return from Evergreen Academy for the wedding. This spoke with certainty, making Enrique's resolve waver when he thought about his turn plight. Augustine, not only possessing an 80-rank martial vein, held a prestigious position as the count's only legitimate son. At just 22, he reportedly attained the powerful 6-slayer Misty T-Pax around 2 years ago, and now his strength was unfathomable. He was absolutely among the top 5 geniuses in all of Eastern Ray Prefecture's Young and Rayhan. Even compared to his former self, Enrique fell short by a considerable margin. This was luckily true. No, it can't be. Shaking his head, Enrique told himself he was frightening himself unnecessarily. My bond with Nintendo is far deeper than anyone can imagine. She would never agree to this. Nintendo wouldn't betray me. I have to believe in her, believe in our love. She knows me. She must understand that I was framed and slandered. Taking a deep breath, Enrique tried to calm his restless heart. Onset, he couldn't help noticing that his mind was already chaotic and his footsteps quickened. Eventually, ignoring the pain in his body, he ran as fast as he could, almost frenziedly. Dark clouds gathered overhead. Rain quickly began falling. Within moments, the downpour turned torrential. As the rain intensified, Enrique's pace slowed. He was already severely injured, and the heavy rain made him weaker. He could feel his vitality slipping away rapidly. His eyelids grew heavier, and his vision dimmed. Lightning split the sky, illuminating it with countless purple streaks, accompanied by thunderous roars and flashes of lightning, creating a scene both breathtaking and terrifying. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying purple lightning bolt streaked down, carrying a speck of dark gold light. At the same time, Enrique, looking for shelter, felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Just as he was about to lift his head, the world spun before his eyes. In a blink, he found himself transported to another world. All Enrique saw was darkness, endless darkness, boundless steppe, and a strange coldness. Black was the soul's main motif. At the same moment, a thunderous, dominant laugh erupted in Enrique's ears, reverberating through his mind. Hanhare, I am not alone, I am not alone, you, Andonis, I can possess the same martial divine body as this emperor. Before Enrique, the Andonis appeared. He had thick black hair and an imposing presence, his eyes less and piercing, as if he could see through everything. Every gesture exuded a grandeur that seemed to command all of creation, as if he were the sole ruler of the world. His appearance was extraordinarily handsome, nearly perfect, beyond any description Enrique could articulate. Unknown senior, may I ask who you are? Enrique's voice trembled as he spoke. At that moment, looking at this figure, he felt an overwhelming right to kneel and worship him. But, gritting his teeth, he forced himself to resist the impulse. Excellent, truly worthy of being the successor I have chosen. The Andonis looked at Enrique with satisfaction and smiled. Young man, remember this: we, the bearers of the Wanshu divine body, are destined from birth to surpass all of the myriad heavens and trample all things underfoot, becoming the supreme rulers of this world. How can one kneel before another? I have a special constitution, called the Wanshu divine body, and it seems incredibly formidable. Enrique was utterly stunned. Alonso's, no kneeling. Suddenly feeling proud, he straightened his back. A sense of unprecedented honor blossomed within him. Young man, I am the Wanshu Supreme, the strongest cultivator in human history, and perhaps even among all races. Alas, I failed in my attempt to reach the sovereign realm and perished in the river of time. However, honoring for my supreme might city be blessed, I left this remnant of woe within the hidden lead lightning. Now, I have finally met you, would you be willing to inherit my legacy? This was an opportunity! NF shaking opportunity. And a chance for him to seek revenge. To Enrique's knowledge, anyone daring to call themselves an emperor must be a celestial extreme martial artist, such as the ruler of the state of Qin. While Enrique felt immense gratitude for receiving such a shocking opportunity, he sighed helplessly when thinking of his current predicament. Senior, but my attention is destroyed, my 5th rank martial fame crippled, and all my cultivation lost. I have become a cripple. Can I still qualify to be your successor? Chapter 2 Supreme Inheritance. Having my engine destroyed, my 5th rank martial post nullified, and all cultivation lost, how significant is this? Not to mention the 5th rank martial post, even if a 9th rank spirit post were nullified, so what? With my inheritance and cultivation method, you can unlock the legendary Supreme Divine post. As for the cultivation that was nullified, isn't it just a matter of moments to recover? These words shook Enrique's heart deeply. What he once prided himself on the 5th rank martial post was completely insignificant in the eyes of this elder who called himself the Aviv. Especially with the term Supreme, he instantly realized this couldn't be a legendary martial Supreme. He couldn't help but ask, I wonder, Senior, what exactly is the Supreme Divine post? Could you explain this to your junior? Most people are mere ants, only knowing that one must possess a spirit post to achieve success in cultivation, assuming that spirit posts are divided into 9 ranks with the 9th rank being the best, but they do not know that above spirit posts, there exists the divine post, and the martial post you mentioned, even at 9th rank, is still inferior to a 1st rank spirit post. To break through to the deity realm, one must transform the 9th rank spirit post into a 1st rank divine post, and the Supreme Divine post stands above all 9 ranks of divine posts, possessed only by a divine body. You can understand it as follows: once you inherit this emperor's legacy, receive my inheritance, and have this Supreme Divine post, cultivating my method will allow you to break through to the Supreme Realm within 100 years at most. In the world where Enrique lived, cultivators were divided into 8 major realms: condensation, spirit wheel, essence pure, purple mansion, hiddenly control, deity, supreme, and overlord. But Enrique resided in a Sekoda Turner, living in a place where not even a single condensation realm cultivator existed, making him like a frog at the bottom of a well. Thus, these words were completely alien to him. In his understanding, cultivation realms were divided into 4 grades: Alansalo, Black, Earth, Hidden, and the legendary martial supreme. Therefore, he understood this so-called supreme realm as the martial supreme. Hearing that becoming the martial supreme within a century was possible, Enrique felt an overwhelming excitement, trembling from excitement. What is a martial supreme? They stand above imperial power. One person can dictate a nation's laws. A single word can change dynasties. Such existence is a legend, rarely appearing once in a millennium. It is said they can live up to 200 years. Now, hearing that gaining this inheritance not only means avenging his humiliation in hearing his name but also becoming the legendary martial supreme, how could Enrique refuse? He immediately declared solemnly, Junior is willing to become the inheritor of Senior Supreme and shoulder all the causes and effects of Senior. Good, that is precisely what this emperor was waiting to hear. As the majestic roaring voice subsided, Enrique noticed the shadowy figure disintegrate before him. Then, it transformed into a dark golden book, flying towards him. Suddenly, Enrique felt an intense pain. This pain was thousands of times worse than when he had received the 9-character brand earlier. But now, Enrique clenched his teeth tightly, saying nothing. At the same time, his regionally clear, black ham-like eyes changed dramatically. His eyes turned blood red, filled with terrifying ferocity. Even his upper body transformed as if cloaked in a layer of black, tight-fitting armor. Onset, all this happened in the blink of an eye. Once again, the majestic voice echoed in Enrique's mind. This emperor has condensed my entire life swimming into this ancient text. Each time you advance in realm, the corresponding memories will be in series, granting you the inheritance capabilities of that realm. Now, as my successor, you share a master-disciple relationship with me. Moreover, since you have said you will bear all my karmic burdens, I have something to entrust to you. After I ascended to the overlord realm and passed away, my daughter suffered heavenly retribution and her soul dispersed, reincarnating separately. If you get the chance, you must find these souls and reunite them, then you may marry my daughter as your wife. Furthermore, fearing you might not find them, I have left you a soul imprint. When you meet them, you will naturally feel their presence. But remember, everything must be kept low profile before achieving the supreme realm and never reveal to anyone that you are my successor. Otherwise, if the news spreads, this vast world will have no place for you tonight. As the last word faded, silence followed. Seeing this, Enrique bent slightly, clasped his hands, and respectfully replied, Disciple remembers master teachings. The next second, Enrique felt a dizzying sensation. When he opened his eyes, he found himself back in Reunion City. By now, the heavy rain had stopped, and the surroundings were pitch black. Night had fallen. The recent encounter gave Enrique a surreal feeling. But he knew everything was real. Because he distinctly felt that the fatigue and weakness caused by his near-death state had vanished entirely. Currently, Enrique appeared radiant and full of vigor. His physique, especially the prominent muscles on his chest, looked even more robust. Moreover, there was a familiar yet different sensation within him. He felt ki flowing into his body, lightness, and boundless energy. This sensation far surpassed anything he had experienced before. Enrique knew this was due to the Supreme Divine Pulse. In his mind, an ancient, dark golden book appeared. Enrique understood this was the ultimate inheritance left by the Aviv. On its cover, 5 prominent ancient characters read. The Aviv technique. This was the supreme technique created and perfected by Aviv based on his own physique, integrating the strengths of myriad techniques over his lifetime. He was the foundation of Aviv's imperial empires. Only those with the Rana divine body could cultivate it. Opening the first pair, Enrique saw 2 cultivation techniques. The first was a cultivation technique Rana absorption method. This technique was incredibly powerful and capable of absorbing all bearable energies in the world and converting them into spiritual energy to enhance one's realm. The second was a transformation technique, phantom shape art. This technique granted remarkable abilities. Mastering it would allow transformations, including disguise, revealing expert makeup skills. At higher levels, one could even transform into birds and beasts. Living up to a vivid legacy, Enrique felt the power of both techniques immediately. One absorbed all conceivable forces, while the other granted transformative powers. Either way, both exceeded his understanding and imagination. The phantom shape art, though good, is unsuitable for my current needs. Enrique clearly knew what he needed most right now. Only by retaining strength can I truly grow stronger. With that, he refocused on the first cultivation technique, one absorption method. Following the instructions, Enrique began to cultivate the technique. From the very start, he found this technique exceptionally powerful. He noticed surrounding spiritual energy rapidly surging towards him. Something he hadn't dared to imagine. Not just spiritual energy, various forms of energy materials were being drawn toward him. Despite being sparse, they eventually condensed into visible white mist, flowing into his body and being fully absorbed. Enrique felt himself growing stronger. And the progress was meteoric. Alan Solo Extreme Realm Layer 1, Alan Solo Extreme Realm Layer 4, Alan Solo Extreme Realm Layer 9. In less than a quarter of an hour, Enrique felt that not only had his tension been repaired but his strength and also greatly increased. This left Enrique both surprised and delighted. Was this the power of the Aviv technique? Although his realm was still at the Alan Solo Extreme level, Enrique clearly sensed that the strength he now possessed was incomparable to what he had before. The energy contained within his body seemed to far surpass what it used to be, because the energy he now possessed wasn't internal energy, but spiritual energy. The difference between spiritual energy and internal energy was akin to the difference between gasoline and diesel and aviation fuel. Internal energy could be likened to gasoline or diesel, suitable only for driving cars. Spiritual energy, on the other hand, was like aviation fuel, capable of propelling airplanes and even rockets. Though they are all forms of fuel, the gap between them was vast, different in essence. With his cultivation restored, Enrique initially wanted to erase the non-character brand on his forehead. However, to verify his subsequent guesses and thoughts, he ultimately resisted this impulse. Looking in the direction of the Igor family residence, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. Diana, I hope you don't disappoint me.
In less than a quarter of an hour, Enrique felt that not only had his Danteon been repaired, but his strength had also greatly increased. This filled him with pleasant surprise. Was this the power of the Supreme Dao technique? Even though his realm was still at the late Alan Solo level, Enrique clearly sensed that the power he now possessed was incomparable to what he had before. The energy within his body seemed far greater than it used to be. This was because the energy he now harbored wasn't internal energy, but spiritual energy. The difference between spiritual energy and internal energy was akin to the difference between gasoline, diesel, and aviation fuel. Internal energy was like gasoline or diesel, capable of driving a car. Spiritual energy, however, was like aviation fuel, capable of propelling planes and even rockets. Although they were all forms of fuel, their differences were vast, fundamental, and profound. With his cultivation restored, Enrique initially intended to erase the 9-character mark on his forehead. However, to verify his subsequent speculations and thoughts, he resisted this impulse. Looking in the direction of the Igor family, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. Diana, I hope you don't disappoint me. Chapter 3, Heartless Woman. Upon arriving at the Igor family residence, Enrique was about to knock on the door when a burly, towering guard, nearly 2 meters tall, immediately stopped him. Scum of the 9th class, get lost. This is no place for you. Enrique frowned. You don't recognize me? Of course I do. You beast who raped your own sister. In the past, whenever he saw Enrique, the guard would fawn over him, calling him sir, and even be willing to kneel to show his loyalty. Now, everything had changed. Enrique had fallen to the status of a 9th-class commoner. So, the guard could now glare down at Enrique arrogantly and shout, if you don't scram, don't blame me for not being gentle with a creature like you. Enrique knew that all this stemmed from the Liu family father and son. Thinking of this, anger surged within him. But arguing with a mere servant would degrade himself too much. Go in and tell her, Enrique wants to see Diana. Hearing Enrique's commanding tone, the guard instantly became irritable. Just a 9th-class commoner dares to command me? Do you really think you're still the same person you used to be? With arms crossed, the guard looked down at Enrique from his towering height, eyes full of disdain. Who do you think you are, ordering me around? Moreover, my mistress has already instructed me to chase you away if you come here. Out of respect for our past acquaintance, just leave. I won't make things difficult for you. Fine. Enrique laughed bitterly. So, it was all by her instruction. Without another word, he turned and left. But, Enrique didn't really leave. Instead, he found a secluded spot and nimbly leaped into the Igor family compound. He wanted to confront Diana face to face. Enrique was quite familiar with the Igor family residence. He moved swiftly through hidden paths, avoiding patrolling guards. Within minutes, he arrived at Diana's courtyard. What person dares intrude on the Igor residence uninvited? Are you looking for death? Just as Enrique was about to leap over, a cold, familiar feminine voice sounded behind him. A strange smile crept onto Enrique's lips. It seemed he didn't need to enter after all. Enrique slowly turned around. Before him stood a tall, beautiful young woman with an icy demeanor, her eyes filled with shock as she looked at him. She took an instinctive step back, trembling slightly. Seeing her, all Enrique's hopes vanished in an instant. Enrique noticed that though Diana, once intimate and sincere with him, showed a hint of panic in her eyes, they also radiated coldness and heartlessness. He couldn't help but sigh. You've disappointed me. What was once a rumor had now become reality, leaving Enrique feeling somewhat dazed. Meeting Enrique's gaze, Diana said calmly, "I had no choice. The Enrique before isn't the Enrique now. Even if I know you might have been wronged, it doesn't matter anymore because you're a cripple now." Her exquisite features were filled with cold indifference, treating Enrique as if he were a stranger. "Augustine spends most of his time at Chongqing Academy, never in the city. If I didn't want to suffer from the backlash of cold poison and live, I had to submit myself to you, unlustful man. Otherwise, how could you have defiled me for 3 years? If I want to join Chongqing Academy, I must use the internal energy you supplied to awaken my martial veins. I admit, you were outstanding in martial arts, but once I awakened, I gained not only martial veins but also a special constitution. Do you think you could match me then?" Diana's eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. On the other hand, she was proud and haughty. "I'm different. With my frosty body, once I enter Chongqing Academy, I will surely be esteemed. Only someone like Augustine can match me." Indeed, she was stunningly beautiful. With her newly awakened martial veins controlling the frosty body, she appeared like a goddess of ice. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to say such heartless words. However, Enrique wasn't in the mood to admire her beauty. His heart felt icy cold. "So these past 3 years, my dedication to you was worthless. You never truly cared, using me all along?" Enrique asked bitterly. "After hearing the bad news about me, did you simply decide to abandon me, especially once you awakened your martial veins, choosing him instead, right?" Diana understood who Enrique was referring to. Augustine, the son of the city lord of Qingqing, a renowned prodigy in Dongling County. The man she was going to marry. Alonso's. Faced with Diana's cold reply, Enrique realized how naive and foolish he had been. "I hope you won't regret your decision today." Regret? Diana didn't expect Enrique, stripped of his cultivation and reduced to a 9th-class commoner, to say something so laughable at this moment. She sneered coldly, "In the future, you and I belong to different worlds. One day, you'll realize that having any connection with me will be the greatest honor of your life." Looking at the grotesque 9-character mark on Enrique's forehead, she was filled with disgust. "Though I don't know how you got in, out of our past, I'll spare your life this time. Leave now. Don't come back to Igor residence again, or else I won't be lenient." Saying this, she prepared to pass Enrique and enter her courtyard. "Diana." Enrique suddenly spoke, making her stop. 3 years ago, your frosty body first awakened, and your father came to my Liu family mansion, begging me to be your fiancé to suppress your cold poison, ensuring you wouldn't die from its backlash. Therefore, at your request, I gave you internal energy every other day in the way you preferred, which prevented me from advancing in cultivation. Over these 3 years, almost all my cultivated internal energy went to you. To be blunt, without me supplying you with internal energy, you would likely have died from the cold poison's backlash long ago. 7 days ago, I was persecuted by the Liu family father and son, my dantian destroyed, my martial veins gone, and my strength depleted. You promptly severed ties with me. 3 days ago, relying on the internal energy accumulated in your body over the years, you awakened your martial veins and decided to marry Augustine. Now, I ask you, why are you so ungrateful? Instead of thanking me, you talk down to me and say you're sparing my life. How shameless can you get, saying those words?" Enrique looked at her, his expression cold and hard, speaking slowly and clearly. "And to disappoint you further, my cultivation has recovered, and I'm no longer the same Enrique." As Enrique finished speaking, the overwhelming aura of the 9th rank of the Alansalo extreme realm emerged from him. Moreover, the grotesque 9-character mark on his forehead rapidly dissolved and vanished as if it had never existed. At this moment, Enrique exuded an aura as if he were above all living beings, overlooking everyone. His voice echoed as if from the vast heavens. "One thing you said is correct. We are indeed destined to belong to different worlds." With that, he vanished into the night as if he had never been there. Watching his completely vanished figure, Diana's heart trembled slightly. She felt as though she had lost something incredibly precious in her life. For a moment, she was stunned on the spot. However, after a brief moment, she reacted again. Her eyes gradually became cold and merciless, and the threads of affection in her heart seemed to be completely severed. "Ha, truly laughable. What can you do with your strength restored? A waste will always remain a waste. I possess a 6th-rank martial vein and the frosty body, which means I am destined to have more potential and a brighter future than you. You really can't see yourself clearly, actually accusing me of abandoning you? Clearly, it's you who is too incompetent to match me. I am not wrong for choosing a man superior to you. The one at fault is you. If you were outstanding enough and hadn't suffered such a downfall, how could I have abandoned you for another man?" The last sentence lingered in the air, a coldness settling between them. Chapter 4. Enemies meet narrowly. The night was deep, with a bright moon hanging high in the sky. "Ah, it turns out I was only deceiving myself." Enrique walked down an empty street, unable to hold back a long sigh. His mood was somewhat melancholic. He had heard everything Diana said. Enrique had harbored a faint glimmer of hope. He thought that because the Connors manor wielded immense power, they had coerced the Igor family into forcing Diana to marry Augustine. Enrique guessed that there might be some unavoidable reasons behind Diana's actions. It turned out he had overestimated the situation. There was no coercion at all. Enrique never expected that the once thought of innocent Diana could be such a cold-hearted woman. "Hey, you up ahead, if you don't want to die, get down on your knees and greet our Lord. Otherwise, if my young master sees you disrespecting him, no one can save you." Suddenly, a haughty voice rang out from behind Enrique, causing his eyebrows to furrow instinctively. He disliked both the tone and attitude. The city had many unruly scions, and he had seen similar situations before. But he hadn't anticipated this would happen to him. Was it because of his appearance? Enrique glanced down at his blood-stained, dirty clothes. Indeed, he looked quite disheveled. Turning his head, he saw a youth with a mole near his nose, his face filled with displeasure as though irritated by Enrique's disobedience. They were about 200 meters apart. The Andonis with the mole couldn't clearly see Enrique's face, but noted he was walking alone, assuming he was just an ordinary person. After all, those of importance usually had attendants or rode horses, right? This observation came from years of experience as a servant and ancestral teachings, guiding him on who could be reprimanded and who couldn't. Seeing Enrique standing motionless, the Andonis bellowed again. Boy, you are truly courting death. Since you refuse to kneel and greet my young master, then prepare to die. Enrique had never met someone so arrogant. Just for not kneeling to welcome their young master, they would resort to taking a life? Standing still, Enrique wanted to see just whose son this was, someone so indifferent to human life. Soon, gray-clad servants carrying a luxurious palanquin appeared in Enrique's view. On the curtains of the palanquin, a prominent Dan character was written, indicating its origin, House Dan. The Connors' surname. It was indeed from the Connors' residence. No wonder they were so arrogant and domineering, sending a servant ahead to make others kneel and welcome them. It felt like the emperor had arrived. In fact, in Green Hill City, the Connor held as much authority as the emperor. Seeing the palanquin approach, the youth with the mole quickly moved forward, speaking respectfully, young master, there's a wild boy up ahead who doesn't know any better and refused to kneel and welcome your arrival. He even blocked your path from afar, as if challenging you. What should we do? Oh, daring to block my way? After embellishing the situation dramatically, a mocking voice emerged from the palanquin. At the same time, Andonis with a fan in hand stepped out, looking utterly debauched. He strode forward, playing with the fan while saying, follow me quickly. Let's see who dares block my way. The moment he emerged, Enrique recognized him. It was Grayson, a notorious playboy in Green Hill City, a regular patron at the Drunken Fragrance Pavilion. Though his martial talent was mediocre, his level of unruliness was unparalleled. Despite his infamous reputation, few dared provoke him due to his lofty position, the eldest son of the Connors Manor. This group soon approached Enrique. Upon seeing him, they were all taken aback. Rumors said Enrique had been demoted to a 9th-class serf. Why wasn't the mark visible on his forehead? So, who blocked my path? Oh, it's you, the beast who killed your own sister. Grayson sneered at Enrique. I'll give you a chance. Kneel now and beg forgiveness, and I might spare your worthless life. Watching the once supreme genius reduced to a complete waste, Grayson felt a sense of satisfaction. Are you telling me to kneel and kowtow to you? Enrique asked, surprised by his arrogance. Once, this man cowered like a mouse in front of him. Now, seeing him disabled, he dared to act so arrogantly? Seeing Enrique's disobedience, Grayson shouted angrily, didn't you hear me? Get down and kowtow immediately. Glancing at him, Enrique coldly asked, Grayson, what's wrong? Are you asking for trouble again? Still yelling at me? Enrique's rebuke left Grayson momentarily stunned. He remembered being bedridden for half a month after a single punch from Enrique 6 months ago. But regaining composure, he cursed, like a pig's snout with a leak. What a pretense. You think you're still the same person? Now you're just a cripple, yet you dare to act like that? With a look of disdain, Grayson waved and ordered, all of you, break this little beast's legs. He isn't qualified to stand and speak to me. Alonso's. The 4 palanquin bearers, including the youth with the mole, moved menacingly toward Enrique, fists ready and faces grim. But how could Enrique allow himself to be hit? He struck first, a punch sending out a mountain-crushing force. The wind from his punch made the 5 bodies fly backward like paper. Landing silently, they lay motionless, appearing lifeless. Holy crap. Such a display shocked Grayson. He saw Enrique didn't even land a punch on the 5 men, merely using the air pressure from his punch to knock them away. He instantly understood. The rumors were wrong. How could a crippled person possess such strength? Moreover, he recalled that even back then, Enrique was never this strong. Could it be the prowess of a Charltonangi realm martial artist, where even the wind of a punch could injure? Looking at Enrique, Grayson's eyes were filled with shock. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he knew things wouldn't end well here. With that thought, he clenched his fist and aimed a powerful blow straight at Enrique's head. This punch was his ultimate move, unleashing all his strength. Chapter 5. Night infiltration of the Liu Mansion. Foolish. Facing what could be a lethal ambush, Enrique's movements were agile as he easily evaded it. How is this possible? Grayson's pupils constricted sharply, and his heart was immediately flooded with immense shock. He hadn't anticipated that Enrique would react so swiftly. Enrique's expression was disdainful. You think you can sneak attack me? You've had some luck. Realizing the failure of the ambush, Grayson was quick to turn and flee. However, how could Enrique let him go? Do you really think you can escape? Enrique's speed was faster than Grayson's. Even if Grayson took off first, Enrique could still intercept him, blocking his path. Enrique kicked out, striking Grayson's chest, causing him to cry out in pain. Not only did Grayson fly backward, but he felt as if his ribs were about to shatter, excruciating pain engulfing him. Don't you think you should leave something behind? Enrique, hands clasped behind his back, approached step by step. Seeing Enrique draw closer, Grayson, who had already witnessed Enrique's prowess, was utterly terrified. Enrique, don't do anything rash. His face was filled with fear as he shouted, My father is the Connor, my third brother is Augustine. If I die, you will follow me into death. Enrique exuded an overwhelming aura of malice. Afraid that Enrique intended to kill him. Kill you? When did I ever say I wanted to kill you? Enrique sneered. Didn't you want to cripple my legs? So be it. I'll repay you in the same manner, crippling your legs. Grayson knew Enrique would surely follow through. Therefore, he was now overwhelmed with regret. Had he known Enrique possessed such formidable strength, he would never have been so brazen. Looking up at Enrique's stern face, Grayson put aside his pride and hastily begged for mercy. Enrique, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please, don't cripple my legs. If his legs were crippled, his life would be ruined. Enrique remained silent, ignoring his pleas, lifted his right leg, and stomped down forcefully. Crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking resounded, followed by Grayson's pig-like screams. His calf suffered unprecedented damage, crushed under Enrique's relentless foot. From then on, he was officially disabled, never able to stand again. Despair clouded his heart. Enrique looked down at Grayson, lying on the ground in agony, drenched in cold sweat, and mocked. Remember, being humble is key. Do you really think no one dares touch you just because your father is the conner? Spit. Enrique spat a mouthful of phlegm onto his face in disgust. Then, he turned and left as if he had done something insignificant. Watching Enrique's figure gradually disappear, Grayson raged. Enrique, you little bastard, just wait until my third brother returns, and he will cripple all 5 of your limbs. In the next moment, a cold voice sounded beside Grayson, making his face pale. Want revenge? Then die. As the words faded, Enrique swung a punch directly at his heart. The force of the punch shattered Grayson's heart instantly, ending his life abruptly. In the blink of an eye, Enrique leaped away and disappeared into the darkness. Having completed the killing, Enrique quickly left the scene. Before reaching the Charltonangi realm, Enrique naturally wouldn't flaunt himself. If news of the murder spread, the Connor's mansion would never let him off. They would hunt him relentlessly. Though Enrique felt his combat strength might match the Charltonangi realm, waiting until after his breakthrough would certainly be safer. Once he reached the Charltonangi realm, few in Qingqing City could challenge him. After leaving the scene, Enrique had a clear objective, head straight for the Liu family. Era was a peak Charltonangi second-layer warrior, possibly too strong for Enrique, but Brady wasn't. He remained at the Huangji 8th-layer level. Enrique might not be able to take on the stronger ones yet, but could he deal with the weaker ones? Enrique moved like a ghost in the darkness, darting silently from shadow to shadow. Night couldn't restrain him anymore. In less than a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the Liu residence. As one of the 4 major families in Qingqing City, the Liu residence was vast, with walls no lower than 5 meters. Despite the height, the wall was no obstacle for Enrique. A few bounds, and he was over, landing silently without a trace. Like entering an uninhabited land, Enrique returned home quietly. His target was Brady. Without hesitation, Enrique headed straight for Brady's private pavilion, a place he knew intimately. In a lavish pavilion within, Liu family's young disciples laughed and chatted merrily, enjoying sweets and wine. Suddenly, a servant outside announced, Master, bad news. News has come from the Igor family that Enrique met Diana tonight, and it seems his strength has recovered. Instantly, the once joyful atmosphere froze. Within moments, the room fell silent, followed by an uproar. What? Enrique's strength has recovered? How is this possible? His dantian was destroyed, his martial veins severed, and all cultivation lost. How can his strength return? Perhaps he got lucky and was taken as a disciple by a martial arts master. Throughout history, there were countless examples of this. Like Augustine, who was taken under a DG realm master while traveling and later brought into Chongqing Academy. Learning this news wiped away their earlier joy, replaced by unprecedented dread. They had all acted against Enrique. Given his vengeful nature, could he not seek retribution? Seated at the head of the table was Andonis with blue hair, wearing a white robe. His appearance was cold, looking about 20 years old. Calm and composed, he sat in silence. Everyone glanced at him involuntarily when speaking, eyes filled with reverence. This was their leader and their biggest reliance, young Master Brady of the Liu family. Listening to their discussions, Brady's eyes were sharp, and he spoke confidently. A cripple remains a cripple, even if his strength has returned. So what? His martial veins are gone, his power far inferior to before. Can he really dare to come back to our family and demand vengeance? He has been cast out of the family, no longer a member of our Liu family. If he intrudes without permission, the guards will likely execute him on the spot. Even if, as you suspect, this little beast somehow gained the favor of a martial master, what then? If he is truly taken as a disciple, he would come with his master to confront us. To me, Diana probably misunderstood, spreading false information. Enrique must have tricked her with some deception. Besides, even if his strength has somewhat recovered, it must be limited. It can't be completely restored, right? If he dares to secretly enter our family seeking justice, he won't make it out alive. Chapter 6. The Might of a Single Punch. At this moment, Brady's expression was filled with pride and arrogance. Besides, I'm only one step away from the 9th layer of the Alansalo extreme realm. Even if Enrique were at his peak, I could still kill him as easily as slaughtering chickens or dogs. The moment these words left his mouth, everyone present instantly relaxed. Just one step away. To the 9th layer of the Alansalo extreme realm. A 2-layer gap is quite significant. Moreover, with the strength of the 9th layer of the Alansalo extreme realm, after the Evergreen Academy sends recruiters soon, he could become an inner disciple. Evergreen Academy admits students every 3 years. Each recruitment involves sending mentors to various cities within the region to start the selection process. In a month, it will be recruitment day. Brady firmly believed that within a month, he would successfully break through to the 9th layer. Ah, you say you can kill me as easily as slaughtering chickens or dogs? A sudden voice rang out, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Following that, a handsome Andonis, covered in blood, walked in with his hands behind his back. He looked at Brady with a gentle smile, full of mockery. It's actually you? Brady was startled. He didn't expect Enrique to appear here. Instantly, his face lit up with surprise. When he heard that Enrique had regained his strength, Brady felt very uneasy. He feared that Enrique would hide and wait for an opportunity to retaliate. After all, he knew very well what had happened. But now, things were different. Enrique had just recovered a bit of his strength and had walked right into the trap. Brady couldn't be happier. This was an excellent chance to eliminate him completely. Even though Enrique might have been his match when at full power, that was no longer a concern. Recovering strength wouldn't matter much because his overall power had undoubtedly dropped significantly. There was no reason for Brady to fear him. He prepared to strike first. Flaming Sparrow Fist. The Flaming Sparrow Fist is one of the 100 Beast Fist techniques, classified as a lower-grade profound-level martial art. With a loud shout, Brady's hands began glowing as he rapidly formed seals. His entire arm was enveloped in crimson flames condensed from his inner energy. This punch was terrifying, executed with all his might, its force and power beyond imagination. From the moment he struck, he put everything he had into it. As the seal was released, the internal energy coalesced, revealing a faint shadow of a sparrow engulfed in blazing fire. It emitted a furious cry, carrying a formidable aura, rushing fiercely towards Enrique. However, Enrique stood motionless, completely unfazed. This kid must be scared silly by me. Ha ha ha, Brady thought coldly, looking at Enrique's seemingly stunned expression. But in the next instant, he froze. How could this be? He stood rooted to the spot, shock etched on his face as he looked at Enrique, disbelief clouding his eyes. After all, this was his strongest attack, powered not only by his martial pulse, but also driven by internal energy. Such a blow wasn't something an ordinary Alan Salo extreme realm martial artist could withstand. Even a peak 9th layer martial artist would suffer severe injuries, or even death from such an attack. Unfortunately, he encountered Enrique, possessor of the myriad Dao absorption technique. Not only did this attack fail to harm Enrique, but it also nourished him, slightly enhancing his strength. The moment Brady's punch touched Enrique, the power was absorbed and neutralized. I don't want to hurt you. This is just a light punch. Be fortunate. I myself am not sure about the force I'm using. Enrique swung his left arm, clenching his fist, delivering a simple yet direct punch. True to his word, it was indeed a light punch. However, the sheer force behind it was still immense and terrifying. When Enrique's fist touched Brady, who was still in shock, he let out a piercing scream. Brady felt as if he had been struck by a 10,000-pound hammer, his heart sinking. His body uncontrollably flew backward. Though it seemed like a casual swing, there was a certain elegance to it, making it look incredibly graceful. But once the punch made contact, it revealed a brutal force, incomprehensibly powerful. Brady flew back over 10 meters. Whoosh! Blood spurted from Brady's mouth as he fell, forming a neat arc. He had lost the battle almost immediately. Who could have imagined that the top young martial artist of the Liu family, who was about to reach the 9th layer and possessed a 3rd-grade martial pulse, could be so effortlessly defeated? Everyone was dumbfounded. Enrique's strength far exceeded their previous understanding. In the past, while Enrique could defeat Brady, it wasn't nearly as easy. Now, it was utterly overwhelming. What was more alarming was that Brady's full-force attack hadn't even harmed Enrique, which made the situation even more terrifying. This simply didn't make sense. Hadn't Enrique been crippled? How could he be even stronger now? Enrique turned his gaze to a young Liu family member who was somewhat deformed in stature but had a pleasant face. Feeling the stare, this deformed Andonies felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Why are you looking at me? He stammered. Enrique sneered. Jalen, have you forgotten this morning? You kicked me out of the Liu family compound. Was he going to attack? Having witnessed Brady's fate, Jalen, fully aware of Enrique's strength, had no intention of resisting. He instinctively leaped backward, attempting to escape the pavilion. He wanted to flee, no, to seek help. He intended to report to the elders for assistance. But in the next second, darkness enveloped his vision, his body went limp, and he fell to the ground without moving again. Sigh. Seeing this, everyone present gasped in horror. Enrique's speed was too fast. Escape was almost impossible. Before Jalen could escape, Enrique had already kicked him in the temple, killing him instantly. Witnessing this horrifying scene, an unprecedented wave of dread surged through everyone. They felt as if they had fallen into an icy pit, bone-chilling cold. Jalen, a 7th-layer Alan Salo extreme realm martial artist, and one of the top 5 young experts of the Liu family, was killed with a single kick by Enrique. Attack together, someone shouted. Enrique's combat prowess was terrifying, demonstrating overwhelming dominance. Everyone understood that fighting one by one would lead to being picked off individually, ultimately resulting in a massacre. Only by attacking en masse could they stand a chance to survive. But, not everyone shared this thought. 5 people attempted to escape during this chaos. However, before they could exit the pavilion, cries of agony echoed as they collapsed at the door. Escape was futile. There was no chance at all. Hashtag chapter 7. Kneeling to apologize. Is it really this fast? Seeing the scene before him, Brady, who had entertained thoughts of escape, immediately abandoned that idea. He knew that if he tried to run, he would die even faster. At the same time, he began to resent his father. He hated Era for not having finished off Enrique once and for all, for seeking a reputation of kindness instead of eliminating Enrique on the spot. Otherwise, how would he have ended up in such a perilous situation? Don't think about escaping, there's no chance. We must attack together. Only by killing Enrique can we survive. Everyone realized that to live, they needed to kill Enrique. Prepare to die. The first to charge was a burly member of the Liu family. His aura was terrifying, and with a single punch, it seemed as if a mighty bull could be felled. So be it. Enrique sidestepped, then struck the man's heart with a condensed palm. The huge body fell heavily to the ground with a thud. How can he be so powerful? The others instantly felt despair, any thoughts of attacking completely vanishing. They stopped resisting and stood stunned on the spot. Even the toughest among them crumpled like thin paper. How could they fight? Seeing these people lose their fighting spirit, Enrique reigned in his aura. Though smiling, his eyes were filled with disdain. It's not that I'm strong. You're just too weak. This was a tone of sheer arrogance. After all, they were all outstanding members of the Liu family. But they didn't dare to argue. Moreover, were they truly weak? Of course not. But they had met Enrique. Enrique was too powerful, not because they were weak. Enrique's strength far exceeded their expectations. Without facing him, they couldn't understand just how powerful he was. Only when faced with him did they feel genuine fear. Such is the case when one doesn't know the limits of heaven and earth. If they were small mountains, then Enrique was a towering peak. A sky-piercing mountain. Surveying everyone, Enrique nonchalantly asked, "Do you all know your mistakes now?" Except for Brady, everyone hurriedly nodded. We do. Enrique walked directly to Brady and asked, "And you?" "While Onsos, I do." Brady lowered his head, his voice trembling with humiliation. He knew that at this moment, his dignity was thoroughly trampled by Enrique. But he had no choice if he wanted to live. A temporary show of weakness wouldn't affect his bright future. As long as he survived, he could reclaim his dignity. Then, he would tear this little brat limb from limb, giving no quarter. Brady consoled himself with these thoughts. At this moment, a Liu family member, looking at Enrique fearfully, asked with a glimmer of hope, "You don't intend to kill us anymore?" "I, Enrique, never harm those who do not harm me, nor do I involve the innocent, and I certainly don't kill lightly." Before they could rejoice, their hearts sank again. They heard Enrique's bone-chilling voice follow. "But all of you have provoked me, added insult to injury, and dared to insult me. Tell me, should I let you go?" A roar echoed, and the shadow of a ferocious tiger appeared, instantly rushing out from Enrique's punch. This person didn't even have time to scream. The tiger shadow tore his body apart, turning him into a mist of blood in an instant, marking his death. Tiger Fist, one of the 100 Beasts fist techniques, a medium-rank profound skill. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Enrique killed one after another, casually like crushing chicks, without a second thought. Strangely, despite it being his first time killing, Enrique felt no discomfort. In fact, he felt an inexplicable excitement. Was he becoming a killer? Even he began to question himself. But regardless, the situation had been escalated beyond repair. Although Liu family members often killed servants secretly, they never did so openly. Enrique, however, showed no restraint. Most importantly, he killed Liu family members, not just servants. Seeing this, Brady's eyes bulged in fury. "Enrique, how dare you continuously kill?" The person Enrique just killed was named Axton, Brady's full-blooded younger brother with whom he had a very close relationship. "Didn't Axton once claim he would kill me? So I killed him first. What's the problem?" Enrique said indifferently. His casual tone made it seem like he didn't value human life at all, treating it like straw. In truth, Enrique had completely transformed. His combat power had given him enough confidence. Brady's full-strength punch had pushed him to the peak of the 9th layer of the Alansalo Extreme Realm. Now, in the Alansalo Extreme Realm, he was unmatched. Throughout the Liu family, only one person possessed profound Extreme Realm strength, Era. Apart from him, Enrique felt no fear. Therefore, he acted without concern for consequences, able to do as he pleased. If he was overpowered, he would simply run. What surprised them more was that Enrique started interrogating them, effectively announcing their death sentence. "All the servants here have been knocked unconscious, so don't expect anyone to alert others. Now, let's discuss how to settle our grievances." Though mercy has its place, Enrique harbored no old feelings towards them. After all, they had shown him no mercy. Some even beat and cursed him, truly making him experience what it meant to be a tiger humiliated by dogs. Facing Enrique's words, Brady immediately demanded, "Then what do you want?" Enrique brought over a chair, sat down slowly, and smiled. As the saying goes, the law does not punish severely. After all, I was once a member of the Liu family. I don't wish to be too harsh. Why don't each of you kneel and apologize to me, and we can call it even? Hearing this, the Liu family members' faces flushed with anger. This was utter humiliation, a blatant trampling on their dignity. How could they easily agree? But there are always exceptions. One of the Liu family members immediately knelt and bowed deeply to Enrique. "Enrique, I've wronged you. Please spare my life." Chapter 8. Killing with a finger snap. "Very well, I'll let you off for now." Enrique glanced at him. This person hadn't excessively taken advantage of him and only hurled a few insults. At this moment, Enrique naturally chose to be magnanimous. He then turned his gaze to the others. "What about you all? You've all done wrong. Don't you plan on showing any repentance?" "Enrique, we failed to recognize your importance at that time. For offending you, we are deeply sorry. We hope you have a big heart and don't hold it against us. We truly know we were wrong." In the next second, except for Brady, they all knelt down, banging their heads loudly against the ground. Their dignity was similarly trampled underfoot by Enrique. "Fine, I won't hold it against you." Enrique showed an appearance of great tolerance, speaking to them before turning his mocking eyes towards Brady. "Does his young master have any plans to kowtow to me? Do you think you're worthy of me kneeling and apologizing to you?" His intention was clear. He had no intention of kowtowing to apologize to Enrique. Brady was different from the others. He was the young master of the Liu family, the only legitimate son of the current head of the Liu family, and the future head. He also planned to enter Chongqing Academy. How could he possibly kowtow and apologize? If he did, his reputation would be utterly ruined. "So, you're not planning to kowtow and apologize to me?" Enrique was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Brady to still have some backbone. With that being the case, things were better. Brady stared firmly at Enrique. "Absolutely not." "Good, you have some backbone." Enrique smiled slightly, and then looked at the others. Since Brady isn't giving you the chance to live, if you don't want to sit and wait for death, come at me altogether. I'm in a hurry. Upon hearing this, everyone was astounded. His young master, just apologize. That's right. Do you want us to die here together? Just apologize and move on. Isn't that better? Suddenly, everyone began to blame Brady. Brady looked at them as if they were fools, coldly saying, given Enrique's vengeful nature, do you really think a kowtow and an apology will make him forgive you? Suddenly, everyone came to their senses. Of course, he wouldn't let them off so easily, especially when Enrique's next words confirmed their suspicions. He already said it. So why are you all still standing there like fools? Haven't you realized it's time for you all to meet your deaths? In fact, the moment Enrique stepped in, he had no intention of letting them live. Before his words had even fully left his mouth, one of the Liu family disciples lunged forward with a flying kick. His speed was incredible, and his strength formidable. Reaching peak Alan Salo stage 6th level, he was among the best of the Liu family's younger generation. Die! This kick was inches away from Enrique's neck. If successful, a full-force blow might turn the tide. At the very least, it would give him a chance to escape. Seeing Enrique not moving to defend himself, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction and excitement. He thought he had succeeded, but the next moment, his smile froze. Enrique raised his head expressionlessly, looking at the incoming kick without any sign of panic. Then, he merely lifted a finger. That's right, just a single finger. His index finger extended out casually but carried immense pressure as soon as it moved. The attacker's flying kick abruptly halted midair, unable to advance further. Bang! Under his stunned gaze, Enrique's finger seemed to grow larger, several meters high, pushing slowly toward him. Its momentum was unstoppable. The most terrifying part was, despite trying to escape, his legs were weak, leaving him helpless. No! His face contorted with shock, rigid with fear. A simple finger, somehow inducing hallucinations, immobilized him in place. Finally, Enrique's finger touched his forehead and pierced through the bone. Hiss! The scene sent a chill through everyone. A single finger, such a horrifying force. Did he just kill Adolf with one finger? Brady stood frozen in disbelief. Enrique's strength was frightening. He heard the crack of Adolf's skull and saw blood gushing out as the man fell lifeless. Thus, Brady's face displayed utter disbelief. A clan brother whom he couldn't defeat with one strike had been killed by just one finger from Enrique? His mind buzzed with incredulity. Originally, he planned to attack again but was preempted. He was relieved it wasn't him who made the move. Had it been him, wouldn't he? Brady didn't dare imagine the outcome. Others also stared wide-eyed at Enrique, as if meeting him for the first time. After 10 years of cultivation, barely reaching Alan Salo stage 7th level, he broke through to Mystic stage 1st level within less than a day after gaining the inheritance. His exhilaration was evident. Enrique firmly believed he would stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. Admittedly, Enrique's remote killing stroke left nearly everyone speechless and profoundly shocked. Brady was especially stunned. He knew exactly what this meant. This was exactly how Enrique was easily crippled by his father. Externalized inner energy. What did this signify? Enrique was already a Mystic stage martial artist. Hashtag chapter 9. A world-shaking secret. His eyes were filled with jealousy and disbelief. My father clearly destroyed your Danteon and crippled your martial arts meridians. Yet not only did you not become a cripple, but you also advanced to the Charltonangi realm? What kind of heaven-defying opportunity did you get? Brady simply couldn't fathom how Enrique could have grown so powerful in less than a day. Not just him, but everyone else was equally puzzled. A cripple had suddenly turned into an awe-inspiring Charltonangi realm martial artist that they could only look up to. Enrique didn't bother with idle talk. He said calmly, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Come at me all together. If anyone can withstand one of my strikes and survive, we'll consider our enmity resolved." Such audacious words would have been dismissed as mere arrogance not long ago. But now, no one dared speak out. Instead, their eyes burned with fury. This was a dead end. You could take someone's life with a single finger. What sense did this offer make? By saying this, weren't you implying that only death could resolve this feud? Of course, they also knew attempting a sneak attack was futile. There was no chance. Fighting one by one offered no hope of victory. Only fighting together might leave a sliver of survival. But even fighting together, the remaining 8 people on the scene felt unconfident. Doubts about whether they could defeat Enrique began to surface. After all, he was a Charltonangi realm martial artist. Their elders didn't even reach this realm. Brady disregarded any decorum. After all, today was already humiliating enough. He loudly urged, "Everyone, attack together. If we can't kill Enrique, then we will be the ones who die today." Upon receiving the order, the other sighed deeply, replying, "All right, let's attack together. Should have done it earlier." Enrique wanted them to attack together to gauge his current strength. However, for testing purposes, he did not counterattack but instead dodged their attacks agilely like a fish. Throughout the entire fight, he remained completely unscathed. The game is over. Enrique didn't want to waste more time. In an instant, he transformed into a ferocious tiger among sheep, displaying overwhelming power. With either a punch or a kick, he eliminated one person at a time. The 1-against-8 battle concluded in moments. Of course, Enrique didn't kill everyone. He spared Brady. Stepping on Brady's face, Enrique looked at the man who once bullied him now underfoot and found that the feeling of revenge wasn't as satisfying as he had imagined. Brady, being stepped on, lost all his dignity. "Enrique, please don't kill me. I was merely an accomplice, not deserving of death. If you want to kill, go kill my father. He's the one who crippled you, which gave me the chance to enter Chongqing Academy. At the time, I just wanted to expel you from the family so both my brother and I could attend Chongqing Academy." Enrique laughed at his desperate pleas. "So, you're telling me not to kill you, and to kill your father instead?" A glimmer of hope From the moment Era stripped away his cultivation, Enrique had no longer seen him as his father. Hearing there might be a chance to live, Brady realized he had to seize it. He hurriedly said, "Alonso's, kill my father, Era. It's all his fault." Enrique had intentionally left him alive without intending to kill him and wanted to see his character. Unexpectedly, Brady indeed showed some backbone, surprising Enrique. Era had ruthlessly crippled Enrique, his illegitimate son, destroyed his reputation, and ended his future to ensure Brady had a chance to enter Chongqing Academy. Furthermore, he sacrificed a daughter's life. Era sacrificed both a daughter and a son to fulfill Brady's future as the legitimate son. Alensat, to save his own life, this legitimate son actually asked Enrique to kill his father. Enrique taunted, "I can't kill your father right now. Why don't I just kill you? After all, it's easier to kill you." "Enrique, we really don't have deep enmity, and I don't deserve death." Terrified, Brady screamed, "Enrique, the real enemy is my father. If you promise not to kill me, I'll tell you a world-shaking secret." World-shaking secret? Enrique was genuinely interested in this supposed secret, especially since he hadn't intended to kill Brady anyway. He naturally agreed. "Fine, if you tell me the secret, I won't kill you." Knowing Enrique always kept his word, Brady breathed a sigh of relief, realizing his life was safe. "Before I begin, stay calm. 15 years ago, a gravely injured man surnamed Lou knocked on our family door with a baby boy, asking us to temporarily care for the child. He promised generous compensation within 3 months. My father, seeing the man was severely injured and carried a supreme quality sword, agreed to help. Then, seizing the opportunity, he killed the man and took the sword. And this sword became the current ancestral treasure of our Lou family. And you are that baby." As Brady finished speaking, Enrique, who had been casual and indifferent, froze. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, he burst into mad laughter. So that's how it is. No wonder he was so cruel to me. Despite my outstanding talent, he always treated me coldly. So it wasn't because I was illegitimate, but because I wasn't his biological child. Enrique laughed intensely, his shoulders shaking. Eventually, he was almost doubled over in laughter. A surge of killing intent emanated from him. Realizing his mistake, Brady quickly corrected himself. "Enrique, everything I said was a lie. Please don't believe me." Enrique's eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared angrily, "Do you think I'd believe you?" Enrique never imagined he had been living with his father's killer all these years. Not only did the killer strip him of his cultivation, but he also ruined his reputation. Thinking of this, Enrique's eyes turned red, and anger and hatred surged within him like never before. The whole world seemed to turn blood red. A massive volcano formed in his chest, with raging lava flowing inside. This was a blood feud. Killing a father deserved retribution beyond life and death. Though Era committed such atrocities, considering familial ties, Enrique initially had no intention of killing him and only wanted to cripple him to demand the truth and restore his reputation. However, after hearing Brady's words, Enrique felt it unnecessary. Looking at this son of his father's killer, he revealed murderous intent. As they say, a father's debt is repaid by his son. Since that's the case, why don't you be a filial son? ####Chapter 10. Sword-severing Era. No. Brady, sensing the killing intent emanating from Enrique, was utterly terrified. His legs went limp as he dropped to his knees on the spot. The will to survive surged to unprecedented heights. "I refuse to be a filial son. A man like Era, worse than an animal, doesn't deserve to be my father." His face contorted with anger, he cursed his father, refusing to acknowledge their blood relation. However, how could Enrique, whose heart was already consumed by fury, care about what Brady was saying? If Brady had not revealed that secret, Enrique would have only intended to cripple him and spare his life. Now, knowing the grim truth, all Enrique wanted to do was kill. Wipe out everyone in the Liu household. Even if he is worse than an animal, you are no different by being unfilial and cursing your own father. Seeing Brady denounce his own father for survival, Enrique felt even more revulsion. With a swift punch, he lashed out. This punch carried boundless wrath, and a phantom tiger rapidly pounced forward. In the next moment, Brady was reduced to a bloody mist. With murderous aura surging through him, Enrique quickly reached the main hall of the Liu estate and retrieved the estate's treasured sword, which Era had stolen after murdering someone. The scabbard was adorned with intricate patterns of sun, moon, and stars, indicating its extraordinary nature. Outside the hall, when he unsheathed the sword, its azure blade shimmered under the moonlight, emitting a sharp gleam. It was undoubtedly a legendary blade capable of slicing through metal effortlessly. Otherwise, why would Era have harbored murderous intentions to obtain it? Holding the sword, Enrique's eyes burned with overwhelming rage. "Era, you truly deserve death. 15 years ago, to seize this sword, you murdered my father, making me see you, my father's murderer, as my true father. In the years following, you destroyed my dantian, crippled my martial veins, and ruined my reputation. Tonight, I, Enrique, shall use this sword to slaughter your entire family and settle this grudge." As his roar echoed through the night sky, Enrique was surprised to find that his realm had broken through once again, reaching the second level of Profound Realm. Enrique's roar was deafeningly loud, especially within the quiet Liu estate, alarming the night patrol guards. Soon, they swiftly arrived at the scene. Seeing Enrique, they were all shocked. The captain of the guards, a bald, muscular man, recognizing the estate sword, shouted furiously, "Enrique, you insolent brute. Not only did you sneak into the Liu estate, but you dared to steal the estate sword. No one can save you today." Although the estate sword's appearance was unknown to most, the captain, being a loyal servant of Era, recognized it instantly. "Since you seek death, I'll grant it to you." Watching the guards approaching, Enrique's cold voice penetrated every ear. Then, Holding the sword, he charged forward alone. At this moment, the fiery bloodlust inside Enrique boiled, and despite the numerous foes, he was unafraid. His eyes, icy and filled with bloodlust, instilled terror. Anyone who saw this scene would have gasped in shock. Is this bravery or madness? Because Enrique faced not just a few but dozens of opponents. Sword energy blazed like rainbows, and cold light pierced the sky. The murderous intent radiating from Enrique enveloped the entire scene, beginning a one-sided massacre. These guards merely possessed Alan Solo Apex realm strength. How could they match Enrique? Moreover, their realms were universally low, and their lives were reaped mercilessly by Enrique like weeds. Help! Cries of agony filled the air, blood spurting up constantly. Within seconds, bodies littered the ground. Finally, Enrique looked at the stunned guard captain. It's your turn. The captain was utterly frightened. Kneeling down, he pleaded, No, don't kill me. Off with you then. Enrique's expression remained cold as he moved like a ghostly shadow, landing a heavy palm strike atop the captain's head. With a crack, the man's skull shattered, and his head was forcefully crushed into his chest. Thus, the dozens of guards sent to apprehend Enrique were annihilated, leaving no survivors. At this moment, Era finally arrived. Standing afar, he pointed at Enrique, trembling, completely shocked by the grisly scene. So many people killed so swiftly. It was almost unbelievable. Most importantly, he sensed that Enrique had attained the power of the second-level profound realm. Enrique naturally noticed him. Era, you've finally come. At this moment, Enrique appeared extraordinarily cold-blooded. Despite the numerous kills, there was no emotion in his eyes. But now, there was. This was the man he wanted to kill the most, the murderer of his father. Era, Brady has told me everything. After tonight, the Liu family will be erased from Greenhill City. Of course, I also killed your 2 sons, ensuring you leave no heirs. So, how does it feel to hear such good news? Observing Enrique's cold demeanor and hearing his words, Era's reaction was understandable. His sons were all dead because of Enrique. Enraged, Era roared, You little beast, I should have killed you back then instead of showing mercy. He regretted not finishing Enrique off earlier. If he had, his 2 sons wouldn't have met such a tragic end. Watching Era's infuriated state, Enrique laughed bitterly. No worries. Tonight, I will wipe out the entire Liu family and reunite you all in death. Little beast, prepare to die. Furious at Enrique's dismissive attitude, Era lunged without hesitation. As the head of the Liu family, his formidable strength was indisputable. At the peak of the second-level profound realm, he was unquestionably the strongest warrior in the Liu family, and one of the top 5 martial artists in Greenhill City. His might required no explanation. His attacks were always characterized by their ruthless dominance. With each punch, thousands of pounds of force were unleashed, unstoppable. Enrique dared not underestimate him. This was his first time facing a profound realm martial artist, let alone the strongest warrior of the Liu family. Rather than risk using the 10,000 Supreme Dao absorption technique to absorb the blow as he did with Brady, he swiftly dodged, his movements resembling fleeting shadows. His speed left spectators bewildered, allowing Enrique to observe Era's techniques and gauge his own combat prowess. For a full quarter of an hour, Era's relentless attacks continued. Even though he was breathless from exhaustion, he never touched Enrique. Facing Era's assaults, Enrique maneuvered effortlessly, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. To Enrique, Era's moves were riddled with vulnerabilities. Infuriated at being toyed with, Era roared, Little beast, can you only dodge? Eager to die? Very well, I shall grant you your wish. A flash of sword light erupted. Enrique's face was expressionless as he slashed, cleanly severing Era's head. Chapter 11. The Liu family annihilation. The next morning, at dawn. What on earth happened at the Liu family residence? Why is there such a heavy smell of blood? Someone passing by the Liu family compound noticed an unusually strong, pungent smell of blood seeping through the tall walls. Additionally, they discovered dried bloodstains on the Liu family's main gate. Afraid to enter and investigate, this person nonetheless spread a shocking piece of news. The Liu family appears to have been completely wiped out. Word spread quickly, attracting many people to come and check for themselves. Everyone who came was met with the unmistakable, overwhelming smell of blood. Alansat, no one dared to barge in rashly. Breaking into a noble residence was no small matter. To do so would be to trample on the Liu family's dignity, with consequences far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Only when officials from the Connors mansion arrived and kicked open the gates did the truth come to light. The Liu family had indeed been annihilated. As everyone looked inside, they saw rivers of blood flowing through the Liu mansion, with corpses strewn everywhere. Furthermore, they found the heads of Era, the head of the Liu family, and other direct lineage members stacked together. The scene was gruesomely bloody. On the ground, for large characters written seemingly in blood caught their eyes. Blood debt repaid in blood. These 4 words were chilling. Everyone immediately understood that the Liu family had been avenged. In just one night, one of the prominent families in Green Mountain City had been wiped out, or kill his sister. Moreover, Enrique's cultivation has already been restored. This news shocked everyone. No one expected Era to be capable of such deeds. Some questioned Diana about her source of information, and she then explained that Enrique had visited her. Considering the timing matched, even the Dan family and the Connors mansion understood why their eldest son and his group had died so horribly. It was indeed the work of Enrique. According to Diana, she believed Enrique must have taken a martial arts master at the Earth realm level as his teacher, otherwise, how could he have regained his strength? And how could he have wiped out the Liu family in one night? The Liu family patriarch was a formidable martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the Profound Realm, among the top-tier experts in the entire Green Mountain City. How could Enrique possibly possess such strength on his own? Even if he had recovered, he would only be at the 7th level of the Alansalo realm, or at most, the 9th level. But how could he possibly defeat Era at the peak of the third level of the profound realm? Therefore, it must have been Enrique's master who took action to exact revenge for him. Enrique had luckily taken a powerful martial arts master at the Earth Realm level as his teacher. This master not only used extraordinary means to rebuild Enrique's martial veins, but also took revenge for him by destroying the Liu family. Most importantly, Enrique did not show himself in the following days. No one saw any trace of him. He also made no secret moves, disappearing entirely. Many believe that after avenging the Liu family, Enrique had left Green Mountain City with his master to train in a sect. This explanation seemed convincing to many. But unknown to them, Enrique never left Green Mountain City. Not only did he cultivate rapidly, reaching the fourth level of the profound realm, but possessing the supreme divine vein, his progress was astonishingly fast. He was astonished himself. Additionally, Enrique practiced the illusory transformation technique, transforming into different appearances and voices while watching the commotion in the city. Though the Liu family was destroyed and his father's death avenged, Diana still owed him for the wrongs done to him. Diana had used Enrique for 3 years to awaken her martial vein, preventing his strength from increasing at all during that time. Not only that, but during Enrique's greatest hardship, she betrayed him to marry another man. When Enrique confronted her, Diana believed Enrique was inferior to Augustine and said he didn't deserve her. Now Enrique awaited Augustine's return from Longqing Academy. Then, on their wedding day, he planned to defeat Augustine forcefully. He wanted Diana to see who really deserved whom and how blind her judgment had been. He wanted her to see how worthless the man she wanted to marry was compared to him. At dusk, Enrique walked along the street and noticed many people gathered outside a casino, seemingly witnessing some event. Additionally, he heard the wails of a woman. What's happening here? Hearing the heart-wrenching cries, Enrique frowned. Driven by curiosity and his sense of justice, he approached quickly. He saw a middle-aged, rugged-looking man pulling a middle-aged woman and dragging a young girl into the casino. Wah! The two women's cries were miserable, their eyes filled with despair and rage. They cried out to the crowd, "Please save us." Undoubtedly, this was a scene of forced abduction. Despite the large crowd and the presence of several well-dressed individuals, no one dared to intervene. Seeing no one coming to the rescue, Enrique, despite initially intending to observe coldly, couldn't bear to watch the plight of the mother and daughter. Pushing through the crowd, he shouted at the burly man forcibly dragging the two women into the casino. Stop! Chapter 12. Stunning the entire scene. Stop! The moment those two words came from Enrique's mouth, everyone in the room was momentarily stunned. Immediately, all eyes converged on Enrique. The mother and daughter also looked at him with intense hope. However, in just an instant, the light in their eyes dimmed quickly. They saw the disguised Enrique, noting that his attire was not particularly extravagant, but rather quite ordinary, and they instantly understood. He was just a Rashandonis. Although the long sword in his hand looked extraordinary, could he really save them? It seemed highly unlikely. Still, they couldn't help but look at Enrique with pleading eyes, shouting, "Young master, please save us." The onlookers watched Enrique, immediately starting to chatter among themselves. "Young man, you sure have guts. Do you know this casino is owned by Muhammad? You're meddling with Muhammad's affairs? Isn't that just asking for death? Who knows? This kind of thing happens all the time." Half a month ago, a guy stood up against them and got killed by these two strongmen. Looks like another fool stepping into danger. TSK, who knows? He thinks he's the real Enrique or something, daring to meddle in everything. Enrique naturally heard their discussions, but paid no attention to them. When he decided to intervene, Enrique had already made up his mind. Before this incident, he was known in the city for always standing up for justice when faced with injustice. He would always step in if he saw unfairness. Now, although he had temporarily chosen to lie low and stay out of trouble, things happened, and he encountered them. Despite holding back, Enrique couldn't suppress himself. He realized he couldn't betray his true nature. Some things just couldn't be endured. Thus, he didn't care about the crowd's gloating remarks. More importantly, standing up for justice required sufficient strength, and he had just that. The muscular men were taken aback by Enrique's sudden intervention. "Boy, you're not from our city, right? Do you know what you're saying?" He sneered at Enrique. "Our boss is Muhammad. If you don't know him, it's best to find out. If you want to stand up for justice, better make sure you have the qualifications." Then, ignoring Enrique, they resumed dragging the women inside. As a local, Enrique naturally knew who Muhammad was. He had never feared Muhammad before, and now he feared him even less. Trying to scare him off? Impossible. In the next second, Enrique blocked their path, standing in front of the casino entrance. "Your boss is Muhammad, huh? Got it. Now, put the women down, go inside, and inform him we're calling this off. If he asks who I am, tell him I'm someone he can't provoke." When Enrique said this calmly, everyone present looked at him as if he were a fool. People had seen arrogance, but never this level of arrogance. After all, this was Muhammad, controlling nearly half of the city's casinos and brothels. Not only did he wield immense power, rivaling a powerful family patriarch, but there were rumors he had connections with the Connors mansion. Ordinary people wouldn't dare offend him. Plus, as an outsider, you don't even know how to write the word death. Even if Enrique were here, it wouldn't matter. So why would you think you can do anything? By coincidence, Muhammad was in the same casino. Hearing Enrique's command to stop, he intended to come out and see who dared act so presumptuously. But as he reached the door, he overheard Enrique's words and saw who it was. His reaction was obvious. As the city's bully, Muhammad found the statement both amusing and infuriating. He stared coldly at Enrique. "You're the first boy to speak to me so disrespectfully. Fine, I admire your courage. Let's see if you have the qualifications for such talk." Realizing this person must have some backing to dare speak so boldly, Muhammad waved his arm and signaled the strongman. The strongman nodded, understanding, then released the women and approached Enrique. To be honest, I admire you for daring to challenge Master Chun. Enrique smiled faintly. If you can fight, try not to just talk. It's over, the strong man declared arrogantly, lifting his massive arm, almost as thick as Enrique's leg, and delivering a powerful punch aimed straight for Enrique's head. A single blow from him would likely crush an ordinary martial artist's skull. However, Enrique raised his arm and effortlessly blocked the punch. The strong man felt as if he'd hit iron. His fist throbbed painfully, shocking him. No wonder he dared to act. This kid has some skills, he thought. He prepared to deliver another devastating punch. But Enrique remained calm, not even drawing his sword. He extended a single hand, displaying the grace of a master. Seeing the strong man throw another punch, Enrique kicked out, causing the strong man to scream in pain as he flew into the casino. He landed on the ground without making a sound. Someone rushed over to check and found no sign of life. Master Chun, Leonardo, dead? When someone stammered this from inside the casino, everyone, inside and out, froze. The way they looked at Enrique changed instantly, filled with awe. A young prodigy. This was a young prodigy. Considering Leonardo, the top enforcer of the casino, was at the peak of Alan Solo level 6 and only a step away from level 7. The fact that Enrique had killed him with a single kick spoke volumes of his power. The mother and daughter's eyes lit up again. There was hope. Leonardo had been killed with one kick. Muhammad immediately realized this unremarkable-looking youth was formidable. He shouted urgently, "Get out and kill this brat for me." Since one-on-one combat wasn't working, he opted for overwhelming numbers. Could anyone, no matter how skilled, take on more than 10 people? Soon, over 10 men rushed out of the casino. Seeing this, Enrique showed disdain. Just this many? In the Liu family, so many people weren't enough to defeat him. How could this number be sufficient? His aura surged dramatically. Enrique wasn't bloodthirsty but revealed his formidable martial prowess. His aura radiated outward like a powerful gust, sending shockwaves that knocked everyone to the ground. Feeling Enrique's surging aura, the crowd's expressions changed drastically. This power was intense and oppressive. Could it be? Suddenly, someone shouted aloud, expressing everyone's thoughts. This youth is actually a profound-level martial artist. Hashtag Chapter 13. Muhammad's invitation. You're actually a Charlton Angie realm warrior? Staring at Enrique, Muhammad was completely taken aback. This Andonies before him looked incredibly young, barely of age. Yet he was already a Charlton Angie realm warrior? After all, Charlton Angie realm warriors were not insignificant figures even in the entire Green Hill City. Although there was only a single character difference between Huangji and Charlton Angie realms, the gap between them was immense and nearly insurmountable. For someone his age to be a Charlton Angie realm warrior, Muhammad knew very well what that implied. This Andonies likely had significant background. Otherwise, how could someone so young possess such strength? Muhammad realized he had met his match this time. No wonder he dared to intervene. It was because he had the strength, not just recklessness. Should he personally take action? Of course not. After all, he himself was only at the peak of the 9th layer of the Huangji realm. Since using force wasn't an option, then let's talk reason. Just as he was about to speak, Enrique cut in. I told you, you can't provoke Alonso Tion. What now? Do you believe me? This sudden question made Muhammad's face flush red. But as a bully in Green Hill City, he wasn't going to admit defeat easily. With a fierce expression, Muhammad said, Kid, you're strong, I admit it. But will you dare to enter the casino with me? Why not? Enrique wasn't intimidated at all and strode toward the casino. Was this guy trying to play tricks on him? Enrique wanted to see for himself. Once inside, turning around, Enrique saw Muhammad following him in. His expression was now full of flattery and humility. Master Alonso, earlier there were many people around. As a well-known figure in the city, some things weren't convenient to say. I hope you understand. Now, I fully agree with what you said. I, Muhammad, am nothing but trash and really cannot provoke you. Please tell me how you wish to handle today's matter. Enrique was stunned by this reaction. It was truly unexpected, especially for his subordinates, who couldn't believe their leader's demeanor. But thinking about it, given that this Andonies was a Charlton Angie realm warrior, they became resigned. Although the saying goes a powerful dragon won't oppress a local snake, a Charlton Angie realm warrior of such youth was someone they wouldn't dare provoke. Enrique didn't want to make too much trouble and calmly asked, Tell me, why did you forcefully bring that mother and daughter in? If you don't explain yourself reasonably, don't blame me for being rude. By the end of his statement, his tone had become accusatory. Muhammad, scared, quickly explained, Master Alonso, it's not my fault. The man from their family owed us over 1,000 taels of silver in our casino and eventually gambled their mother and daughter as stakes, losing the bet. That's why we brought them here. Enrique smiled slightly. What about that man? He's dead. He insisted on betting his life and ended up killing himself. The saying 9 out of 10 gamblers lose wasn't baseless. Such incidents weren't rare, and Enrique had heard about them. Given the casino's reputation in the city, he was well aware of its inner workings. As the bully in the city and the casino's owner, Muhammad must know this incident thoroughly. There was certainly something fishy. Enrique sneered, All right, bring the mother and daughter in for confrontation. As expected, Muhammad's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. He turned to one of his subordinates and barked, Are you deaf? Hurry up and bring them in for questioning. Hold on. Seeing Muhammad's signal, the subordinate rushed out. Soon, the mother and daughter were brought in. Enrique glanced at them. No wonder they stirred desire. The younger one was innocent and lovely, while the elder still retained her beauty. Especially their frightened expressions, like helpless prey awaiting slaughter, could indeed trigger some perverse desires. Muhammad stared intently at the pair, eyes filled with possessiveness. Swallowing hard, he questioned the middle-aged woman. Let me ask you, did your husband owe money to our casino and then lost you too as gambling stakes? The middle-aged woman, looking fearful, nodded repeatedly without speaking. Seeing this, Muhammad turned to Enrique, forcing a smile. As you can see, we didn't forcibly kidnap them. They resisted because they owed money, which is natural. Besides, debt repayment is a basic principle. Before Muhammad could finish, Enrique coldly interrupted. Who's the fool here, you or me? Muhammad understood the implications. Caught red-handed, he didn't appear embarrassed but instead waved his subordinates away. Finally alone with Enrique, Muhammad explained, I had no choice, I was coerced. Oh, coerced? Seeing Enrique's mocking disbelief, Muhammad sighed, somewhat dejected. Master Alonso, you don't know the whole story. Half a month ago, a Charlton Realm warrior came to my underground arena, smashed it up, and forced me to find a mother and daughter for him every 2 days. If I failed, he'd cripple me. Enrique smirked, just a Charlton Realm warrior. Can't you find someone to deal with him? Muhammad sighed. Master Alonso jests. Charlton Realm warriors are rare in the entire city. No more than 2 hands can count. How could I easily invite one? True. Muhammad's words made Enrique realize that although he was a Charlton Realm warrior himself, and his breakthrough was rapid, most people still viewed Charlton Realm as unreachable. While he wasn't afraid, others might be. Looking at Enrique, Muhammad pleaded, that person will come to my underground arena tonight. I've invited someone to deal with him. Would Master Alonso join me? To prevent his escape, I'd appreciate it if you could block his way. Afterwards, regardless, I'll give you 1,000 taels of silver as gratitude. Although he knew Enrique was also a Charlton Realm warrior, Muhammad remained skeptical about his capabilities due to his youth. He had spent a lot of money inviting a renowned Charlton Realm warrior, whom he truly relied on. Inviting Enrique and offering him money was merely to resolve the current conflict and avoid enmity, as well as serve as a backup plan. Sure. Since Augustine hadn't returned yet, Enrique had nothing better to do and agreed. Muhammad instantly rejoiced. The chief instructor Charlton from Reaching Stone City will also be joining us later. I'll introduce you. He knew that since Enrique had agreed, this friction was resolved. Chapter 14. True Martial Arts Hall. The Gandu Charlton of Panstone City? Enrique had never been to Panstone City, but he had heard of the name of the Gandu Charlton of Jinwu Hall like thunder in his ears. Gandu Charlton, whose real name was Armando, was a big shot in Panstone City. He possessed the strength of the 2nd level of Profound Realm and had guided many renowned geniuses over the years. For instance, Augustine had once received his guidance when she was young. It was said that Armando was not only proficient in swordsmanship but also excelled in boxing. During his youth, it was rumored that someone witnessed him killing an adult unicorn wild bull with 3 punches, which made him famous for a time. It was also said that he later joined an extremely large martial arts sect. Now, upon hearing that Muhammad actually invited such a prestigious figure as Armando, Enrique understood that Armando was the person Muhammad relied on. Indeed, he was just there to make up the numbers. But Enrique didn't care. Not only would this trip be profitable, but he could also watch a battle between 2 Profound Realm martial artists to pass the time. Why wouldn't he go? 15 minutes later, a cacophony of noises came from outside the door, causing Muhammad's face to light up with joy. Seeing his expression, Enrique knew that people must have arrived. Muhammad quickly stood up, originally thinking of inviting Enrique to welcome them together, but reconsidered as Enrique also possessed Profound Realm strength, making it inappropriate. Ultimately, he merely nodded at Enrique and went to greet them himself, maintaining almost the same posture as he did before Enrique moments ago. Oh, master, you've finally come. I've really waited for you for a long time. Walking towards them was an energetic old man dressed in loose gray robes, exuding an imposing demeanor. In his youth, Muhammad had once been instructed by this old man, so he bowed slightly out of respect. Behind him followed a group of martial arts students from the hall. They were quite young, around 20 years old, but all had reached about the 6th or 7th layer of the Alansalo Extreme Realm, showing their martial talent wasn't weak. Apart from being martial geniuses, to possess such strength at this age certainly made them outstanding. Young Master Alonso, let me introduce you. This is my master, Armando, the Gandu of True Martial Hall in Panstone City. After welcoming everyone inside, Muhammad looked at Enrique, who remained seated, and introduced him. My master is a famous grandmaster in Panstone City. I rely heavily on both of you. Enrique nodded symbolically, without saying more or standing up. However, he didn't particularly like this old man. He noticed that the moment Armando entered, his gaze contained a scrutiny towards him. Era possessed peak 2nd level Profound Realm strength, which made him look weak in Enrique's eyes. So, what difference did 2nd level Profound Realm make to him? Disliking Enrique's arrogant attitude, Armando turned to Muhammad and asked unhappily, Little Chun, what do you mean by bringing along a mere youngster? Muhammad hurriedly explained, Master, please be careful with your words. Young Master Alonso is also a Profound Realm martial artist, just like you. He emphasized the 5 characters, Profound Realm martial artist, hinting at its importance. A Profound Realm martial artist? Upon hearing this, Armando's pupils suddenly constricted as he looked at Enrique. A Profound Realm martial artist at this age. He had only heard of it but never seen one. Therefore, his attitude changed instantly, bowing apologetically towards Enrique. I see a genius in front of me. My apologies if I seemed presumptuous. Realizing this teenager possessed Profound Realm cultivation, Armando dared not act arrogantly due to his seniority and treated him as an equal. He even had thoughts of befriending him and gaining favor. After all, this teenager had limitless potential. Seeing Enrique remain silent and only nodding, he tentatively asked, May I ask which sect young Master Alonso hails from and why are you in Green Mountain City? Armando thought that someone of such caliber should not appear in a remote place like Green Mountain City. Thus, he harbored doubts and decided to test things out. After all, he knew of several examples of young men pretending to be geniuses. Enrique glanced at him but remained silent. Recalling carefully, there were no prominent Alonso clans within the county, leading Armando to doubt that Enrique was a genuine Profound Realm martial artist. Perhaps Enrique used some means to deceive Muhammad. Armando then asked, May I know which layer of profound realm young Master Alonso is currently at? Was he doubting his strength? Same as you. To avoid discouraging the other party, Enrique concealed this information. The disciples looked at Enrique in disbelief. This teenager appeared younger than they were yet reached the same realm as their master. Even Muhammad couldn't help but question Enrique. After all, each layer after the profound realm held significant differences. Did this kid already reach the second level? He remembered that Enrique was a genius with 4th grade martial veins, yet only had 7th layer Alonsalo extreme realm strength. How could this kid be the same age, yet possess 2nd level profound realm strength? Even young Connor Dan, who had 8th grade martial veins, didn't show such brilliance at this age. But he didn't voice his doubts, considering it might be true. Better safe than sorry. After all, he had barely won back Muhammad's good favor. If he upset the person again because of his doubts, it would be counterproductive. Moreover, he saw Armando's face turn red with apparent embarrassment. No doubt, Armando would doubt too. Just as he thought, Armando voiced his doubt next. May I ask which grade of martial vein young Master Alonso has awakened? Martial veins? Enrique shook his head. I don't have any martial veins. He told the truth. He didn't have any martial veins. After all, Enrique possessed supreme divine veins. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. This kid didn't have martial veins? Without martial veins, cultivation, no matter how hard, would be limited. Breaking through to profound realm would be impossible. Like Armando, reaching profound realm before 20 required 3rd grade martial veins. Without martial veins, 9th layer peak Alonsalo extreme realm would be the limit for martial artists. That's why major martial arts sects and academies strictly required having martial veins for admission. Knowing Enrique lacked martial veins, Muhammad was shocked. He couldn't help but wonder. How did this kid kill a soldier with a single kick without martial veins? Could he have hidden weapons or poison on his feet? But this idea was immediately dismissed. The force of that kick couldn't be faked. Even without profound realm strength, the overwhelming aura he emitted indicated that Muhammad felt Enrique must be at peak 9th layer Alonsalo extreme realm, possibly one step away from profound realm. Despite the exaggeration earlier, Muhammad didn't refute it. For someone of this age to possess such strength and arrogance, he understood the kid must have substantial background. Otherwise, how could he act so calmly in front of a genuine profound realm martial artist like Armando? That calmness couldn't be feigned. Even Armando's strong aura made him shiver. Alonsat, this kid remained unaffected, leading Muhammad to believe he must have significant backing. So, he chose to observe further, remaining neutral, preparing to sit back and watch. Meanwhile, hearing Enrique lacked martial veins, Armando had no qualms left. He shouted accusatorily, "A profound realm martial artist without martial veins? Boy, do you even understand basic martial principles?" Although Enrique had never been to Panstone City, he had heard of the Charlton Guanju of the true martial arts hall like thunder. Named Armando, the Guanju was a big shot in Panstone City. He possessed the power of the 2nd layer of the profound realm and had guided many famous geniuses over the years. Note, Ganju is translated as Guanju to maintain consistency in terminology, but it should be explained earlier that Guanju means the head or master of a hall, such as the true martial arts hall. Revised. Although Enrique had never been to Panstone City, he had heard of the reputation of Charlton Guanju of the true martial arts hall like thunder. Named Armando, this Guanju, the head of the hall, was a big shot in Panstone City. He possessed the power of the 2nd layer of the profound realm and had guided many famous geniuses over the years. For example, Augustine had received guidance from him when she was young. It was rumored that Armando wasn't only proficient in swordsmanship but also excelled in boxing. In his youth, there were records of him killing an adult unicorn buffalon with 3 punches, making him quite renowned at the time. Later on, it was said that he even joined a major martial arts sect. Now, hearing that Muhammad actually invited such a renowned figure as Armando, Enrique understood immediately that Armando was the one Muhammad relied on. He figured he was just along for the ride. But Enrique didn't mind. Not only would he be paid for the trip, but he could also watch a duel between 2 profound realm martial artists, which made for a pleasant way to pass the time. 15 minutes later, a cacophony of sounds came from outside the door, and Muhammad's face lit up with joy. Judging by his expression, Enrique knew the person must have arrived. Muhammad stood up quickly, intending to invite Enrique to welcome the guest together, but then reconsidered. Enrique also possessed profound realm strength, which wouldn't be appropriate. In the end, he merely nodded to Enrique before going to greet the guest himself, maintaining nearly the same respectful demeanor he had shown earlier when dealing with Enrique. "Oh, master, you've finally come. Your disciple has truly waited anxiously for you." Approaching was an energetic old man dressed in loose gray robes, radiating authority. Muhammad, who had received some guidance from this old master during his younger days, bowed slightly in respect. Following behind him was a group of dojo students, all relatively young, no more than their early 20s, with abilities around the 6th or 7th layer of the Alonsalo extreme realm. They certainly weren't weak, considering their age. To have such strength at their current age meant they were already quite outstanding, even excluding those who were true martial geniuses. "Young Lord Alonso, let me introduce you to my master, Armando, the hall master of the true martial arts hall in Panstone City," Muhammad said after welcoming them all inside. Looking at Enrique, who remained seated, Muhammad introduced him. "My master is a well-known grandmaster in Panstone City, and I will be relying on both of your support." Note, the term Ganju specifically refers to the head or master of a hall, thus hall master is more accurate than simply master in this context. Enrique nodded perfunctorily without rising or speaking much. However, inwardly, he harbored some dislike for this old man. He noticed that Armando looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze the moment he entered. That era had peak 2nd layer profound realm strength and seemed helpless to Enrique. Why should it be any different for Armando, just because he was also 2nd layer? Unhappy with Enrique's seemingly arrogant demeanor, Armando turned to Muhammad and asked unhappily, "Chun, What do you mean by bringing a mere boy here for show? Muhammad hurriedly explained, Master, please be cautious. Young Lord Alonso is also a profound realm martial artist like you. He emphasized the words, profound realm martial artist, subtly reminding everyone of Enrique's strength. A profound realm martial artist? Upon hearing this, Armando's pupils narrowed sharply as he looked at Enrique. A profound realm martial artist of such young age. He had only heard about such cases but never seen one. Consequently, his attitude shifted drastically, and he apologized to Enrique, bowing respectfully. I see. A genius stands before us. It appears I spoke out of turn. Understanding that this Andonies possessed profound realm cultivation, Armando no longer dared to act superior due to his seniority, instead treating Enrique as an equal. He even entertained thoughts of befriending him. After all, this youth's future was boundless. Seeing Enrique remain silent and only nodding, Armando tentatively asked, May I ask, which school did young Lord Alonso come from? How did you come to be in Green Hill City? To Armando, such a prodigy shouldn't be found in a remote place like Green Hill City. Thus, he had suspicions and planned to probe further. After all, there were plenty of examples of imposters posing as prodigies. Enrique glanced at him but still didn't speak. Recalling that there were no significant Alonso families within the region, Armando began to doubt if Enrique was truly a profound realm martial artist. Perhaps he had deceived Muhammad somehow. Armando pressed further. What level are you currently at within the profound realm? Is he doubting my strength? Just the same as you. Enrique downplayed it to avoid embarrassing him too much. But the students watched Enrique in astonishment. This Andonies appeared younger than them yet had achieved the same realm as their master? Even Muhammad couldn't help but question Enrique. Knowing how vast the differences between each layer of the profound realm could be, how could this boy be at the second layer? He remembered Enrique being a genius with 4th-class martial veins, only achieving the 7th layer of the Alensalo extreme realm by now. This kid looked to be around the same age, yet already possessed 2nd-level profound realm strength. Even Biancadan, with 8th-class martial veins, didn't have such remarkable achievements at this age. Alansat Muhammad chose not to challenge it directly, thinking carefully. What if it was true? Better to err on the side of caution. They had finally won over this person's goodwill, at least ensuring they wouldn't be outright hostile. If he questioned it now and offended Enrique again, it would be counterproductive. Moreover, he saw Armando's face redden with embarrassment. Likely, Armando would question it soon enough. Sure enough, Armando raised doubts almost immediately. So, young Lord Alonso, what class of martial veins do you possess? Martial veins? Enrique shook his head. I don't have any martial veins. He told the truth. He indeed had no ordinary martial veins. After all, Enrique possessed the supreme divine vein. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. This boy had no martial veins? Without martial veins, no matter how hard one trained, there was a limit. It was impossible to reach the profound realm. Armando reached it before the age of 20 precisely, because he had 3rd-class martial veins. Without martial veins, even reaching the 9th layer of the Alensalo extreme realm would be the peak. This was why having martial veins was a strict requirement for disciples joining major martial sects and academies. So when Muhammad learned that Enrique had no martial veins, he was utterly astonished, filled with doubt. How did this kid manage to kick an elite guard to death without martial veins? Did he hide weapons or poison in his feet? But he dismissed this thought almost immediately. The force of that kick left no room for deception. Even if Enrique didn't have profound realm strength, the powerful aura he displayed suggested he was likely at the peak of the Alensalo extreme realm, perhaps just one step away from the profound realm. Though Muhammad suspected some exaggeration, he didn't refute it. Achieving such strength at this age and possessing that arrogant attitude, Muhammad understood. This kid must have some significant background. Otherwise, how could he remain so calm and composed in front of a true profound realm martial artist like Armando? That composure wasn't something one could fake. Just the oppressive aura from Armando alone was enough to make him feel intimidated. But this kid showed no signs of being affected, deepening Muhammad's belief that Enrique had a considerable background. So, he chose to stay neutral, prepared to watch the confrontation unfold. Are just plain laughable? Well then, how do you suggest I prove I'm at the Charlton Angie realm? Enrique retorted, his face filled with mockery, seemingly oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. Why don't we have a real match? Armando coldly said, seeing Enrique's dismissive attitude. A confrontation would expose everything. Whether or not he was in Charlton Angie realm practitioner would be obvious. The rude and arrogant youth in front of him irked him greatly. Rather than argue, he preferred to teach this boy a lesson, showing him the cost of posturing. Fine. Enrique agreed gladly to fight. He was equally displeased with this old man. His own incompetence and limited perspective like a frog at the bottom of a well made him declare that without a martial vein, one couldn't have Charlton Angie realm strength. How ridiculous. Enrique wanted to show him, and everyone else doubting him, exactly what he was capable of. Muhammad, though he hadn't openly questioned Enrique, betrayed his doubts through his demeanor changes. Obviously, he too was skeptical. Seeing Enrique daring to accept the challenge enraged the martial school apprentices. Without a martial vein, younger than them, how did he qualify to spar with their master? His strength was probably inferior even to theirs. All the present apprentices thought this. Without a martial vein, he was no different from them, ordinary people. His martial cultivation couldn't possibly be more profound than theirs. Wasn't it because they believed their master was merciful and never killed anyone? Therefore, planning to boast about this in the future for attention? Master, this kid isn't worthy of fighting you. Let us take care of him. A triangular-eyed Andonies, apparently the leader of the apprentices, volunteered eagerly to Armando. Looking at him, Armando pondered that his student was indeed right. He nodded. All right, send someone to test his abilities. If he were to fight, it would lower his status and impact his reputation if news spread. After all, wouldn't fighting be purely bullying a junior? Why should he, who invited this person, engage in a fight? Moreover, his soldiers were stronger than these apprentices, but still fell victim to Enrique. Now they wanted to challenge him again? Especially these apprentices wanting to challenge Enrique? Muhammad knew he couldn't let this fight happen. Watching passively could result in fatalities. Such incidents must be prevented. He promptly intervened, warning the true Martial Hall apprentices, "Please be reasonable. My soldier died with just one kick from young Master Alonso." Upon hearing this, the previously eager apprentices fell silent. No one dared speak up. Could this youth kill them with one kick too? Would sparring mean certain death? They were young, not ready to die yet. Their gazes now held skepticism toward Enrique. Younger and without a martial vein, how could he be so formidable? Armando was also surprised, glancing at Enrique. He began to speculate. One kick to kill a soldier meant exceptional combat prowess. No wonder he dared to challenge him. Perhaps he didn't understand the gap between the Charltonanji and Huangji realms. Armando concluded that Enrique, without a martial vein, likely reached peak Huangji 9th level, a rare talent in martial arts. Alan sought believing himself comparable to an Charltonanji practitioner. He claimed to be an Charltonanji realm martial artist. Historically, Qin had cases of such extraordinary martial talents without martial veins, but most eventually faded into obscurity. Without reaching the Charltonanji realm, one wouldn't understand the overwhelming advantages an Charltonanji fighter had over a Huangji one. Reflecting on this, Armando felt less annoyance and more regret for Enrique. Unfortunately, this youth lacks a martial vein. With one, he surely had a bright future. Old man, your disciples aren't my match. Why don't we try instead? Looking at the arrogant youth before him, Armando understood that Enrique might not have faced an Charltonanji realm opponent and thus underestimated the power of one. Boy, I am a true Charltonanji realm practitioner, currently at the 2nd level. In my youth under 20, I felled an adult one-horned wild bull with 3 punches. More importantly, I achieved 18 consecutive victories on underground battle platforms, where none of my opponents were weaker than me. And all this happened before you were born. So, are you sure you want to fight me? Armando truly didn't wish to engage. Uncontrolled fists and swords could lead to severely injuring the youth, casting suspicion on him as a bully who intentionally harmed juniors. His reputation was paramount. Thus, he hoped Enrique would realize the immense gap between them and retreat, to prevent this fight affecting his name. But to Enrique, these words sounded like naked intimidation and boasting. Were you trying to use age and past glory to frighten me? Attempting to threaten me into submission? Not willing to back down, Enrique responded. What? All that talking to scare me off? Enrique sneered. Or, are you afraid of losing to me and disgracing yourself? Chapter 16. Literary Contest. Hemph, you don't know what's good for you. Armando waved his sleeve, left hand behind his back, and faced Enrique with all the grace of a master. Don't say I'm bullying you. I'll let you have 3 moves first. If you are stubborn and can't recognize your own strength, wishing to humiliate yourself, then I shall grant you that wish. Armando had already decided. After allowing the 3 moves, he would finish this ridiculous fight in one strike. He wanted to show the arrogant youth before him that even the most outstanding Huangji realm genius could never be a match for someone at the Charltonanji realm. The chasm between realms was insurmountable. Before Enrique could respond, Muhammad, fearing a complete loss of control, quickly interjected as soon as Armando finished speaking. Both of you are 2nd-layer Charltonanji realm experts. If you were to fight, not only would my casino be destroyed, but it would also hurt our mutual respect. If you must determine superiority, why not have a literary contest instead? A literary contest? This proposal is acceptable. Fine. Armando immediately agreed. With a literary contest, he could avoid the stigma of bullying a junior while showcasing his prowess, making the youth realize the vast gap between them. There was no reason to refuse. Good, let's have a literary contest then. Muhammad couldn't help but glance at Enrique. Young Master Lu, how about a literary contest? Surely this kid understands I'm giving him an out, right? Okay. Enrique's single word eased Muhammad's tension. In a literary contest, even if the outcome was unfavorable, it wouldn't compare to a martial contest. For Enrique, whether it was a literary or martial contest made no difference. He had absolute confidence in himself. From the Wanda Azazen, he gained more than just inheritance of cultivation techniques. He acquired part of their wisdom, knowledge, and expertise across various fields. Enrique refused to believe that inheriting the mantle of the mighty Wanda Azazen could possibly make him inferior to a Charltonanji realm martial artist. Only the legendary Wanda Azazen possessed such incredible skills. If so, why don't we compare strength, the power of martial techniques, and demonstrate our greatest accomplishments and mastery? This was the standard form of a literary contest, consisting of 3 rounds. These 3 aspects determined the fundamental elements of a person's combat ability. Whoever performed outstandingly in these areas would naturally represent the stronger party. Both Enrique and Armando nodded in agreement. Soon, under Muhammad's direction, a massive black iron tripod, weighing 1,500 pounds, was laboriously carried in by several people. When the tripod landed on the ground, a thunderous boom resounded, causing the earth to tremble and cracks to appear. This was the specialized equipment used in literary contests, the strength tripod. For Huangji realm martial artists, the contest involved pushing the tripod as far as possible within 15 minutes. For Charltonanji realm martial artists, the contest differed significantly. At this level, individuals possess immense strength, so the contest isn't about moving the tripod but lifting it overhead and holding it there for as long as possible. This method also determines whether one is genuinely a Charltonanji realm martial artist. If not, they would inevitably reveal their true nature in the first round. Looking at the strength tripod, Armando felt even more confident. Although his age had weakened his vigor, lifting the tripod was not a challenging task for him. Imagining the imminent exposure of the Andoni's pretensions, Armando couldn't resist saying, "Kid, you said you're a Charltonanji realm martial artist, so why don't you start?" Armando wanted Enrique to go first, hoping to end the nonsense quickly. As a known Charltonangi realm martial artist, he didn't need to prove himself. If Enrique wasn't a Charltonangi realm martial artist, there was no need for a literary contest. Enrique shook his head. You should go first. I'm afraid I might damage your confidence. Armando believed he saw through Enrique's intentions. Want a stall? Fine. Old man will indulge you. He rubbed his hands and approached the strength tripod, giving Enrique a cold look. Kid, watch carefully how great the gap is. Go, master. The apprentices from Jinwu Daoguan cheered Armando on. Up. With a roar, Armando channeled all his strength, slowly lifting the 1,500-pound tripod. Master's might. The apprentices were electrified with excitement. Muhammad couldn't help exclaiming, Master, you're truly strong despite your age. After fully lifting the tripod over his head, Armando turned to face Enrique, though his face was flushed red from exertion. Despite this, his pride was evident. Though Armando remained silent, his triumphant expression boasted of his power. Enrique could almost hear his unspoken words. How about that, kid? Can you do it? Enrique simply shook his head, unimpressed. The old man had indeed performed well for his age, far surpassing ordinary humans, but compared to him, he still fell short. After 60 breaths, Armando struggled under the weight, gasping, Quickly, move away. Everyone quickly stepped back as Armando retreated, allowing the tripod to crash to the ground, creating a deep crater. Accepting a towel from his apprentices and wiping the sweat from his forehead, Armando, though breathless, proudly told Enrique, Now it's your turn, kid. If you can lift the tripod over your head, this round will be considered equal. His words were meant to insult. Without Huangji realm assistance, lifting the tripod was nearly impossible. Even lifting it slightly was remarkable. Lifting it high enough to go over one's head was considerable pressure even for a common Charltonangi realm martial artist. In a literary contest, one must decide who's better. How can it be considered equal? Enrique seriously rejected Armando's proposal. So, let me see your strength then. Armando smirked, not taking it seriously. He believed Enrique had no chance of lifting the tripod. Equal? Humph. A mere Charltonangi realm martial artist like you. Worthy of matching me? Kid, stop wasting time. Lift the tripod and show us your Charltonangi realm strength. Come on, lift it off the ground. If you call yourself a Charltonangi realm martial artist, surely you can lift the tripod over your head. What are you still standing there for? Quickly lift the tripod. You claim to be a Charltonangi realm martial artist, right? Are you afraid you can't lift it and will lose face? As the apprentices of Jinwu Daoguan saw Enrique walk up to the strength tripod, but show no intention of lifting it, they quickly began to mock him. Lifting the tripod? What's so difficult about that? Enrique smirked sarcastically, with both arms stretched forward and then lifted upward. In the blink of an eye and under the shocked and incredulous gazes of everyone present, Enrique effortlessly raised the tripod over his head, the very same tripod Armando had struggled to lift. How is this possible? Everyone stood there with their mouths agape. The scene before them was too absurd, too surreal. Their perception was being challenged. Could this tripod be fake? A 1,500-pound tripod. How could it be lifted so easily? They watched as if Enrique wasn't lifting a massive tripod but rather a stool. But deep down, they knew the tripod couldn't be fake. If Enrique had lifted it first, it might have been questionable. But Armando had already lifted it. And both of them were lifting the same tripod. There was no way it was fake. To possess such immense strength, even if he weren't truly a Charltonangi realm martial artist, what difference did it make? No wonder the soldier was kicked to death. If Enrique could easily lift the tripod, it was only natural that he could kill someone with a kick. You actually lifted it so casually? Armando couldn't believe his eyes. He had strained and struggled to lift the tripod, only for it to be lifted so effortlessly by someone else? Is lifting this thing really that difficult? Enrique's nonchalant demeanor made it seem like lifting the tripod was the most ordinary task. Even more astonishingly, under the disbelieving stares of the crowd, they saw Enrique slowly lower one hand. Was he planning to lift the tripod with just one hand? That was sheer arrogance. Muhammad was alarmed and couldn't help but shout a warning. Young Master Alonso, don't be overly confident. This round is already yours. ###Chapter 17. Speculation. What do you mean by counting me as the winner? In Enrique's view, this round was already his victory, and he had won it rightfully. The ease with which both sides lifted the cauldron clearly showed the disparity in strength. How could one consider it a win for himself? At the same time, he managed to lift the weighty cauldron single-handedly under everyone's astonished gaze. Many people instinctively swallowed their saliva. Is this kid a monster? Can a human really possess such strength? Lifting a cauldron weighing over 1,500 caddies single-handedly over his head? It was utterly inconceivable. Old man, look, I've lifted the cauldron over my head, even single-handedly. You said earlier that if I lifted it over my head, it would be considered a tie. But now, can we really call it a tie? Facing Enrique's sarcastic remarks, recalling his own words earlier, he felt ashamed. He had used all his strength to lift the cauldron just moments ago, while this Andonis did it effortlessly, even lifting it single-handedly. The gap between them was evident. Oh, are you saying that like Muhammad, this only counts as a draw for me? Enrique's tone was slightly displeased, almost accusatory. Muhammad, hearing this, hurriedly tried to placate him with a bitter smile. Young Master Alonso, I misspoke earlier out of concern. Seeing you lift the cauldron single-handedly, I feared an accident. But who would have thought you possessed such divine strength? Even if you are not yet at the Charltonangi realm, your strength rivals that of ordinary Charltonangi cultivators. Your point isn't wrong. Indeed, I am blessed with innate divine strength. Enrique didn't deny it. If not for his innate divine strength combined with his Charltonangi cultivation, he could have lifted the cauldron, but certainly not so effortlessly single-handedly. At the same time, he understood that upon hearing that he lacked a martial vein, Muhammad, like Armando, assumed he wasn't a Charltonangi cultivator. But Enrique was too lazy to explain further. Since the civil contest had already begun, it was time to teach this annoying old man a lesson. The only regret for Enrique was not being able to beat him up, but seeing Armando's agonized expression made Enrique feel somewhat satisfied. Upon hearing Enrique claim innate divine strength, Armando suddenly realized. No wonder he performed so astonishingly. It must be because of his innate divine strength. There couldn't be any other explanation. How else could he lift the cauldron so effortlessly? Even a DG realm martial arts master might not lift the cauldron so casually. Realizing this, Armando also envied Enrique instantly. He even began doubting his judgment. Could this kid truly be a Charlton and G cultivator? But if he were, why would he lack a martial vein? Next came the demonstration of martial technique power. Kid, you won the first round, but you should know that for a Charlton and G cultivator like me, physical strength is not as important. Charlton and G cultivators cultivate inner strength, not brute force. Once unleashed, you'd hardly get close to me. Finally, in his domain of expertise, Armando faced Enrique with obvious pride. During a martial duel, physical strength does play a role, but only in close combat. Therefore, during the Huangji realm, strength mattered most. Once reaching the Charlton and G realm, physical strength became much less relevant. Naturally, at the Charlton and G realm, close combat was nearly unheard of. Instead, what mattered was inner strength. And the best display of inner strength was through martial techniques. Mastery of martial techniques demonstrated one's true combat power. In fact, against a higher realm practitioner, having a powerful martial technique or mastering its application could determine the outcome. For example, if two practitioners of equal strength, one using a low-grade Charlton class martial technique, and the other a mid-grade Charlton class martial technique, the mid-grade technique would undoubtedly prevail. Of course, this was under practical combat conditions. But since this is a civil contest, tell me, what martial technique do you want to use for this round to compete with me? To ensure fairness in a civil contest, they must demonstrate techniques of the same grade against the same target to determine whose technique was more powerful. Although Armando's long cultivation gave him an advantage in this round, Enrique's youth provided him an edge in the previous round. Moreover, Armando offered the choice to Enrique, letting him pick his most proficient technique, ensuring another layer of fairness. So, let's go with Tiger Strike Fist. As soon as these words left Enrique's mouth, everyone present was taken aback. Tiger Strike Fist, one of the 100 Beast Fists, was a mid-grade Charlton class martial technique. Any Charlton class technique required a martial vein to be used. Without it, only Huang class techniques could be employed. Alansat, Enrique proposed using Tiger Strike Fist? Armando froze in disbelief. Are you sure about Tiger Strike Fist? Of course. Seeing Enrique nod calmly, Armando angrily demanded, didn't you say you don't have a martial vein? Facing Armando's question, Enrique replied calmly, I indeed don't have a martial vein. And who says you need one to use a Charlton class technique? Hearing this, Armando finally understood. This kid might truly be a Charlton and G cultivator. Otherwise, none of this made sense. Moreover, his talent might surpass Augustine, whom Armando had once tutored. After all, Augustine hadn't reached the Charlton and G realm at his age. Armando speculated that Enrique might be a rare genius with a 7th grade martial vein. His name could even be an alias. Otherwise, such a talented individual would have become famous throughout the Dongling prefecture long ago, and nobody would remain unaware of him. Everyone else realized they had been deceived. Enrique had been misleading them all along. In fact, he did have a martial vein. He just claimed he didn't. After all, without a martial vein, how could he possibly master the Tiger Strike Fist? How could he propose using it in competition? Only those with a martial vein could perform Charlton class martial techniques. Realizing this, everyone at the Jinwu Martial Arts Academy suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of envy toward Enrique. To be a Charlton and G realm cultivator at such a young age, his future was bright and limitless. At this moment, Muhammad felt incredibly fortunate in his heart. Thankfully, he hadn't pressed further or questioned Enrique. Otherwise, he might have angered the Sandonis. Muhammad immediately realized that such a young Charlton and G realm martial artist could very well be a significant opportunity for him. He must seize this chance. Even if he couldn't establish any direct connection, as long as he didn't offend Enrique, there would be no harm and potentially some benefit. Thus, his attitude became immediately more servile and flattering as he said to Enrique, Young Master Liu, both you and Master Charlton are formidable martial artists at the Charlton and G realm. Ordinary objects wouldn't withstand even one strike from either of you. Why don't you use the cauldron to test the power of your martial techniques? The cauldron was made entirely of black iron, not only extremely heavy but also incredibly hard, making it almost impossible to damage. Even a DG realm martial arts master would struggle to cause significant harm to it. Therefore, the cauldron was often used for the second round of civil contests. He then looked at Armando. Master Charlton, what do you think? Armando noticed that Muhammad's address had changed, indicating a slight distancing, causing him to frown slightly as he grasped what was happening. But he didn't say much, having already made up his mind, and naturally nodded in agreement. Then I'll go first. Armando was eager to prove himself after losing face in the previous round. He intended to regain his dignity in this round. He had practiced the Tiger Strike Fist for over 2 decades, making it one of his most proficient martial techniques. Armando couldn't believe that even if Enrique was exceptionally talented, he could have mastered this technique for only so long. With years of practice, Armando's control over the Tiger Strike Fist had reached a level of mastery. Thus, Armando firmly believed he would win this round on martial technique power. Upon realizing that Enrique was genuinely at the Charlton and G realm, Armando understood the implications and his attitude shifted dramatically. Gone was the arrogance from before, replaced by humility. His tone became noticeably more courteous and respectful. Young Master Liu, you truly chose an excellent martial technique. This Tiger Strike Fist happens to be my strongest skill. So, let me demonstrate first, though it may be clumsy. With a confident expression, Armando swung a full-power strike towards the cauldron. Chapter 18, Utter Ignorance. Roar. With the wind whistling, a fierce tiger's shadow emerged swiftly as Armando swung his fist. The shadow of the tiger struck the power cauldron, causing it to tremble violently and leaving a slight dent. The apprentices at the true martial arts hall were astounded, exclaiming, "Master is mighty." This scene left Muhammad in awe, forcing him to flatter, "Master Charlton's control over the fierce tiger fist has truly reached an incomparable level. No wonder Master Charlton could kill a single-horned buffalo with 3 punches when he was young. If even the power cauldron could be dented, how much more so would flesh and blood?" Faced with Muhammad's flattery, Armando stroked his beard and laughed proudly. He was very satisfied with the power of this strike. It exceeded his usual performance. Although he thought this way internally, he feigned modesty, saying, "The path of martial arts is profound, and the fierce tiger fist holds endless mysteries. In my entire life of study, I have only grasped the surface." As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at Enrique, hoping to see a look of shock in his eyes. But what Armando didn't expect was that Enrique showed no ripples in his expression, and he even shook his head. Does he think my punch isn't good enough? What a confident Andonis. Indeed, youth is full of ambition. It seems young Master Alonso has quite an opinion about my punch. Do you think its power is too weak? No wonder. After all, I've only been practicing the fierce tiger fist for 40 years and only learned the basics. For me to leave a dent on the power cauldron with this all-out attack is already my limit. Armando appeared very humble. Everyone present, except for Enrique, believed his fierce tiger fist had reached the pinnacle. But he insisted he only knew the basics, demonstrating his humility. You don't just know the basics of the fierce tiger fist. Armando thought Enrique was about to praise his deep understanding of the fierce tiger fist, preparing to respond humbly, but then he heard Enrique continue, "Because, you clearly have no clue at all. Does young Master Alonso actually think I have no clue?" Armando doubted his own ears. After all, he had practiced the fierce tiger fist for over 40 years. Who wouldn't be astonished by its power when performed? Just by this alone, it showed how deeply Armando understood the fierce tiger fist. Alansat, here was Enrique belittling him, calling him utterly ignorant. In fact, the fierce tiger fist, as a potent Charlton-level martial skill, can be wielded to make one seem like a tiger pouncing, swift and dominant, creating immense pressure and astonishing power. In contrast, while Armando's performance did create a tiger's shadow, the shadow was too faint, and his all-out strike merely caused the power cauldron to shake and left a mere dent. Without considering power, even in form, Armando's depiction was crude. Thus, facing Armando's question, Enrique sternly said, "Alonso's, you have no clue at all. You don't understand what the fierce tiger fist truly is." To Enrique, Armando could perform the fierce tiger fist but hadn't grasped its essence, filled with vulnerabilities during execution. Tigers are solitary creatures that value their safety, attacking fiercely but never exposing their weaknesses. Unintentionally or not, Enrique noticed Armando's movements were overly obvious and rigid. If faced with someone agile, they could seize this opportunity for a lethal strike. Moreover, even with his best effort, Armando failed to unleash the true potential of the fierce tiger fist. Therefore, Enrique said Armando fundamentally misunderstood the fierce tiger fist, calling him utterly ignorant. Externally, the appearance; internally, the substance. Armando didn't capture either. Facing Enrique's criticism, Armando wanted to lash out but, recalling Enrique's potentially significant background which he couldn't afford to provoke, suppressed his anger coldly. "Since young Master Alonso believes I have no clue about the fierce tiger fist, please demonstrate it. Let us see if your demonstration exceeds mine. If your display is inferior, claiming I have no clue would be ridiculous." Armando had an intense confidence in his understanding of the fierce tiger fist, gained from decades of practice and expertise. If his understanding were indeed as shallow as this Andoni suggested, wouldn't these 40 years have been wasted? Thus, Armando believed Enrique was deliberately insulting him. "Our master's fierce tiger fist is unrivaled. How dare you insult him so cruelly? How laughable, criticizing our master who doesn't understand the fierce tiger fist. Show us if you can do better. Our master has practiced for 40 years. How could he not understand it?" The arrogance of youth is boundless. Just because you have Charlton Angie realm strength, do you think you can speak arrogantly to seniors? Even within the Charlton Angie realm, there are vast differences. Can you bridge the age gap? True martial arts hall apprentices angrily chimed in, standing up for Master Armando. They felt Enrique was overly harsh and presumptuous. Clearly jealousy. Jealous of their master's mastery of the fierce tiger fist. Seeing their blind loyalty, Enrique couldn't help but shake his head, remaining silent. He saw no point in arguing. These martial arts apprentices hadn't even reached the Charlton Angie realm, nor had they practiced Charlton and level skills, likely never seeing anyone else perform the fierce tiger fist. Alansat, they concluded that Armando had mastered it perfectly. Perhaps they were narrow-minded frogs at the bottom of a well? Noticing Enrique's seemingly arrogant demeanor, Armando sneered, "Young Master Alonso, ready to show us the power of your fierce tiger fist?" Armando thought Enrique was stalling. Why else would he act this way? What's going on? Afraid to lose face? In truth, Enrique hadn't planned to act, fearing it would harm Armando's self-esteem. But faced with such pressure, he sighed reluctantly. "Fine, let me enlighten you and show you what the fierce tiger fist truly is." Armando couldn't believe Enrique still dared to be so arrogant. He coldly replied, "Excellent, enlighten me and show me what the fierce tiger fist is." Enrique's words made Armando feel unprecedented humiliation. For years, he had taught hundreds of disciples, always imparting knowledge and enlightening others. Now, this youngster, relying on natural talent, dared to claim he would enlighten him. How could he not be furious? Ignoring Armando's darkened face, Enrique remained indifferent. He was stating facts. If Armando chose to be closed-minded, Enrique knew only a demonstration would make him realize what the fierce tiger fist truly was. Approaching the power cauldron, Enrique clenched his fists slightly and struck casually. Instantly, thunderous sounds echoed, the air around condensing, and a thin, translucent white current surged. Roar! A tiger's roar echoed, and under the stunned gazes of the crowd, they saw a visibly menacing giant tiger with an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. It fiercely emerged from Enrique's fist, lunging straight towards the power cauldron. A blinding white light flashed. When the onlookers gazed again, they saw the power cauldron appeared as if it had suffered severe damage. Not only was there a noticeable dent, but also several holes as thick as a fist appeared, and claw marks covered its surface, as if it had truly just been attacked by a ferocious tiger. This translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content. The paragraph structure and line breaks are kept as in the original text. Chapter 19. Armando's Swordsmanship. The astonishing scene left everyone in shock. The apprentices of the true martial hall instantly fell silent. All the jeering and mocking voices vanished. Their faces felt burning hot. They had been adamant that Armando's mastery of the fierce tiger fist was unparalleled, thinking Enrique was merely belittling it out of ignorance. But this punch from Enrique, it was terrifying beyond belief. Enrique's demonstration of the fierce tiger fist, both in power and spectacle, far surpassed anything their master Armando could achieve. A punch like this on the force cauldron could cause such a horrifying effect. What if it were aimed at a person? It was unimaginable. Could mortal flesh truly withstand such a blow? Wouldn't the body just be as fragile as thin paper before this punch? Moreover, this punch wasn't just against the force cauldron. It struck right into Armando's heart. Looking at the damage on the force cauldron, Armando suddenly seemed 20 years older. The pride and confidence he had just moments ago vanished under the harsh reality. His self-confidence was utterly shattered. He began to doubt everything about himself. Was it really true that not only cultivation but also martial arts skills required more talent than effort? He had trained the fierce tiger fist for 40 years, taking immense pride in it, a skill that once amazed countless people. Alan saw it now, before Enrique, it seemed pitifully inadequate. In terms of power and spectacle, there was no comparison. The disparity between the two was glaring. Did he truly not understand the fierce tiger fist at all, as this Andoni suggested? Armando sighed helplessly. I have indeed underestimated myself. It seems, as young Master Alonso said, I truly do not understand the fierce tiger fist. Who would have thought that someone so young could have achieved such depth in martial arts? Is this the result of mastering the fierce tiger fist? You're overthinking it. If one truly masters the fierce tiger fist, its power would be even greater. I've only practiced it for 2.5 years, barely understanding the basics. Enrique had read records stating that when one fully masters the fierce tiger fist, each punch can tear through everything. His demonstration of the fierce tiger fist had already left everyone awestruck. Everyone believed this was the true power of the mastered fierce tiger fist. Alan sought. Enrique claimed he only had a basic understanding. What kind of terror would the fully mastered fierce tiger fist unleash? Most importantly, Enrique had only learned it for 2.5 years. Their master had practiced for 40 years and still couldn't match this power. Even his strongest strike only left a faint mark on the force cauldron. In contrast, Enrique not only created a visible dent, but also punched right through it, leaving claw marks all over. At that moment, the disciples of the martial hall felt their faith crumble. This Andoni's, younger than them, was clearly superior. How could even their renowned master, famous across the region, be overshadowed by him? Whether in the first round of strength tests or this second round, they saw their master being comprehensively dominated. They wondered how the gap between people could be so wide. Second round, literary contest, victory for young Master Alonso. Hearing Muhammad's announcement, Armando felt completely dazed. There were only 3 rounds in total, always best 2 out of 3. What significance did starting the third round have now? After all, he had already lost. Enrique also felt it unnecessary to continue. He feared completely shattering Armando's martial beliefs. Given how much Armando doubted himself now, seeing how inferior he was in every way, Enrique asked, how about it? Will you continue with the third round? Of course. Armando took a deep breath and agreed. He couldn't believe he could lose all 3 rounds. After all, the third round of the literary contest was about accomplishments and attainments. He didn't believe that even martial arts achievements could differ by talent. After all, these were pure accumulations of experience over time. Enrique looked at him with pity. All right, let's begin. Still doubting me? Armando was angered by Enrique's expression. He took a deep breath and said seriously, in my life, I specialize in boxing, swordsmanship, and footwork. Which would you like to see? Coincidentally, those are also my specialties. Let's start with what you're best at. Seeing that Enrique shared the same strengths, Armando felt his confidence grow. After all, these 3 areas were truly based on pure accumulated experience over time. Talent? With absolute accumulation of time, there was no comparison. The world thinks my greatest strength is boxing, but unknown to many, swordsmanship is my true forte. Unfortunately, swordsmanship is too profound. If I demonstrated it, you likely wouldn't understand. Perhaps we should stick with boxing. What do you think? Armando was essentially looking down on Enrique, even feeling he wasn't worthy of witnessing his skills. As the top swordsman and boxer in Stone City, he had absolute confidence. After all, how could someone with exceptional skills possibly be compared to him, the city's #1? Furthermore, Armando made a reasonable point. Swordsmanship was indeed profound. Each stroke of a true swordsman might seem simple, yet it contained profound subtleties incomprehensible to non-practitioners. However, facing Armando's disdain, Enrique replied indifferently, let's see what you've got. Armando frowned. There's no sword here. How can I demonstrate? Without a sword, how could one perform swordsmanship? He found Enrique unreasonable. Maybe even mentally unstable. When those words left his mouth, Enrique understood. Armando might truly be nothing special. No sword, no swordsmanship? As long as one had the spirit of a sword, any stick could become a sword. Enrique threw his own sword. Use mine then. Carefully catching and drawing the sword, Armando's eyes widened in surprise. This is an excellent sword. He realized this Andoni's must come from great origins. Otherwise, how could he possess such a fine blade? As a lover of swords, he immediately recognized its extraordinary quality. Since we have a sword, let me show you my swordsmanship. With the sword in hand, his confidence surged. With a light shout, he began demonstrating his swordsmanship. He started performing frenzied sword dances. For a moment, the sword light stretched several meters, creating a spectacular scene. Everyone present watched in astonishment, amazed by his incredible skill. But to Enrique, it was different. Almost laughable. Armando had certainly given him an eye-opener. After finishing the sword performance, Armando was panting heavily. He was quite satisfied with this display. Looking at Enrique, Armando's face was filled with arrogance. Well, young Master Alonso, did you understand my swordsmanship? Chapter 20. Utterly ridiculous. Enrique forced a laugh. I see it clearly now. I see it clearly. How could he not? This man was indeed a grand master of performance art. It was fortunate that there were no bowls involved. Otherwise, Enrique would have definitely thrown money. Enrique struggled to hold back his laughter, but the mockery in his eyes was impossible to hide. His attitude and expression greatly displeased Armando. Then what did young Master Alonso understand from my swordplay? The level you've reached in your swordplay is truly unmatched, every move seeking only beauty and showmanship. But in reality, it's utterly useless. In a real battle, the consequences would be catastrophic. I can't imagine how you can have the nerve to claim swordplay as your greatest skill. Enrique's words left Armando bewildered. Was he being belittled again? Did he really know nothing, amounting to nothing at all? But that didn't make sense. Enrique was the first to critique his swordplay so harshly. Others always praised him immensely. Armando looked at Enrique and asked, "Are you sure you're talking about my swordplay?" Enrique replied calmly, "What else could I be talking about?" Armando was almost amused into anger. Young Master Alonso, I don't know what to say anymore. Swordplay is exactly as it should be. Do you even know that when it comes to sword skills in our city, no one has the qualifications to compare with me? Absolutely confident. As an accomplished swordsman, what annoyed him most was showcasing his proud swordplay to someone who didn't understand it. Swordplay needed to be appreciated by those who understood it. Displaying it to those who didn't was like playing a lute to a cow. He felt Enrique was just such a person, completely ignorant yet pretending to know. Besides, swordplay was meant for performance. If it were used in combat, why would anyone need to learn martial techniques? A sword was for decoration, and swordplay for show. Everyone knew this. You clearly don't understand swordplay at all. Enrique shook his head helplessly, then walked straight to Armando, extending his hand. Give me the sword. I'll show you what true swordplay is. Is young Master Alonso going to teach me? Armando found it hilarious. A mere child, obviously clueless about swordplay, dared to teach him. As the top swordsman of Orson City, he felt deeply insulted. Young Master Alonso, let's call it off. You don't understand swordplay, so how can you teach me? Despite his reluctance, Armando handed over the sword, but felt there was no point continuing the demonstration. So I told you, you don't understand swordplay. Immediately after, Enrique took the sword effortlessly and performed a sword flourish gracefully, a move Armando couldn't replicate. Had it not been for pride, Armando would have asked Enrique to teach him on the spot. Looking up at Armando, Enrique said in a lecturing tone, "Watch closely, I'll demonstrate only once." As he spoke, his demeanor changed dramatically. At that moment, it seemed as if he had become one with the sword, exuding powerful sword intent, chilling to the bone. Holding the sharp blade, Enrique himself became like a divine sword unsheathed, fully revealed in its brilliance. The wind rose, clouds gathered, sword intent filled the sky. Shadows dispersed, the sword halted. Sheathing the sword, the performance ended. Enrique repeated every move Armando had shown, but each technique was perfectly executed without any of the unnecessary flourishes Armando had added. Though not as flamboyant, it was flawless and exuded a natural simplicity, revealing an intangible elegance. Moreover, throughout the demonstration, there was an overwhelming pressure that made everyone present catch their breath. This behavior by Enrique aimed to teach Armando that true swordplay wasn't for show but for killing. The sword was a weapon for warfare, not for performance. However, Enrique was destined to be disappointed. He was too naive and had overestimated Armando. Everything Enrique did, Armando couldn't comprehend or appreciate at all. So, in Armando's eyes, Enrique's demonstration was extremely laughable. Indeed, Enrique's seemingly perfect execution meant nothing to Armando. To him, Enrique's display was hollow and pale, like a child performing, utterly incompetent. Armando believed the essence of swordplay was in seeking beauty and showmanship. He had firmly established swordplay as an art of performance. Compared to Armando, Enrique's demonstration was too simple and unimpressive. In short, it wasn't flashy enough. Thus, Armando viewed Enrique's swordplay as incomparably inferior. Therefore, he was livid and bluntly rebuked. Young Master Alonso, I've already said, you don't understand swordplay at all. It is inherently a performance art. Did your demonstration earn applause from everyone? When Armando demonstrated, people were filled with admiration and excitement. When Enrique demonstrated, people felt fear and stifling pressure. The difference was obvious. Do you think I don't understand swordplay? Enrique couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps Armando was a frog at the bottom of a well? He didn't bother arguing further. Their understanding of swordplay was fundamentally different, so how could they be compared? He sighed deeply. Alonso's, Master Charlton's swordplay is unparalleled in the city. I cannot match it. Since I don't understand it, may I request Master Charlton to show me more of your fist techniques and agility? Enrique was somewhat curious to see how incompetent Armando might be in other areas. After all, swordplay was supposed to be Armando's strongest skill, yet? Alright, then I will show you. Seeing Enrique finally acknowledge his superior sword skills, Armando felt elated and readily agreed. Since young master is willing to learn humbly, I will show you my remaining 2 great skills. Armando was equally confident in his other 2 great skills. I previously said swordplay is my strongest skill, but my other 2 are also exceptional. Watch carefully. With that, Armando began demonstrating his fist techniques. Swinging both fists incredibly fast, he managed to throw out 27 punches within 3 breaths. This fist technique focused on sheer speed. Seeing this, Enrique shook his head in amusement, questioning, just this? Watch carefully. This is true fist technique. Enrique threw a single punch, slower than Armando but accompanied by a burst of energy that filled the air with intense pressure. Such a scene was unheard of and unseen by Armando. Though young Master Alonso's fist strength is formidable, the speed is far too slow compared to mine. Looks like I win again. Upon hearing these words, Enrique was stunned but didn't argue, merely nodding calmly. Was speed important? Enrique acknowledged speed, but believed in the power of absolute strength. Everything else was futile. Enrique noticed that while Armando's punches were fast, they lacked killing power. Whereas his punch was deadly, capable of inflicting severe injury or killing. For example, if he punched Armando right now, the latter wouldn't die but would surely lose half his life. Next, I will showcase my agile movements. Speaking, Armando moved instantly, with blinding speed that left everyone awestruck. Watching their master's incredible speed despite his age, the disciples of Jinwu Academy were filled with admiration again. Master's speed is incredible, just like a forest monkey, not only fast but unpredictable. No one can guess where he'll appear next. With such speed, how can this boy possibly touch him? Listening to the discussions, Armando felt satisfied, taking pride in his prowess. Indeed, in the 3rd round, the boy stood no chance. Young Master Alonso, feel free to attack me anytime. If you can touch me, you win, he said smugly as soon as he finished speaking. Enrique's figure suddenly shot forward, his 2 fingers swiftly striking out. His fingertips came within a hair's breadth of Armando's eyes, and he said indifferently, your agility, just like your proud swordplay and fist techniques, is utterly laughable in my eyes. This translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring it remains natural and fluent in English. It also preserves the paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text, while keeping the storyline coherent with the previous content. Chapter 21. The Martial Virtue Order. I just didn't expect you to be devoid of martial ethics. Armando's face turned crimson with embarrassment as he watched Enrique's disdainful expression, his chest heaving. Enrique approached the nearby lighting and pressed 2 fingers into it, leaving deep indentations. He then looked at Armando and said, it was you who indicated for me to attack you. Even this strike, I held back. Gazing at the scene before him, Armando's lips trembled. He wanted to say something but found himself at a loss for words. Enrique had indeed held back. If he wanted to kill him, it would have been effortless. These fingers that could pierce lighting like steel left him in no doubt that his own skull wouldn't fare any better. His swordsmanship had always been for display and applause, never in battle. So, it turns out I never understood swordsmanship. All I knew was sword dancing. Listening to Enrique's explanation, Armando finally grasped it. Sword dancing was for entertainment, while swordsmanship was about deadly precision. Although both involved swords, they were fundamentally different. He couldn't help asking, then may I ask young Master Alonso to demonstrate true swordsmanship? Armando assumed that Enrique must know the true essence of swordsmanship and was eager to learn. Seeing his sincerity but still wanting a demonstration, Enrique realized that Armando hadn't fully understood. Remember, swordsmanship is not for show. With that, he swung his sword, slicing the lighting in half effortlessly. My God! Muhammad nearly fell over in shock. A Charltanangi realm practitioner can project their inner strength outward, and even through objects. If you want to know what true swordsmanship is, remember this. It is an absolutely devastating strike capable of killing with a single blow, cutting through everything. This was Enrique's understanding of swordsmanship. Now I see, Armando said in realization, then asked, so, what makes a true boxing technique? I don't know what kind of boxing technique there is, but I know my fists aren't for show. Each punch leaves enemies dead or crippled. True boxing should combine speed and power, making it impossible for opponents to evade, Armando conjectured. And as for body movements, in my view, it's about the speed of bodily actions, not just dodging. After Enrique finished, Armando bowed respectfully and said with a bitter smile, young Master Alonso's words today have enlightened me greatly. It seems I've lived 60 years in vain. Armando genuinely admitted his inferiority. He understood that before such overwhelming talent, time and experience meant nothing. Furthermore, he now realized that befriending someone like Enrique was essential rather than making an enemy. Aware of his previous mistake in doubting Enrique's abilities, Armando now aimed to make amends, expressing humility and showing that he wasn't unreasonable or confrontational. Enrique, who initially disliked Armando, now felt a small sense of admiration. At least he wasn't stubborn and set in his ways. May I ask where young Master Alonso's lineage comes from? I'm truly curious which martial sanctuary could produce such an outstanding genius like young Master Alonso. Continuing to flatter, Armando tried to coax some useful information from Enrique. Master? Of course, it was none other than the Supreme Wanhua, the peerless master of martial arts. Initially, Enrique planned to boast but recalled Wanhua's warning and instead replied, I come from a forest hunter background, with no clan or sect affiliation. What? Many people suspected they misheard. An exceptionally talented person, proficient in many areas and already a Charltanangi realm warrior, had learned everything on his own? Muhammad blurted out in disbelief, young Master Alonso has no master? One could say so, but he's no longer in this world. Which meant he once had a master, but not anymore. Armando was immensely excited. He pulled out a token engraved with the character for Martial and handed it to Enrique. Young Master Alonso, this is the Martial Virtue Order. If you wish, you can present this token to enter the Jingwu Gate. With your talent, you will surely become a core disciple. The Jingwu Gate, famed in Dongling Prefecture, was one of the 4 greatest martial sanctuaries alongside Chongqing Academy. But compared to Chongqing Academy, the Jingwu Gate had a Tianji realm martial master overseeing it, making it the top among the 4. To join, one must achieve the Charltonanji realm before turning 20. Master possessed the Martial Virtue Order. Could you have been a Jingwu Gate disciple? Muhammad had heard rumors that Armando was once a Jingwu Gate disciple, but was expelled for reasons unknown. He thought it was false until now. All that is in the past. Although I reached the Charltonanji realm by 20, due to certain circumstances, my cultivation stagnated and I was expelled by the elders. At this moment, Armando revealed a secret unknown to anyone. Likely, it was the most painful topic for him to discuss. Despite being the renowned master of true martial hall in Panstone City, teaching countless students and revered by many, he was actually a disgraced former disciple. As for why an expelled disciple retained the Martial Virtue Order, it was simple. Each expelled disciple received one as a form of compensation. Chapter 22. The Cold Spirit Fruit Tree. Never mind. However, none of the people present expected that Enrique would immediately return the Jingwu Order to Armando without hesitation. Enrique detested owing favors and wouldn't accept someone's generosity for no reason. If the other party didn't have any ulterior motives, he wouldn't believe that this person was being so generous out of kindness. After all, the Jingwu Order was incredibly precious. Anyone holding it had the right to enter the Jingwu sect. Even if one lacked talent, they could still become a member. Even serving as an ordinary servant offered better treatment than in regular martial sections. Therefore, even on the black market, the Jingwu Order was priceless. Ultimately, the Jingwu Order represented an unparalleled opportunity, and it couldn't be easily sold. Armando didn't leave it for his descendants, but instead wanted to give it to Enrique. If Enrique accepted, he would owe an immense favor. Armando found Enrique's actions very peculiar. He couldn't help asking, "Young Master Alonso, don't you know what this means?" Armando suspected that Enrique didn't understand the rarity of the Jingwu Order, treating it like something common. After all, it was something many people dreamt of possessing. Alansat, Enrique actually refused? Thinking Enrique came from the forest as a hunter, Armando believed he must be uninformed about such matters. If it were anyone else, how could they refuse? "I don't accept undeserved rewards," Enrique replied with a calm smile. Cough, cough. Armando felt a bit embarrassed as he hadn't anticipated that his thoughts would be read so clearly. "I didn't expect young Master Alonso to see through me. Indeed, I do have a request. Would you listen to my story before making your decision?" "Go ahead." Seeing Enrique show interest, Armando nodded quickly, then looked reflective. "About 30 years ago, when I was still a disciple of the Jingwu sect, an elder brother said there was a spirit tree deep in Green Mountain with fruit that could extend life and improve martial arts. So, we, 7 brothers, went together to explore. We did find the spirit medicine, but we never expected." His eyes revealed fear as if remembering something unpleasant. Muhammad, intrigued, urged him on, "Master, what happened? Please continue." The true martial hall apprentices listened intently. Taking a deep breath, Armando continued. "It was a fruit tree about 8 meters tall, with fruits as big as fists, glowing faintly. It grew at the center of a small lake about a kilometer wide. Strangely, although it was summer, within 100 meters around the lake, it was freezing cold, and ice covered the surface like an icy world. We cautiously stepped onto the lake, nearly reaching the center when the ice broke underfoot, and I fell in. I saw something moving underwater, and instantly felt uneasy. Climbing back up, I warned them not to go further due to potential dangers, but seeing their reluctance, I returned to shore alone. Just before reaching the shore, I heard their screams. Turning back, I witnessed a scene I can never forget. A snake head, over 2 meters wide, emerged from the ice and swallowed my fellow disciples. After recovering from shock, I fled. Though I escaped death, the freezing lake water left me with a chronic illness. That's why my cultivation hasn't progressed, as my martial veins are frozen solid." Muhammad and the apprentices listened in awe. This sounded like a fictional tale. A giant snake with a head over 2 meters wide, and it could devour Charltonanji realm martial artists. How terrifying. Such a huge snake likely meant it was at least a Charltonan grade beast, or even a D-grade beast. You're all too ignorant. To think that a fruit born from such a een-filled place could enhance longevity in martial arts. Enrique's tone was indifferent, devoid of disdain, merely stating a fact. "Little do you know, this tree is called the Cold Spirit Fruit Tree, whose fruits contain pure een essence. Consuming it would likely freeze you to death instantly. These people mistook these deadly fruits for divine ones, hoping they could extend their lives. Strongly attributed spirit fruits weren't for ordinary mortals." After inheriting Wanhua Zun's legacy, Enrique's experience greatly broadened, now possessing all the knowledge passed down by Wanhua Zuns. Though the cold spirit fruit was fatal to martial artists, it was highly beneficial for beasts. Any beast consuming it would grow stronger, guarding it zealously as its own treasure. Armando and his companions sought it out, practically courting death. Armando only laughed bitterly. "Alonso's, I realized later that I was blinded by excitement at the time." Reflecting now, Armando deeply regretted his actions. How could such a een-filled place produce a longevity-enhancing fruit? If he had known, he wouldn't have joined. Not only did he gain nothing, but he also froze his martial veins and stagnated in cultivation. Even worse, he was expelled from the Jingwu sect, a tremendous loss. Listening to Armando, Enrique understood something. "So, you want me to kill the giant snake or help you channel energy to unblock your frozen martial veins?" Hearing this, Armando's eyes lit up. He knew things might work out. Alonso hours have passed. That snake might have grown into a D-grade beast. Even a typical martial master couldn't handle it. How could I ask young Master Alonso for revenge? Though Armando didn't say it outright, Enrique understood his implication. He hesitated. If he wanted the Jingwu order, he'd have to help Armando channel energy, unfreeze his martial veins, and restore his state. Seeing Enrique contemplating, Armando's eyes sparked with hope. What does young Master Alonso think? Chapter 23. Unsealing Martial Pulse. Forget it. When these two words came from Enrique's mouth, Armando froze in disbelief. Refused? He actually refused? Armando couldn't believe his ears. He had been so confident that Enrique would agree. After all, he thought the odds were firmly in his favor. But in the end, Enrique still refused. Why did young Master Alonso refuse? Not only Armando but also Muhammad and the other martial disciples found this incomprehensible. Could someone really give up on a martial essence token? This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Why refuse it? Because I doubt I can achieve much either. Enrique's refusal was simple. He didn't want to waste his time on something fruitless. If unsealing martial pulses were as easy as this, it would have been done long ago. How could it possibly be his responsibility now? Enrique doubted Armando had ever truly given up on this idea after all these years. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned it at all. 30 years of failure to unseal his frozen martial pulse made Enrique skeptical that he could succeed where others failed. It was a thankless task, and Enrique wasn't interested in that. Seeing this, Armando gritted his teeth and pretended to make a difficult decision. No matter the outcome, I am willing to gift this martial essence token to young Master Alonso. He had already decided that even if this token couldn't unseal the martial pulse, it wouldn't matter. The real purpose of offering it was to cultivate a relationship with Enrique. Giving the token to Enrique would not only erase the minor unpleasantness between them, but also allow him to befriend a promising young talent like Enrique. Armando believed he stood to gain more than lose from this gesture. At such a young age, Enrique was far ahead of him in every aspect. Armando was convinced that if Enrique joined the Essence Martial Academy with his displayed talent, he would surely shine brilliantly and rise rapidly. Enrique looked only 16 or 17, his face still somewhat youthful, yet his strength was far beyond Armando's own. In all his years, Armando had never encountered anyone with such extraordinary talent. Even reaching the profound extremity realm at this age was rare in the entire East Ridge County, and those who reached it were usually nurtured by major powers using countless valuable resources. Now looking at Enrique, claiming to come from a hunter's background, yet possessing such formidable strength, it was truly terrifying. The gap between them was evident. Moreover, Armando was cautious and never wanted to make enemies easily. If a disagreement led him to make an enemy out of a genius like Enrique, it could lead to immense trouble in the future. Thus, regardless of anything else, Armando was determined to gift the martial essence token. Furthermore, Armando saw deeper significance in offering the token now. True talent always shines through. Sooner or later, such a martial genius would be discovered. It was better to offer the token before someone else recognized his talent. Doing so would be like helping him in his hour of need. In the future, once Enrique entered the Essence Martial Academy and achieved success, he would remember how he got there. Plus, with the conversation having reached this point, how could Enrique refuse? Sure enough, as Armando had anticipated, Enrique readily agreed. If that's the case, I'll do my best. The Essence Martial Academy, as the premier martial arts institution in East Ridge County, was a place Enrique had long dreamed of joining. However, lacking a direct entry route, he chose the Longqing Academy instead. The Longqing Academy recruited students annually from various cities, while the Essence Martial Academy never actively sought new members. Now, with a chance to join as a disciple and receive the best resources in the county, and for the chance to be within easy reach, Enrique had no reason to refuse. Armando handed over the martial essence token again, feeling satisfied. Old man that I am, I believe young Master Alonso will shine brightly in the Essence Martial Academy. Muhammad added his congratulations. I wish young Master Alonso smooth progress on his martial path, and may you soon achieve the rank of Grandmaster. Enrique wasn't impressed by their praise. Just a Grandmaster? His ambition was far greater. He aimed to be the supreme sovereign of martial arts. Having inherited the legacy of 10,000 Dao Sovereign, Enrique knew he was destined to become a martial sovereign himself. His future lay in standing at the peak of martial arts, becoming a legend remembered through the ages. I won't say more. Let me send you some internal energy now, and see if we can unseal your martial pulse. Hearing this, Muhammad promptly instructed everyone to leave. All right, let's go. Young Master Alonso is about to send internal energy to your master. We shouldn't disturb them. Any mishap caused by our presence would be unbearable. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Muhammad led the way out, and the other martial disciples followed Armando's nodding cue. Soon, only Enrique and Armando remained in the gambling den. Armando, who hadn't held any hope for unsealing his martial pulse, feigned excitement. Regardless of the outcome, I must thank young Master Alonso beforehand. Having accepted your martial essence token, I won't be half-hearted. Prepare yourself. I'm about to start sending you internal energy. Armando quickly sat cross-legged, preparing for Enrique to transfer internal energy to help unseal his martial pulse and restore his ability to cultivate. Enrique then began circulating his spiritual energy, starting the transfer into Armando. Instantly, Armando felt a surging force enter his body. The power sent by Enrique left Armando amazed. This kid's internal energy is incredibly vast. Is he really just at the profound extremity realm? Armando was utterly astonished. Over the past 30 years, he had invited numerous profound extremity realm warriors to try transferring their internal energy to unseal his frozen martial pulse, but none had provided as powerful energy as Enrique. Even if a martial grandmaster had done the same, Armando wouldn't have doubted it. This power was simply overwhelming. Previous experiences paled in comparison. If compared, it felt like other profound extremity realm practitioners had dripped water, while Enrique's internal energy flowed like a mighty waterfall. More astonishingly, Armando felt his previously unresponsive martial pulse gradually reacting. Moments later, Armando suddenly erupted with a powerful, icy aura. Opening his eyes wide, he laughed heartily. My martial pulse has finally been unsealed. ##### Chapter 24. The Blood Fist Fighter, Braun. His martial vein has been restored. At this moment, Armando was incredibly excited. He hadn't really expected much. Who would have thought that Enrique could bring him such a huge surprise? His frozen martial vein was actually unblocked. Moreover, his cultivation also made significant progress. He now possessed the strength of the third-level profound boundary. Is it unblocked? Enrique's expression was one of surprise. Alonso's, thanks to young Master Alonso, my martial vein is not only unblocked, but my strength has also broken through. Armando's excitement was evident as he paid Enrique a solemn bow. Enrique had initially thought it would be impossible to unblock Armando's martial vein, so when he transferred his inner strength, he did not hold back completely, yet he wasn't entirely focused either. However, in just this short amount of time, he had managed to unblock Armando's frozen martial vein. Enrique felt like it was too unreal. Could unblocking a martial vein be this simple? After some thought, he concluded that perhaps it was because he possessed the supreme divine vein. Young Master Alonso's inner strength is far more abundant than any ordinary person. Even if a martial arts master or grandmaster were to transfer their spiritual energy to me, I wouldn't have doubted it. Armando was truly astonished by the inner strength Enrique had transmitted to him. Therefore, there was no hint of flattery in his words. They were purely heartfelt. However, Enrique didn't see it that way and believed Armando was simply trying to flatter him. After all, being merely at the fourth-level profound boundary, how could his inner strength possibly compare to a martial master at the earthly boundary or even an apex master at the heavenly boundary? The difference between these realms was vast. Congratulations, master, on the recovery of your martial vein and the elevation of your realm. Muhammad and the other martial school apprentices entered, all showing signs of respect. Armando, with renewed confidence, said calmly, no matter who the audacious man is tonight, this master will ensure he cannot leave the arena standing. With his strength improved, Armando was much more confident. With his current strength at the third-level profound boundary, he was absolutely one of the top martial artists in the city. Muhammad quickly added, master's skills are formidable. That arrogant man is only at the peak of the first-level profound boundary. How can he possibly be a match for you? This battle was already without suspense. Armando had a sure victory over someone one level below him. Now, with his advancement to the third level, the gap widened to 2 levels, leaving no doubt about the outcome. After speaking, Muhammad looked towards Enrique. Young Master Alonso, please grace us with your presence for the fight. Alonso Xiao, please join us. I'd love to demonstrate my boxing technique for your critique and guidance. I want to know if I'm heading in the right direction. Armando's face showed genuine anticipation. Enrique merely nodded without refusal. After all, who would turn down admirers like them? He enjoyed the sense of vanity they brought him. With nothing else to do, he might as well spend the time entertaining himself. Before dusk, Muhammad held a feast to honor Enrique and the group. During the dinner, Enrique experienced what it felt like to be lavished with attention. Both Muhammad and Armando went out of their way to please him. For instance, Armando even had one of his beautiful female apprentices massage Enrique's shoulders, as if serving him like a personal attendant. Enrique accepted this treatment with ease. In the evening, they set off for the underground arena where the profound boundary martial artist was causing trouble. Before entering, Enrique and his party heard someone roaring arrogantly from within the underground arena. Ha ha ha, I've heard that the fighters from Green Mountain City are nothing but pigs and dogs. Seeing them today, it's clear they live up to the reputation. Upon entering, Enrique saw a muscular man standing on the stage. His head was smooth as a mirror, and there was a savage scar beneath his eye. He looked around 30, nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles that made him appear incredibly strong. His voice was deafening. Seeing this man, Armando's expression changed slightly. The blood fist fighter Braun. Muhammad, surprised that Armando knew this man, asked hurriedly, Master, do you know this arrogant man? He's quite famous in our Boulder City underground arena. As you said, he's at the peak of the first-level profound boundary. He has fought over 100 matches without a single loss, earning the title of the best fighter in Boulder City's arenas. But a month ago, he accidentally killed someone he shouldn't have and disappeared. Who would have thought he escaped here? Muhammad was taken aback by Braun's background and asked anxiously, does Master have confidence? With him here, Armando stood with folded arms looking proud. I might have feared him before. Now, if he can last 10 rounds, he'll be lucky. Since Muhammad, the local boss, was present, their arrival immediately drew attention. Someone, seeing Armando, couldn't help but exclaim, I can't believe Boschin actually invited Headmaster Charlton. Looks like he's dead set on killing the arrogant man on the stage. On the platform, standing higher meant better visibility. Braun noticed them immediately. Pointing at Armando beside Muhammad, Braun growled angrily, didn't follow my orders, huh? If you're looking for someone to fight me, why couldn't you find a capable person? Do you think this old relic can be my match? His arrogance was evident, clearly not taking Armando seriously. As for Enrique, Braun barely glanced at him, mistaking him for Armando's disciple. Muhammad, bolstered by support, vented his frustrations with a curse. Fool, don't be too cocky. Tonight is destined to be your end. Braun knew Muhammad's reliance was merely Armando, but he dismissed it easily. Given their age difference, Braun, in his prime, didn't believe he could lose to Armando on his strongest ground, the arena. After all, using martial techniques was strictly forbidden in the arena. Without techniques, what did he have to fear from an old man? Therefore, facing Armando, he boldly challenged, Old man, you should know the rules on the stage. Do you dare come up and fight? Chapter 25. A sudden twist. If you truly wish to die, then this old man will grant your wish. Armando glanced at the arrogant Braun on the stage and coldly snorted. Moments later, he was already standing on the platform. Director Charlton, go for it. Crush this insolent man. Many people despised Braun's tyrannical arrogance, so seeing someone step up against him garnered immediate support from the crowd. On the stage, Armando clasped his fists towards the audience and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, fear not. I, Armando, will eliminate this menace today." A renowned figure of high status, yet so modest and without a trace of arrogance, formed a stark contrast to Braun, instantly winning over much of the crowd's favor. "You stubborn old man, you really dared to come up?" Braun sneered. "They say you, an old man, value your reputation immensely. Who would have thought you'd dare challenge me? If that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless." Instantly, Armando unleashed his martial aura from the third level of Profound Realm. He looked at Braun with disdain. "Do you have the qualifications to speak arrogantly to me?" Braun's face changed abruptly. "You've actually broken through? Third level of Profound Realm." Such power placed him among the top warriors in the city. Even the head of a major clan might not possess such strength. Each level in Profound Realm represented an enormous difference in power. Sensing Armando's aura, Braun could no longer remain calm. "I won't bully you. Let me give you 3 moves first." Though Armando's current attitude seemed arrogant, it brought a sense of satisfaction to the crowd watching the match. They felt schadenfreude when looking at Braun. Now you're paying for your arrogance. Once on the stage, they wouldn't stop until one was defeated. Without engaging for more than 10 rounds, no one would admit defeat. Therefore, Braun wasn't about to back down, especially not on the stage where there were rules preventing the use of martial skills. Despite knowing his opponent was far stronger, thinking of his undefeated record, Braun quickly reignited his fighting spirit. His attacks came like rapid, relentless rain. Nicknamed Blood Fist, Braun could injure anyone with just one punch. But now, against Armando, all his efforts failed to cause any harm. Armando easily countered every attack, making it clear to everyone how vast the gap between them was. After 3 rounds, Armando launched his counterattack. He transitioned from defense to offense swiftly, demonstrating powerful punches just as he had shown Enrique before. Though slower in speed, their power increased significantly. Despite his age, he displayed remarkable vigor. Soon, Braun was reduced to a pitiful defensive stance with no means to retaliate. Realizing he wasn't a match, Braun could only endure, hoping to reach the 10-round mark and admit defeat. He knew if he didn't, he might be beaten to death. The crowd, watching the previously arrogant man get pummeled, felt immense satisfaction. Muhammad felt particularly gratified, yelling, "Hey dog, keep being arrogant." As the 10th round approached, Armando shattered Braun's defenses with a heavy punch right to his chest. PFFF. A spurt of blood erupted from Braun's mouth, sending him reeling to the edge of the stage. His right chest was visibly caved in, bearing the imprint of Armando's fist, a result of sheer brute force. If this punch had landed on his left chest, Braun's heart might have exploded on impact, killing him instantly. 10 rounds passed, and Braun breathed a sigh of relief. Just as Armando was about to kick again, he hastily shouted, "Enough, I yield." That moment, all his earlier arrogance was gone. Now he appeared utterly defeated, like a deflated rooster, hanging his head lifelessly. But Armando wasn't swayed by Braun's surrender. Although the match was technically over, Armando delivered a kick anyway, aimed directly at Braun's dantian, destroying his cultivation. Looking at the barely conscious Braun, Armando remarked, "In Panstone City, you killed Elroy's 3rd son. The Zhang family asked me to capture you alive. I never expected to encounter you here. Such coincidences are indeed extraordinary." Realizing the situation, Muhammad quickly instructed his subordinates to take Braun away. He understood that even if he couldn't kill Braun, he was doomed either way. At the same time, Armando turned to address the crowd. "Muhammad is my disciple. Anyone who dares to trouble him from now on is challenging me." Everyone realized why Muhammad could bring Director Charlton. It was due to their master-disciple relationship. TSK, merely taking advantage of the weak? Huh? You think defeating him makes you unbeatable in this arena? An unexpected voice echoed from the crowd, startling everyone, including Enrique. Armando, always cautious, stood on the platform and asked, "What do you mean, young sir?" Understanding his power was widely known, Armando sensed this wasn't an ordinary person speaking so boldly. Under stunned gazes, the youth flipped onto the stage, unfurling his fan while casually examining Armando. "Nothing special, just can't stand your attitude. Thought you needed a little lesson." This confident youth wore a green robe, held a folding fan, and exuded arrogance. Around 25 or 26, his appearance radiated pride. Chapter 26. Not adhering to martial virtue. The Andonis' words and posture exuded supreme arrogance. He didn't even give Armando a proper glance, treating this third-rank Charltonangi realm expert with utter disdain. His composure and confidence were unmistakable. This Andonis must be from a prestigious background. His words are so arrogant. In such circumstances, for him to speak like that, he definitely isn't an ordinary person. Could it be one of those aristocratic descendants? Otherwise, how could he have such haughtiness? Immediately, the onlookers began speculating about his identity. Anyone who dared to challenge and step onto the arena at this level had to be a Charltonangi realm martial artist. Given his youth, everyone could infer that his background was certainly significant. Armando understood this as well. Despite the youth's extremely arrogant and disrespectful attitude, Armando still restrained his anger. "May I know your—" "A defeated person has no right to know my name." The Andonis interrupted before Armando could finish speaking. With his left hand hidden behind his back, he stood proudly, displaying the demeanor of a master. "Although I'm merely in the 2nd rank of the Charltonangi realm, I will let you have the first move out of respect for your age." Facing Armando, the Andonis exuded a sense of superiority. Though clearly at a lower cultivation level than Armando, he acted as if he were far superior, seemingly reluctant to bully Armando by offering to let him take the first strike. It seems you hail from a renowned sect, Armando speculated. The Andonis nodded arrogantly. You guessed correctly. Now, hurry up and make your move. If you can withstand 3 strikes from me, then you win. His tone became even more boastful. Not only was he challenging Armando despite being at a lower rank, but he also claimed Armando wouldn't last past 3 strikes. This implied that Armando would be crushed effortlessly. Once upon a time, Armando was a prodigy, joining the top martial sanctuary in Dongling County. However, his progress was halted when his martial veins were sealed. Alansat, this young challenger now looked down on him so blatantly, it was infuriating. He retorted hoarsely, quite the big mouth. When I was a disciple at Jingwu Gate, you probably weren't even born yet. You were once a disciple of Jingwu Gate? Upon hearing this, the Andonis' eyes widened in surprise. He spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. If you lose, you'll hand over the Jingwu order to me. Otherwise, I will cripple your cultivation. It was as if he considered the Jingwu order already his property, even going so far as to threaten Armando, who was a famous top-tier martial artist in the city. Let's see if you can win first. Armando, seeing through the Andonis' arrogance, didn't take him seriously. After all, the youth was just a second-ranked Charltonangi realm cultivator, nothing extraordinary. Could he really be a match? Despite not underestimating the opponent, Armando gave it his all from the start. But following the arena rules, he refrained from using advanced techniques to avoid criticism. He wanted to teach this arrogant youth a lesson that not everyone could be rampant in front of him. Armando swung his fist powerfully. Though not exceptionally fast, the impact was undeniable, and even observer Enrique nodded slightly. It seemed Armando had finally understood the situation and wasn't relying on flashy moves anymore. However, the Andonis remained calm and collected. Using some specialized martial technique, he dodged Armando's punch with lightning speed as it approached. I've already let you have the first move, he said, moving behind Armando. Then, with a powerful inner force infused into a mysterious palm technique, he struck Armando squarely in the back. Blood spurted from Armando's mouth as he was caught off guard by the use of martial skills against the rule. He was immediately knocked down. This was an outright ambush. Under the rule forbidding martial techniques, Armando hadn't defended against them specifically, resulting in severe injuries. The Andonis followed up with a full-force kick, pinning Armando beneath his foot. He casually remarked, so this is a former disciple of Jingwu Gate? Seems like you're nothing much after all. I thought you could at least handle 3 moves, but it took just 1 for you to fail. The crowd was stunned. The renowned pavilion master Armando, facing a second-ranked Charltonangi realm fighter with his third-rank prowess, was defeated with a single strike? What kind of background did this youth have to be so formidable? Some discerning martial artists quickly noticed the foul play. One shouted, this person doesn't adhere to martial virtue. He secretly used martial techniques in the arena. Using martial techniques was strictly forbidden in arena combat. This youth had broken the rules. What a shameless person, using martial techniques in an arena battle. To do something so despicable in an arena battle truly lacks integrity. For someone with such poor character to possess martial veins is truly an eye-opener. For a moment, everyone condemned him, indignant at the unfair play. Why do you assume we're engaged in an arena battle? That's your assumption, the Andonis retorted coldly. Anyone who says another word will find out what an arena battle is like. Suddenly, the scene fell silent. A bunch of useless people, he sneered. Turning to Muhammad, whose face was pale, he continued, Muhammad, starting now, I'll protect all your establishments. Quickly prepare 50,000 taels of silver as ransom. If you can't pay up, I'll destroy you. Not only was he taking everything from Muhammad, but he also threatened to kill him if he couldn't pay the ransom. His arrogance had escalated to outright bullying. Muhammad trembled in rage, but didn't dare argue back. Meanwhile, the Andonis turned his attention back to Armando underfoot, demanding, hand over the Jingwu order now. Or don't you believe I dare cripple you? Just then, a clear voice rang out from the spectator stands. Don't make things difficult for him. The Jingwu order isn't on his person. Chapter 27, Enrique steps in. In an instant, everyone's gaze converged on the spot. A handsome Andonis was sitting there composedly. Many people in the venue recognized him. Wasn't this the same teenager who had walked ahead of Muhammad and Armando not long ago? At that time, everyone thought he was just a disrespectful but favored junior, never expecting him to speak up now. Could it be that the elite martial order is actually with him? If the elite martial order is with you, then quickly hand it over, or else, I'll cripple your master. The folding fan youth obviously took Enrique for Armando's disciple. It could only be explained this way. Otherwise, how could such a young person have the privilege to walk alongside 2 city lords? Just Armando? He's not even worthy of being my master. But when these words were spoken calmly by Enrique, many people froze. This kid isn't Armando's disciple? If he were, how could he utter such outrageous words? After all, his tone completely disregarded Armando. Moreover, he had walked in front of them when they entered. Did this mean Armando and Muhammad actually deferred to him? This Andonis seems to have quite some background too. Everyone present realized another dramatic scene was about to unfold. Muhammad was the most shocked. He hadn't expected Enrique to dare speak up. He thought Enrique had backed down. Now seeing Enrique step forward, he understood. Young Master Alonso showed no fear towards this folding fan youth at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare speak out. Muhammad felt greatly encouraged and loudly called out, Young Master Alonso, this man is excessively oppressive and ambushed my master. Please uphold justice for us. With someone backing him up, he gained confidence. He decided to go all in. That folding fan youth was truly pushing him to the brink. Flattened underfoot, Armando didn't speak but glanced at Enrique with anger and humiliation. He wasn't defeated due to inferior skills, but because he was ambushed. His frustration was palpable. Upon hearing Muhammad's respectful address, others instantly realized this Andonis had considerable status as well. So, the elite martial order is with you? Facing the questioning from the folding fan youth, Enrique remained silent, only nodding indifferently. Since that's the case, hand over the elite martial order along with the sword you carry, and I won't trouble you. The folding fan youth maintained his arrogant demeanor, speaking as if it were a favor to Enrique. As for the identity of the person before him, he didn't take it seriously at all. For he had the capital to look down on everything. Absolute strength and powerful backing. Enrique met his gaze calmly. Kneel down and give me 3 loud bows for your rudeness, and I will forgive you. If not, I'll cripple you. Enrique harbored no goodwill towards this man. Had he defeated Armando honorably, Enrique wouldn't interfere. But he didn't play by the rules and ambushed Armando, intending to seize Enrique's elite martial order. Moreover, he arrogantly demanded Enrique hand over the clothes left by his father or face trouble. Was this man treating him like a pushover? How could Enrique not be infuriated? Enrique was also curious about this guy's background, wondering what made him so overbearing. Additionally, his disdainful look showed no restraint. To him, everyone present was beneath contempt. Do you know who I am, daring to speak to me like this? The folding fan youth laughed in exasperation. I come from Chongqing Academy, possessing second stage profound extreme realm strength, and harbor a second-grade martial pulse. Don't you consider the consequences of speaking to me like this? When these words were uttered, everyone understood why the youth acted so superior. He came from one of the 4 great sanctuaries of Dongling Prefecture. No wonder he was so strong. Is second stage profound extreme realm really impressive? Enrique sneered, releasing martial aura that caused everyone to look at him in disbelief. Such a young profound extreme realm martial artist? Genius. Undoubtedly a genius. Seems it was all a misunderstanding earlier. Young brother, don't take it to heart. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Jim. May I ask your name? Realizing Enrique was also a profound extreme realm martial artist, Jim's attitude instantly turned amiable, all arrogance gone. How about joining our Chongqing Academy? With your talent, you can surely become an inner gate disciple directly. If you went to the elite martial gate, you might not receive the appropriate treatment. He extended an olive branch directly, making friends with such a prodigy. As for the previous altercation, Jim dismissed it entirely, giving each other some face, let it pass. However, Enrique did not give Jim any consideration. What are you, qualified to call me brother? Hearing this, Jim's formerly friendly expression froze. Then his face turned cold, unpleased. It seems you prefer punishment to grace. So be it. Before he finished speaking, Enrique moved like a phantom, arriving on the platform in the blink of an eye. Ah! Simultaneously, a punch struck Jim's abdomen, bending him double and hurling him across the air with a pained scream. Pain filled his face, drenched in cold sweat. Jim hadn't expected Enrique to suddenly attack, and his speed was astonishing. The pain from this blow was excruciating. He felt his stomach torn apart, organs shattered inside. Previously, Jim was full of contempt for everyone present, but now he lay curled up like a shrimp, embarrassingly disheveled. Alan thought he was incredibly resilient. After struggling, he forced himself to stand despite intense pain. Though staggering, he managed to rise, and he seemed ready to counterattack Enrique. This act left Enrique surprised. The power behind his punch was immense. Even Armando wouldn't have gotten up. He could stand. No wonder he was so confident. He did have some ability. What amazed Enrique most was that Jim still had the courage to fight back. Indeed a remarkable talent from Chongqing Academy, not to be underestimated. Enrique, decisive as ever, stepped forward rapidly. In a swift motion, aware Jim would be prepared, he landed a kick without waiting for retaliation. Ah! This kick flattened Jim on the ground, unable to rise. At this moment, Jim was both angry and ashamed. Enrique trampling him felt dishonorable. Ambushing him like this. If he hadn't underestimated Enrique and avoided the punch, he wouldn't be this embarrassed. This time, injured further, Jim coughed up blood involuntarily. You lack martial virtue. Ambushing me like this. Have some decency and give me a fair fight after taking medicine. Chapter 28, Andy. Jim couldn't help but roar in anger as he stared at Enrique. He felt indignant and believed it was incredibly unfair. If only his defense hadn't been so lax, allowing a sneak attack to occur, how could he have appeared so powerless? He hated Enrique intensely for this humiliation before his senior brothers of the same sect. He also despised himself for his carelessness. However, he now lay like a dead dog, the pain preventing him from even standing up. All he could do was bluster verbally. Rascal, you actually ambushed me. Do you dare to fight me fairly? He attempted to salvage his dignity with a fair battle. However, Enrique wouldn't give him that chance. Stepping down with one foot, just as Haonan had done to Armando, Enrique said coldly, Is this what a student of Evergreen Academy looks like? I thought you could withstand 3 strikes from me. Who knew you couldn't even handle one? How familiar these words sounded, much like what Jim had told Armando not long ago. Wasn't Jim's current predicament similar to what Armando had faced moments ago? Armando understood that Enrique was fighting on his behalf, even to the point of offending the students of Evergreen Academy. For this, he was deeply moved. When Armando stood up, he looked at Enrique and weakly said, Thank you, young Master Alonso. Enrique glanced at him without a word, then turned his gaze back to Jim under his foot and said again, I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and bow 3 times to me, and I will let bygones be bygones. If not, I will cripple your cultivation. Let me up if you dare, and we'll fight fairly. I swear I'll kill you with one move. Jim struggled fiercely, roaring angrily, but Enrique's foot was like a mountain pressing down on him, leaving him helpless. And these words seemed aimed at preserving his non-existent dignity and self-respect. Do you even deserve it? If the other party had fought Armando fairly, Enrique wouldn't have interfered. It was only because of his disregard for martial virtue that Enrique retaliated in kind. This farce should end now. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Simultaneously, a tall, stern-faced Andonis quickly arrived on the stage. Release him. His demeanor exuded an aura of authority despite the calm tone of his voice, as though an emperor was issuing an edict from on high, brooking no refusal. Am I to take this as an order? Enrique met his gaze. Enrique already guessed the identity of this person. He was likely also from Evergreen Academy, and his aura was stronger than Jim's, indicating he was at the third layer of the profound realm in martial cultivation. This is an order. The Andonis replied coldly, do you not know his background? I do. Since the other party had already introduced himself, how could Enrique not know? And yet you dare insult him? The youth's expression turned icy. Insulting a student of Evergreen Academy was tantamount to insulting the academy itself. So what if he's from Evergreen Academy? Is that something remarkable? Enrique shrugged, showing complete indifference. Young men often possess arrogance beyond their years, especially someone who achieved profound realm at such a young age. The youth understood but, considering his mission, he smiled and acted similarly unconcerned. You make a good point. If you wish to join Evergreen Academy, it's easily done. So why don't we both take a step back for the sake of Jeffrey? What do you think? His meaning was clear. If Enrique released Jim, he would overlook Enrique's disrespect towards Evergreen Academy. Jeffrey failed to notice that his stance still remained arrogant, looking down on Enrique. And in his mind, anyone would surely agree given his offer. You are nobody. Why should I give you face? Enrique's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on his face. In an instant, Jeffrey's expression darkened. He couldn't believe Enrique not only didn't give face to Jim, but dared to refuse him as well. But thinking about the reward if this matter succeeded, Jeffrey restrained his anger. I am an inner disciple of Evergreen Academy. We didn't know each other before, but now? Sadly, Enrique interrupted him mid-sentence. Whether you're an inner disciple or not is none of my concern. I have no interest in getting to know you. Upon hearing this, the entire crowd fell silent, staring at Enrique as if he were a ghost. Even Armando couldn't believe Enrique's blunt rejection. An inner disciple of Evergreen Academy. There were only 100 such positions. This meant the Andonis in front of him was among the elite geniuses. Alan sought, Enrique completely ignored him? To flatly reject him. Enrique's response took everyone by surprise. How arrogant. If you refuse to recognize me, you won't realize what opportunities you're missing out on. Jeffrey spoke calmly, listen, boy, due to your accumulated virtues over generations, and having reached the profound realm at this age, you have the qualifications to become a disciple of Andy. As soon as these words left his mouth, there was an uproar. He actually has the qualifications to be Andy's disciple? Everyone stared at Enrique with envy. Andy was practically known by everyone. One of the most renowned figures across the entire province, possessing peak 9th layer earthly realm strength. So, when Jeffrey said becoming Andy's disciple was Enrique's greatest honor thanks to his ancestors' virtues, it wasn't an exaggeration. Many agreed. Andy's fame was immense. Every person in the 9 cities of East Ridge province knew of his existence. Andy, ranked first below the Grandmaster level. Within 10 years, he would certainly achieve Grandmaster status. More importantly, he was very young, just over 40, with vast potential. After all, the whole East Ridge province only had 2 martial grandmasters in the Haydenly realm. One was the governor, the other was from Jingwu Gate. Without reservation, Andy was the 3rd strongest figure in East Ridge province. Now, Enrique qualified to be his disciple. Seeing Enrique's astonished expression, Jeffrey couldn't help but smile satisfactorily. Well, aren't you eager to become Andy's disciple? Chapter 29 For your own good. Jeffrey sounded like he was stating the obvious. At this moment, his question seemed rather silly and somewhat questionable in terms of intelligence. Who wouldn't want to become a disciple of an expert like Master Camillo? This was someone destined to be a martial arts grandmaster, the top figure in Dongling County. To have him as a teacher would guarantee immediate advancement. Alonso Tion, this is Master Camillo. If you wish to become his disciple, hurry and kneel to pay respects, Jeffrey urged, speaking while respectfully pulling out a scroll from his chest, which he then opened. A vivid portrait of a Kenneth with slightly feminine features appeared before everyone's eyes. This was Master Camillo, the 3rd-ranked powerhouse in Dongling County. This Andonis was about to become his disciple. Armando also hurriedly urged, young Master Alonso, the Jingwu order I gave you is no longer necessary. Joining the Evergreen Academy is far better than joining the Jingwu order. He was also happy for Enrique. Becoming Master Camillo's disciple was far more beneficial than becoming a disciple of the Jingwu order. After all, one path meant starting from the bottom, while the other meant jumping straight to the top. How could anyone choose otherwise? Jim looked at Enrique with envy and jealousy. He knew very well that today's humiliation would forever be something he had no right to repay. Little Master Alonso, please quickly kneel and greet your master. Refused? Many people suspected they had heard wrong. This was Master Camillo, the 3rd strongest in Dongling County, a future grandmaster. Becoming his disciple was many people's lifelong dream. Not just anyone qualified for this honor. Alan thought this kid dared to refuse? Too arrogant. Armando and Muhammad hurriedly asked, young Master Alonso, why did you refuse? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How could you refuse? So foolish. They couldn't comprehend. Jeffrey became anxious when Enrique refused. Was a sure thing slipping away? Unable to control his anger, he shouted, you idiot. Do you know what you're doing? To Jeffrey, rejecting Master Camillo's offer was sheer stupidity. Determined to get his reward, Jeffrey held the scroll close to Enrique. Become his disciple now. Don't be disrespectful. He was trying to force it. Get lost. Enrique flew into a rage, accidentally tearing the scroll of Master Camillo. You actually... Jeffrey was dumbfounded. His mind buzzed. The portrait of Master Camillo was ruined. Infuriated, Jeffrey roared, Alonso Tion, you've gone too far. Do you know what you've done? How dare he disrespect Master Camillo? It's your fault for forcing me. It wasn't Enrique's intention, but due to Jeffrey's nagging, he tore the scroll in anger. Enrique didn't realize the severity, calmly asking, so what if it's torn? It's just a piece of paper. Let me give you one last chance. Worried about failing his mission, Jeffrey said, if you perform the 3 kneels and 9 knocks and come with me to the Evergreen Academy to apologize to Master Camillo, saying it was an accident, I can ensure you face no punishment and still become his disciple. I hope you don't regret it. Jeffrey believed he was merciful and expected gratitude. Alonso Shao, you're too impulsive. Listen to young Master Ma, go apologize to Master Camillo. Armando and Muhammad voiced their shock. Alonso's, Lord Alonso, please apologize. Bystanders echoed in agreement. Many felt Enrique was backed into a corner. Refusal meant disaster. Disrespecting a future grandmaster invited death. Why not? Unexpectedly, despite the situation, Enrique refused again, smiling mockingly. That leaves you with death. Jeffrey bluntly threatened. One misstep, one broken scroll, led to this ultimatum. Indeed, the dignity of a grandmaster, or even a future one, was inviolable. Do I die if I don't follow you? Enrique's smile faded, his gaze turning cold. Trying to force him to kneel, breaking a mere scroll required such extreme measures. Was this Jeffrey's manipulation or Master Camillo's true nature? It mattered little to Enrique. Even offending Master Camillo held no fear for him now. That's right. If you disobey me, you'll die. No one can save you, Jeffrey nodded, adding, after all, I'm doing this for your own good. Chapter 30. Why has he come? For your own good. Of all the most nauseating phrases in this world, none was worse than this one. Furthermore, if not for Jeffrey forcing Enrique to bow before the master, how could Enrique have accidentally damaged Master Dan's painting in a fit of anger? Armando, unable to bear seeing Enrique lose his life, hurriedly advised, young Master Alonso, with what Jeffrey has said, you should agree. Not just him. Everyone else was also extremely anxious. Sir, why would you seek death? Apologize and become Andy's disciple. Isn't that better? They all thought Enrique was too foolish. Why refuse? How could he refuse? That was Andy, destined to become a grandmaster. Would it not be beneficial to become his disciple? If so, Enrique would immediately become the top genius in East Ridge County. Hearing the advice from the crowd, Jeffrey took the opportunity to pressure Enrique. Alonso Tion, I ask you one last time, and give you one final chance. Will you follow my arrangements? He asked if Enrique would kneel 9 times and kowtow thrice to meet Andy. Scram. Enrique's response was only one word. Emph. Do you really think having a bit of talent gives you license to look down upon even the revered Andy? Jeffrey's face darkened, and his voice turned cold. If you don't agree now, don't blame me for inviting you otherwise. If Enrique didn't comply, Jeffrey would have no way to complete his task. So, he planned to use more aggressive methods. The word invite was enunciated with particular emphasis, its threat unmistakable. Just you? Can you really invite me over? Enrique sneered. If you dare act presumptuously here, I won't mind getting you expelled from the Evergreen Academy. Young Master Alonso, please don't speak rashly, someone pleaded. That Mr. Ma is an inner disciple of the Evergreen Academy, which means he possesses the power of the 4th level of Charlton and G realm. Upon hearing this, Muhammad and Armando were nearly petrified with fear. Why would anyone talk back like this and court death? Ignoring them completely, Enrique treated them as if they weren't there. Very well, since you wish to court death, let's see if I can help you with that. As an inner disciple of the Evergreen Academy, Jeffrey was an absolute standout in both talent and strength among his peers. Naturally, he had the pride befitting a genius. Don't say I bully the weak. I will take one hit from you. Jeffrey was confident and arrogant, wanting to teach Enrique a lesson. People exist beyond people, and heavens above heavens. Enrique was indeed talented, but talent alone wasn't enough. Without growth, it meant nothing. And talent certainly wasn't reason enough to be arrogant. Fine, Enrique agreed. He had never seen such ridiculous reasons. Enrique then obliged by throwing a punch. The force behind this punch was as formidable as a mountain being pushed forward. Huh. The once confident Jeffrey's expression instantly changed. What had been disdain turned into terror. He scrambled to dodge, but Enrique's punch was too fast. Dodge? Too late. The punch sent him flying, blood gushing from his mouth. What the hell? This single punch left everyone present speechless and shaken, even involuntarily swallowing their saliva. Would he die from this blow? Enrique had merely punched casually. Jim watched this punch, pale-faced as though he had survived a near-death experience. If that punch had hit me, I'd probably be dead. After a moment, Jeffrey staggered to his feet, pointing at Enrique with trembling lips. You are actually that strong? From just one punch, he understood why this Andonies was so self-assured. At this age, his strength already rivaled his own, or perhaps surpassed it. Such a genius, if unguided by a great master, could turn out monstrous. Now, after being struck, Jeffrey felt unbearable pain spreading through his organs. Unable to endure it, he fumbled for a small vial from his pocket and swallowed the medicinal pill inside. Gradually, his pallid face regained some color. Do you still want to continue? Faced with Enrique's mocking question, Jeffrey chose not to answer, instead asking in confusion, I really can't understand why you wouldn't want to become Andy's disciple. He genuinely couldn't comprehend it, nor could anyone else in the room. Why would he refuse? Even if it were a martial Dao Grandmaster or a Supreme Master themselves, I wouldn't agree. Enrique inherited the Wanhua Supreme legacy, knowing he too would eventually become a martial Dao Supreme. And he knew his own master was a martial Dao Supreme. So, how could he possibly consider bowing to another master, especially just a martial Dao master? Did he qualify to be his teacher? Not even if Jeffrey had come on behalf of Gu Dan himself would Enrique agree. And Enrique didn't believe Gu Dan would forcefully make him a disciple because of refusal. Moreover, Jeffrey hadn't sought Enrique's consent, making it seem laughable. Enrique added, by the way, aren't you both instructors of the Evergreen Academy? Why did you come to Green Hill City early? According to Enrique's understanding, once enrolled in the Evergreen Academy, one was bound to the Academy for life. especially students, who were forbidden to leave the grounds freely. Alan thought these two could move about so easily. We and my junior brother were sent by Andy to search for geniuses in Green Hill City to select disciples for him. Facing Jeffrey's answer, Enrique couldn't help but ask, isn't there a major recruitment contest coming soon for your academy? Why go to extra lengths? Our academy selects students only from the renowned families of this city, and the spots are largely prearranged. Our real goal here is to catch any overlooked talents. In short, they were looking for hidden geniuses. It was essentially a way to scoop up overlooked gems. And our true mission here is mainly for Diana. Enrique was taken aback. For her, she possesses an ice body and even a 6th grade martial meridian. Andy has decided to take her as his disciple. Enrique became even more puzzled. If she passes the contest and joins the sect early, wouldn't he directly accept her as a disciple? Why bother coming here early to find her? Jeffrey explained. Because she hasn't yet reached the required strength to enter the competition. We came early to help gather spiritual fruits to enhance her strength. ##### Chapter 31. Imminent disaster. As far as I know, the ice spirit fruit tree is guarded by a massive snake that is suspected to be at the earth rank. Aren't you just sending yourselves to your deaths if you go there? Enrique believed that the spirit fruit they spoke of was the ice spirit fruit tree. After all, Diana had an ice body, and this spirit fruit would indeed be highly beneficial for her cultivation. However, their intentions made Enrique chuckle inwardly. Didn't they know that there was a terrifying giant snake guarding it? Even Armando was stunned. More than 30 years ago, when I was in the Jingwu Gate, I went with a group of senior brothers. One of them was already at the 4th level of the profound realm, yet he was still swallowed whole by that giant snake. At that time, the large snake already possessed such terrifying strength. 30 years later, how powerful would it have become? It was simply unimaginable. For two martial artists at the profound realm to attempt harvesting the ice spirit fruit tree guarded by that giant snake would be nothing short of courting death. Facing Enrique and Armando's words, Jeffrey showed no ripples in his eyes, seemingly paying no heed to their concerns. 8 years ago, Master Camillo went to pick the spirit fruits and even considered killing the giant snake. But the giant snake never appeared. According to Master Camillo's speculation, the giant snake has been living near the ice spirit fruit tree in the cold lake to keep other creatures away. This has led to the buildup of cold energy in its body, forcing it into a hibernation period. After Diana enters Longqing Academy and becomes Master Camillo's disciple, senior brother Dan will become a true disciple and win the top spot at the Haydenley Pride Feast, becoming the first prodigy of Eastridge County. Then, the Academy's chancellor will personally host their wedding ceremony. Jim and Jeffrey exchanged words on stage, causing a stir among the audience. The young Connor was not only nearing the 9th level of the Profound Realm, but also about to become a true disciple at Longqing Academy. In Longqing Academy, only one slot was available for a true disciple, meaning that once someone became a true disciple, they were practically the heir apparent. In the future, they would take over leadership. Hence, the Academy's resources would heavily favor them, significantly boosting their status. Most importantly, they'd have a chance to become Eastridge County's top prodigy. When Augustine won first place at the Haydenley Pride Feast, becoming the county's #1 talent, the chancellor of Longqing Academy would personally officiate their wedding. The grandeur would be unprecedented. Enrique was momentarily speechless. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. Enrique had intended to disrupt their wedding and challenge Augustine in front of Diana to prove himself superior. But if Augustine didn't return, realizing this, Enrique understood he needed to go to Longqing Academy if he wanted to confront Augustine during the wedding. Otherwise, there'd be no opportunity. This meant he had no choice but to sever ties with Longqing Academy. He couldn't join them because it would provide no pretext for challenging Augustine at the wedding. Therefore, his path was clear. Obtain a martial arts order and join Jingwu Gate, then travel to Longqing Academy before their wedding. That way, he would have a legitimate reason and avenge his past humiliations. With the plan altered, Enrique decided he must make Diana pay beforehand. The ice spirit fruit tree came to mind. While Diana had an ice body, couldn't Enrique use it for cultivation too? He smiled and said, I've thought it through. I want to become Master Camillo's disciple, so let's go together to gather the spirit fruits. Venerable Alonso is wise. Armando and Muhammad exclaimed, tears streaming down their faces, finally seeing some sense in him. This was a sensible decision, agreed the onlookers. However, Jeffrey's face turned cold. Do you really think you're something special? Just because you have a bit of talent, do you believe you can become Master Camillo's disciple at will? Jim sneered. My senior brother gave you a chance. Not only did you squander it, but you also harmed my senior brother. Do you really think you'll get another chance? Suddenly, shouts arose outside. Armored soldiers from the Connors' residence surged in, dispersing the crowd while surrounding the stage. Seeing this, Armando and Muhammad looked shocked. Only Enrique remained calm, smiling sardonically at Jeffrey. Alonso Tion, did you think I talked to you for what? Just buying time to prevent your escape. Facing Enrique's calm gaze, Jeffrey laughed coldly. You dared to disrespect Master Camillo, a capital offense. Today, no one can save you. Chapter 32. Armando's death. In fact, from the moment Enrique destroyed Andy's painting, Jeffrey had already written Enrique off as a dead man. Destroying Andy's masterpiece was an act of blatant disrespect. How could Andy possibly choose someone who dared to destroy his work as a disciple? Therefore, all the talk between Jeffrey and Enrique was just a delaying tactic. He aimed to stall for time until reinforcements arrived, so he could have Enrique apprehended and punished. Otherwise, how could he explain this situation back at the academy? Now that everyone had arrived, there was no need to hold back. Quite brave of you not to run. Are you preparing for your own death? Following Jeffrey's words, Andonis in a blue robe walked in. His name was Louis, and he also looked at Enrique with cold disdain. Enrique recognized him. During the entrance into the underground arena, he had noticed 3 Charlton and G-Realm martial artists hiding among the crowd. All 3 were youthful in appearance, often whispering amongst themselves with arrogant expressions. it was impossible not to attract Enrique's attention. Without doubt, they were also from Chongqing Academy. Beside Louis stood a Kenneth with a drooping mustache but a slightly short stature, looking rather sleazy. Upon seeing this man, Muhammad exclaimed, "Ernan?" Rumors around town had always suggested that Muhammad was a lackey for the city lord, which was true. The Ernan Muhammad referred to was actually the chief steward of the city lord's residence, the closest confidant of the city lord, and one of the important figures in Green Hill City. After giving Muhammad a glance and nodding indifferently, he cast a malevolent look towards Enrique, saying, "Little brat, quickly hand over the Jingwu order and your sword, and I might allow you a proper burial. Senior brother Dan happens to be short on a decent weapon. This sword seems perfect." Jim had instructed Enrique to hand over his sword with this very intention. He wanted to curry favor using Enrique's possessions. "Boy, don't blame us for being ruthless. You should have accepted our offer instead of choosing punishment." Clearly, they viewed Enrique as prey, ready to be slaughtered by the 4 Charlton and G realm martial artists. Everyone, maybe Armando, who possessed Charlton and G realm strength, couldn't help but step forward to mediate. He did not want the situation to escalate further and hoped to reconcile both parties. However, before he finished his sentence, Jeffrey suddenly lunged forward and punched him in the chest. "Old trash, is it your place to speak here?" Without even using martial techniques, Jeffrey's punch sent the heavily injured Armando flying off the platform. Landing on the ground below, Armando let out a groan and then lay still. Seeing this, Jeffrey glanced over, sounding puzzled. Dead. Muhammad rushed over to check and discovered that Armando's head had struck a sharp object, causing blood to flow profusely. Swallowing hard, Muhammad tested Armando's breath, his eyes darkening. No pulse. Armando had been trying to help his former student, only to end up fatally wounded by Chongqing Academy students. Attempting to intervene as a mediator ultimately cost him his life. His fate was truly tragic. If given another chance, would he have chosen differently? Jeffrey nodded indifferently upon learning of Armando's death. "Since we're not at the academy, killing him wasn't really a big deal," Jim tried to reassure him. Losing a life due to their actions didn't seem to bother him. "You're right. If he's dead, Jeffrey replied without a trace of guilt, as if killing a person was like squashing an ant. "AI." Enrique sighed, looking at Armando's body. "Since you died because of me, I will avenge you and send these people to join you in death." Upon hearing this, everyone froze. How could this boy remain defiant in the face of imminent death? Couldn't he see the dire situation? Didn't he realize that 4 Charlton and G realm experts were about to kill him? "Ernan, do you think this kid understands what's happening?" Muhammad frowned, sensing contempt in Enrique's words. The others felt similarly offended. Killing them all and sending them to accompany an old man in death? Ludicrous. Jim sneered. "Kid, did you say something wrong? Are you sure it isn't you who'll be buried? We shouldn't waste more time. Let's just finish him." With Lewis's words, the 4 unleashed their murderous intent openly. Muhammad hastily retreated from the arena to watch from a safe distance. A life and death battle loomed. "This kid is strange, seemingly born with superhuman strength. If he hits us, it won't be pleasant. We can't afford to underestimate him. We mustn't give him any chances." Recalling past experiences, Jeffrey reminded them. Everyone took heed and prepared to attack together to ensure Enrique's swift demise. "Die!" 4 cold voices rang out simultaneously as the 4 Charlton and G realm martial artists attacked from all directions. Combat erupted, but Enrique handled the onslaught effortlessly, never falling into disadvantage. Using the myriad Dao absorption technique, he endured their attacks and found himself unharmed, leading him to mock them. "Your weak attacks can't found boundary realm." They admitted that even they could not easily kill him. Alan sought for this Indones. It was like slicing vegetables, just one slash and he was dead. This was absolute power dominance. Most importantly, his speed was so fast that they didn't even have time to react before Jim died by his sword. Moreover, their attacks had no effect on him whatsoever. Strangely enough, they also noticed that this Indones' aura seemed stronger now, as if their attacks nourished him. Indeed, as they suspected, Enrique's cultivation of the 10,000 Dao absorption technique made their attacks feel more like supplements. Each attack actually increased Enrique's strength. Enrique didn't even bother retaliating. He remained unharmed despite their martial arts techniques. How is this kid so damn eerie? The trio grew increasingly disheartened with each strike. They couldn't even land a single hit. "What's going on? Didn't you want to kill me? Why can't you even harm me?" Their actions made them look like clowns. Consequently, Enrique's expression became mocking. "Boy, if you're so capable, why don't you take off your protective armor?" Facing Enrique's provocations, the 3 men couldn't help but feel humiliated and enraged. Wasn't this pure mockery? "You see me as prey," unaware that the true hunter often hides in the guise of the hunted. At the same moment, Enrique unleashed his martial aura without restraint. It surged like a tidal wave, sweeping in all directions. In an instant, the atmosphere grew suffocating. Jeffrey was stunned as he felt the intense waves of energy emanating from Enrique. "You're actually at the 4th level of the profound boundary realm?" His eyes were filled with disbelief. In his view, for someone Enrique's age to reach the profound boundary realm was already rare. He had assumed Enrique was merely at the 1st level, with innate strength. However, Jeffrey realized he had underestimated this boy. Enrique was at the 4th level of the profound boundary realm, matching him in rank. But this only spoke of their realms. In terms of strength, there was a stark difference. This kind of prodigy even surpassed Augustine. He had never seen such astounding talent. Instantly, he withdrew from the fight, unwilling to be a fool. "I admit I've wronged you. I think you'd make an excellent disciple for Master Guilin." Seeing brute force wouldn't work, he tried diplomacy. Moments ago, he was shouting threats to kill Enrique, and now he wanted peace. "Alonso's, no need to fight further. We'll really hurt feelings if we continue. The death of Jim is no big deal. We can simply say he planned to betray the academy." The other 2 hurriedly agreed. Enrique's strength left them with no desire to continue fighting. If they prolonged this, they would surely die when his patience ran out. Oh, so we aren't fighting anymore? Weren't you trying to ambush me? This despicable behavior amused Enrique. Just moments ago, they wanted to kill him, but now they wanted peace? Truly adaptable and resilient. Jeffrey replied calmly, we just needed to test if you were qualified to be Master Goulin's disciple. Since you passed the test, it's unnecessary to continue. Right, just a test. The other two echoed him. Ha ha ha, weren't you trying to kill me? Now that you can't match me, you want to beg for mercy? Enrique exposed their true thoughts coldly. I never go back on my word. What I said, I will do. He vowed to avenge Armando by killing the four. Moreover, Enrique showed no mercy to those who tried to kill him. Who knew if this wasn't a delaying tactic? If he believed their lies, he might die without knowing why. Jeffrey became furious. So, you want to fight to the death? Do you even deserve it? Enrique's contempt was evident. He didn't take these three seriously. And what about the armored soldiers from the Connors' residence surrounding the underground casino? Enrique barely glanced at them. They were mere Huangji realm warriors, mostly around the 7th level, trembling in fear. Could they intervene in a battle between Charlton-Angie realm warriors? Would they risk their lives? No, their presence was likely just for show. Listening to Enrique, Dominic warned menacingly, boy, I come from the Connors' residence. Are you sure you want to challenge me? His arrogance stemmed from his belief in the Connors' immense power. In Greenhill City, the Connor held supreme authority. Even combined, all factions paled in comparison. Setting aside Augustine's exceptional talent, even the Connor himself was at the 8th level of the profound boundary realm, unmatched in the city. Enrique scanned him coolly. I heard you're the steward of the Connors' residence? That's correct, the man nodded arrogantly, thinking Enrique was intimidated. Even young master grew up under my watch. If you? Enrique despised threats. Without waiting for him to finish, he swung his sword impatiently. With a whoosh, a flash of cold light and a burst of blood followed. A headless corpse fell onto the stage and did not rise again. Enrique's expression was full of disdain and disgust. A mere dog from the Connors' residence dares threaten me? Let alone you. Even your master here wouldn't stop me from doing whatever I want. Hashtag chapter 34, Dignity in Life. Enrique was not speaking out of arrogance, but with utmost seriousness. Because what he hated most was being threatened. Whoever dared to threaten him should be prepared to pay the price. Moreover, as a servant, how could someone like 8th young master have taken action without authorization from the Connors' mansion? Jeffrey and Lewis were utterly stunned by Enrique's single sword strike. To think that just one strike had killed the person as easily as slicing through cabbage? Needless to say, the armored soldiers from the Connors' mansion were even more astonished. 8th young master, named Lu Ba, as the chief steward of the Connors' mansion, stood at the pinnacle of power in Greenhill City. Not only did he hold an extremely high position within the Connors' mansion, but even the heads of various powerful families treated him with utmost respect and never dared to offend him. This was because he possessed the strength of the 4th rank of Profound Realm, making him the 2nd strongest person in the entire city after Connor Dan. Alansat, this formidable figure was slain by a single sword strike from the Andonis before them. How unbelievably fierce could this guy be? Lewis couldn't resist mocking sarcastically. Boy, you've really gotten yourself into big trouble. You actually killed Steward Lu. Do you think Connor Dan will let you off? Lu Ba, the representative of the Connors' mansion, had been killed by Enrique, which meant that there would now be a feud between Enrique and the Connors' mansion that would end only when one side perished. After all, killing Lu Ba was equivalent to shaming Connor Dan. There was no turning back now. Anyway, you won't live to see that day. Enrique gave a cold laugh, drew his sword, and struck instantly. In an instant, the sword energy soared wildly, the killing intent piercing the sky. This single strike plunged straight into Lewis's chest, the powerful sword energy instantly shredding his heart. Dared to mock him? Then die. Enrique's speed was so sudden and swift that Lewis had no time to resist or counterattack. His expression didn't even change before he died a violent death. By killing Lu Ba, Enrique was fully aware of what it entailed. But did he care? Not at all. Even if he hadn't used an alias and hidden identity, he wouldn't fear retaliation from the Connors' mansion. As long as it was someone from the Connors' mansion, Enrique would kill them without hesitation. He saw himself as already at odds with the Connors' mansion to the death. Back then, Enrique hadn't officially ended his engagement with Diana. And what happened? Connor Dan proposed on behalf of his son Augustine to the Igor family. Wasn't this openly undermining him? It was as if Enrique didn't exist. Since ancient times, patricidal hatred and the desire to steal one's wife were considered irreconcilable. And Era, who had a patricidal grudge against Enrique, had already been punished. Enrique didn't understand the concept of justice or fairness. He only knew that unfinished business would lead to future troubles. So, to avoid further complications, he wiped out the entire Lu family. Enrique believed that the Dan father and son would soon meet the same fate. Since these people disrespected him, Enrique would use his own methods to reclaim his dignity. Perhaps it was due to the martial order on Enrique's body, or maybe the treasured sword, or some other reason, they sent people to kill him. That was adding insult to injury. Enrique was a martial practitioner who did not believe in pretentiousness or underhanded tactics. To him, such schemes were the tools of the weak. In the face of absolute strength, any cunning stratagem could be shattered with a single punch. Martial might was the best solution. Since the Connors' mansion provoked him, he would eliminate them. Before long, once his strength was sufficient, Enrique would personally visit the Connors' mansion, just as he visited the Lu family, without leaving any loose ends. Thus, Enrique wouldn't spare Augustine at Evergreen Academy either. Knowing that Diana was still nominally his fiancée, yet insisting on marrying her despite their unresolved issues, this would disgrace Enrique. How could he allow this to happen? He must stop the wedding. One strike for Lewis? This single strike was so sudden that Jeffrey froze in place. He knew very well Lewis's strength, a fourth-rank profound realm, surpassing him slightly. For lives to commemorate Armando. Thus, on their journey to the underworld, they wouldn't be alone. After this battle, Enrique became even more pleased with the sword. Its sharpness exceeded his expectations. As a profound realm martial artist, their physical resilience was akin to steel. Alan sought, his sword cut through them like slicing tofu. Clearly, this was an incredibly sharp sword. If Armando hadn't died and still wanted to ask about movement techniques, perhaps Enrique could tell him now. The movement technique was nothing but absolute speed. And this was precisely why Enrique could easily slay the four profound realm martial artists. Don't kill us. We just followed orders. Glancing at the quivering armored soldiers, they immediately knelt down and began begging for mercy. Alright, this matter doesn't concern you much. Since you didn't attack me, I'll spare you. Enrique originally planned to kill them all but reconsidered, recognizing they were not true members of the Dan family or servants, merely mercenaries doing their job for survival. Scanning the area and finding Muhammad missing, Enrique understood his intentions. He owed me money and ran to inform others, trying to put me to death? He shook his head helplessly, saying, "Why did you choose to invite your own doom?" Chapter 35. Turbulence rises again. After clearing up the spoils, Enrique swaggered away with an air of nonchalance, so no one recognized him. Who is this guy? An outsider? He doesn't even know the rules of Greenhill City? If he runs into a carriage of some nobleman, he's in for trouble. Young man, move to the side. Pedestrians can't walk in the middle of the road. There were numerous comments and warnings, but Enrique paid them no mind. Rules? They were meant for the weak. Apart from Connor Dan, there wasn't anyone in Greenhill City whom he feared. This boy sure has guts. He might not know how he'll die. But as soon as Enrique's martial aura revealed itself, all chatter ceased instantly. This youth was actually at the Charlton and G realm? Alright then. The young master isn't just handsome, but also unconventional. The reaction swung entirely the other way. This treatment difference made Enrique want to laugh and cry at the same time. Scoot over. Pedestrians don't belong in the middle of the road. Move now, or I won't be responsible if you get hurt. Suddenly, a series of urgent hoofbeats approached from behind, accompanied by a petulant shout. Turning, Enrique saw a striking red horse swiftly galloping towards him, carrying a young woman. Reacting instinctively, he threw a punch. Immediately, a mournful whinny rang out. How powerful was that blow? The approaching red horse exploded upon impact, spurting blood as it met its end. My God, he killed Amelie Igor's riding horse. This is going to stir things up. Enrique's action instantly attracted everyone's attention. At the same moment, a tall figure approached. It was a young woman in her early 20s, fair-skinned and beautiful, exuding a cold demeanor. She resembled Diana quite closely and could easily be called a stunning beauty. What do you think you're doing? She demanded angrily, furious that her beloved horse had been killed and that she'd fallen off the horse in an undignified manner. Just a reflex. Sorry about that, Enrique replied indifferently. He recognized her as Diana's sister, Alana. He had no good feelings toward the Igor family and wouldn't feel guilty about anything happening to them. Besides, Alana was known for her arrogance. Thankfully, his quick reflexes and strength saved him from severe injury. If it had been someone else, it could have been fatal. Do you still want to leave? A cold voice interrupted. Andonis in purple attire stepped forward, blocking Enrique's path. This was Shiloh's direct descendant, Denham, one of Alana's suitors. While not hostile, Denham was certainly familiar. I suggest you scram while you still can, otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Enrique gave a sincere warning. Denham chuckled. Interesting. Are you threatening me? As a member of the prestigious Mu family, Denham remained unperturbed. You're new here, right? Do you know who I am? He swept his gaze around arrogantly. Fool. Enrique knew exactly who he was, but had never paid him any attention before. With a flick of his hand, Denham was sent flying back, spitting blood and falling unconscious upon landing. Audacity. You've got a lot of nerve. Denham's servants reacted in shock, shouting at Enrique. They were both terrified and amazed. They sensed gale winds, a telltale sign of a Charlton and G realm martial artist. Want to fight me? Enrique's martial aura enveloped the area, revealing his status as a Charlton and G realm practitioner. The Mu family servants shook their heads vigorously in fear. A Charlton and G realm martial artist was a third-class citizen. They were mere 8th-class servants, meaning killing them would go unpunished. Realizing Enrique was a Charlton and G realm practitioner, Alana's face paled in disbelief. You're actually a Charlton and G realm martial artist? Chapter 36. Threat. This Andonis in front of her looked so young, with still somewhat tender features, and yet he was already a profound extreme realm martial artist? Alana felt her worldview completely refreshed. She had never seen such a young profound extreme realm martial artist. To be at the profound extreme realm at 20 would make one a widely recognized prodigy, someone who has earned the right to join the Essence martial sect. But this youth seemed to have just come of age, didn't he? Even Enrique, once hailed as Greenhill City's second greatest genius, was only at the Alansalo extreme 7th layer at this age. And even Augustine, the pride of Greenhill City and her sister's fiancé, hadn't broken through to the profound extreme realm by this age, right? Doesn't that mean this youth's talent surpasses even Augustine's? Thinking about it, she regretted her earlier behavior even more. But since the matter hadn't escalated too much and could be resolved with some compensation, Alana felt less anxious. She said haughtily, You killed my little Red. How do you plan to compensate me? Why should I compensate? What Alana hadn't expected was that not only did the other party have no intention of compensating, but instead accused her. You nearly injured me with your horse. Shouldn't you apologize to me? Counter-accusing her. She had never encountered such an unscrupulous person before. Clearly having killed her steed, he refused to compensate her, and now demanded an apology. Such an unreasonable and domineering person, Alana had never met. Her face turned cold as she couldn't help but reprimand. How can you be so unreasonable? If I'm being unreasonable, then it's not just an apology I'll be demanding. I hope you understand my lenience. If I end up hurting you, don't blame me. Enrique's tone was calm but carried a heavy threat. Are you threatening me? The always spoiled Alana's emotions instantly flared up. Enrique's words were something her superior and lofty self simply couldn't accept. In her memory, no one had ever dared to speak to her so arrogantly, impolitely, and outrageously. She unhooked a riding crop from her waist and lashed out at Enrique's face without regard for whether he was a profound extreme realm martial artist or not. Having lost all reason, how could Alana care about anything else? Cornered like a dog? Enrique laughed. As the whip was about to strike his face, he raised his left arm and firmly caught the whip. Then, with a strong tug, he pulled it toward his palm. At the same moment, Alana was sent flying backward. Had she not let go in time, she might have been dragged along as well. Alana glared at Enrique, furious. What do you mean? What do I mean? Shouldn't I be asking you that? If I weren't capable, wouldn't you have almost trampled me to death with your horse just now? I've already been quite tolerant. Had Enrique not been able to handle the situation calmly, Alan Solo extreme realm martial artist would have barely reacted in time. Even if they survived, severe injuries were inevitable. Without pressing further, Enrique had already shown restraint. Since you seem to know what's best, then this lady will be generous and not hold it against you. Forget the compensation. Just apologize and slap yourself, and we'll call it a day. She resumed her usual condescending demeanor. When Enrique tried to reason with her, Alana laughably assumed he feared her and was backing down. She seized the opportunity, demanding an apology from a profound extreme realm genius. I gave you a chance to apologize. Since you wasted it, don't blame me. Her remarks made Enrique sigh. Slapping oneself and apologizing? They say women of large chests lack brains. Enrique had never believed it until now. This Alana had proven it herself. He slowly raised his hand, ready to deliver a slap. Outrageous. Two tall figures rapidly approached from afar. Dressed as guards, they immediately stepped in front of Alana, their expressions cold as they stared at Enrique. They exuded a Alan Solo extreme 6th layer aura. Move. Enrique's voice was chilling. He slapped both guards, sending them flying and crashing to the ground, possibly unconscious. Alan Solo extreme realm warrior is truly powerless against a profound extreme realm martial artist. Onlookers sighed. Seeing Enrique's actions, some wondered if he lacked respect for women and intended to harm her. You, what are you going to do? Seeing Enrique's raised hand, Alana backed away, her speech stuttering. Fear showed clearly on her face, and she vaguely realized what might happen next. This boy, she guessed, was about to hit her. What do you think? Enrique continued approaching, playing with her like a cat with a mouse, a mocking expression on his face. His tone was icy, ice cold, as he lifted his arm closer. No. Her face turned pale, fear overtaking her. She shrieked because Enrique's hand was closing in. I am Alana. My father is the patriarch of the Igor family. My sister is Diana, whose fiancé is Augustine, the future chancellor of Evergreen Academy. If you hit me, you'll pay dearly. Seeing him ignore her, Alana panicked and spoke without filter, trying to intimidate him. Unfortunately, she had miscalculated drastically. Others might back down, especially given the Igor family's rising status due to an upcoming marriage with the city lord's family. But Enrique hated threats most. Alana's intimidation only fueled his anger. Already at odds, her threats now poured oil on the fire. If I hit you, I'll surely face dire consequences. Taking a deep breath to steady her trembling nerves, Alana steeled herself. Despite her fear, there was no turning back. As a direct descendant of the Igor family, she couldn't apologize. If she did, it would be a disgrace to the family, and she would become a laughingstock, even facing a profound extreme realm martial artist. She feigned courage. In all my life, no one has dared to raise a hand against me. If you dare to hit me, you will pay the price, even as a profound extreme realm martial artist. Chapter 37. A resounding slap. Threats. More threats. Alana had actually threatened Enrique twice in a short span of time. Oh, is that so? Seeing that she was threatening him again, Enrique couldn't help but laugh out of frustration. His expression was very sinister, causing an involuntary chill to run down the spine of anyone who saw it. Absolutely. Alana gritted her teeth, her voice heavy and filled with hatred as she glared at Enrique. If you dare do this, I swear you will receive the punishment you deserve. A third threat. Haha, let's see how your Igor family intends to punish me. Enrique was not one to be intimidated. He immediately raised his hand, preparing to strike. However, just as his hand was about to hit Alana's face, and as she was about to scream in fear, Enrique suddenly stopped. Please stop. For at that moment, a sudden voice rang out from afar. The voice was familiar yet strangely unfamiliar. This was why Enrique did not deliver the slap. He turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. Soon, the crowd parted, making way for a tall figure dressed in white to walk through. It was a young woman with a light veil covering her face. Though her features were obscured, she radiated an aura of nobility that commanded respect and exuded a chilling air. But everyone knew her identity. Diana, the first beauty of Greenhill City, Augustine's fiancée, an exceptional lady with a 6th-rank martial vein and unique constitution. Looking at her, Enrique felt no ripple in his heart, maintaining a cold stare. What is it? Seeing his indifference, a flicker of surprise flashed in Diana's eyes. She knew that every male, and even female, was currently fixated on her. Alansat, this youth before her remained unfazed, truly surprising her. Even if you are an exalted realm martial artist, you must not harm her. Despite only being at the 6th layer of the Alansalo extreme realm, Diana held her ground against this exalted realm martial artist, her tone almost commanding. Am I to understand that you are threatening me? Enrique met her gaze. Diana paused, then her eyes softened slightly as she nodded. You could consider it a threat? Enrique smiled faintly. Coincidentally, I can't stand any form of threats. You share a similarity with someone I once knew. This piqued Enrique's interest. Who is he? He's an ordinary man with some luck. But compared to you, there's simply no comparison. One was at the 7th layer of the Alansalo Extreme Realm. The other was already in the Exalted Realm. While their ranks were close, they belonged to entirely different categories. To Diana, comparing them was absurd. She could never have imagined that the person standing before her was the same ordinary man she spoke of. Indeed. Enrique nodded indifferently, his heart unmoved. Diana continued softly. Did she not tell you her identity? This she clearly referred to her sister, Alana. She did. Diana was taken aback. Then why would you still want to harm her? Is your Igor family so extraordinary? Enrique asked nonchalantly. Diana smiled. I am Diana, engaged to Augustine. You've probably heard of him. How about we call it quits and consider this a lesson learned? What do you think? I know you, Enrique said. First beauty of Green Hill City. It's rumored that you once had a fiancé named Enrique. But after he suffered a great calamity, you left him for another man. And isn't it also said that your martial vein awakened because of him? Enrique's words caused Diana's face to darken. Her emotions flared, and she retorted loudly, Ridiculous. These are all rumors. Hearing this, the entire crowd fell silent, everyone staring at Enrique as if he were a ghost. They hadn't expected him to say such things. Although these rumors were well known, saying them aloud was something else entirely, especially in front of her. The atmosphere grew tense instantly. Somebody should inform the Igor family, someone muttered in the crowd before quickly leaving. But I believe these rumors. So to me, you're just a promiscuous woman, and I have no interest in associating with you. Enrique's words were stark and blunt, showing no mercy. His tone was unmasked contempt, daringly bold. Everyone present felt a wave of chill run through them, completely stunned by his audacity. This was escalating matters dramatically. Enrique's words stung like a loud slap, hitting Diana hard. Her face burned with embarrassment. You go too far. Diana fumed, pointing angrily at Enrique. You think I go too far? Enrique slowly raised his hand, and then swiftly slapped her with force. Slap. The sound was incredibly sharp and resounding. For a moment, the scene was deathly quiet. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, fixed on the red handprint now visible on Diana's cheek. To think, this was the beloved daughter of the Igor family, the first beauty of Green Hill City, and fiancée to Augustine, slapped in public. Turning their attention back to Enrique, they saw him differently now, believing this audacious youth might not know the meaning of fear. Even an exalted realm martial artist shouldn't be this reckless. Striking Diana didn't just offend the Igor family, it offended the Connors mansion as well. This matter could not end well. They doubted if this Andonis would leave Green Hill City alive. Seeing the striking handprint on Diana's beautiful face made everyone sigh inwardly. He really did it. Diana, having been slapped in public, was thoroughly dazed. She couldn't believe it. With such a beautiful face, this boy dared to lay a hand on her? Feeling the sting on her smooth cheek, she felt more emotional humiliation than physical pain. An unprecedented experience, unimaginable until now. Someone actually dared to slap her, in front of everyone. Her eyes blazed with fury as she shouted at Enrique, You actually dared to hit me? Why shouldn't I? Facing Diana's accusation, Enrique smirked coldly. I hit women like you who are shameless and unworthy. Chapter 37. A resounding slap. Threats again. Alana had actually threatened him twice in such a short span of time. Oh, really? Enrique was almost amused by her repeated threats. His expression turned sinister, sending shivers down the onlookers' spines. Absolutely. Alana gritted her teeth, glaring at Enrique fiercely. If you dare to do this, I swear you will receive the punishment you deserve. A third threat. Haha, let's see how your Igor family plans to make me suffer as I should. Enrique was not one to be intimidated. He raised his hand as if to strike. However, just as his hand was about to land on Alana's face and she had already screamed in fear, Enrique abruptly stopped. Hold it. At that moment, a sudden voice rang out from afar. It was both familiar and oddly distant. This was why Enrique hadn't completed his strike. He looked towards the source of the sound. Soon, people parted to make way for someone approaching. A tall figure dressed in white walked through the crowd. It was a young woman veiled by a light fabric. Although her face was obscured, she exuded an aura of nobility and coldness that no one dared to offend. Everyone knew who she was, Diana, the first beauty of Green Hill City, Augustine's fiancée, and a prodigy with a 6th-rank martial vein and special constitution. Seeing her, Enrique remained calm and indifferent. What is it? Diana was surprised by his indifference. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her, yet this Andonis remained unperturbed, which caught her off guard. You mustn't touch her, even if you're an exalted realm martial artist. Diana spoke with authority despite being only at the 6th layer of the Alansalo Extreme Realm. She stood her ground against the much more powerful Enrique. Am I to take this as a threat? Enrique asked, locking eyes with her. Diana hesitated, then nodded. You could consider it a threat? Enrique smiled coldly. Funny, I don't respond well to any threats. That trait of yours reminds me of someone I once knew, she replied. Enrique perked up. Who's that? He was an ordinary person with some luck, but compared to you, there's no comparison. One was at the 7th layer of the Alansalo Extreme Realm, while the other was already in the Exalted Realm. Though their levels were close, they were worlds apart in terms of power. In Diana's view, comparing them was meaningless. What she didn't know was that the person standing before her was that very ordinary person she spoke of. I see, Enrique replied indifferently, unfazed internally. Diana continued. She didn't tell you who she is? She was referring to her sister, Alana. She did, he said casually. Diana was taken aback. Then why would you still harm her? Do you think the Igor family is so great? Enrique asked dismissively. Diana smiled. My name is Diana, and my fiancé is Augustine. Have you heard of him? Let's call a truce. Can we become friends? That way, we can avoid further conflict. I know who you are. You're the first beauty of Green Hill City, and I've heard you once had a fiancé named Enrique. But after he met with disaster, you abandoned him for another man. And wasn't your awakening of martial potential somehow linked to him? Enrique's words made Diana visibly uncomfortable. Her emotions flared as she defended herself loudly. These are baseless rumors. The entire area fell silent. Everyone looked at Enrique as though he had just announced something unthinkable. Though it was common knowledge, saying it aloud was taboo. Now he had effectively slapped the Connors mansion and the Igor family in public, especially in front of the parties involved. Tensions rose instantly. We should alert the Igor family quickly, whispered someone in the crowd, who then hurried away. But I believe these rumors. So, to me, you're a shameless and unworthy woman. I have no interest in befriending someone like you. Enrique's words were brutal and unfiltered, showing no mercy. Everyone felt the weight of his words, realizing he was escalating the situation. It was as if he had delivered a resounding slap across Diana's face. You. Diana was livid. Pointing at Enrique, she yelled, you're pushing things too far. You think I'm pushing things too far? Enrique's hand slowly rose and then swiftly struck. Slap. The sound was crisp and unmistakable. Dead silence filled the air. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the red imprint of a hand on Diana's perfect cheek. It was hard to believe. The pride of the Igor family, the first beauty of Green Hill City, whose fiancé was Augustine, had been slapped. When they looked at Enrique, their expressions changed completely. They saw a fearless youth who seemed oblivious to the danger he faced. An exalted realm martial artist couldn't act so recklessly. By hitting Diana, he had not only offended the Igor family but also the Connors mansion. This matter wouldn't end well. Many doubted he would survive Green Hill City. Looking at the bright red mark on Diana's beautiful face, everyone felt a pang of disbelief. He really went for it. Diana, having been slapped in public, was dazed. She couldn't believe it. She touched her smooth cheek, feeling the burning pain, and experienced unprecedented humiliation. Never had anyone dared to slap her, especially in front of everyone. She glared at Enrique, her voice almost roaring. You dared to hit me? Why wouldn't I hit someone like you? Enrique sneered. I hit shameless and unworthy women like you. Chapter 38. Keeping his word. In the past, Enrique would never have been able to bring himself to hit her, but Diana had betrayed him and used him for 3 whole years. The slap gave Enrique a great sense of relief, especially when Diana had called him an incompetent person just now. This only fanned the flames in his heart. Hadn't it been for helping Diana resist the cold poison that he transferred all of his cultivated internal strength to her? Otherwise, why would his cultivation stagnate? Diana truly took advantage of his kindness and assumed that because she was beautiful, she could do whatever she wanted. She thought every man in the world revolved around her. She saw herself as untouchable and no one dared defy her. Enrique once cherished her deeply and overlooked these flaws, but not anymore. Now, facing Diana, he felt nothing but disgust and hatred. Therefore, Enrique naturally did not give her any good face. Diana glared at Enrique with a grim face. Do you know who my fiancé is? Slap. Enrique sighed, without much ado, and immediately slapped her again. Then, he glared coldly at Diana, who lay on the ground, bleeding from the corner of her mouth and eyes brimming with hatred. My ears aren't deaf. I know your fiancé is Augustine. But what does that have to do with me? Why should I care about a dying man? Without sparing another glance at Diana, he walked toward Alana, who was already stunned. Slap. Another slap resounded, and Enrique showed no mercy as he knocked her down too. For the pair of sisters, Enrique didn't hold back. He slapped each of them in turn. You treat life like grass, yet unknowingly, you are nothing more than grass to me. Enrique said coldly, even if your father comes here, I will still hit you both without hesitation. Who's hitting me? Suddenly, an angry and rough voice sounded from the crowd. At the same time, the onlookers quickly retreated. A powerful martial arts aura rapidly enveloped the entire area. This aura came from the profound extreme realm. It was the aura of a profound extreme realm warrior. Enrique looked over and saw Kenneth, Diana's father, Virgil. Virgil had thick eyebrows and big eyes, towering and robust, with muscular physique nearly 2 meters tall, truly a hulking brute. Seeing the slap marks on his daughter's faces, he instantly became enraged. His gaze, fierce like a wolf, fixed intently on Enrique. He noticed that this youth was looking straight back at him, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Raphael, help me get revenge. Alana hurried to Virgil's side, holding her slapped cheek, tears streaming down her face, sobbing bitterly. Raphael, please take care of this for me and my sister. As she spoke, she raised her head, staring at Enrique with triumph and arrogance, hoping to see fear in his eyes. But she was disappointed, because there wasn't a trace of fear in Enrique's eyes. Instead, mockery was more evident. You slapped them? Virgil looked down at Enrique angrily, his voice booming like thunder. Hitting the smaller ones means the bigger ones will come out to play. It seems my words are coming true. Enrique's casual remark instantly infuriated Virgil. Arrogant. Too arrogant. He had never seen such arrogance in his life. Saying this in front of him was not arrogant. What was? Boy, you're very audacious. You're the first to dare oppose the Igor family. I can give you a chance. Choose your method of death yourself. Virgil looked at Enrique with stern and cold eyes. To avenge his daughters, he disregarded the consequences. After all, his in-laws were from the Connors mansion. Moreover, he exuded an overwhelming martial arts aura. Profound extreme realm tier 2 peak. This level of strength was incredibly powerful, causing the onlookers to feel suffocated. Are you saying I can choose how to die? Enrique's eyes widened, feigning surprise. Alonso's, tell me how you want to die, and I'll grant your wish. Virgil nodded solemnly. However, seeing the slap marks on his daughters' faces made his killing intent grow even stronger. No matter what, this boy who injured his daughters was bound to die. Let me think about it. Enrique pretended to be deep in thought. Moments later, his eyes lit up, and he said mockingly, can I die by lying on their stomachs? Looks like you're asking for death. Virgil was instantly angered. He narrowed his eyes, glaring viciously at Enrique, and a powerful martial arts aura erupted from him, making everyone feel oppressed. At this moment, the atmosphere became unbearably tense. Everyone except Enrique was drenched in cold sweat and slightly pale due to the terrifying martial arts aura. Meanwhile, Alana covered her cheek, eyes filled with murderous intent, staring at Enrique. Do you regret it now? Her eyes locked onto Enrique's, hoping to see fear and regret. Unfortunately for her, Enrique's eyes remained calm and indifferent, showing no emotional fluctuations. If there was anything, it was sheer coldness. Slap. Enrique moved swiftly, giving her another slap right before Virgil's eyes, coldly ordering, shut up. Now it was fair. Each sister had received a slap. You like slapping people? Then I'll indulge you. Virgil sneered coldly and reached out to slap Enrique's face. The movement was slow but contained terrifying force, aiming to humiliate Enrique first. You talk too much. Enrique was faster than Virgil. He grabbed Virgil's wrist, and with a crack, a bone-chilling scream echoed. Virgil's wrist was broken by Enrique. Slap. Another loud slap sound rang out, and Virgil was slapped by Enrique as well. The scene left the crowd in shock. Even the head of the Igor family got slapped? A respected family patriarch, a profound extreme realm warrior, also couldn't escape this fate? Not only that, Enrique's slap directly knocked Virgil to the ground. I will hit them regardless. He kept his word. When Virgil stood up, Enrique bowed politely. Thank you, head of Igor family, for indulging me. Chapter 39. Begging for mercy. Pooh. Virgil, who had just stood up, heard this and spat out a mouthful of old blood in anger. Damn it, this was infuriating. Initially, he intended to slap Enrique, but the outcome turned out to be the opposite, a huge humiliation. This single slap also jolted him back to his senses. The Andonis looked so young yet possessed such formidable combat skills. Virgil knew very well what that implied. This kid had a significant background and wasn't someone to mess with. Otherwise, how could he dare to act so recklessly? The most shocked were undoubtedly Diana and Alana. They never imagined their father, who wielded immense power in the city, would suffer the same fate as they did, being slapped. Who are you? Diana couldn't help but ask. She felt like their family was being targeted. Unbeknownst to her, Enrique wasn't targeting them. It was Alana's arrogance that led to this situation. Looking at his ex-love interest, Enrique no longer harbored any feelings of attachment. His expression remained indifferent, and his voice cold. I'm your grandfather. Hearing this, Virgil flew into a rage. If this boy was his daughter's grandfather, that made him their father? Glancing at him, Enrique added, Alonso's, I am your father. Virgil's face contorted with fury, turning grotesquely hideous. Damn brat, regardless of your background, I will kill you today. No consequences mattered now. After all, he was about to marry into the Connors family. Not only would he gain powerful support, but his daughters would become esteemed women, soon to join the Evergreen Academy. He had nothing to fear. Moreover, this incident was an unprecedented disgrace to the Igor family. Only blood could wash away this shame. With murderous intent, Virgil raised his palm, infusing it with all his power, aiming straight for Enrique's crown and swung down. However, regarding cultivation level, Enrique was at the 4th tier of the mystic realm. How could he possibly be harmed by this attack? Or even give Virgil a chance to strike first? Overestimating yourself. Enrique's left and right hands swung out simultaneously, slapping Virgil fiercely across the face. Slap, slap, slap. A series of resounding slaps echoed, accompanied by anguished cries. In broad daylight and before everyone's eyes, Enrique continuously slapped Virgil without showing any mercy. The crowd stood dumbfounded. They never imagined they would one day witness the patriarch of the Igor family being publicly humiliated in such a manner. Even the twin sisters weren't spared. This night's events would shock the entire city. An unprecedented explosive news. Before long, Virgil resembled a pig's head, bleeding from his nose and mouth, teeth falling out. He looked utterly miserable. Don't hit him anymore. Don't hit my father anymore, Alana wailed, filled with regret. If only she hadn't been so obstinate, her father wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Had she known, she would have apologized sincerely. Regret. So much regret. You're still acting defiant. Go on, show me your skills if you think you can kill me. Enrique was busy, slapping Virgil repeatedly until his cheeks bled profusely without stopping. Aya! Virgil felt a humiliation like never before, roaring in frustration. This was unbearable, a complete loss of face. He never imagined the youth before him was so strong. Being utterly defenseless under attack, he realized this boy's cultivation far exceeded his own. Terrifying. Finally, unable to endure any more, Virgil begged for mercy. Young master, please stop, stop. I'll give my daughter to you in marriage, is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, there was an uproar in the crowd. Beaten to the point of offering his daughter? Enrique paused, then couldn't help but mock. Forget it. Your Igor family women are untrustworthy. I don't dare accept. I'll tell you frankly, I came here to seek justice for my junior brother Enrique, because I can't stand your family's behavior, Enrique said casually. For his junior brother? Enrique? The youth before them was actually that waste of space disciple's senior brother? The young master is Enrique's senior brother? This revelation caused another uproar. A prodigious youth like this being Enrique's senior brother explained why he showed no mercy to the Igor family. It was rumored that Enrique had a martial arts master as his mentor. This news seemed true indeed. Otherwise, how could a remarkable Andonies like this stand up for him? However, what happened next took everyone's breath away. Enrique drew his sword, a cold glint flashing as it pressed against Virgil's neck in an instant. Virgil tensed up immediately, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He sensed a deadly intent emanating from the youth. Virgil, do you admit your failure in educating your daughters? At the same time, Virgil heard a cold, interrogative voice. He knew very well what would happen if he denied it. Certain death. The sharpness of the sword alone sent shivers down his spine. No doubt I would die instantly. Do you hear me? Or are you deaf? The cold voice rang in his ear. Virgil swallowed hard and hastily replied, I admit. Tell me, by breaking your promise and marrying into the Dan family, aren't you an untrustworthy villain? As he spoke, the blade edged even closer to his neck, leaving Virgil no room to deny it. Alonso's yes. Even if he didn't want to, he had no choice but to agree. Lastly, if I spare your life, will you seek revenge? If he lived, Virgil naturally wanted revenge. Such humiliation demanded retribution, not just revenge, but tearing him apart. However, realizing the other party was likely not intending to kill but wanted him to capitulate, he chose to lie. I won't, absolutely not. Even if I had 100 lives, I wouldn't dare to seek revenge against you. Preserving one's life is paramount. Thinking ahead, Virgil answered accordingly. Alonsot, unexpectedly, the cold, questioning voice continued in his ear. Do you think I believe a word you say? Chapter 40. The death of the Igor family, Raphael and daughter. A simple sentence, but to Virgil, it felt like he was naked in a world of ice and snow. For from Enrique's presence, Virgil sensed an overwhelming killing intent. This made him feel extraordinarily astonished. Was I exposed? But he didn't have time to dwell on this thought. Feeling Enrique's murderous aura, Virgil hastily wailed, every word comes from my heart. They are not lies. Such a pitiful and humble appearance. Who would have imagined that Virgil, the patriarch of the Igor family, an expert at the Charlton and G realm, and a significant figure in the city, would be pushed to such depths by a mere youth? Witnessing this scene, those present felt an inexplicable sorrow. Truly, life is unpredictable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare believe what was happening right before them. This was indeed unprecedented. Facing Virgil's cries, seeing his miserable state, Enrique felt an odd sense of satisfaction, a pleasure derived from vengeance. Naturally, there was no trace of mercy in his heart. Enrique's gaze was icy cold as he spoke each word with chilling indifference. Alonsot, you're two-faced. In your heart, you probably wish to slice me into pieces, don't you? Virgil felt disaster looming as he frantically shook his head. No, absolutely not. He realized that the emotions of this Andonies were like an erupting volcano. Just go. Accompanied by a flash of cold light, Enrique's sharp sword instantly pierced Virgil's heart. I have absolutely no thoughts of revenge. It's all my fault. His plea for mercy abruptly turned into a sudden, agonizing cry. As the head of the family, Enrique chose to grant Virgil a dignified death. In front of everyone, Enrique drew his sword and killed. The illustrious family patriarch met his end so simply. Just one stroke of the sword, and Virgil was slain. Many felt bewildered and disbelieving. This was a Charlton and G realm warrior who died so effortlessly. This Andonies killed the head of the Igor family with just one strike, all for his junior brother Enrique. Diana and Harlow were even more devastated, screaming in unison, no. Their father was dead, killed with a single strike, right before their eyes. Watching a beloved family member die in front of them, the grief and fury the two women felt can only be imagined. Fury surged wildly within Harlow. She suddenly stood up, her eyes filled with rage and murderous intent, lunging at Enrique like a madwoman. I will kill you. Enrique looked at her coldly, and a terrifying energy burst from his fingertips, piercing through Harlow's pale forehead. Splat. Blood spurted out. Before she could scream or even react, Harlow crumpled to the ground. Thus, a renowned beauty of the city vanished. Enrique cast a cold glance and said, you sought death. Originally, Enrique had no intention of killing. He merely wanted to give them a warning. But somehow, he couldn't help but take their lives. After all, killing one was the same as killing two. Moreover, Enrique believed he was fulfilling their wishes. Sending them to reunite with their loved ones on the road to the netherworld would prevent loneliness. Diana had not been overwhelmed by anger despite being visibly trembling with fear. She tried to maintain composure as she questioned, my father begged for mercy. Why did you still kill him? Seeing her fearful expression, Enrique couldn't help but laugh at her accusation. Did you really believe his words? The pleas of someone on the brink of death are nothing more than a desperate bid for survival. How could such hatred ever be resolved? The moment your father intended to kill me, wasn't he destined to die? Moreover, who says I must spare him just because he begs? Enrique never showed mercy to those who wished him harm. Isn't it true that our Igor family has no grievances with you? Why do you target us like this? Diana questioned again, making Enrique chuckle. On my way, her horse nearly trampled me to death. I killed her mount and asked for an apology, but it was wrong of me? According to Green Hill City rules, one cannot walk in the middle of the road. Alonsot, you killed my sister's mount without compensation or acknowledging fault, Diana retorted, implying that the error lay with Enrique, not her sister. Do you think I'm bound by these rules? Enrique glanced at her with disdain. Besides, a mere Huangji realm practitioner daring to slap me as a form of apology? Isn't challenging authority justification enough for me to kill her? In the state of Qin, people were divided into 9 classes. High-ranking practitioners held absolute superiority over lower ones, wielding power of life and death. When subordinates challenged superiors, preserving dignity permits lethal action. Harlow, a mere Huangji realm practitioner, demanded an apology from Enrique, a Charlton and G realm warrior. It was an affront to Enrique's dignity. Overestimating herself, believing she could act recklessly in the city under family protection, unaware that before Enrique, all her reliance meant nothing. Had it not been for her arrogance, Enrique wouldn't have killed her father as well. Attempting to avenge his daughter, Virgil challenged Enrique and lost, a fair defeat. Even if this escalated, in Qin law, Enrique was justified. Diana clearly understood this. Looking at the youth who treated life as trivial, she took a deep breath. Dare you leave your name? Planning retribution against him? Anyone else, for uttering this alone, would meet death by Enrique's hand. But for Diana, not yet. If she died too easily, how could Enrique quench his thirst for revenge? Therefore, he said casually, a fickle woman like you isn't worthy to know my name. Fine. Diana chose to remember the youth's face. At his age to achieve the Charlton and G realm, he must be no ordinary person. When she eventually attends Chongqing Academy, she'll surely uncover his identity. One day, she would settle scores, avenging her sister and father. But she had a lingering question. Why didn't you kill me? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Enrique walked away without looking back. Kill you? Why should I kill you? What you've done to my junior brother, he will make you pay. Upon hearing this, Diana stared at the familiar retreating back, gritting her teeth, and spat venomously. Tell that worthless wretch to never let me see him again. If I ever find him, I will kill him. Chapter 41. The Treasure Gathering Pavilion. In Diana's view, ultimately, her father's and sister's deaths were all because of Enrique. He was the root cause of this tragedy. If it weren't for Enrique, how would this Andonies have come to Greenhill City? And how could her father and sister have possibly died? As for Diana's words, Enrique couldn't be bothered to respond. He somewhat looked forward to seeing her expression when he eventually revealed his current identity to her. Wasn't she planning to enhance her cultivation using the speed of the cold spirit fruit tree? Since the great snake guarding the cold spirit fruit tree was asleep, Enrique planned to enter the mountains early and intercept it. Moreover, Enrique's retaliation against Diana had only just begun. He would make her step by step towards despair, teaching her what true despair and lifelong regret felt like. If he allowed Diana to die so easily, wouldn't that be too merciful on her? Of course, before all that, Enrique intended to change into a more presentable outfit. Unconsciously, Enrique found himself in front of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. The Treasure Gathering Pavilion, a famous shopping area in Greenhill City, boasted numerous treasures. When he was still with the Liu family, he used to order his clothes here. However, as he neared the entrance of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion, Enrique saw a familiar yet slightly distant figure. Lance, the young master of the Mu family. Once his former lackey, Lance dismounted his horse, preparing to enter the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Enrique noticed him, and naturally, Lance saw Enrique too. Seeing Enrique covered in bloodstains and dressed like a forest hunter, Lance's eyes were filled with disgust. Moreover, Enrique's gaze, which seemed mocking and evaluative, further irked him. Who was he? A scion of a prominent family, an accomplished young talent. Being scrutinized like this by someone he deemed inferior made Lance feel humiliated. He wouldn't be polite. Behaving as if he were the owner of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion, he promptly issued an expulsion order. This is not a place for any random person. You, wild dog, scram, stay away from here. We do not welcome your kind. Huh. Enrique's eyes remained indifferent. Huh? Are you ignoring me? Seeing his authority disregarded, Lance became even angrier, cursing, You wild dog, do you know who I am? Enrique chuckled wryly. Tell me, who are you then? Say my name, and it will shock you. I am the young master of the Mu family in this Greenhill City, Lance. My father is the current head of the Mu family. I started martial arts at 6, received guidance from Master Armando at 10, hence my rapid advancement in martial arts, once even befriended Enrique. Now, excluding Diana, frankly speaking, no one else in our generation can compare with me in terms of strength within the city. With these words, Lance's eyes radiated superiority. And that was precisely the capital for his arrogance and contempt towards others. After his monologue, he turned to Enrique, exuding self-pride. Now, do you know who I am? Slap. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed. Enrique slapped him directly. The previously boastful Lance was sent flying by Enrique, spinning several times mid-air like a top, finally landing on a fruit stall. Fruits scattered everywhere. And this scene ignited the crowd's attention. People began gathering around. Wow, isn't that Lance? Why did he get slapped? Who is this kid? Daring to hit Lance, must be tired of living. Incredible. I never thought the prestigious Mu family's young master would be publicly slapped. Someone whispered softly. Of course, they were only repeating what they heard. Upon sensing a spectacle, everyone gathered closer. Do you know how powerful Lance is? A person from another city asked, unfamiliar with Greenhill City's situation. You look unfamiliar, you must be from out of town. Beside them, a youth in coarse clothing proudly explained, Let me tell you, Lance's background isn't just strong, it's exceptionally strong. He is the direct line heir of the Mu family in Greenhill City, and his father is the current head of the Mu family. Now, you understand how much trouble this guy has caused, right? Damn, such a powerful background? This person was shocked. So, this kid was about to face dire consequences? Thus, many people watched Enrique with glee, reveling in the potential drama. Spectators never shy away from drama. Someone else joined in, probably of similar status and background, encouraging him, Mu young master, this can't be left unavenged. Under the gazes, Enrique responded, a noisy worm. Are you daring to insult me like this? Lance wondered if he was hallucinating. Wasn't he Lance? And hadn't he already explained his identity clearly? How could this kid dare to defy him? This kid is tough. Enrique's reply set the first impression among the onlookers. After all, he dared to hit a wealthy young master. If this wasn't toughness, what was? Just telling the truth. Enrique's tone remained indifferent. In his eyes, Lance was nothing more than a repulsive worm. Oh, really? Your guts are impressive, daring to provoke even me, Lance. Bravo, bravo. Lance laughed in spite of his anger, gritting his teeth. This slap would be a humiliation he'd never forget. The only reason for your arrogance is your family. But do you know that to me, the Mu family is nothing. If I wanted to, annihilating the entire clan would be effortless. Enrique's voice was low but dismissive, sounding almost genuine. What he said was true. The Mu family was comparable to, or even less significant than the Liu family. If Enrique wished to destroy it, it would only take some time. At his words, the crowd fell silent. This kid had some serious bravado, daring to claim he could wipe out a powerful family. Is he someone important? Just then, a purple-robed Andonis emerged from the treasure-gathering pavilion, looking disgruntled. Which blind fool dares to cause a scene outside my treasure-gathering pavilion? Hayden's, isn't that Isaiah? They say his uncle is the chief manager of the treasure-gathering pavilion. The purple-robed youth had barely appeared when spectators identified him. Lance massaged his swollen cheek, smiling awkwardly despite his disheveled appearance. My apologies, didn't mean to disturb brotherly. Looking at Lance, Isaiah was immediately alarmed. Young Master Mu, what? He saw the prominent handprint on Lance's face. It was clearly fresh, likely just inflicted. Blood stained the corner of his mouth. Looks like he got quite a beating. Lance smiled bitterly, all thanks to this kid. As he spoke, he pointed at Enrique. Chapter 42. Does he dare kill me? Following Lance's pointed direction, Isaiah finally cast his gaze upon Enrique. No wonder this kid stood out awkwardly among the onlookers. He was the troublemaker. Kid, you've got some guts. Not only did you cause a disturbance outside my jubioj, but you also dared to hit Lance. That's quite an achievement, said Isaiah in a sarcastic tone. If it weren't for the traces of shaving, one might suspect that this man lacked a vital organ. Enrique had naturally overheard the crowd's discussions. The person before him turned out to be the head manager's nephew, which came as a huge surprise. Their manners and demeanor were worlds apart. In Enrique's memory, the head manager of Jubioj wasn't known for being noble-hearted, but he certainly treated people without prejudice and rarely put on airs. Are you mute? Why aren't you? Before Isaiah could finish his sentence, a crisp sound echoed through the air. Slap. The previously arrogant Isaiah was slapped away. In that moment, he spun wildly like a top, flew into the air, and then slammed onto the ground. His left cheek swelled up like a pig's head. The crowd looked at Enrique with disbelief. With icy eyes, Enrique said, "Even ants don't dare to clamor before me." You dared to hit him? Lance couldn't believe that Isaiah, who stood up for him, had also been struck. Full of disbelief, he thought. Although Isaiah is definitely not the successor of Jubioj, his uncle is the top boss. Striking Isaiah here at Jubioj's doorstep is essentially slapping Jubioj's face. Wouldn't that mean his uncle would also have been slapped? After hitting Lance, now Isaiah. This matter will surely escalate. Many present wondered about Enrique's background. How could he dare provoke such significant trouble? Doesn't he know to consider the consequences? However, what they didn't expect was Enrique looking coldly at the resentful Isaiah and saying, "As a businessman, hasn't your uncle taught you not to look down on others?" The crowd fell silent. Everyone was utterly astounded. They had seen arrogance before, but never to this extent. To openly call the head manager of Jubioj fatso. Could this guy really have such a powerful background? Unless, how else could he dare to make such a shocking move? After all, calling someone fat was a derogatory term, a slur. Isaiah instantly flared up. Who do you think you are to call my uncle that? Do you really want to enter our Jubioj? If you lack Charlton Angie realm strength, then show me your jubiling. At Jubioj, there were rules. If you wanted to enter, you needed a jubiling. It was a membership token that anyone in town could own. In Isaiah's view, this kid looked like a nobody and probably didn't have a jubiling. So, he was intentionally making things difficult. Now playing by the rules? Enrique followed suit. I don't have a jubiling, but I possess Charlton Angie realm strength. Aren't you supposed to let me in quickly? Charlton Angie realm martial artists numbered less than 10 in the entire Green Hill city. Alan sought this Andonis boldly claimed so. Charlton Angie realm? Truly laughable. Isaiah sneered coldly, shouting, "Scram, or I'll break your legs." As he finished speaking, an angry voice from the crowd demanded, "Who are you trying to kick out? Whose legs are you breaking?" Indifferently pointing at Enrique, Isaiah blurted out, "Of course, this brat." Uncle?" Realizing who spoke, Isaiah turned around to see his uncle, a middle-aged, plump man in a purple robe, emerging from the crowd with a furious expression. He hurried over, respectfully saying, "Uncle, why did you come out?" Slap. Without a word, the head manager slapped Isaiah across the face, stunning him. Perplexed, Isaiah asked, "Uncle, why did you hit me?" "Hit you." Furious, the head manager smacked him again, yelling, "You idiot! Do you know what you're saying? I almost killed you." Usually gentle and scholarly, the head manager now radiated menacing energy. Seeing Isaiah still clueless, he said, "This gentleman is our most esteemed guest at Jubioj. You dared to chase him away?" Kicking Isaiah harshly, he added, "Aren't you going to kneel and apologize to this gentleman?" The crowd, along with Isaiah, was dumbfounded. This ragged-dressed teenager was Jubioj's most respected guest, and Isaiah had to kneel and apologize? How strange. His uncle was someone of such high status. He could sit on equal terms with city lords, but he regarded this youth as their most revered guest? Isaiah hadn't even known. And now he had to kneel? Curiosity piqued. Isaiah couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, who is this kid? How can he be our most revered guest?" But his uncle didn't respond, instead forcibly kicking him to the ground, ignoring him afterward. What was more incredible? Isaiah watched his influential uncle deeply bow to the despised teenager, apologizing. "We didn't know Lord Alonso graced us. Please accept my apologies." Surprised, Enrique asked, "You recognize me?" "Recognize, of course. Of course I do. The head manager nodded incessantly, too humble to even meet Enrique's eyes. During the underground arena, Enrique had shown no mercy. For Charltonangi experts were slaughtered like chickens. Returning, he'd also learned of the Igor family lord being killed by a youth. He knew who did it. Undoubtedly, the person before him. A killing deity. Listening to him claim familiarity and addressing him as Lord Alonso, Enrique realized he must be one of the underground arena spectators. The crowd was bewildered, especially when the head manager slapped Isaiah again, urging, "Idiot, kneel and apologize to Lord Alonso." "I refuse." Isaiah found it too humiliating to kneel publicly, let alone kowtow. Enrique calmly glanced at Isaiah, reminding him, "Remember? You threatened to break my legs." The underlying meaning was clear to the head manager. Quickly, he forced a smile. "Lord Alonso, my nephew knows better. Could you forgive him this once?" "So, you want me to maim him?" Looking into Enrique's cold eyes, the head manager quickly said with a relieved smile, "No, not that. Your mercy towards my foolish nephew is appreciated." He had initially feared for his nephew's life, relieved to learn it was just about breaking legs, an unexpected favor. Turning back to Isaiah, he scolded, "Worthless brat, kneel and thank Lord Alonso for sparing you." "Break his legs?" Isaiah became anxious instantly and said hastily, "Uncle, what's this kid's background? Why are you making me lose face like this? Besides, in broad daylight and with so many people around, does he dare kill me?" Chapter 43. The Connor appears. Doubting himself? Did he want to die that much? Enrique couldn't stand provocations and threats. Since Isaiah sought death, Enrique would naturally grant his wish. "Let's see if I dare." With a point of his finger at Isaiah, a blood flower instantly bloomed on the latter's forehead as he collapsed to the ground. A white, dense force erupted from Enrique's fingertip, and everyone clearly saw it. They knew Isaiah's cause of death and understood this youth was not boasting. He truly was a Charltonangi realm martial artist. Otherwise, how could he release his external aura? Simultaneously, they understood why the shop manager was so humble. This Andonis was indeed a Charltonangi realm martial artist and astonishingly young, probably with considerable background. Otherwise, how could he act so recklessly? Musing over the scene before him and recalling Enrique's previous words, Lance felt dizzy and almost fainted. Terrified, he hurriedly knelt and kowtowed repeatedly, saying, "Young Master Alonso, I was wrong, really wrong. I lost my mind at the moment and spoke those impolite words. Please don't take it to heart. I am the maggot you spoke of. Whatever happens, let it be me. But please do not punish my family." Still somewhat responsible. Enrique couldn't help but look at him more favorably. Facing his plea for mercy, Enrique decided to spare him. Pointing at him, Enrique destroyed his Danteon and stripped him of all cultivation, then said coolly, "I'm stripping your cultivation as punishment. Remember, never look down on people again." Lance's face lit up with joy, and he kowtowed hastily, "Thank you, young Master Alonso, for your leniency. Get lost." Enrique waved dismissively, remaining calm. "All right, I'll go right now." Lance kowtowed vigorously, leaving just as he promised, by rolling away. Did he care about others' gazes? His father was the patriarch, and he was the young master. Even as a cripple who couldn't be a martial artist, he could live an enjoyable life. For his womanizing habits, it merely affected his endurance. But if he enjoyed himself, wasn't that enough? Living was better than anything. Seeing this, the head clerk quickly flattered, "Young Master Alonso has great tolerance. Just take it as a compliment." Enrique had always been vindictive. Great tolerance did not suit him. The head clerk laughed awkwardly and asked, "What brings young Master Alonso here? How can I serve you?" "Change clothes." Enrique's original goal was simply to change clothes, but unforeseen troubles kept finding him. Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang out, making Enrique's face instantly pale. "Monster!" At that moment, Enrique felt an unprecedented sense of danger and turned sharply. The slim figure approaching from afar made his pupils contract violently. Lawson! Enrique instantly recognized him. Lawson, father of Augustine, the city lord of Green Mountain City. At this moment, Enrique's expression became exceptionally solemn. Everyone present froze as Lawson appeared. His overpowering martial aura made everyone feel suffocated. Enrique was also greatly shocked. He hadn't expected Lawson to be even more formidable than he imagined. He was at the 9th layer of the Charltonangi realm. Except for Enrique, everyone else kneeled, heads bowed low. "Greetings, Connor." Lawson's chiseled features, narrow eyes, and hooked nose made him appear domineering and cold. "You beast, you have great gall. Not only have you continuously harmed people in the city, but you didn't kneel upon seeing me." Lawson already knew of Enrique's actions and was infuriated. Such audacity treated him like nothing. "So, are you set on my death?" Enrique looked at him coldly. "Do you think you can escape from me?" Enrique's martial aura was indiscernible to Lawson, and he guessed he might be at the 1st layer of Charltonangi realm. After all, this was astonishing for his age. At most, he might be at the 2nd layer. But Lawson? 9th layer of Charltonangi realm, exceedingly adept at movement techniques. The vast disparity in strength made Lawson confident. "It's not certain," Enrique replied, laughing meaningfully. "Submit quietly, and I'll send you to Chongqing Academy. You might still have a chance to live given your talent. Resist, and you will die." Lawson approached Enrique step by step, cat playing with a mouse. He was absolutely confident against such absolute power. Join Chongqing Academy? Impossible. He intended to kill Enrique once captured. With such young talent, Lawson's son was exceptional but not a Charltonangi realm. If Enrique joined and impressed the higher-ups, it could affect his son's standing. To prevent this, he decided to crush Enrique. However, Enrique saw the killing intent in Lawson's eyes. Faced with Lawson's approach, Enrique slowly retreated. Given the massive realm difference, Enrique didn't want to risk his life unless desperate. Thus, he thought of escaping. Enrique knew the illusory shape technique. If he could escape sight, he could escape this predicament. Die! Suddenly, Lawson unleashed overwhelming killing intent and rushed towards Enrique. In his hand, a terrifying energy gathered, threatening Enrique's life. Chapter 44. The City on High Alert. Charlton and level high-grade martial technique, Golden Eagle Claw. Enrique saw that Lawson's palm not only emitted a golden glow, but also slowly formed the shadow of a golden eagle. This shadow exuded an unstoppable force, daring none to challenge it. The Golden Eagle Claw was said to have been created by a martial arts master named Cash after observing a golden eagle hunting. This martial technique was renowned for its offensive power. Although it didn't produce the terrifying destructive force of the fierce tiger fist, one claw could penetrate metal and shatter stone, utterly crushing everything in its path. In terms of killing power alone, it was even more formidable than the fierce tiger fist. Lawson's strike aimed directly at Enrique's heart, attempting to deliver a fatal blow. Seeing this, Enrique did not dare to arrogantly use the myriad Dao absorption technique to absorb this move. Instead, he chose to quickly dodge. Otherwise, if he failed to defend against such a powerful attack, his heart would surely be torn apart. In Enrique's eyes, this was a claw meant to claim lives. If he couldn't evade, death would be inevitable. Pretty lucky, Lawson muttered, watching as Enrique narrowly avoided the deadly strike. The cloth on Enrique's arm had been shredded by the aura generated by Lawson's Golden Eagle Claw. Lawson knew that if Enrique had reacted any slower, he would have had to take the full brunt of the attack. Such a predicament was unprecedented for Enrique. Ever since he could remember, whenever he engaged in combat, he had always emerged victorious without much effort. But now, he was being hunted like prey. Thus, Enrique felt an unprecedented longing for power. If he were stronger, why would he need to dodge so clumsily? Don't hide anymore. You will die eventually. Better let me send you on your way early, Lawson taunted, his eyes treating Enrique like mere prey, which made Enrique feel deeply humiliated. Lawson, remember this well. If I don't die today, I will one day storm the Connors' residence, slaughter all members of the Dan family, and hang your head from the city gate. With those words, Enrique rapidly fled into the night. He had made up his mind to retreat to Green Mountain for training and pluck the cold spirit fruit there. With the help of the cold spirit fruit, Enrique, who possessed the myriad Dao absorption technique, believed that his strength would significantly improve. Once his power was strong enough, he would certainly return to Green Mountain City. Then, the roles of hunter and hunted between him and Lawson would be reversed. Do you think you can survive tonight? Watching Enrique's escape direction, Lawson pursued him based on the faint traces of his aura. Though Lawson's Charlton and Stage 9th layer cultivation wasn't perfect for night vision, tracking a person was still within his capabilities. Thus, he remained calm and sarcastic. You'd better pray I don't catch you. If I do, I'll break every bone in your body. But after chasing for a while, Lawson's expression suddenly changed. Where did he go? Enrique had vanished abruptly. Despite having been closely following him, Lawson suddenly found himself unable to sense the boy's aura or spot him. This meant he had lost the trail, a consequence of overconfidence. Lawson had thought victory was assured and hadn't taken this seriously. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Damn it. Enraged, Lawson couldn't hold back a curse. It was humiliating. He couldn't fathom how someone had escaped right under his nose. But he wasn't too worried. From his pocket, he took out a small horn and blew it. Though the horn was tiny, no bigger than a palm, its sound was deafening, resonating throughout the city. Everyone recognized the sound. It signified that the entire city was on high alert. The city gates would be closed, and no one could leave. Civilians in the streets must remain stationary, and anyone moving would be killed without mercy. Even those within residences must stay put and monitor each other, with rewards for reporting any violations. I'll see how you run now. Lawson's face darkened, his expression cold, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He planned to trap Enrique like a fish in a barrel. As long as Enrique couldn't leave the city, Lawson was confident he could flush him out. Walking down the streets, he scanned faces and clothing but found nothing. So, he quickly moved to another location. There's unauthorized movement here. Soon, a voice rang out through the quiet city, giving Lawson hope. He turned toward the sound and saw Andonis in purple sneaking around. Die! Even though it wasn't Enrique, this man violated city rules, so Lawson acted swiftly, killing him with a single palm strike. Anyone who breaks the rules will meet the same fate, he coldly announced before continuing his search. 1 street, 2, 3, damn, still can't find him. To Lawson's surprise, he still couldn't locate Enrique, and there were no reports of sightings. Did he grow wings and fly away? Unbeknownst to Lawson, Enrique was already far from him. Instead of using the streets, Enrique traveled along rooftops, making it impossible for ordinary people to detect his movements in the dark. Within moments, Enrique reached the city gate leading to Green Mountain. Several guards watched as a teenager confidently approached the gate. One guard quickly struck an alarm drum, while others rushed forward with weapons. Anyone trying to leave the city, kill them. With the city on high alert, everyone except the Connor had the authority to kill anyone attempting to leave. If you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. Enrique knew the alarm had alerted Lawson, who would soon arrive. Without hesitation, Enrique slashed out with his sword, emitting a broad wave of sword energy accompanied by screams as the guards fell to the ground in pools of blood. After opening the gate, Enrique wasted no time, rushing forward without looking back, vanishing into the night. Moments later, Lawson arrived to find the scene drenched in blood. It was clear who was responsible. How frustrating. Lawson clenched his teeth in anger. He couldn't believe Enrique had escaped right under his nose. A young soldier who survived by triggering the alarm knelt before him, weeping loudly. Connor, rogue kid killed us all and fled into Green Mountain. He's too powerful. We couldn't stop him. Since the fugitive had escaped, it was considered negligence, a serious offense. Blowing the horn again to lift the city's high alert, Lawson vented his frustration by striking the surviving guard on the head. Blood spattered as brain matter burst forth, sealing the guard's fate. Enrique's escape would not go unpunished. Chapter 45, Hunting in the Mountains. Qingshan was a primeval forest, much of which had never been set foot by humans. The city of Qingshan was named after this mountain. Moreover, Qingshan was perilous, especially at night when it became even more dangerous. At night, many fierce and strange beasts roamed about. Anyone without the strength of the 7th level of the Alansalo extreme realm, but dared to venture deep into Qingshan was essentially seeking death. Night had fallen, and roars echoed through the forest, adding an oppressive weight to the already tense atmosphere. Enrique, who had chosen to escape deeper into the mountains to avoid pursuit, feared that Lawson would continue the chase. Therefore, he kept advancing deeper. Along the way, Enrique encountered various strange beasts, ranging from those as large as houses to those as small as palms. There were also quite a few flying strange beasts. Among these beasts, some were indeed ferocious and even attempted to attack Arsene. The outcome was predictable. His sword slash sent blood splattering. With his Charlton and extreme realm strength, ordinary strange beasts were no match for him. Any encounter with him would end in their certain death. Note: I've made slight adjustments to ensure the text reads more naturally in English and maintains consistency in terminology. Shenji is translated as Charlton and extreme realm to keep with common translations of cultivation levels in similar texts. For a more fluid reading, here's an alternative. Some of these beasts were ferocious and even dared to attack Arsene. The result was always the same. His swift sword left trails of blood in its wake. At his Charlton and extreme realm strength, ordinary beasts stood no chance. Any confrontation ended with their demise. One particular beast left a deep impression on Enrique, a giant tiger lying in the grass. Its fur was dark red with yellow mottled patterns, measuring over 5 meters long. It had a robust build with muscles that exuded explosive power. The fangs in its mouth were as sharp as long knives, while 2 prominent tusks protruded from its lower jaw, dripping with blood. This creature, known as the fierce-toothed tiger, was a Charlton-level beast comparable to a practitioner in the Charlton G realm. Killing such a powerful beast alone would be a great honor for an ordinary Charlton G martial artist. However, Enrique's single sword easily dispatched it. Although exhausted from prolonged flight and hunger, Enrique did not choose to eat the tiger meat. Instead, he aimed for a Huang-level beast better suited for consumption, the red-striped boar. Of course, Enrique wasn't one to overlook easier prey. Encountering a fierce-toothed tiger meant he was likely close to finding red-striped boars, which were a favorite on the tiger's menu. Red-striped boars occupied nearly half of the fierce-toothed tiger's diet. These boars, once they reached adulthood, could rival 9th layer peak Huang-Ji practitioners in strength. They resembled wild boars with blood-red stripes all over their bodies. Adults typically grew to between 3 to 5 meters in length, with muscular yet stubby limbs. Their heads were large with small upright ears and a conical snout. Though aggressive, red-striped boars had thick hides, making them difficult to pierce with ordinary weapons. However, due to their bulky size and short legs, they moved rather clumsily. Still, caution was necessary, as their tusks could reach over a meter in length even in females, acting like lethal spears that could cause fatal injuries. Despite their toughness, certain parts of the red-striped boars offered delicious and tender meat, making them excellent game. Additionally, they had a critical weakness. Once knocked off balance, they couldn't get back up and lost all combat ability. Their soft underbellies, unprotected by bristles, were vulnerable to fatal attacks. Encountering an adult red-striped boar remained incredibly dangerous for inexperienced hunters. Anticipating such prey, Enrique soon found his target within 15 minutes after killing the fierce-toothed tiger. In the distant brush, 2 red-striped boars, each about 4 meters long, were feeding on grass, grunting loudly. Red-striped boars. And there are 2 of them. Enrique's face lit up with joy at the quick discovery. Now he could feast. He rushed forward like a human tyrannosaurus, roaring loudly. The boars, seeing this, immediately charged at him with ear-splitting bellows. Their combined charge created a ground-shaking impact. Haha, come on. Facing these formidable adversaries, Enrique felt no fear or panic. Instead, he embraced the excitement of the hunt. Having never successfully hunted red-striped boars before, Enrique relished this opportunity. He opted to fight as a Huang-Ji martial artist without using any spiritual energy. Despite his confidence, he didn't engage recklessly. Human flesh was no match for the hardened bodies of strange beasts. Enrique, lacking the protection of chi guards, wisely chose strategy over brute force. As they neared, Enrique dodged to the side, targeting the eyes of one boar with 2 powerful punches. The blinded boar, writhing in pain, went berserk, crashing around and even injuring its companion. Its rampage led it to impale itself on a massive tree trunk with its tusks, rendering it immobile. With one boar incapacitated, dealing with the other became significantly easier. Despite suppressing his strength to Huang-Ji, Enrique's agility remained remarkable. He toyed with the second boar, easily evading its attacks and leaving wounds with his strikes. As blood spattered, the boar's movement slowed until it finally collapsed from exhaustion. Thus, Enrique triumphed in his hunt, savoring the thrill of the battle. Knowing that this game of hunt should come to an end, Enrique took advantage of the boar's staggering moment to launch a decisive attack. A ruthless strike when his prey was vulnerable. Facing the charging red-striped boar once again, Enrique charged straight at it. However, just before they collided, Enrique aimed a powerful punch directly at the boar's forehead. Chapter 46, Ambush Arrow. Crack. The punch whistled through the air, and Enrique's strike instantly shattered the skull of the Chiwen boar, which was as hard as steel. Avramo. After receiving such a fatal blow, the Chiwen boar let out an unprecedentedly Tan-Li, chilling, howl and then lost its breath, dying on the spot. After dealing with this Chiwen boar, Enrique's gaze turned to the other one he had blinded first, and which was already immobilized by a giant tree. He strode over, his palm poised like a blade, ready to strike. Perhaps hearing its companion's chilling howls, before death or sensing impending doom, this Chiwen boar roared in fury. The tusks that were embedded in the giant tree seemed to be loosening, as if it were trying to pull them out. Additionally, its body suddenly swelled in size. Enrique had been watching the battle closely. Now, looking at this Chiwen boar, he realized it had somehow broken through. Avramo. It struggled even harder. The tusks almost half pulled out. Faced with imminent death, it exerted all its strength, its howls becoming louder. It wanted to break free, to escape and survive. Seeing this, Enrique, walking close, impatiently cursed, "Stop howling. I'll give you release." Swinging his arms, he wielded a long knife and within 3 seconds, decapitated the enormous Chiwen boar, ending its life. The chilling howls abruptly stopped. Enrique ruthlessly severed its tusks with brute force. Then, acting like an experienced hunter, he skillfully used the severed tusk as a long knife to begin dissecting the boar's body. Soon, it was mostly dismembered, and he separated the choicest cuts of meat from the boar's body. The other Chiwen boar received similar treatment. Only the best parts remained. Everything else was discarded. And after doing all this, Enrique didn't have a single drop of blood on him. Roar. Just as Enrique was about to start a fire to roast the meat, a chilling bear roar echoed from not far away. Damn. Upon hearing the roar, Enrique's face contorted in disgust. Soon, a massive creature appeared within sight. Though it was a black bear, its back bristled with spear-like thorns, making it resemble a hybrid of a hedgehog and a black bear. However, it merely looked like one. It was actually a Charlton-engraved monster called the thorny black bear. The thorns on the thorny black bear's back were as hard as iron and incredibly sharp, ideal for crafting bone daggers and throwing knives. Furthermore, they were fiercely combative and extremely aggressive, preferring to devour their prey alive. Even a rampant toothed tiger would not easily challenge one. The arrival of the thorny black bear didn't surprise Enrique much. He knew that the scent of blood from the dead Chiwen boar had attracted this carnivorous monster. But seeing the thorny black bear, Enrique was still visibly annoyed, eyes full of hatred and anger. Just a young cub, probably not even fully grown, and you dare come here to mess with me? With his cold expression, the experienced Enrique assessed the thorny black bear's length and estimated its age and combat ability. When fully grown, thorny black bears could reach lengths exceeding 7 meters, making them terrifying and formidable monsters capable of dominating an area, only matched by Charlton-class warriors. Even top-notch Huangji warriors would only stand a chance of fleeing when faced with a fully grown thorny black bear. Whoosh! Suddenly, Enrique leaped up, moving so fast that even the thorny black bear hadn't reacted before the 2 tusks from the Chiwen boar pierced deeply into its eyes. Aarg! An ear-piercing scream resounded throughout the forest, frightening birds far away. This wasn't all. Enrique stomped on the thorny black bear's face with both feet, driving the tusks deeper. Finally, the tusks penetrated through the bear's skull almost entirely. The force was unimaginable. The thorny black bear's cries ceased abruptly. Then it collapsed onto the ground. Thus, this not yet fully grown thorny black bear was nailed down dead by Enrique. Finishing the kill, Enrique sighed as he looked at the huge corpse of the thorny black bear. Sigh, why did you insist on coming here to find your death? The thorny black bear's actions were a clear case of delivering itself into the enemy's hands. Even Enrique found it absurd. As Enrique prepared to clean up the battlefield, he sensed a cold breeze rushing towards him. He quickly dodged, but even so, his throat felt searing pain. Reaching up, he discovered it was bleeding. Looking around, he saw a steel-made arrow, 1.5 meters long, deeply embedded in the other side of the tree trunk. Immediately, Enrique flew into a rage. He had been hit by a sneak attack, and it nearly cost him his life. Enrique was both shocked and scared, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Reacting quickly, he sought cover. The arrow had just missed his neck, by mere inches. Had it been any closer, his throat would have been punctured, leaving him lying in a pool of blood. This hidden arrow was too fast, too terrifying. That arrow, clearly intended to kill. Whoosh! Another cold arrow shot towards Enrique. However, because he was covered, it missed. Trying to die. Enrique soon identified the person hiding in the dark. His brows furrowed, and anger flared in his heart. It was a youth, around 20 years old. He stood at a distance, holding a bow with a stern look, his eyes filled with unhidden malice and contempt. Not bad. Realizing he was discovered, the youth swiftly drew his bow, aimed an arrow at Enrique again. Buzz! The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow sped through the air toward Enrique. Again? Ducking sideways, Enrique's face darkened, surprised that the attacker tried again. Undoubtedly, this arrow also missed. Good, you can still fight back. I'm quite satisfied. Only a prey that fights back is more interesting to hunt. The youth sounded eerie and cold, treating Enrique as prey. I see you're asking for death. Enrique raged. He couldn't believe this Huangji youth treated him as easy prey. Enrique moved with incredible speed, closing in before the youth realized what happened. So fast? Is he this strong? The scene left the youth spine-chilled. He had no thought of resistance and turned to flee upon realizing this. A typical coward, fearing the tough and bullying the weak, trying to run. Enrique gave a cold snort, chasing after him. Then he leaped, delivering a powerful kick. Pooh! The fleeing youth spat blood after being kicked in the back by Enrique. The immense force knocked him off balance, and he fell to the ground. In a blink, Enrique was upon him. You can't kill me. Feeling Enrique's killing intent, the youth rolled over and screamed in panic, eyes wide with fear. He didn't want to die. Die! Ignoring his pleas, Enrique punched out, instantly ending his life. Roar! With such a fatal blow, the Chiwen Zhu let out an unprecedentedly miserable howl before falling silent, dead on the spot. After dispatching this Chiwen Zhu, Enrique's gaze turned to the other one he had already blinded and now bound by the giant tree. He strode forward, his hand poised like a blade, ready to strike. Perhaps hearing its companion's death cry or sensing impending doom, the Chi-Wen-Ju roared in fury. The tusks buried in the giant tree began to loosen, almost pulling free. Additionally, its body swelled abruptly. Enrique had been watching the battle closely. Seeing this Chi-Wen-Ju break through the constraint, he observed that it was trying to escape. Roar! Struggling even harder, it managed to pull its tusks halfway out. Facing imminent death, it exerted all its strength, its howls growing louder. It wanted to break free and run for its life. Impatiently, Enrique walked up and cursed, "Stop your noise. I'll end your misery." With swift arm movements, he swung the long knife, decapitating the enormous Chi-Wen-Ju within 3 seconds. The fierce howls ceased abruptly. Using brute force, Enrique then severed the tusks. He moved with the expertise of a seasoned hunter, skillfully wielding the tusks like knives to begin dismembering the beast, separating the most edible meat. The second Chi-Wen-Ju met the same fate. Only the best parts were kept, discarding the rest. Throughout the process, Enrique remained spotlessly clean of blood. Roar! Just as Enrique was about to light a fire to cook the meat, a chilling bear roar echoed from nearby. "Cursed luck," he muttered in disgust upon hearing the roar. Soon, a massive creature came into view. Although it was a black bear, its back bristled with spear-like thorns, making it look like a hybrid between a hedgehog and a bear. However, it was merely similar in appearance. In reality, it was a Charlton-level exotic beast called a thornback black bear. The thorns on the thornback black bear's back were as hard as iron and incredibly sharp, making them excellent material for crafting bone daggers and throwing knives. These beasts were known for their brutal and combative nature, often devouring their prey alive. Even a saber-toothed tiger would think twice before challenging an adult thornback black bear. Each thorn on the thornback black bear's back was as hard as iron and incredibly sharp, ideal for crafting bone daggers and throwing knives. Known for their viciousness and combativeness, they loved to swallow their prey alive. Even a mad-toothed tiger dared not challenge one easily. Enrique was not too surprised by the arrival of the thornback black bear. He knew that Chi-Wen-Ju's death scent had attracted this carnivorous exotic beast. But seeing the thornback black bear, Enrique felt agitated, eyes filled with disdain and anger. A cub, not even fully grown, daring to seek my misfortune? Based on the thornback black bear's size, Enrique deduced its age and combatability. Once fully grown, they could reach over 7 meters, becoming terrifying beasts that only Charlton-Anji realm martial artists could match. A Huangji realm martial artist, even at peak level, would stand no chance against an adult thornback black bear. Suddenly, Enrique leaped up with incredible speed. Before the thornback black bear could react, the 2 tusks of the Chi-Wen-Ju stabbed deeply into its eyes. Aarg! The thornback black bear let out an agonizing scream that echoed through the forest, scaring away distant birds. Enrique planted his feet on the bear's face, using the momentum to drive the tusks deeper until they pierced through the bear's skull, nearly passing right through. The force was unimaginable. The thornback black bear's cries stopped abruptly as it collapsed onto the ground, pinned to death by Enrique. Surveying the large carcass, Enrique sighed. "Why did you have to come here for your doom?" This action was clearly suicidal, leaving Enrique speechless. Just as Enrique prepared to clean up the battlefield, he sensed a cold gust of wind aimed at him. Reacting quickly, he dodged. Still, he felt a burning pain in his throat. Touching it, he found blood. Looking around, he saw a steel-made arrow, 1.5 meters long, embedded in the tree. Instantly enraged, Enrique realized he had been ambushed, and almost lost his life. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He swiftly found cover. The arrow had narrowly missed his neck by mere inches. Any closer, and he would have been fatally wounded. This hidden attack was fast and terrifying. Clearly, it was meant to kill. Whoosh! Another arrow shot towards him. Thanks to his cover, it missed. Seeking death. Enrique quickly located the assailant hiding in the shadows. His brow furrowed, fury blazing. It was Andonis, seemingly in his 20s, standing at a distance with a bat. Chapter 47. Saving lives from the jaws of death. In the following days, Enrique unleashed his primal instincts and engaged in battles with numerous beasts. If it was an Alan Solo grade beast, he suppressed his strength to the Alan Solo apex realm, refraining from using spiritual energy. Several days of life and death trials enabled Enrique to break through to the 5th layer of the profound apex realm. Among these encounters, one particularly intense battle with a profound grade beast left a deep impression on him. It was a beast that stood over 6 meters tall, entirely crimson red as if it were ablaze. Known as the Crimson Flame Bull Tiger, this formidable creature possessed a tiger-like body, buffalo legs, and a massive, menacing head topped with 2 jagged horns. Its entire form seemed engulfed in flames, with its fur glistening like silk. Sharp fangs protruded from its grotesque maw, while blood-red eyes radiated savage malice. After encountering and slaying this beast, Enrique felt utterly exhausted. This had been one of the toughest battles he'd ever fought against a powerful profound grade beast. In honor of his formidable opponent, he chose to partake in some beef, crispy and savory. The taste was simply divine. As dusk approached and the sun began to set, Enrique rested beneath an ancient tree. His mood was somber. I wonder where that cold spirit fruit tree is, he thought. After several days of searching without any trace and battling various beasts, he lamented not having a map. Without it, he felt like a headless fly wandering aimlessly. Had he not bathed in the river a few times, he would have become a true wild man, covered in blood. Huh? What's this? Suddenly, something sticky dripped onto his head. Curious, he touched it. It was wet and slimy. A bad feeling crept over him. Looking up, he saw a head, black as stone and nearly as thick as a barrel, about 10 feet above him. There hung a giant python from the ancient tree, its lantern-sized eyes fixed menacingly on him. Blood-red and filled with a thirst for blood, Those eyes exuded ruthlessness and coldness. The sticky droplets must have been its saliva. Hiss! A piercing roar echoed through the air, leaves scattering everywhere. The python opened its foul-smelling mouth wide, ready to devour Enrique. Within that gaping maw were 4 rows of dagger-like teeth, each gleaming with a sharp, deadly edge. Clearly, no prey could escape once ensnared by these fangs, which curved backward to ensure a firm grip. Without hesitation, Enrique drew his sword and struck. Instantly, the python's roar cut short as its massive head was severed, bringing its life to an end. Over the past few days, Enrique had realized that his sword was incredibly lethal against beasts, slicing through them effortlessly. Even the black rock python, a profound-grade beast known for its rock-hard scales, succumbed to the sword's power as if made of paper. Holding the blade, he decided to name it, Help! Help us! From afar came a faint, frantic cry for help, accompanied by tiger roars. Recognizing the situation, Enrique understood that someone was being attacked by a tiger-like beast. He rushed over swiftly. Soon, he spotted a giant tiger, its size akin to a small house, with black-brown fur and large teeth, chasing a young couple. One look and I know it's a saber-toothed tiger. It was another profound-grade beast, even more formidable than its peers. As he ventured deeper, profound-grade beasts were becoming increasingly common, signaling greater dangers ahead. Avramore. The saber-toothed tiger turned abruptly upon seeing Enrique and, strangely, abandoned its original targets to charge at him, roaring loudly enough to shake the forest and kill countless ants on the ground. Whoosh! Agile and ferocious, the tiger leaped toward Enrique with lightning speed. Die! Enrique unsheathed his sword, releasing a dazzling blade of light. Roar! Sensing the danger, the tiger tried to stop but was caught off guard by the blinding, terrifying light that tore through its body. Slash! No words could describe the intensity of this strike. It was as if even a mountain would be split in two. With a loud squelch, the saber-toothed tiger's head was severed, its blood spurting out uncontrollably. The once fierce beast met its end. Just one strike and it's dead? Among the couple who had just escaped the saber-toothed tiger, the Andonies in purple robes was visibly shaken. A renowned profound-grade beast, capable of reaching Earth grade, was killed by a single strike from this boy? Unbelievable. Beside him stood a young woman in a red silk dress, her attire revealing much of her skin. Her ample figure added allure, making her seem voluptuous yet captivating. Though not classically beautiful, she exuded an enchanting charm. Shocked by Enrique's prowess, she didn't have time to dwell on it before the Andonies brought her closer. Gratefully, the purple-robed youth said, "Thank you for saving our lives, sir. My name is Reese, and this is my junior sister Lucille from the Jingwu Gate. May I ask where you hail from?" Despite his gratitude, he was bewildered by the lack of inner energy in Enrique, indicating he might be only a Alansalo apex martial artist. Alan thought he had slain a saber-toothed tiger with a single strike, a bizarre occurrence indeed. Glancing at Enrique's sword again, he instantly understood. The sword must be extraordinary, likely an exquisite treasure. May I inquire about the grade of your sword? It certainly appears remarkable. Chapter 48. The Proactive Woman. Every weapon has a rank, categorized into 4 grades: Earth, Hayden, Mystic, and Alansalo. Within each grade, there are 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. The rank of a weapon generally corresponds to the martial prowess of its owner. In response to Reese's inquiry, Enrique calmly replied, "This sword was left by my ancestors. Its rank is unknown. As for me, my name is Malik. My background is just that of a wild resident in the forest, not worth mentioning." Realizing they were from the Jingwu Min, prestigious martial sect, Enrique couldn't help but give them a second glance. No wonder someone who looked to be in their 20s had already reached the peak 3rd layer of the mystic extreme realm. Why would 2 of you from a prestigious school like yours come to this deep mountain forest? Enrique asked, voicing his curiosity. Jingwu Min was hundreds of miles away from Green Mountain City, so their presence here seemed unusual. After all, if it was for training, they could have chosen forests within their sect's territory. We and our senior brother were sent by our master, Elder Ardle, to Green Mountain City to gather the cold spirit fruit. However, we encountered this megadont tiger along the way. Without your help, sir, we might have been in great danger, explained Lucille, Reese's junior sister. She bowed deeply in gratitude, presenting a scene that left little to the imagination. Truly remarkable. Enrique thought she must be quite open-minded to act so boldly. He even saw her nipples through her clothes. Moreover, he felt as though she had given him a flirtatious look. For the youthful and vigorous Enrique, the temptation was significant. Isn't this inviting trouble? Enrique chose to avert his gaze, looking at Reese instead and asking, "Do you have a map if you're planning to gather the cold spirit fruit?" "Certainly." Reese took out a parchment scroll and suggested, "It seems, Sir Tang, you also wish to gather the cold spirit fruit. How about we go together for mutual protection?" "I wouldn't refuse that." Enrique was worried about finding the place on his own, so naturally, he didn't turn down the invitation. He then pointed to the large corpse of the megadont tiger and proposed, "As a mystic-grade beast, its meat can help increase our internal strength. Shall we divide and eat it?" Surprised, Reese asked, "Is Sir Tang also a practitioner at the mystic extreme level?" Alonso's. To prevent any underestimation and potential conflict, Enrique did not deny it. He even demonstrated his internal energy projection skills to prove it. This Andonies is a mystic extreme practitioner? Seeing this, Lucille's eyes lit up brightly, and she even swallowed hard, her gaze becoming more heated. Enrique felt uncomfortable. The relationship between this brother and sister seemed too intimate for normal, and now she was looking at him like this. This woman was indeed unfaithful. Enrique's impression of her worsened. He disliked such fickle women. Unexpectedly, Lucille was very proactive, proposing, "At your age to reach the mystic extreme realm, do you have thoughts of joining our Jingwu men?" While knowing the sect would reward anyone who could recruit this talented youth, Reese, with strong possessiveness, showed evident displeasure seeing his crush being so forward. But he quickly hid it, deciding to feign enthusiasm. Alonso's, consider it, Sir Tang. With your talent, joining our Jing Wu Min would ensure a bright future. Why not join us after this journey? Enrique, deeming Reese unsuitable for close friendship, politely declined. I still have some matters to resolve. I will come after handling them. Thank you both for your kindness. If we cannot return to the sect together, then let's leave it be, Lucille said casually, dropping the potentially awkward topic. I think Sir Tang's idea is good. Senior brother, why don't we eat the tiger meat? I've never tasted mystic raid beast before. It's said to enhance yang energy and kidney health. Don't you think you and Sir Tang should have more? She giggled seductively. Both men present couldn't help but bow slightly. All right. Reese agreed. Senior brother, you're skilled in processing prey. Why don't you handle this megadont tiger while I and Sir Tang find firewood? We'll try to enjoy the tiger meat before nightfall. What do you think? Handling the megadont tiger would be cumbersome. Enrique had done it before, so letting Reese take care of it while he gathered firewood was fine with him. He looked at Reese for confirmation. Let's do as Junior sister suggests. Since Enrique killed the tiger and saved them, agreeing would make things easier. Thus, Reese didn't object. Afterwards, Enrique moved ahead, choosing not to walk with Lucille to avoid making Reese jealous, indirectly signaling they should keep their distance. However, shortly afterward, he heard an enticing, soft voice behind him. Sir Tang, you're running so fast. Please wait for me. Her voice sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, Enrique felt a soft body pressed tightly against his back. This intense yet novel sensation was overwhelming for him. Unable to resist, he turned around. Looking at Enrique, Lucille exuded charm, placing his hand on her ample chest, whispering breathlessly, Tang, with no one around, why not let me serve you? Please note that this chapter contains mature content and may not be suitable for all readers. Chapter 49, Bone Softening Powder. This move was completely unexpected. For a moment, Enrique seemed to turn to stone, frozen in place. Lucille's behavior was an irresistible temptation. Ordinary men would find it hard to resist, especially the fiery and youthful Enrique, whose eyes burned with passion, almost losing himself. Enrique had never imagined that this pampered daughter from Jingwu Min would not only dress provocatively, but also behave so boldly. But he had to admit, the soft and elastic sensation coming from her touch was indeed appealing. It was hard to resist. However, as a gentleman, once Enrique regained his composure, he quickly withdrew his hand. Oh, you. As the words reached his lips, Enrique felt it might be inappropriate to speak this way. He then adopted a serious expression, stepping back to create some distance between them. Please maintain your dignity, Amelie Yang. Enrique understood what attending meant in her context. Her words were so explicit, and her behavior so unrestrained, that it left him shocked. But as a man of principles, how could he allow such a situation to happen? He immediately confronted her. Amelie Yang, isn't Reese your partner? Isn't it improper for you to talk to me like this now? Aya, why must you ruin the mood by mentioning that toothpick? At the mention of Reese, a look of reminiscence mixed with disdain flashed across Lucille's eyes. Every time before anything, he would specifically tell me how big he is and ask me to endure, but even after he finished, I felt nothing. I just had to pretend for him. It's so annoying. She frowned, then moved quickly towards Enrique with a pleading gaze. Dwight, let me repay you for saving my life properly. Enrique heard the disdain in her voice toward Reese. He felt pity for Reese. As a man, it was tragic. Still, faced with Lucille's fervor, Enrique maintained his restraint, quickly evading her advances. After maintaining a safe distance, Enrique couldn't help but ask, if you detest him so much, why are you with him? Because he is the grandson of an elder. Being with him gives me advantages. Otherwise, why would I submit to him? Lucille spoke confidently, reminding Enrique of Diana. Both women seemed eerily similar. In some ways, their past encounters with someone like Reese were not so different. Thinking of this, Enrique felt even more repulsed by Lucille. He wouldn't let her off easily. If that's the case, let's play a flute for fun, Enrique said, feeling a bit stirred by the situation. Known as a libertine in the city, and given that Lucille was being so candid, Enrique decided to indulge his inner mischief. After playing the flute for amusement, Enrique wasn't indifferent. Facing this flirtatious woman, he rightly criticized her harshly. Of course, during the process, he didn't forget to warn Lucille that she should never act this way again. A woman should adhere to proper conduct. Only after she earnestly apologized and promised not to repeat her actions did Enrique let her go. Then, he began gathering materials for the fire. Night fell, the moon hung high. The silver moonlight bathed the green mountains in a thin veil, while occasional animal roars echoed through the night. In the old forest, the fire blazed brightly. Over the bonfire, the tiger meat was roasted to a golden shine. Drops of tiger fat sizzled on the fire, and soon the area was enveloped in the rich aroma of roasted meat, making one's mouth water. Enrique was surprised by how well prepared Reese had been on this trip. There were all sorts of spices available. Enrique evenly brushed seasoning on the meat, and even added honey. Biting into the tender tiger meat, he savored every bite, eyes closing in delight. Delicious and rich without being greasy, Brother Pan's skills are impressive. That's true, I am quite the professional, Reese replied proudly, looking at Lucille meaningfully. Little sister, how do you feel after eating? The technique is so skillful. Naturally, it feels excellent. Now I feel very relaxed, but I don't know why. My body feels unusually weak, Lucille responded seriously, experiencing something entirely new. The quantity was ample, satisfying her hunger. Reese, still roasting the tiger meat, asked Enrique with a smile. How about you, Dwight? With a mouthful of tiger meat, Enrique glanced at Lucille, savoring the moment. After eating, I feel incredibly relaxed and weak all over. The taste is truly remarkable and unforgettable. Hearing this, Lucille's ears flushed inexplicably red. Reese continued smugly, "Of course, because I've laced the tiger meat with bone-softening powder. After eating, you will feel weak all over due to its effects." Bone-softening powder lived up to its name. Once consumed, it rendered the body as limp as jelly, devoid of any strength, turning one into a heap of goo. Its potency was formidable. Not just humans, even beasts could not withstand it. Even Charltonangi realm martial artists couldn't resist, and common DG realm martial artists fared no better. Its power was undeniable. As Reese's words sank in, the scene turned silent. Lucille, confused, looked at him. "Brother, what do you mean?" Before she could fully react, the drug's effects began to take hold. "You bitch. Listen clearly. I've given you and this little bastard bone-softening powder." Under the firelight, Reese's vicious expression was that of a wild beast ready to devour its prey. "You think I couldn't see through your hidden relationship with this boy? I'm not blind. Everything you did is written all over your face." Seeing their return, the lingering flush on Lucille's face and her averted gaze made everything clear to Reese. This confirmed his suspicions, strengthening his resolve. How could he not vent his anger? Although Lucille felt guilty, she tried to remain composed. "Brother, don't say such things. Dwight and I..." Slap. Without waiting for her to finish, Reese slapped her across the face. "Why did you betray me when I treated you so well, you filthy slut?" Note, to maintain coherence, I have translated the story as provided, but it contains themes and language that may be offensive or uncomfortable for some readers. Chapter 50. Enraged to the point of spitting blood. Such an experience left Reese trembling with fury, roaring madly. "Speak. Why are you treating me like this, you foul woman?" He slapped Lucille several more times. "Are you deaf? Speak up. Why are you treating me like this?" At this moment, Reese's mental state was already somewhat deranged, his heart filled with deep anguish. The woman he had pursued for over a few months had betrayed him after meeting just this boy. Imagine, could any man bear such a thing happening to him? Reese's slaps made blood trickle from the corner of Lucille's mouth. Her once exquisite face now bore clear marks of his hand. Originally, Lucille still wanted to argue, but Reese's relentless slaps extinguished any thoughts of defiance within her. Lucille realized there was no point. The news had already leaked, and the other side had made up their mind. It was impossible to hide this. "You knew I was involved with someone else, didn't you?" she sneered, her eyes full of mockery. "You're asking why? Of course, you're too young, and I disdain you greatly. No feelings at all. Understand? I'm sick of acting with you. Moreover, do you think this is the first time? How naive. After being with you, I've lost count of how many times in the Jingwu sect." With these words, the mask was off, and their relationship was irreparably broken. Lost count. Those words struck Reese like a bolt of lightning. Just how many others? Spit. Overwhelmed by rage, Reese spat out a mouthful of blood. "Lucille, you've got some nerve. Truly impressive." His emotions became even more volatile, and killing intent surged through him. "Originally, I only intended to kill that kid and take his sword, but now, it seems I have to kill you as well." "Wait, you plan to kill me and take my sword?" At this moment, a cold, unexpected voice broke through the tension, seeming out of place. Reese froze, then turned sharply to look at Enrique. He found Enrique calmly eating tiger meat as if nothing had happened. Reese's eyes were filled with disbelief. "You're fine? What would happen?" Enrique glanced at him indifferently. That single glance made Reese shiver uncontrollably. He had never seen such cold, life-despising eyes. But this only fueled his rage. Through clenched teeth, he growled, "Son of a bitch, looks like you have a strong physique, so the drug hasn't taken effect yet. I plan to let you go, but now you've betrayed me by fooling around with this cheap woman behind my back. How can I let you off?" Lucille also looked at Enrique in shock. She knew Enrique was robust and enduring, but she hadn't expected him to be so resilient. Even she, who considered herself quite strong, was already sprawled on the ground, completely powerless due to the effects of softening powder. Alansat. Enrique seemed entirely unaffected. So, he really did intend to spare her earlier. Facing the enraged Reese, though annoyed, Enrique corrected him for fairness' sake. "I need to clarify this. I didn't seduce her. She approached me." He valued his reputation highly and couldn't stand slander. Reese, unaware of the truth, accused him of seducing Lucille, which naturally led Enrique to rebut. Enrique's words only infuriated Reese further. Adding fuel to the fire, Lucille chimed in, "Alonso's, it was all voluntary on my part. Barnaby gave me something you can never provide." "Shut up, you bitch." Reese roared, feeling as if salt had been rubbed into an open wound. "I'll show you right now what he is, a worthless piece of trash." Reese seethed with mounting anger. His killing intent was raw and unhidden, his gaze turning dark and cruel. "Boy, blame yourself for seeking your own doom. Since you're about to die, I'll give you a chance to speak your last words. Anything to say before you go? Do you really believe you're that big?" Enrique extended his pinky finger, genuinely curious, as he had asked Lucille the same question. Seeing this, Reese exploded with rage. "You're asking for it." Enrique believed him now. Otherwise, why would Reese react so intensely? His pity for Reese only deepened. But feeling the killing intent from Reese, Enrique sighed helplessly. "Pan brother, you know, ever since you mentioned killing me and taking my sword, I've considered you a dead man. Do you think I'd fear threats from a corpse?" No one, once they harbored murderous intent toward Enrique, would receive mercy from him. "The drug didn't work on you? Tough little bastard." Reese's expression shifted in surprise. How had the drug not taken effect? Little did Reese know that Enrique practiced the 10,000 Dao absorption technique, rendering the effects of softening powder null. The drug's effect was directly neutralized without Enrique even noticing. Still, it didn't matter much to Reese. Without considering the drug, how would that change anything? As the 9th-ranked outer disciple of the Jingwu sect, he was confident in his strength. Even if this boy was exceptionally gifted, how could he possibly be stronger in martial arts? To die under my Lion King palm is an honor, said Reese. Lion King palm, a medium-grade mystical martial technique. Reese unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Enrique's chest. A roar followed, and the image of a mighty lion materialized, following Reese's hand towards Enrique. This strike, while not his full power, was more than enough to finish the boy, according to Reese. Witnessing this, Lucille lay limp on the ground, her heart heavy with sorrow. She screamed in agony, "Dwight, get out of the way!" In her view, Enrique appeared to have accepted his death, making no effort to evade. However, the next moment, both she and Reese were frozen in place. How is this possible? Chapter 51. Opportunity. Staring at the scene before him, Reese couldn't help but rub his eyes. At this moment, he was dumbstruck, disbelief etched across his face. In Reese's view, that single palm strike should have been enough to claim the other person's life. Alansat, after the blow, the opponent remained unscathed. Such a situation seemed inconceivable to him. This Andonies is so powerful. He must be even stronger than me. Otherwise, how could he survive my attack? Reese roared in anger. What kind of strength do you possess? He had initially believed that Enrique's ability to slay the saber-toothed tiger relied entirely on his sword. But now it was clear that things were not as they seemed. Do you want to know my strength? Then I'll show you. Enrique replied with a cold laugh. Martial Dao aura erupted from him, releasing an intense pressure that swept through the surroundings. Level 5 Profound Apex Realm. Feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Enrique, Reese was utterly stunned. The elite martial school, being the premier cultivation ground in Dongling County, had never produced such a martial genius at what appeared to be barely adulthood. Barely an adult and already at level 5 Profound Apex Realm? Not just level 5, but even reaching the Profound Apex Realm within the first few years of adulthood is an extremely rare feat in centuries past. How old are you? He seriously doubted that this youth simply looked younger than he was. Facing Reese's question, Enrique smiled calmly. You mean age? What's wrong with being barely an adult? Barely an adult? That would make him 16. 16 years old and not only became a Profound Apex Realm warrior, but reached level 5. To think, if he were at the elite martial school, this level of strength would easily qualify him for the inner sect. And inner sect members typically wouldn't join until their late 20s or early 30s. But a level 5 Profound Apex Realm martial artist at such a young age, something he had never heard of. Reese felt an unprecedented blow. He had originally come here with great momentum to kill the lover of his woman, but now he realized that the man before him was an unparalleled genius far beyond his league. This feeling was incredibly humiliating. If this news spread, the entire Dongling County would tremble. Even the martial forces of the Imperial City would likely vie for this talent. Lucille's eyes lit up as she stared at Enrique, who would have thought Dwight is an unmatched genius. Having relations with such a man made her expression filled with pride and delight. It seemed her charm was significant indeed. Tang brother, from now on, I will no longer interfere with your relationship. Let's put this matter to rest, Reese sighed, ready to accept defeat. Such a genius should never be made an enemy. One woman, who had betrayed him multiple times, wasn't worth lingering over. Do you think this matter can be simply brushed aside? As Reese was about to let it go, this woman refused to give up. Reese immediately felt ashamed and angry. Don't push it too far. Enrique spoke calmly. I told you, when you decided to kill me and steal my sword, you were already as good as dead. If you wanted to kill me, then there's no room for negotiation. The moment Reese spoke those words, Enrique decided not to spare him. Moreover, did Reese really intend to settle matters? He was merely admitting defeat because he recognized his inferiority. Enrique understood clearly. If the roles were reversed, Reese would not hesitate to kill him. Swish. In that instant, an overwhelmingly bright sword light shot into the sky. Seeing this, Reese's eyes widened in terror as he yelled, What are you going to do? He felt a chilling killing intent from Enrique. Remember, if you wish to kill others, be prepared to be killed yourself. Enrique's voice rang out, cold as the winter wind. He swung his arm, and his long sword followed. A terrifying aura of swordsmanship exploded forth. The sword chi he unleashed was like a bolt of lightning slicing through the night. This strike was unstoppable, leaving no room for resistance or evasion. Don't kill me. Seeing the sword chi coming towards him, Reese's pupils dilated in panic. He sensed impending doom. His heart was filled with dread as he tried to evade this fatal blow, but inexplicably, he found himself unable to move. A spray of blood shot into the air, and a gruesome sight unfolded. Lucille trembled violently at the scene. With just one strike, Reese was mercilessly eliminated. The sword chi was so terrifying it split Reese's body in two. The image was horrifying and left everyone chilled to the bone. Suddenly, Enrique turned to Lucille, who lay limp on the ground. Aren't you going to come out yet? Lucille was shocked by his words. Was there someone else hidden? As soon as Enrique finished speaking, a nonchalant voice replied, Well, not bad. You actually noticed me. From the shadows of the woods emerged a tall Kenneth. He smiled faintly, sizing up Enrique with scrutinizing eyes. Truly a martial genius. Little Quan's death at your hands isn't undeserved. Lucille turned back and cried out, Master Dalen! Master Dalen, Reese's uncle. She hadn't expected him to appear here. Had he been following them? Alonso's, it's me. Dalen nodded to her, then turned his gaze to Enrique and said smilingly, You killed little Quan. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? So, you're here to avenge him? It seems the visitor harbors ill intentions. To avenge him might be too much. After all, his skills fell short, and he sought your treasure first. His death is fitting. Initially, Enrique thought this man was reasonable, at least understanding right from wrong. However, His next words proved how naive he was. But regardless, he is still my nephew. You cannot expect to kill him without paying a price. Dalen crossed his arms, speaking with an authoritative tone. However, considering you are a rare martial genius, if you don't want to die, I can offer you a chance. Now, kneel before me 3 times, acknowledge me as your foster father, and hand over your precious sword. I will forgive you. After acquiring the cold spirit fruit and returning to the sect, I will also recommend you as an apprentice to our sect's grandmaster. What do you think? Chapter 52. The Price of Arrogance. Dalen's words left Enrique speechless. Enrique had met many arrogant people, but never anyone as arrogant as this. To actually threaten his own life to make him adopt him as a godson? From the tone of his words, it seemed that if Enrique did not agree, he would kill himself. Therefore, Enrique laughed, but his expression was dark. You're sure you're not joking? Of course, I'm not joking. Bow down to me as your godfather and hand over this sword for my safekeeping, and I will help you rise in the Jingwu society. His attitude was condescending, as if speaking from a position of pure charity. But if you don't comply, don't blame me for stifling talent. The threat was clear. His eyes, as venomous as a snake's, were fixed on the sword of virtue in Enrique's hand, gleaming with greed. As a martial arts master, Dalen was no novice. He instantly recognized the sword as something extraordinary. He speculated that this sword might even be a tier earth weapon. Indeed, Dalen was a martial arts master, which was precisely why he could act so arrogantly before Enrique. Though only at the first level of tier earth, he believed that no matter how gifted this Andonis was, he could only be at tier mystic. Compared to him, a single move would suppress him. Each realm in martial arts differed greatly, and Dalen didn't take Enrique seriously at all. As a tier earth warrior, his inner strength was far beyond what Enrique could match. A Tiralansalo warrior might have a slim chance against a tier mystic, but facing a tier earth warrior, even a peak-level tier mystic stood no chance. This was because once a martial artist broke through to tier earth, they not only gained significantly more inner strength but also obtained protective aura, making them impervious to attacks. After all, the protective aura of a tier earth warrior was formed by their immense inner strength, which tier mystic warriors couldn't compare to. Thus, breaking through this protective aura was virtually impossible for a tier mystic. It was a qualitative difference unbridgeable. If not for his desire to cultivate talent, Dalen wouldn't have wasted so many words. Given his usual style, he would have killed long ago. One dead nephew was nothing, but gaining a martial prodigy as a godson? That would be worth it. In Dalen's view, after such a mix of threats and favors, Enrique had no choice but to agree. He understood that this Andonis, facing his pressure, would have no other option but to agree if he didn't want to die. However, what Dalen hadn't anticipated was that this Andonis suddenly laughed, his expression filled with mockery. Do you know what I hate most? Threats. So, do you want to die? Enrique's cold, indifferent voice rang out, and Lucille quickly shouted, Dwight, be careful. Don't be disrespectful to Master Dalen. Dalen flew into a rage. Looks like you prefer punishment to kindness. He thought he had been merciful and generous, yet this Andonis showed no gratitude. Thus, Dalen decided to discard his compassion. Hand over the sword yourself, and I'll give you a quick death. Dalen now had a determined heart to kill Enrique, and his eyes remained fixed on the sword of virtue, burning with undisguised greed. Do you think you won't be the one who dies? Facing Enrique's arrogance, Dalen sneered. Boy, do you not understand the immense gap between us? Even with an extraordinary sword, do you think you have the right to fight me? Let me tell you clearly, in the face of an absolute realm difference, all external things are futile. His voice dripped with disdain, and he barked again. Boy, hand over the sword. You save yourself trouble, and I save myself the effort. Enrique wasn't angered by his tone. Instead, he replied with a mocking tone. Dare you withstand one strike from me? If you can remain unharmed, I'll give you the sword and bow to you as my godfather. How about that? Dalen, hands behind his back, exuded supreme confidence. Not just one strike, 100 strikes if you wish. He agreed, firstly moved by his desire for talent. Secondly, to win Enrique's genuine respect. In Dalen's eyes, no matter how strong Enrique was, he was still just a tier mystic warrior. Even with a precious sword, he couldn't possibly break through his protective aura. You may attack me whenever you want. Dalen patted his chest confidently, not intending to dodge. Frankly, in Dalen's eyes, facing Enrique was like a giant facing a child. Alright, don't dodge then. Enrique smiled, a slightly eerie grin. Before his voice even faded, the sword of virtue shot forward in a swift strike. Seeing this, Dalen still wasn't concerned. He admitted this boy was an exceptional genius, but ultimately, just a tier mystic warrior. How could he possibly break his protective aura? But when the sword came within inches, he was startled. He swiftly dodged. Instinct told him, this sword must not be intercepted. Seeing the impending dodge, Enrique pursued relentlessly. Want to dodge? Impossible. Pooh. In an instant, the blade sliced off Dalen's right arm. The sword was too sharp, capable of piercing a tier earth warrior's protective aura. All three present were shocked. Enrique had suspected it, but never thought it would truly happen. Imagine if he were struck by the sword itself. He would certainly bleed to death on the spot. Looking at Dalen, now enraged with his right arm severed, Enrique sighed helplessly. Ah, just a bit slower. What a pity. If not for the dodge, Enrique felt he could have killed him with one strike. Still, breaking through a tier earth warrior's protective aura as a tier mystic was already a remarkable achievement, even if it relied on the sword of virtue. Roar. Pain. Dalen screamed in agony, looking at Enrique with boundless hatred. Brat, today, I swear to kill you. Chapter 53. Humiliating an Earth Apex Warrior. Enrique's sword strike was truly too swift and fierce, catching Dalen off guard. The latter felt more ashamed than anything else. As a proud Earth Apex Warrior, He had been humiliated by a mere mystic apex youth, which was simply unbearable. Pretty funny, right? Didn't you say to let me take one strike? Dalen could not hold back his anger in the face of Enrique's ridicule. You malicious little brat, you should just die. Dalen was furious. His earlier pretense of appreciating talent vanished in an instant. All he wanted now was to kill. Though Dalen had offered to endure a single strike, who knew that this strike would be so terrifying? It even broke through his protective aura. This realization made him shudder. If he had reacted any slower, he might have died. This only heightened his desire for Dai's sword. Its quality far exceeded his expectations. As he spoke, he lunged forward. Black Tiger Heart Rip, a high-grade mystic martial technique. Dalen, as an Earth Apex warrior, instantly launched an attack with a palm strike in the shape of a Black Tiger's Heart Rip, aiming straight for Enrique's chest to crush his heart and kill him in one blow. But although Enrique was merely at the mystic apex, his reaction was faster than Dalen's. With a swift dodge, Enrique easily avoided the attack. Not only did he avoid it, but he retaliated immediately. In that moment, Dalen had a very bad feeling and tried to retreat quickly. Unfortunately, he was a step too slow. Just as he attempted to flee, Enrique struck. Enrique slapped him swiftly, the speed and force astonishing. The slap hit Dalen's face directly. Furthermore, Enrique shoved a piece of tiger meat, laced with softening powder, into Dalen's mouth. Dalen's body flew backward, losing balance as blood gushed from his nostrils. Little brat, you dare. Spit. After regaining his footing, Dalen spat out the tiger meat, both shocked and enraged. How humiliating. Being slapped away by a mystic apex youth and bleeding from the nose. Before Dalen could finish speaking, Enrique was upon him. Enrique swung a fist, accompanied by a tiger's roar, striking Dalen squarely in the chest. Dalen felt an overwhelming heaviness in his chest, unable to utter a sound. Dalen never imagined he would suffer such a loss to a mystic apex warrior. He glanced at Lucille and saw disbelief in her eyes, which only deepened his humiliation. Making such a spectacle in front of others. Die. Suddenly, Dalen slapped out his hand. Roar. A leopard shadow lunged out, and Lucille, weakened by the softening powder, couldn't react fast enough. In an instant, she turned into a bloody mist. One-hit kill. This was his true strength when facing mystic apex warriors. Dalen felt relieved. Now, all he had to do was eliminate this boy, and no one would know that an Earth Apex warrior had been beaten like this by a mystic apex youth. You actually killed her? Enrique looked surprised. Enrique didn't expect Dalen to suddenly turn on Lucille, given they were both from the Jingwu Gate. Dalen didn't explain but gave Enrique a chilling smile. I still have to kill you. However, before he could finish speaking, Dalen felt something strange in his body. His muscles went limp, and his bones tingled. He roared in fury, little brat, what did you put in my mouth? Just some tiger meat laced with softening powder. Enrique grinned slyly. What? Dalen paled in shock, sensing an unprecedented crisis looming. It was softening powder. He quickly circulated his internal energy, trying to expel the drug's effects. But it was already taking effect. It was too late. Soon, he couldn't even lift his arm and collapsed weakly on the ground. Watching Enrique approach step by step, Dalen cursed, little brat, you? His curses stopped abruptly as Enrique stomped on his chest with his right foot. Do you know how satisfied I was with her services? Why did you kill her? Enrique yelled, then swung his palm with immense force, slapping Dalen hard across the face until the skin split open. What shame! What humiliation! Dalen felt immense sorrow and anger. Being slapped repeatedly was beyond bearable. His pride was thoroughly trampled upon. The worst part was that he couldn't resist at all. The softening powder had rendered him powerless. He had been careless, incredibly careless. Even Earth Apex warriors, when caught off guard, can fall victim to softening powder. Ironically, this substance was given to Reese by Dalen as a precautionary measure. Who would have thought it would end up being used against him? It was self-inflicted karma. Enrique looked down at him coldly, grinding his boot against Dalen's face. Didn't you want to humiliate me? Now I'll give you a chance. Call me father, or I'll kill you. Find Aya. Just as Dalen tried to curse, Enrique kicked him hard in the mouth. The pain was excruciating. He lost countless teeth, his mouth filling with blood. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. An Earth Apex warrior reduced to such a state because of a moment's carelessness. An unparalleled sense of despair welled up within him. Dalen was both angry and miserable. He never imagined that a youth he planned to eliminate would end up humiliating him and crushing his dignity. The bitter taste of defeat is something only those who've experienced it truly understand. Call me father, or I'll castrate you. Another loud slap landed on Dalen's face, making it swell almost immediately. Now, the pain wasn't the main issue. It was the humiliation. This kid dared to threaten him, saying he'd castrate him if he didn't call him father. Dalen understood the implications only too well. Filled with humiliation, he hurriedly shouted, Raphael, father, you are my father. ##### Chapter 54. The Death of a Martial Arts Master. Though it was only 6 short words, for Dalen, it was an unprecedented disgrace. Despite the humiliation, to preserve his sexual happiness, he had no other choice. After all, no third person knew about this now, so Dalen thought the issue wasn't that big. Dad, I'm wrong. I truly know I'm wrong. Dad, please don't sterilize me. Dalen cried out pitifully, his expression filled with misery. Now, he just wanted to stall for time and wait for the effects of the drug to wear off. Dalen knew that as long as he endured, victory would be his. Moreover, if he killed this Andonies in front of him, no one would know of his miserable condition. He could tell this boy didn't intend to kill him. There was no killing intent in his eyes, only mockery. This meant the boy only intended to humiliate him, so all he needed to do was comply. Thus, Dalen chose to endure the humiliation. He believed that as long as he didn't die, He would soon have his revenge once the drug's effects wore off. In response to his pleading, Enrique's eyes sparkled mockingly. What kind of thing are you? A smelly dog isn't even fit to be my son. Ah. A kick landed squarely on Dalen's mouth, shattering 2 of his front teeth, blood gushing from his mouth. Though deeply humiliated, Dalen didn't appear angry. Instead, he looked delighted, his face full of flattery. Master is right. I am nothing but a dog, just a dog. How could a proud martial arts master have such little backbone? Enrique saw through Dalen's act. He was clearly stalling for time, waiting for the effects of the soft bone powder to wear off so he could retaliate. His little game was easily seen through by Enrique. Such behavior was akin to a venomous snake lurking in the dark, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any moment. To crush his hopes, Enrique fetched some tiger meat and forcibly shoved it into his mouth. Do you think I can't see through your petty tricks? Enrique didn't bother playing along. He exposed Dalen immediately. As expected, Dalen's demeanor changed drastically. He realized he had been caught, making all his previous humiliation pointless. He felt like he had been toyed with, which made him angrier the more he thought about it. Little beast, I hashtag $%carrot. Dalen finally abandoned any pretense of decorum, knowing he was doomed. So, he started cursing Enrique, venting his frustration. His gaze was filled with intense hatred. If looks could kill, he would have shredded Enrique into pieces. Fool. This was all within Enrique's expectations. He anticipated Dalen's enraged reaction. Then, Enrique raised the sword of virtue in his hand. Ah. A sword flash cut through the air, accompanied by Dalen's agonized howl. His other arm was severed by Enrique. Now both of Dalen's arms were gone. Being a Geo realm martial artist, being maimed by a Charlton realm martial artist, if news of this got out, he would surely be branded a disgrace. After all, it was too humiliating. Dalen also felt deeply aggrieved. He was a renowned martial arts master, yet in front of Charlton realm youth, he was like fish on a cutting board, completely helpless. He hated himself. Why did he give the soft bone powder to Reese? Had he not given it to Reese, would this have happened? How humiliating to be brutalized by a Charlton realm martial artist. Such an event might be unprecedented in the entire history of martial arts. Enrique's torment was far from over. With another slash of his sword, Dalen's right leg separated from his body below the knee. The excruciating pain was beyond endurance, even for a Geo realm martial artist. His heart was filled with despair. Dalen knew he was going to die today. This boy's intentions were vicious. He was being toyed with. Without killing intent, Enrique clearly planned to torture him to death. He even suspected that this cruel youth intended to dismember him. Moreover, Dalen felt he might be setting an unprecedented record in history, being single-handedly killed by a Charlton realm martial artist while being a Geo realm martial artist. I beg you, just kill me. Dalen gave up struggling. Better to die quickly than to suffer a painful death. But Enrique wouldn't grant him a swift end. Lucille's death had left Enrique feeling quite displeased and frustrated. Her services had been excellent, but due to Dalen, he couldn't experience them again. Thinking of this, Enrique said coldly, You killed my dog and now you want a quick death? That's too easy on you. His voice was so icy that just hearing it sent shivers down Dalen's spine, causing his body to tremble. Dalen suddenly understood that this boy was avenging Lucille. He was indeed planning to torture him. I beg you, give me a quick death. Dalen pleaded helplessly. I never go back on my word. Enrique always followed through on what he said. Facing Dalen's plea, Enrique kicked him without expression. Aya! At the same time, a previously unheard of cry of agony erupted from Dalen's mouth. Enrique kicked him in his most sensitive area, sterilizing him. Enrique's kick had ruptured him completely. Aha! Dalen's pain was unbearable, and his cries tore through the air. His eyes burned with deep malice toward Enrique. Young bastard, you won't get away with this. So, I'll take my time torturing you. Enrique, for some reason, felt gratified listening to Dalen's cries and seeing his miserable state. Then, he began a series of torments on Dalen. Little bastard, even as a ghost, I will haunt you. After 15 minutes, accompanied by a mournful roar from Dalen, his life came to an end. Puff. Enrique slashed his sword, ending Dalen's existence. Thus, the esteemed Geo realm martial artist Dalen died because of his negligence and arrogance at the hands of only in Charlton realm Enrique. Looking at the bloody scene, Enrique sighed and shook his head. Sigh. Looks like I need to find another place to sleep tonight. The smell of blood was too strong for him to sleep here. Enrique searched the mutilated body of Reese, taking the map indicating the location of the cold spirit fruit tree and his identification token, then left the place. Chapter 55. The Horned Black Rhino. Rumble. At dawn, in the silent stillness of the morning, a ground-shaking noise echoed, jolting Enrique awake from his slumber in the tree. As he opened his eyes, he saw an enormous black beast rapidly approaching. It was massive, standing nearly 5 meters tall, and it charged with an unstoppable momentum on its 4 legs, racing straight towards Enrique. Enrique recognized this as the dark rank beast, the Horned Black Rhino. True to its name, it was a black rhinoceros with bovine horns, and notably, it had 2 tails at its rear. Moreover, this creature possessed astonishing defensive capabilities. Its skin was like a shield or armor, incredibly tough and impervious to most weapons, making it an epitome of thick-skinned robustness. Even the mighty saber-toothed tiger would find it difficult to cause any significant harm. However, this particular horned black rhino bore many wounds on its body, indicating it was clearly injured. Upon spotting Enrique in the tree, its enormous blood-red eyes filled with brutality and a bloodthirsty hunger. Cursed humans. They were responsible for its miserable state. Thinking this, it charged towards Enrique even more frenziedly. The horned black rhino has bull-like horns, an indestructible body that resists both knives and swords, and is one of the best defended creatures among the dark rank beasts. Its only weakness lies in its soft abdomen. If breached, it dies. As the horned black rhino charged fiercely towards him, Enrique's eyes remained focused. Suddenly, he drew his sword from its scabbard with a swift motion. Zing! The sword's energy shone brilliantly, humming sharply as an extremely powerful, bone-chilling sword aura cleaved through the air, slicing apart everything in its path. Though the blade of virtue measured no more than 6 feet, it harbored an immensely destructive force, seemingly able to tear apart anything, mountains included. Roar! Seeing this, the horned black rhino bellowed furiously. Despite appearing bulky, it moved with remarkable speed, covering the distance between them in mere seconds. 30 meters, 20 meters, 5 meters. This is suicide. At this moment, a cold smirk played on the corners of Enrique's lips. A domineering aura radiated from him. Swoosh! An overwhelming sword-wielding energy erupted from the sword of virtue, emitting a brilliant streak of light formed by the condensed spiritual energy within Enrique's body. This light slashed across the immense body of the horned black rhino, leaving a visible bloody gash in its wake. Though the horned black rhino had formidable defenses, ordinary weapons could not harm it. However, the sword of virtue, capable of piercing the protective aura of an extreme martial artist, was far beyond any ordinary weapon. No matter how thick-skinned it was, the rhino could not withstand this single strike. Blood spurted out where the sword had struck. With just one blow, the horned black rhino knew that this human before it was more terrifying than those who had been hunting it. While the others took time to injure it, this Andonies had severely wounded it in one stroke. Having a fairly developed intellect, the dark-rank beast glared resentfully at Enrique, then turned and fled in another direction, fearing for its life. Still thinking of running? Disturbing his sleep and wanting to live? Looking at the fleeing black rhino, Enrique felt utter disdain. Whoosh! A powerful sword aura emanated from Enrique as he sped towards the escaping horned black rhino. His killing intense sword. He must end this nuisance with his sword. The huge body of the horned black rhino left destruction in its wake, trampling countless trees and leaving large hoofprints on the ground. It's over. Enrique raised his long sword, unleashing a terrifying sword aura. In the next instant, a devastating burst of energy descended from the sky, sweeping out a dazzling streak of light infused with a lethal intent from the sword of virtue. Spiritual energy surged through the blade, unleashed by Enrique. Plop! A loud wail accompanied the splitting of the horned black rhino into 2 halves. Blood sprayed violently. Thus, the horned black rhino, known for its formidable defenses among dark-rank beasts, died under Enrique's sword in just 2 strikes. Just as Enrique prepared to collect his spoils, an angry voice emerged from afar, challenging him. Boy, what do you mean? Don't you know this horned black rhino belongs to us? Following the sound, Enrique saw a figure in green striding toward him, followed by 3 others. All 4 were formidable, especially the one speaking, who possessed the power of the second layer of the extreme realm. Their words seemed absurd. The horned black rhino was killed by Enrique, so how did it belong to them? According to Qin's laws, the final slayer of the beast becomes its owner. Focusing on them, Enrique chose to reason. Your words are excessive. I just slew the horned black rhino. What do you mean? Are you trying to claim my spoils? Absurd. We hurt this beast and pursued it together. Now, you just came to reap the benefits and claim it as your spoil. Can't you be ashamed? The mocking tone returned. No wonder they were injured. It made sense now. But the beast ultimately died by my hand, making it my spoil. Despite being injured, the horned black rhino wasn't mortally wounded. How could it be considered picking up leftovers if Enrique killed it himself? To me, this horned black rhino is my kill, earned fair and square. It couldn't be that whoever first harmed it could claim the kill once it died. You clearly just picked up the slack. How can you claim the horned black rhino is yours? Although agitated, they tried reasoning, so Enrique continued. I killed it because it disturbed my sleep. How is that picking up the slack? As the 4 approached, Enrique earnestly stated, when I encountered this beast, I admit it was already injured, but, interrupted by the Andonies in green, who interrupted him with an ominous look, almost enraged. Stop quibbling. The horned black rhino was severely injured by us. Chapter 56. Reunion with Diana. Benson had never encountered someone as shameless and audacious. He was almost infuriated to the point of being speechless. The black rhinoceros that they chased away, heavily injured by Cohen's hand, must have been gravely wounded. Alan thought this kid swooped in at the last moment to reap all the benefits without even considering sharing the spoils of victory which rightfully belonged to them. What kind of logic was that? Was he trying to forcibly claim their due prize for himself without any sense of fairness? Since the other party wasn't willing to be reasonable, Benson saw no need to bother with pleasantries either. You say this is your spoil of war, right? Then okay, get lost quickly. I won't make it hard for you, said Benson, his tone breezy as if offering a grace. Enrique also instantly flared up. This black rhinoceros clearly belonged to him as a spoil of war. Now the other party intended to seize it so arrogantly. He felt utterly disgusted. Do they really think he can be bullied like this? Immediately, Enrique unleashed his martial aura and took out the identity token obtained from Reese's body. Are you sure you want to snatch my spoils of war? Indeed, Enrique had disguised himself as Reese. Posing as another person made everything easier for him. No matter how big the trouble was, he wouldn't fear it. After all, in the end, it wouldn't be pinned on him. The sudden release of the Charlton Angie Realm Level 5 martial aura shocked Benson. This kid was incredibly powerful. What shocked him more was the identity token Enrique had pulled out. It turned out to be from a genius of the Jingwu Academy. One of the young men in Benson's group muttered under his breath, so what if he's from the Jingwu Academy? This prey was originally ours. They knew it was impossible to forcefully take it now. Benson then restrained his temper and patiently said, Greetings, illustrious talent from Jingwu Academy. My name is Benson, from Chongqing Academy. This black rhinoceros fled after being severely injured by our Cohen. Even though it was eventually killed by you, it truly belongs to us as a spoils of war. Did you just say you're from Chongqing Academy? Enrique was momentarily stunned. He was fully aware of Chongqing Academy's mission, having heard about it on the underground platform. However, he hadn't expected their actions to be so swift. Enrique wanted to beat them there and pick all the cold spirit fruits first, making their efforts futile. But unexpectedly, he met them now. Now he might not have the chance to be the first one. He regretted not traveling directly last night and meeting Reese too late. What a pity. Seeing Enrique's surprised expression, Vincent assumed he was intimidated. So, he pressed further. That's right. We were led by Cohen to harvest the spirit fruits. The black rhinoceros was indeed injured by Cohen. Vincent mentioned an established martial master to put pressure on Enrique. Enrique picked up on the subtext. This bounty belonged to Cohen rather than them. Do you really intend to challenge a renowned martial master over this spoils of war? Enrique couldn't help but sneer internally. Oh, trying to intimidate me? If it were anyone else, perhaps they would kowtow or beg, and Enrique would give in. But given that these people were from Chongqing Academy and were using their influence to pressure him, how could Enrique comply? Stepping on the black rhinoceros, he said coldly, Qin's law dictates that a beast killed by whom is that person's spoils of war. Even if, as you claim, the black rhinoceros was heavily injured by your Cohen, it was ultimately killed by me, wasn't it? Enrique's stance was clear. To intimidate him into submission? Absolutely impossible. Enrique never feared authority. In fact, Vincent didn't mean to intimidate him. He only hoped Enrique would give face to Cohen. But who would have thought this kid wouldn't give it? Enraged, Vincent glared at Enrique but didn't dare lose his temper, as he was only at the third layer of the Charltonangi realm. Also, the other party's background wasn't weaker than his own, making it risky to offend him easily. What's going on here, seniors? A cool voice suddenly echoed from afar. Enrique looked over and smiled. The woman was exceptionally beautiful, her white dress billowing, her icy demeanor radiating an aloofness. It was none other than Diana. Meeting again. Except Enrique had changed his appearance. Also, he was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Diana to consider herself part of Chongqing Academy before even officially joining. After Benson and his group explained to Diana, she nodded confidently and said, "Leave it to me." Then, Diana gracefully approached Enrique. Just as she was about to speak, noticing the sword at Enrique's waist, Diana's pupils suddenly constricted. This sword, she recognized it all too well. She would never forget the night her father and sister were killed. The perpetrator had carried this very sword. Noticing Diana's change in expression, Enrique guessed her thoughts. Feeling mischievous, Enrique feigned confusion. Amelie, why are you staring at my sword? Do you know its owner? Diana's eyes instantly filled with hatred. Confirming that he wasn't the murderer, she nodded heavily, clenching her teeth. I will never forget this person in my entire life. So what's your relationship with him? Why do you seem so angry, Amelie? Is he your faithless lover? Asked Enrique knowingly. No, how could it be? Diana retorted, visibly disdainful. Her eyes burned with intense hatred. This beast has blood debts with me. He murdered my father and my sister. Sir, do you know where this beast is? Ah, I see. Enrique nodded and began spinning a story. This fellow, relying on his slight talent, was so arrogant that he dared to look down on me. So, I beat him up thoroughly, took his sword, and drove him away. Didn't you kill him? Though Diana felt a tinge of regret, more importantly, she felt relieved. Luckily, he's still alive. If he died, how could she avenge her family? With genuine gratitude, she said, "Thank you, sir, for showing mercy and leaving him alive. It gives me a chance for future vengeance." Hashtag chapter 57. Buy one, get one free. Really you? Enrique's eyes were filled with doubt and skepticism. Amelie, don't joke around. That boy looks about your age, but he's already reached the third level of Charltonangi realm. How do you plan on avenging yourself against him? Enrique was practically pointing at June's nose to say that she was too weak, not worth thinking about, and had no chance at all. Unavoidably, Enrique's words struck a nerve with June. After all, she was only at the 7th level of Huangji realm. The gap between them was too large, rendering any comparison meaningless. Benson came forward to ease the tension and said, "My junior sister has awakened a 6th-rank martial vein and possesses the legendary ice body. Once she consumes the cold spirit fruit, her cultivation speed will drastically increase. It won't take long before she can break through to the Charltonangi realm. Catching up to that boy is only a matter of time." In Benson's view, possessing the legendary ice body meant an incomparable future. Enrique continued his barrage of criticisms. For a boy his age to have reached the 3rd level of Charltonangi realm is absolutely extraordinary. I think your chances for revenge are quite slim. June's face, which had just started to improve, darkened again upon hearing Enrique's words. Why did it feel like she was being targeted? Why else would there be repeated attacks on her self-esteem? June looked at Enrique and forced a smile. I won't give up. Keep trying. I believe in you. You'll surely have a chance for revenge someday. Though Enrique said this aloud, in his heart, he was unconvinced. He even felt like laughing. He would let June slowly realize how vast the gap between them truly was. Cold spirit fruit? If June could use it to enhance her cultivation speed, then his practice of the 10,000 Dao absorption technique would work just as well. Enrique planned to intercept it first. After all, they were many, and their movements would certainly be slow. Especially since Cohen hadn't shown up yet. Enrique guessed he was probably still behind. Alright, this black rhinoceros horn belongs to you. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be off. Even though Enrique discovered that consuming rank Charlton creatures could advance his cultivation, at this moment, he planned to use this black rhinoceros horn to delay their progress. This way, Enrique could get ahead and pick the cold spirit fruit beforehand. June hastily asked, "Where is the gentleman headed?" "To pick the cold spirit fruit. If we have destiny, we'll meet again." Enrique sped away without looking back. He sensed a powerful aura approaching. Enrique knew that Cohen was coming. If he waited until Anselm arrived, Enrique knew he wouldn't be able to leave. By then, if Anselm detected his intentions, he would undoubtedly be confined. Thus, the cold spirit fruit would definitely be out of reach for him. Enrique moved incredibly fast toward the map location of the cold spirit fruit, not daring to stop for a moment, fearing June might catch up. Running continuously for an hour, he finally stopped to rest. At the same time, he spotted a prey animal, just right for replenishing energy. It was a black as ink wild boar, 4 meters tall, 7 meters long, with sturdy limbs and a conical horn on its forehead. Its snout was as large as an elephant's. This was a black unicorn pig, whose combat strength wasn't formidable, but its skin was tough and thick. When fully grown, it became a rank Charlton creature. Its defensive capabilities were astonishing. Though not as strong as the black rhinoceros horn, it was practically impervious to blades and arrows. The deeper one went, the more dangerous these creatures became, and rank Charlton beasts were everywhere. Ordinarily, such rank Charlton beasts weren't strong in combat, but if angered, they could become terrifying. Imagine a beast that you couldn't subdue chasing you relentlessly, intent on killing you. What would that feel like? Run or keep running? Those were the only options. Supposedly, the meat of a black unicorn pig was exceptionally savory, especially when young, making the flesh particularly tender. Enrique couldn't help but swallow saliva seeing the not yet matured black unicorn pig, just a few hundred meters away. It should be enough. Perhaps it will even boost my strength. To him, equipped with the sword of virtue, even a larger beast wouldn't pose a challenge. Instead, it would be his prey, a delicious meal to sate hunger and bolster power. Swish! In the next moment, he moved, speeding towards the prey. His clothes fluttered dramatically as Enrique appeared extraordinarily graceful at that instant. Moo! A heavy beast roar echoed, sounding like an elephant's call. Its eyes turned blood red, sensing Enrique's hostile intent, or rather, his murderous intent. Thud, thud, thud. An earth-shaking sound. It was moving now. With short limbs swinging and its heavy trunk flailing, it charged at Enrique, intending to crush him to death. Of course, that was merely its wishful thinking. Enrique's lips curled in contempt as he watched the beast charge at him, horns aimed to kill. Foolish beast, you deserve to be eaten. Avramo! A sharp, shrill scream tore through the air just as the two were about to collide. Enrique drew his sword in an instant, slashing cleanly through the beast's head with a flash of light. Instant kill. The inexperienced black unicorn pig emitted a final mournful cry before crashing to the ground. Moo! Right at that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from deep within the forest, clearly indicating a much larger creature. Enrique had killed the smaller one. Looking into the woods, he saw massive rustling movements, and a huge beast figure rushed toward him with incredible speed. The ground shook violently, like a minor earthquake. Clearly, this beast had a shocking weight. Enrique could feel tremors underfoot even from afar. Soon, the owner of the beast figure appeared in his line of sight. This was an adult black unicorn pig, resembling a small mountain, several times larger than the previous one. Its heavy breath sounded like rolling thunder. This was an adult black unicorn pig. Its bloodshot eyes burned with infinite hatred and fury. Clearly, it recognized the child killer in front of it. It had come to avenge its offspring, to settle scores. Enrique surveyed the beast critically, sensing its aura, and couldn't help but laugh. This adult black unicorn pig's strength was merely mid-Charlton at most. Easily handled, with no pressure at all. Thus, Enrique's eyes held no trace of fear. Instead, there was excitement. Buy one, get one free. A bountiful harvest. Chapter 58. Finally seeing the cold spirit fruit tree. To Enrique, the one-horned black fragrant pig before him was nothing but prey. His meal. A large and satisfying catch. Enrique was very content with it. As a martial artist, he had an immense appetite, and with the myriad Tao absorption technique, this prey would be converted into energy to enhance his strength. Enrique estimated that eating another such meal might give him the chance to advance further, breaking through to the 6th level of the profound apex realm. Moo! This true profound rank beast, the one-horned black elephant pig, was highly sensitive to Enrique's gaze. It realized that this tiny human actually regarded itself as prey. This filled it with intense displeasure. Its crimson eyes sparkled with anger and cruelty. Scritch! It scraped the ground with its thick hooves, preparing for an attack. As a rank earth beast, it was acutely sensitive to the aura of martial artists. The adult one-horned black fragrant pig sensed that its opponent's aura did not fall short of its own, placing them on the same level. With its high intelligence, it did not act rashly out of anger, but waited for an opportune moment. Its gaze was cautious, watching for a chance to strike. Huh, you have some sense? Seeing this display from the one-horned black fragrant pig, Enrique felt slightly surprised. But your fate is still death. Enrique enjoyed the thrill of the hunt, especially after consuming these profound rank beasts. He noticed a significant improvement in his strength, which only made him more eager. Moo! The one-horned black elephant pig let out a furious roar, its blood-red eyes turning even redder due to the disdain it saw in Enrique's gaze. At the same time, it charged at Enrique. Beasts used simple yet brutal tactics, direct collisions and bites. Although humans had diverse fighting methods, their bodies were far more fragile. A head-on clash with a beast often meant certain death. The one-horned black elephant pig understood this well. It confidently believed that the frail human before it would be crushed if they came to blows. Foolish pig. Enrique smirked disdainfully as the one-horned black elephant pig charged. Just as they were about to collide, he sidestepped gracefully. Then, a flash of cold light appeared, followed by a gush of blood erupting like a fountain as the one-horned black elephant pig's head cleanly separated from its body. How could Enrique engage in a close combat match? His goal was to get close, then use the sword of virtue to deliver a fatal blow. The best way to deal with beasts wasn't through martial techniques, but with sharp weapons. Boom! With a loud crash, the body of the one-horned black elephant pig hit the ground, creating a deep crater. Looks like I can have a hearty meal now. Enrique smiled, feeling satisfied. He couldn't wait to restore his strength and energy and then head straight to the target location. Enrique planned to reach the cold spirit fruit tree before Minerva and her party, plucking all the fruits himself, letting them make a fruitless trip, while he would gain substantial strength once again. Without wasting any time, Enrique began processing the adult one-horned black fragrant pig, focusing on the prime cuts of meat. As for the smaller one, a mere rank Alansalo beast, it held no interest for him. It wouldn't offer much beyond satiating his hunger. An hour later, a campfire flickered, filling the area with the rich aroma of roasting meat. The one-horned black elephant pig was nearly done cooking. The savory smell was mouth-watering. A profound rank beast was different from a rank Alansalo beast. The meat was exceptional, capable of increasing internal strength upon consumption. Thus, as soon as the meat was ready, Enrique eagerly devoured it, thoroughly enjoying each bite. The one-horned black fragrant pig tasted excellent, tender and flavorful without being greasy. Each piece was succulent and delicious. Its meat was clear and translucent, melting in the mouth, truly delightful. Before long, Enrique had eaten until only bones remained. Not bad. The taste of beast meat is far superior to those lesser creatures. If I could eat one every day, how wonderful that would be. Patting his now distended belly, Enrique was quite satisfied. After digesting most of the meat, he used the Supreme Dharma technique to convert it into essence, boosting his strength. Therefore, it didn't fill him too much. If not for this technique, it would have been impossible for Enrique alone to devour the entire one-horned black fragrant pig. He imagined that constant consumption would allow him to advance without hard training. However, while the precious meat of profound rank beasts could aid cultivation, overindulgence diluted its benefits. Ultimately, genuine effort and diligence were essential for real advancement. The more he ate, the more he gained. Though he didn't break through as expected, Enrique felt closer to reaching the 6th level of the profound apex realm. After a brief rest, Enrique continued his journey toward the cold spirit fruit tree. Over the next 2 days, he moved swiftly, slaying any blocking beasts along the way, but without notable strength gains. Finally, at dusk, he saw a snow-covered area in the distance. This region stood out starkly against the surrounding greenery, looking like an isolated icy wonderland. Enrique knew he had reached his destination. In the middle of this snowy area, there stood a crystalline tree adorned with frost, radiating iridescent light. This must be the cold spirit fruit tree. Its presence explained the unusual conditions around it. Cold spirit fruit, I'm coming for you. Enrique rushed forward, eyes filled with anticipation. After days of travel, he finally saw it. He couldn't wait to taste the cold spirit fruit. However, just as he approached, Enrique suddenly stopped. He wasn't sure if it was a hallucination, but he noticed a massive shadow beneath the frozen lake, accompanied by a chilling aura. This filled him with dread. He suspected the giant snake guarding the cold spirit fruit tree had awakened from hibernation. Chapter 59. Cohen. Danger. Extreme danger. This giant snake, which may have already become a Tier-Earth anomalous beast, was not asleep at this moment. Though everything might just be Enrique scaring himself, he didn't dare to proceed recklessly for safety's sake. Better safe than sorry. Enrique lay in the grass, suppressing his aura as he began to carefully observe his surroundings. He realized how eerily silent it was here. There was no sound of beasts roaring around him. Even in the sky, there wasn't a trace of birds flying by. If any passed through, they would keep their distance and avoid the area from afar. The ice layer on the lake wasn't very thick, and Enrique could see the turbid water churning beneath it. This only deepened Enrique's belief that the giant snake under the lake had definitely awoken. Given the freezing temperature of the lake water, ordinary anomalous beasts simply couldn't survive in it. What other anomalous beast could stir the waters except for this giant snake? He knew that if he went forward rashly and the snake emerged, he would surely die. A Tier-Earth anomalous beast. How could he possibly resist it? No matter how arrogant Enrique might be, he wasn't naive enough to think he could contend with a Tier-Earth anomalous beast. Especially one of such massive size. It was an extremely slim chance. Even Detzijian, razor-sharp and capable of slicing through Tier-Charltonan anomalous beasts like tofu, would be ineffective against a Tier-Earth anomalous beast, which was entirely different from a Tier-Charltonan one. Once a Tier-Charltonan anomalous beast breaks through to become a Tier-Earth anomalous beast, its body becomes much larger and tougher. Even a martial arts master wouldn't dare engage in battle lightly. Facing such a gigantic creature, humans naturally felt an instinctive fear. Enrique had decided to remain hidden and let Minerva and her group pick the spirit fruits. If they wanted to pick the fruits, let them do so. He had abandoned that idea anyway. He doubted the giant snake would stay passive and allow them to take all the cold spirit fruits. After all, Minerva needed these fruits to rapidly increase her cultivation. She would undoubtedly pick all the fruits off the cold spirit tree. Meanwhile, he was prepared to sit back and watch the tiger fight. That night, Enrique, hiding in the vicinity, saw distant torches flickering and gradually approaching. Someone was coming. Was it Minerva's group? As Enrique was sizing up the situation, he suddenly heard an elderly voice shouting from afar. Who is hiding ahead spying on us? Come out now. Enrique instantly realized he had been discovered. He was startled. Despite suppressing his aura, why had he still been detected? It was obvious who was speaking. While speaking, this person also released a martial arts aura that felt extremely oppressive to Enrique. It was Cohen. Could martial arts masters really sense auras? Enrique wasn't sure but figured this must be the explanation. Since he was discovered, Enrique decided not to hide any longer. He walked out into the open and bowed respectfully toward the source of the voice, saying politely, I am Reese from Jingwu Gate. In the dead of night, upon seeing someone come, I couldn't help but peer out of curiosity. Please forgive me, master. I had no intention to offend. Martial law was strict and inviolable. Respect should be shown to high-level martial artists. Although Enrique felt irritated, he had no choice but to submit due to the overwhelming force. The unaware are not guilty. If you had no intention to offend, what forgiveness is required? As soon as Enrique spoke, the elderly voice of Cohen responded. However, the tone was significantly gentler. In fact, Cohen understood. In the dead of night, it was natural to be wary when encountering someone else. He was reasonable and appreciated the sincerity of Enrique, especially since he was a talented figure from Jingwu Gate, so he didn't hold it against him. The light drew closer, and soon both parties met. Enrique saw the faces before him. Leading the group was Cohen. Cohen didn't look old and frail like a typical man over 60. He had short black hair and remained robust, looking more like a strong man. His energy was vibrant, and his face showed few wrinkles, making him appear middle-aged, about 40. Beside him stood the graceful and beautiful Minerva. Upon seeing Enrique, Minerva's eyes widened in surprise. Young Master Pan said we'd meet if fate allowed. Who would have thought we'd encounter each other like this? It seems our fates are indeed intertwined. To hell with meeting you. If it weren't for the unexpected awakening of the giant snake, preventing him from picking the spirit fruits, he wouldn't be here at all. Of course, Enrique kept these thoughts to himself, instead feigning surprise. Indeed, who would have thought we'd meet again? Minerva asked curiously, if your goal is to pick the cold spirit fruits, why don't I see any fruits with you? She wondered why he hadn't picked any fruits despite arriving earlier. I just got here recently. Besides, it's late, and I plan to pick the fruits from the center of the lake tomorrow. Enrique lied about noticing the snake's awakening. Cohen added, fortunately, you didn't go to pick the fruits yet. If you did, you'd likely lose your life. Everyone looked puzzled. Why would picking fruits cost him his life? Enrique was more alarmed. Could Cohen have also noticed the snake's awakening? He hurriedly asked, why do you say that, master? Cohen gazed at the frozen lake, focusing on the cold spirit tree. Do you know why no other anomalous beasts have ever tried to possess this tree? Enrique was confused. Why was Cohen asking this? Well, isn't it because the giant snake has claimed it? Enrique replied. Then why were there no attempts before? Enrique was stumped. He hadn't considered this question. Others also pondered silently. Why not? Enrique cautiously guessed. Could it be that only the giant snake can possess the cold spirit tree? ####Chapter 60. My master is Ezra. You did say it quite correctly, though reluctantly. The cold spirit fruit tree is indeed no ordinary tree that any beast can easily dominate. The cold spirit fruit itself possesses an extremely potent icy force. If consumed by ordinary humans or beasts, they might very well freeze to death due to the inability to withstand such cold. Note, the term Yiso was translated as beast to maintain fluency in English and context consistency. This creature is different. It's a unique breed, and snakes naturally have a cold attribute. Therefore, the cold spirit fruit benefits it without any harm, which is why it can occupy the tree. Cohen spoke confidently, explaining the situation to everyone. Juane still had a question and couldn't help but ask, but master, you mentioned that if Mr. Pan picks the spirit fruit, he would likely die. Why is that? Because while the cold spirit fruit is still on the tree, its cold force is incredibly strong, far beyond what an ordinary person can endure. It cannot be touched barehanded. Cohen glanced at Enrique, saying, if this Andonis were to pick it barehanded, even if he doesn't freeze to death, his martial veins would likely be shattered by the cold. Everyone realized the danger. Enrique knew his cultivation of the Wandao Napafa wouldn't be affected, but he still pretended to pat his chest, looking relieved. Fortunately, I didn't go. Fortunately, I didn't go. Of course, he also respectfully saluted Cohen. Thank you, master, for your warning. Otherwise, I'd be in great trouble tomorrow. Your inner strength isn't robust enough to resist the coldness of the cold spirit fruit tree. You mustn't pick the fruit recklessly. If you really intended to, I would have stopped you, said Cohen. Why did you come all the way from the Jingwu Gate to pick these cold spirit fruits? Cold spirit fruits, although categorized as spirit fruits, are actually more harmful than beneficial to ordinary people. He couldn't fathom why this Andonis had traveled so far specifically for them. Enrique, now embodying Reese, replied honestly, Junior came here upon my master's orders to pick the cold spirit fruit. As for the specific reason, I don't know. Who is your master? Asked Cohen. Was this a test? Enrique felt a bit doubtful. Why did Cohen ask so many questions? But he remembered what Reese had said during their initial meeting and continued, my master is Ezra. Oh, no wonder. Cohen looked enlightened. Enrique feigned surprise. Does master know my teacher? He was getting a bit nervous. Enrique knew he only changed his appearance and wasn't truly Reese. He only knew Ezra's name and worried he might slip up if Cohen probed further. Luckily, Cohen's next words made him feel relieved. I can't say I know him, just heard about his reputation. Cohen admired. Ezra is remarkable. 13 years ago, with only 4th layer Earth rank strength, he slew a medium-grade Earth rank beast, the flame tiger frog, though unfortunately poisoned by fiery toxins. Still, it was an incredible feat. No wonder he sent you to pick the cold spirit fruit, likely to suppress the fiery toxins in his body. Those afflicted with fiery toxins experience not only burning sensations and loss of body hair, but also mental instability, becoming irritable. When the toxin acts up and cannot be suppressed, it feels like being burned alive, excruciatingly painful. Enrique knew nothing about Ezra, so he just nodded silently. Tomorrow, there's no need for you to pick the fruits. Once the fruits are picked, I'll take the liberty to give you 2/10 of the cold spirit fruits to complete your mission. And please convey my greetings to your master. If it were anyone else, Cohen wouldn't be so generous. His offer was purely to establish good relations. Enrique understood Cohen's motives, finding it amusing but played along, expressing deep gratitude. Thank you, master, thank you. At the same time, he started looking forward to tomorrow. Not having to pick the fruit was exactly what Enrique wanted. After all, picking the fruit meant risking danger. No, immense danger, potentially fatal. Enrique had no intention of being swallowed by a snake. Of course, he suspected he might be overthinking things. Could that giant snake really not have awakened? Otherwise, why could Cohen sense him but not the snake? Enrique couldn't figure it out. But since he would still get the cold spirit fruit without risk, waiting and watching was better. Regardless of the outcome, he had nothing to lose. Why not take the safer route? Enrique saw no point in bringing it up. After all, he wasn't in danger himself. What difference did it make if someone died? Although Cohen seemed decent, Enrique remained indifferent. If not for claiming to be from the Jingwu Gate, Cohen probably wouldn't have bothered with him. Alright, it's late, and we've all been traveling for days. We're exhausted. Let's rest here, and pick the spirit fruits early tomorrow. Only after Cohen said this did everyone dare lie down. Days of travel had left them utterly fatigued. This night passed quietly as everyone fell into deep sleep. Except for Enrique. He stared at the icy lake surface, lost in thought. Was the giant snake truly awake? Lost in thought, Enrique suddenly stood up. He saw a blood-red cold light flash beneath the ice. He witnessed it clearly. Enrique was certain this wasn't a hallucination. Was that the snake's eye? Was it spying on them? Thinking this, Enrique's heart skipped a beat. He felt an ominous chill. Now, Enrique was sure. The giant snake might not be asleep at all. Chapter 61. Cold Dispelling Pill. The next day, early morning. After everyone had packed up, they were ready to set off under the lead of Cohen to pick fruit. This is a cold dispelling pill. Take it now. Before departure, Cohen took out a small medicine bottle and handed it to Minerva, instructing her to distribute the pills inside to everyone sequentially. Though the lake is frozen, the surface still emits a formidable cold aura. Without this cold dispelling pill, the cold could easily invade your bodies. Pointing towards the scattered statues visible on the ice, Cohen continued, "See those statues? These beasts or humans froze to death because they couldn't withstand the cold emanating from the lake surface." The frozen lake, although seemingly harmless, was actually fraught with danger due to its intense cold. This explained why no creatures appeared here. Beasts are more sensitive to changes in their environment than humans. Knowing the danger, why would they come here? Every beast instinctively seeks safety. Human martial artists with insufficient internal strength would easily be affected by the cold if they ventured onto the lake's surface unprepared. Once invaded by the cold, it would be a disaster for any martial artist. Take Armando, for instance. He was fortunate that only his martial veins were sealed, halting his progress. Being a Charltonanji realm martial artist gave him some advantage. If he were merely at the Huangji realm, lacking both internal strength and martial veins, the cold might have killed him instantly. Cohen's reason for distributing the cold dispelling pills was clear. As future generations and the hope of Changle Academy, he would not neglect them after bringing them here. Although the students wouldn't pick the fruit themselves, they would undoubtedly follow him, not standing idly by while he harvested alone. "Mr. Pan, here is your cold dispelling pill." Finally, Minerva handed the last pill to Enrique. The cold dispelling pill was small, about the size of a quail's egg, and dark red in color. "Thank you." Enrique politely accepted the pill and followed others' actions by putting it in his mouth. Immediately, he felt a warm current flow through his body. The pill's effects had kicked in. The principle of the cold dispelling pill was simple. It generated heat within the body to counteract the cold. Observing the others, Enrique saw that after taking the pill, everyone's faces turned ruddy and they seemed more energized. But he himself showed no change. This was because the effects of the cold dispelling pill were nullified by the automatic circulation of the 10,000 Dao absorption technique. It had no impact on him whatsoever. In fact, due to his cultivation of the 10,000 Dao absorption technique, the cold was beneficial to him, accelerating his practice. For instance, Minerva, with her ice body, naturally thrived in such conditions, making it extremely advantageous for her practice. Hence, neither she nor Cohen needed the cold dispelling pill. As for Cohen, as a 4th level DG realm expert with immense internal strength, mere cold posed no threat to him. He might not even feel cold at all. Why hasn't the pill taken effect on you? Cohen glanced at Enrique, curious. Everyone else showed signs of the pill's effect, but this Andoni's remained unaffected. How could he not be curious? Without changing expression, Enrique replied, "Of course it has. I feel incredibly warm inside. Perhaps because my martial realm is higher than theirs, the effect isn't as noticeable." "Alonso's, that makes sense." Cohen nodded. Enrique spoke the truth. He sensed the youth possessed 5th level Charltonanji realm strength, second only to himself among this group. The others ranged from 1st to 4th level Charltonanji realms, a significant difference. Moreover, the Andoni's was barely over 20, explaining his remarkable talent. No wonder he was taken in by Ezra. Cohen glanced at Minerva again. A fine protege indeed, though destined to be his brother's apprentice. Thinking of his own disciples. Sigh. He sighed once more before turning to Minerva. "Ningxue, once you've picked the cold spirit fruit, begin cultivating right here. The abundant cold aura will greatly benefit your practice. Try to break through to the Charltonanji realm before we return to the city." Special constitutions like hers benefited immensely from sufficient resources, drastically accelerating cultivation. Glancing at the cold spirit fruit tree, Cohen noted plenty of fruits remaining, enough for her to reach the Charltonanji realm. "Huh? Me picking?" Minerva suspected she had misheard. "Master, are you sure you want me to personally pick the fruit?" Minerva looked surprised, expecting Cohen to do the harvesting. Now, she was hesitant, fearing the cold would affect her adversely during the process. "Alonso's, you'll be the one picking the fruit," Cohen explained patiently, understanding her concerns. "Your ice body and martial veins mean the cold here is highly nourishing to you. There's no need to worry about adverse effects." Cohen always showed great patience with talented juniors, especially this beautiful young woman who was destined to be his brother's disciple, and therefore indirectly, his own future disciple. "Alright, I'll pick the fruit." With Cohen's reassurance, Minerva felt relieved. Everything prepared, they were ready to go. "Let's head out." Cohen led the group toward the icy lake. Enrique joined them. As they approached, they felt an increasing chill. Upon reaching the lakeside, several first-level Charltonangi realm martial artists, including one second-level, appeared visibly affected, faces pale, shivering uncontrollably. Cohen noticed and cast a disapproving glance. You wait here on the shore. There's no need for you to go onto the ice. Chapter 62. Sudden changes on the lake. Their constitutions were indeed too weak. Even though they had taken cold-dispelling pills, they could barely withstand the freezing temperature at the lake surface. The cold was unbearable. If they ventured further onto the lake, they would likely freeze to death. Cohen felt that, in this moment, he could see their future. Their prospects were truly worrying. Everyone naturally saw Cohen's expression and felt ashamed, lowering their heads. After all, it was rather embarrassing. But they didn't dare to be stubborn and insist on following. There was no point risking their lives for nothing. As the saying goes, Alonso's, no comparison means no injury. Cohen was surprised to find that everyone from Evergreen Academy was affected after reaching the lake surface. Except for him and Diana, who possessed a cold ice body, the Andonis from Jingwu School also seemed unaffected. Moreover, he noticed that the Andonis appeared more spirited than before. It was as if the cold here was nurturing him. So this was the genius from East Ridge County's premier martial arts sanctuary, Jingwu School? He must be outstanding within his sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the qualification to become Ezra's disciple. After all, Ezra was renowned in Jingwu School. Now over 50 years old, despite suffering from severe heat toxicity, he still maintained the strength of the Earth Apex 6th level. There was a high possibility he could achieve the Hayden Apex Mirror Realm and become a martial arts master. Next, Cohen personally walked onto the ice and found no problems. Turning around, he looked at everyone and said, "All right, let's go pick the fruit now." The cold spirit fruit tree was located in the center of the lake, about a kilometer away. After agreeing, everyone quickly followed. Only Enrique remained standing in place, not joining them. Seeing this, Cohen couldn't help but ask, "Boy, why aren't you coming? I feel that the giant snake might have awakened. Last night, I saw its eyes. It seemed to notice us already." Ultimately, he couldn't help but warn everyone, maybe we should give up. It would be better not to pick the fruit. If that giant snake appears, it could lead to a disaster. That giant snake's aura isn't present. It must still be asleep, Cohen said with confidence. Besides, even if this beast has awakened, what can it do? If it dares to come out, I will slay it. Others joined in, explaining, did Lord Pan not know that Earth Apex Masters are extremely sensitive to auras? That giant snake beneath the lake must still be sleeping. If it weren't, Cohen would certainly sense its presence. Exactly, this beast can't possibly hide its aura intentionally to ambush us, right? Even Diana looked at Enrique with disdain. Is Lord Pan afraid? That giant snake really is lurking under the lake. I'm not going. Enrique didn't want to risk his life. Last night's flash of cold light, he was certain, was the giant snake's eye. So be it, let's go then. Cohen hadn't expected Enrique to be so cowardly. With this said, there was no point arguing further. He could see that Enrique's stance was very clear. In his heart, he also began to suspect. Had the giant snake really awakened? But after some thought, he shook his head. Cohen chose to trust his senses. If the giant snake had awakened, he would definitely feel its aura. Unless the giant snake was stronger than him, it wouldn't be possible to hide its aura from him. Furthermore, he had unparalleled confidence in himself. Even if the giant snake had awakened, he was confident he could kill it. He almost looked forward to the giant snake awakening. If he killed it, his fame would skyrocket. The group cautiously walked on the lake surface, not because they feared the giant snake awakening, but because the ice was extremely slippery. A misstep would be embarrassing. Enrique watched them and couldn't help but shake his head. Oh, they're doomed. Enrique felt a bit downcast. The giant snake had awakened, making their trip futile. He was quite eager for those cold spirit fruits. The fruits on the tree were ripe, each one crystal clear and radiant. Eating them would definitely help him break through his current realm. But Enrique understood that the cold spirit fruit wasn't something he could access now. He turned around, unable to bear watching the impending tragedy unfold, preparing to leave. To Enrique, this group would likely be wiped out entirely. Thinking of this, Enrique couldn't help but sigh. He felt a bit regretful. He never thought Diana would die here too. Earlier, he had hoped that maybe she'd survive for him to deal with later. If he knew this would happen, he would have killed her along with her father and sister earlier. Crack. Enrique just turned around when he suddenly heard an ice cracking sound. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds continued rapidly. Enrique immediately looked. How did the ice suddenly crack? Someone on the ice was visibly alarmed. Isn't that giant snake really awake? The moment these words were spoken, a wave of fear spread. Crack, crack, crack. The cracking sounds persisted, and many realized the ice around them was breaking apart. They could even feel the water below churning violently, as some pieces of floating ice beneath their feet broke away. Everyone, get to large pieces of ice quickly. Cohen quickly commanded, sensing an ominous premonition. Could that boy's warning be true? Help me. Suddenly, a scream for help echoed, and Enrique saw a youth sink into the icy water with his floating ice. His cries abruptly stopped. There was no sign of struggle. He's dead. Ordinarily, someone falling into water would quickly resurface and struggle. This person didn't struggle at all. The water must be extremely cold, freezing him instantly. This was the first death. Cohen loudly warned, be careful. This lake water is incredibly cold. If you fall in, there's no way out. Everyone, quickly return to the shore. The fruit picking would have to be postponed. Cohen believed the giant snake might have truly awakened. In fact, without waiting for him, everyone started rushing back to the shore the moment the ice cracked. Diana was trembling in fear. She had just seen a huge shadow swim past under the ice. She realized this was the giant snake guarding the cold spirit fruit tree, and everything happening was clearly due to it. That Reese from Jingwu School had been right. She deeply regretted coming. Crisis. An unprecedented crisis of life and death. Thinking of this, Diana sped up her steps. She ran desperately towards the shore. Boom. 3 seconds later, a deafening explosion sounded behind her. Hashtag chapter 63, the giant snake appears. At that moment, Diana's pupils constricted sharply as she turned her head. Her small mouth slightly opened, revealing an unprecedented look of fear. For she saw a terrifying sight that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Behind Cohen, less than a few meters away, there was a colossal black shadow breaking through the ice. A massive black snake. The entire body of this giant snake was as black as ink, its size intimidating, emerging from beneath the ice like a towering wall, casting an enormous shadow. Seeing this, Enrique on the shore was also stunned. Although he had expected it to be large, he never imagined it would be this huge. The visible part of the snake's body must have been at least 20 meters long, even though half of it was still submerged in the lake. Its sheer size was overwhelming, with a head spanning several meters wide. Its vast snake body, seemingly forged from molten steel, was covered in palm-sized scales as hard as metal. Its 2 enormous green eyes, cold and merciless, gave off an eerie light. The presence of the snake was overwhelmingly terrifying. This is a rank E terra beast? Too frightening. The shock was indescribable. Everyone had only heard rumors about how large these beasts could be, but they never imagined it to be this big. Standing before such a monstrous creature, everyone felt overwhelmingly small. One bite could easily swallow several people whole. Watching the gigantic snake, everyone's faces instantly paled, turning deathly white. At that moment, they were so paralyzed by fear that they forgot to run, or perhaps couldn't run due to their legs giving way under the shock. Thump. A female student, more timid than the others, fainted right there from fright. In the face of this enormous snake, those on the ice were enveloped by fear and despair. Why be so afraid of just a beast? Cohen said calmly, feeling the snake's presence behind him. But when he turned around, a chill ran up his spine, making his hair stand on end. Hiss. Facing the turned-around Cohen, the giant snake opened its vast maw, emitting a deafening roar. So close, Anselm could smell the foul odor from its breath and see its rows of spear-like fangs. Simultaneously, the ice began to crack rapidly, spreading outwards. Anselm looked at everyone and shouted, "Return to the shore immediately!" Regaining their senses, the group hastily ran back towards the shore. Some of them called out urgently, "Master, come back to the shore quickly." Run? Why run? He intended to defeat this snake to boost his reputation. Just take care of yourselves, I can't look after you now. Cohen showed no fear in the face of the massive snake. Instead, his battle intent soared, and his hearty laughter echoed loudly. Since it has awoken, let me put it into eternal slumber. Cohen aimed to destroy the snake, confident in himself. The snake's roar was both a warning and a challenge. Terra beasts already possessed considerable intelligence. The snake saw that this human was strong and did not wish to engage, but the man's aura grew stronger instead of retreating. It realized the battle was inevitable. This human had come for the spirit tree it guarded. Thus, it roared again. Suddenly, the giant snake launched an attack, opening its mouth and lunging forward. A terrifying aura of savagery accompanied it, unstoppable and formidable. Cohen, being a Tier 4 Earth Realm martial artist, reacted swiftly, dodging the fatal strike. The ice beneath him shattered from the impact. Amazing speed. Enrique marveled at Anselm's agility. His movements were lightning fast, retreating dozens of meters instantly. Not only did Anselm evade, but he retaliated quickly, engaging the snake on the floating ice. A fierce battle ensued between man and beast. The snake scales were incredibly tough. Anselm's strikes barely managed to dislodge a few. That was the power of a beast. If this had been a human, even an Earth Realm martial artist would be fatally wounded or crippled. Clang. Anselm's punch on the snake scales produced a metallic sound, reverberating loudly, as if striking a steel body with sparks flying. The snake's armor might be harder than Charlton and iron steel. Faced with such defense, ordinary humans would feel hopeless. But Anselm remained unfazed. Wolf's Fury. This was a lower-grade Earth-level martial technique. With a roar, Anselm unleashed a powerful strike. The blow was devastating, causing the snake to stagger. Scales fell off the impacted area, and flesh became mangled. Hiss. Pained, the snake let out another earth-shattering cry, which had immense penetration. Students who had made it back to the shore covered their ears, trying to block the piercing sound, yet still felt their eardrums on the verge of rupture. Many didn't make it back, falling into the freezing lake water, resulting in quick death either from freezing or exhaustion. Diana was lucky, ultimately saved by Enrique. He wouldn't let her die here easily. After all, it would be too easy on her. As everyone reached the shore, their gazes shifted back to Cohen battling the snake on the ice. Anselm displayed astonishing combat prowess, gradually gaining the upper hand, wounding the snake significantly. It seemed he stood a good chance of killing the monster. Many sincerely hoped Anselm would succeed, watching him with admiration. Cohen is truly remarkable. After such a long fight, he has injured the snake without harming himself. Just as she spoke, something unexpected happened. Chapter 64, Grievous Wounds. As Diana's voice faded, the giant snake suddenly launched its attack. Its tail burst through the ice from the lake bottom, striking Cohen in a surprise assault. Buzz. This attack came unexpectedly and was terrifyingly powerful. Cohen had no time to react. The blow was so swift that it left him nearly unable to evade, instilling an intense sense of danger. At that moment, Cohen's body, upon being struck, flew backward like a broken kite. It wasn't over yet. The giant snake continued its onslaught. The whipping motion of its tail resembled a dragon's swing, with the black and rigid snake tail lashing out forcefully, sweeping away everything in its path with an unstoppable momentum. Even the sound of breaking air could be heard. The target was none other than the airborne Cohen. Crack! The thick, steel-like tail struck Cohen's back with bone-jarring force, instantly leaving a bloody mess. His entire body rapidly plummeted toward the lake surface, finally breaking through the ice and plunging into the icy water. The situation on the lake drastically reversed in favor of the giant snake. The full length of the serpent was now exposed to everyone's view, roughly 50 meters long, creating an overwhelmingly shocking visual impact. Those who were previously cheering on the shore immediately turned sorrowful. Had Cohen been killed? You accursed beast, you truly deserve death. Just as everyone thought Cohen had fallen, an angry roar emerged from beneath the lake. It was Cohen. He was alive. Following the roar, Cohen reappeared before everyone's eyes. He broke through the ice layer and climbed back ashore. However, ice chips clung to his body, indicating how cold the lake water was. Whoosh! The giant snake suddenly lashed its tail again. This tail, covered with dense, shiny black scales, appeared both hard and menacing. From afar, it looked like a colossal black whip, even thicker than Cohen himself. Descending from above, it loomed over Cohen like a mountain pressing down, moving with incredible speed and power, whistling through the air. Realizing the danger, Cohen did not dare to underestimate this attack and quickly dodged. He knew he had underestimated the giant snake, but grew more determined. He narrowly avoided the tail strike. Hiss! The snake then emitted a loud hiss, its massive body diving into the lake, stirring up chaos below. Instantly, the ice layer began shaking violently, as if it were about to shatter and swallow everything. Seeing this, Cohen rapidly searched for a safe spot, remaining alert for potential deadly attacks from beneath the ice. He understood that the snake's retreat into the lake was not out of fear, but to prepare for a fatal assault. Master, get back to shore, stop fighting. Many people shouted, believing that Cohen would certainly die if he continued. The giant snake was too formidable, especially in the lake where it held a significant advantage. Cohen was at a complete disadvantage. Boom! Suddenly, the snake attacked. It opened its enormous mouth, bursting through the ice, revealing hundreds of dagger-like teeth. These teeth were incredibly sharp and large. If they pierced flesh, certain death would follow. The snake aimed to swallow Cohen whole. Reacting swiftly, Cohen displayed remarkable agility. Like a crane spreading its wings, he leaped several meters into the air to avoid the strike. Using the snake's head as leverage, he managed to evade the terrifying assault. Roar! Upon seeing this, the snake let out another roar and submerged itself back into the depths, waiting for the right moment to strike. Cohen knew he couldn't last much longer. The snake avoided direct confrontation, choosing to attack from hiding. If this continued, repeated assaults would surely be fatal. Dodging once or twice might be manageable, but 100 times. Eventually, exhaustion would claim him. Realizing this, Cohen sprinted towards the shore, treading on floating ice with astonishing speed, almost defying gravity on the water's surface. Go, master, run faster. Many people cheered from the shore, as the snake surged after him, keeping a steady distance in what seemed like a chase game. When Cohen was only about 100 meters from the shore, the snake suddenly appeared. It rose entirely from the water, coiling its massive body around Cohen, trapping him inside like a prison made of flesh. Being a tier earth creature, the snake possessed high intelligence. At that moment, it acted like a cat toying with its prey, observing Cohen closely with its cold, bloodshot eyes, less than 5 meters away. Foul beast! Cohen felt both shocked and enraged. He knew his chances of survival were grim. The snake was playing with him. Before he could finish speaking, the snake opened its mouth and spat out a plume of icy mist. The mist was intensely cold, and Cohen, already exhausted, could not evade. Within moments, his entire body froze solid. He felt as though he had plunged into an ice cave, trembling helplessly. But as a tier Earth realm martial artist protected by inner strength, he managed to safeguard his internal organs from immediate death. Despite this, his life hung by a thread, likely to end at any moment. Cohen. Seeing this, the crowd mourned aloud. Everyone believed he was doomed, and there was nothing anyone could do. One more strike from the snake would be fatal. They also wondered why the snake stopped attacking. Meanwhile, the frozen Cohen used his inner strength to combat the penetrating coldness. Suddenly, he noticed a figure appearing in his vision. What is this kid doing here? Is he courting death? He recognized it was the Andonis from Jingwu Gate. Why had he come? To face certain death? Cohen suddenly understood. While others ignored him, this Andonis had come to save him. Overwhelmed by gratitude, he wanted to shout, "Young man, go away. There's no need to risk your life for me." Chapter 65. One sword to sever the snake. Was Enrique specifically trying to save Cohen? Of course not. Enrique came over just to deliver the final blow himself. He intended to be the one to execute the lethal strike on the giant snake. What Enrique relied on was the sword of virtue. Although the giant snake appeared formidable at the moment, it was actually only strong on the outside, with its energy nearly depleted. The damage inflicted by Cohen was also terrifyingly severe. It just wasn't as visibly apparent. Enrique dared to come forward because he knew that this giant snake was basically spent. Despite not showing much external harm, the giant snake's speed and attack power were far from its peak state. It had weakened, and it was getting weaker all the time. For instance, it was now in a very weakened state, continuously bleeding. The nearby lake water was dyed red in this area due to the blood. It had to be snake blood, because although Cohen was injured, his blood volume wasn't nearly as much, including the rear part of the lake, which was also left with a trail of crimson. At the moment the giant snake submerged underwater, Enrique saw its wounded state, especially when it burst out from the bottom of the lake, ready to engulf and kill. Not only was the lake water stained red, but its attack was also weak and ineffectual, lacking any real force. In normal circumstances, Cohen couldn't have evaded it. However, the giant snake's speed was slow during this sudden attack, and its body barely reached the surface of the lake. It wasn't aggressive at all. Especially after releasing that cold breath, the giant snake's body shook noticeably. Maybe it overestimated its stamina and ended up exhausting all its strength? Otherwise, why didn't it directly swallow Cohen after spitting out that cold breath? Seeing me approach and not attacking, it seems that breath indeed exhausted all your strength. If so, let me send you off for your last journey. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Enrique approached the giant snake. What is he trying to do? Many people felt alarmed and filled with doubt. Approaching such a terrifying giant snake? Then, they witnessed an unbelievable scene. In their sight, Adonis, wielding a sharp blade, moved as swiftly as a nimble monkey, quickly stepping onto the huge snake's body, climbing higher and faster. He was actually running on the massive snake's body. Then, he arrived at the menacing head of the giant snake. SSSSHHH. The next moment, a hissing sound rang out. The giant snake seemed to sense something amiss, using its last strength to frantically shake its head, attempting to knock the small human off. However, Enrique stood firmly on its head, unmoving like a mountain, without any waver. Swish. Enrique drew his sword. Just as the sun rose, the sword's reflection in the sunlight shimmered with dazzling gold light, brilliant and striking. Immediately, he slashed down fiercely. A dazzling and radiant sword beam shot out instantly. There were no words left to describe the might of this sword slash. This one strike could cleave through a mountain right before one's eyes, unstoppable. In the next moment, the giant snake's scales, previously as hard as steel, crumbled like tofu under the sword light, instantly pierced. Then, the massive, ferocious snake's head split into two halves with the sword's passage. Boom. Following that, the giant snake's colossal body, as tall as a city, crashed to the lake bottom with a thunderous impact, sending up waves that reached over 100 meters high. Cold lake water even splashed to the shore, causing cries of fear. From then on, this Earth-class strange beast's life came to a complete end. After sustaining heavy injuries from a martial arts master's fierce attacks and being finished off by a sword beam, it would never cause more harm. Meanwhile, Enrique and Cohen had already returned to the shore. He actually killed it with just one strike? Watching Enrique, everyone was dumbstruck. The voices were almost choking in their throats. Nobody expected that the final slayer of the giant snake would be this youth from Jingwu Gate. Cohen, supported by others, looked extremely weak. But looking at Enrique, he still managed to say, "Young man, thank you for saving my life." Cohen understood that if Enrique hadn't acted, he would likely have met his end. The strength of this giant snake had surpassed his imagination. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but marvel at how this youth could sever the giant snake with a single sword strike. That sword beam was truly terrifying. He even suspected that this strike's lethality might not be much less than his own attacks. Master Pan, thank you for saving Cohen. People gathered around and thanked Enrique. However, there were always exceptions. You insolent brat. Diana rushed to Enrique, angrily shouting and loudly questioning. Since this sword is so sharp, capable of killing the giant snake with one strike, why didn't you help Cohen earlier? Didn't you know that if you had intervened sooner, Cohen wouldn't have fallen into this predicament? She started interrogating Enrique. Enrique was stunned. What was she thinking? What kind of brain did she have to speak such nonsense? But Enrique didn't bother arguing and calmly explained. The giant snake had lost its resistance, which allowed me to make the decisive move. Do not evade. Diana rebuked. With this sword, even if the giant snake had no resistance, you could have still killed it. Moreover, since you knew the giant snake had awakened, why didn't you hand this sword over to Cohen beforehand? If you had given him this sword, would he have been severely injured? She blamed everything on Enrique. Clearly, it was Cohen's overconfidence in engaging the giant snake alone that led to his injury. Enrique chuckled despite being angry. So, you were saying that Cohen's injury is my fault? Diana glared at him. Isn't it? Cough, cough, cough. Even Cohen couldn't bear it anymore. He coughed, his face becoming even more pale. He said to Diana, Ningsno, I know you care about me, but we can't blame everything on someone else. If it weren't for young Master Pan exterminating the giant snake, I might have perished inside its belly. Diana became agitated. I'm doing this for your sake. Why aren't you backing me up? She hurriedly argued. Master, don't side with him. This guy is selfish. Knowing the giant snake was awake, if he had handed over the sword earlier for your protection, you wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries while battling the giant snake. Chapter 66. Probing. This woman is utterly unreasonable. What kind of logic is this? Enrique had never imagined that June could have such a side to her. She was simply being irrational. In order to show loyalty and good intentions to Cohen, she actually tried to provoke him. Why did he get criticized for slaying the giant snake and saving Cohen? It's like knowing the water is deep and still choosing to dive in, only to drown, despite being warned. The person who warned and later saved the drowning one is blamed by onlookers for not acting sooner, or for not providing a life buoy beforehand. Would the drowning have happened if a life buoy had been provided earlier? Enrique's face remained calm as he asked, June, let me ask you, am I part of your launching academy? June instinctively replied, no. If so, why should my possessions be given to anyone from your launching academy? Do I owe any obligation? Enrique's voice turned cold. I now understand why that boy killed your father and sister. If you are this way, how much better could they have been? It's a wonder he didn't kill you too. What did you say? June responded with anger, upset that Enrique was bringing up old wounds. She made a mental note to remember this man. One day, she would repay today's humiliation 100-fold. If it weren't for her irrationality, why would Enrique have brought up those wounds? She took several deep breaths, forcing herself to suppress her rage and remain calm. A moment later, June said, fine, let's not talk about your selfishness anymore. Since the giant snake is dead, go build a boat to ferry me over to pick the spirit fruits. Most people from Longqing Academy were currently recovering from the lake's icy waters, trying to expel the cold from their bodies. They had no time to build a boat. Hints, June asked Enrique to do it for her. Building a boat was simple because the ice on the lake had mostly cracked, making walking across impossible. June, with her ice body, could have gone without the boat, unaffected by the cold. But swimming would be undignified, something she would never do. Therefore, she asked Enrique to build the boat for her. He hadn't been affected by the cold, making him the perfect candidate. But unexpectedly, Enrique coldly refused. If you want a boat, build it yourself. Why come to me? She was refused. Actually refused. And told to build it herself. Did he not know what chivalry was? To make someone as beautiful as her build a boat? I don't have the strength, she pleaded weakly, trying to evoke some sense of chivalry from him. Then swim across. Since you have an ice body, the lake's cold won't harm you, Enrique suggested helpfully. You bastard. June exploded. This insolent fool wasn't going to cooperate at all. Coldly, she stated, Cohen said that 2/10 of the cold spirit fruits we gather can be yours. If you don't follow my orders to build the boat, you'll get nothing. She wanted to ensure Enrique understood the gravity of his refusal. She even resorted to threatening him. Xiaopan, please build a boat for us. Ningsu is just a child. Don't take her words to heart. Cohen noticed Enrique's expression and offered quickly, after the boat is done, I'll give you 3/10. He thought Enrique would give him some respect after that. Alan sought, Enrique still refused. No thanks. No one expected Enrique to refuse even after Cohen spoke. Did this boy really not want the spirit fruits? Without them, how would he report back to his master? Refusing, huh? Fine. You're brave. If so, you won't get a single fruit. June also became enraged. She and Cohen were the only ones who could gather the fruits now. With Cohen heavily injured, it relied entirely on her. How dare he not give her any face? She wouldn't give him a single fruit. Every fruit represented her cultivation. This was the perfect opportunity to keep everything. You may have misunderstood. I don't want 2/10 or 3/10. I want 10/10. Enrique demanded everything. Everyone's faces changed instantly. What did this boy mean? Cohen immediately questioned, Boy, what do you mean by this? Enrique declared firmly, the cold spirit tree belongs to me. All the fruits are mine too. Don't push it. Cohen's temper flared. He couldn't believe this boy was so greedy after his generous offer. 3/10 weren't enough. He wanted it all. Considering his severe injuries and needing to expel the internal cold, he sighed, fine, 5/10, no more. His eyes flashed with barely noticeable malice. His offer was merely stalling. Since this disciple was insatiable, there was no blaming him for his next actions. In fact, seeing Enrique cut down the snake, he felt pity and originally planned to exchange greatly for the tree. Now it seemed unnecessary. He would just take it by force after killing Enrique. Looking at Cohen's seemingly helpless appearance, Enrique laughed. Indeed, that's exactly how I expected it. Enrique was probing. He needed to confirm if Cohen could still use his inner energy. To his surprise, it confirmed his suspicion. That snake's blast of cold left Cohen with a body full of cold, temporarily incapacitated. If the cold within him wasn't expelled, he couldn't activate his inner energy. At present, Cohen was akin to a weak elder, helpless as a child. With this realization, Enrique had no worries or concerns. Looking at Enrique's cold smile, Cohen felt a foreboding sensation. Furiously, he asked, Boy, what do you mean by this? Chapter 67, Slaughter. Indeed, it's as I thought. Why did he say such a thing? What does it mean? Everyone else was equally perplexed by Enrique's words, looking at him with puzzled expressions. Of course, to nip the danger in the bud. As these words escaped Enrique's lips, everyone's faces changed instantly, sensing something ominous. The reaction from Halston was particularly strong. A look of fear flashed across his eyes. What exactly are you trying to say? Looking at Halston, Enrique smiled warmly. Didn't you plan to expel the cold aura from your body and then take my sword? Rather than waiting for that, it's better for me to act first. Do you think you'll still have that chance if I kill you? His eyes were now filled with ruthlessness and cruelty, and boundless killing intent. Ridiculous. Halston was furious and embarrassed at having his intentions exposed. He instantly flew into a rage, glaring menacingly at Enrique. Swoosh. Enrique moved swiftly. Boy, do you, Enrique drew his sword abruptly, not even giving him time to finish speaking. As a sudden cry of pain erupted from Halston's mouth, the virtue sword was already thrust towards him. Enrique's strike pierced straight through Halston's heart. The sturdy, imposing figure fell backward. Halston died full of resentment and disbelief. He never imagined that he, a master martial artist, would be so easily killed by a late-stage Charlton and G. Realm Jr. With one strike, Enrique had exterminated Halston. This action was too shocking and swift. No one else reacted in time. It was like a thunderbolt strike. They didn't expect Enrique to move so quickly. He showed no mercy at all. In this moment, Enrique seemed completely ruthless, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. After a while, someone finally snapped out of their shock. He was a Andonese with somewhat dark skin but a very muscular build. Among the students on this trip, he had the strongest combat power, possessing Charlton and G. Realm 3rd stage strength. But now, watching Enrique, his voice trembled along with his body. You actually killed Halston? Seeing Halston lying dead on the ground, he found it unbelievable. Halston was a 4th stage DG Realm martial artist, yet this youth had killed him with one strike? In truth, none of them knew that Halston was like a paper tiger due to the cold aura, unable to use his inner strength and merely considered injured. So, witnessing this scene left them profoundly shaken. A 5th stage Charlton and G Realm martial artist striking down a 4th stage DG Realm martial artist with one blow. DG Realm martial artists possessed protective energy shields which Charlton and G Realm martial artists could never break. Even if they stood still, Charlton and G Realm martial artists couldn't harm them. This was basic common sense in the martial arts world. That's why DG realm martial artists were revered as grandmasters, receiving respect wherever they went and holding positions of authority. Thus, Enrique's feat of killing Halston with one strike was simply astounding. If word got out, no one would believe it. Because in Charlton and G realm martial artist, killing a DG realm martial artist was akin to a fantasy, defying common sense. Alonso's, I killed him. So what? Enrique said this without changing his expression. Killing a grandmaster didn't seem like a big deal to him. Anyone present, if they had the virtue sword, could have done the same. To Enrique, the virtue sword held immense importance. The reason he chose to suddenly kill was simple. He noticed that although Halston hit it well, his eyes still flashed with greed when looking at the virtue sword. He wanted it for himself. Especially after Enrique spoke so boldly about the cold spirit fruits, Halston hadn't lashed out, but instead proposed a 50-50 split. This only strengthened Enrique's belief that Halston was temporarily enduring. His strength was severely compromised. While Halston might not want to kill for the treasure, Enrique was sure he intended to claim the virtue sword. Not even a hint of doubt. Enrique wouldn't take any risks. Because he couldn't afford to. That risk could be fatal. If Halston were at full strength, Enrique knew he'd stand no chance. Although Enrique could have spared Halston and left, thus avoiding the danger of the sword being taken. He couldn't leave yet, because he hadn't picked the cold spirit fruits. Without the fruits, how would he rapidly advance in cultivation? Furthermore, if Halston recovered during fruit picking, Enrique would surely die. In the martial arts world, the weak were devoured by the strong. Powerful martial artists climbed atop countless corpses. Cases of murder for treasures, even with Qin laws, were still numerous. Sacrificing oneself for others' safety was foolish. Thus, though they had no deep enmity, Enrique acted for his own safety. Forget Halston coveting the virtue sword. Even if he hadn't, discovering that Halston couldn't use his inner strength and seeing an opportunity to kill him, Enrique wouldn't show mercy. Only by killing Halston could Enrique hope to monopolize the cold spirit fruit tree. After killing Halston, taking advantage of the stunned crowd, Enrique quickly carried out more brutal acts. He began slaughtering the rest, showing no resistance. All were slain with one strike. Within moments, the Chongqing Academy contingent, save for Diana, met their end. You actually killed them all? Diana was trembling in fear. Most importantly, this person who had killed so many people didn't bat an eye, as if it meant nothing to him. How could he treat human life so lightly? It was as if he had just mowed down grass. Diana felt like she was facing a god of death. Seeing her terrified expression, Enrique's eyes filled with mockery. Alonso's, I killed them all. Are you going to join them? Chapter 68, then take them off. Enrique's reason for killing everyone was quite straightforward. In the future, he and the Evergreen Academy were destined to be on opposite sides. Augustine ostensibly harbored a grudge over losing his wife, and Enrique would not let him off easily. Once Enrique killed Augustine, it would result in an endless vendetta between him and the Evergreen Academy. Since his sins were already piled high, killing now would cause no guilt in his heart. Upon hearing Enrique's words, Diana was instantly terrified. To accompany them? She understood what that meant. Didn't it mean she was to be killed too? Diana didn't want to die. As a prodigy with exceptional talent, she hadn't yet reached the pinnacle of martial arts in Dongling County or even the peak in the Qin Kingdom. How could she just die like this? Thus, Diana quickly shouted in fear, No, don't kill me. I don't want to accompany them. Then give me a reason not to kill you. Diana hurriedly replied, My fiancé is Augustine. He is at Evergreen Academy. Slap. Before she finished speaking, Enrique slapped her, knocking her to the ground. A bloody handprint appeared on her face. A cold voice followed, penetrating her ears. Are you threatening me? Diana, who had lost her courage, trembled all over and weakly said, No, never. Sir Pan, please, don't kill me. You can do whatever you want to me as long as you spare my life. After standing up, tears still hanging from her eyes, Diana knelt before Enrique, looking pitifully sorrowful, her tone filled with desperation. After recovering from the shock, Diana could see that this person might not have intended to kill her initially. If he did, he wouldn't have spoken so much. Having prepared herself mentally, she guessed why he spared her life. If not for this reason, there was no way to explain why only her life was spared. Looking at Diana kneeling before him, Enrique felt a deep sense of vengeance satisfied. He leaned down, gripping her chin and laughed. You're sure about accepting anything from me? Whatever Sir Pan does to me, I can accept. Diana wiped away her tears, enduring the humiliation, and firmly stated, As long as you agree to spare my life, I am willing to pay any price. She was prepared for this. Seeing Enrique remain silent, still looking at her indifferently, Diana took a deep breath and continued, If you wish, I will serve you wholeheartedly. Looking at Diana, beautiful yet usually aloof, now saying such things for survival, Enrique couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Indeed, controlling someone else's life felt so good. At that moment, Enrique savored this feeling. He calmly said, Then take them off. Though phrased as a question, it was essentially a command. Now, Diana's life was entirely in Enrique's hands. Did she have the right to refuse? Only if she didn't want to live anymore. But did Diana want to die? Of course not. She wanted to live. If she didn't, she wouldn't have said those submissive words to Enrique. Here, now? Diana's voice trembled. Though she had anticipated this, she still felt shameful, unable to resist twisting uncomfortably. She didn't expect this to happen in broad daylight. Despite being alone, she felt incredibly embarrassed. This experience was unprecedented, something she'd never thought of happening. I won't repeat myself. When this impatient voice penetrated her ears, Diana understood she had no room for refusal. The other party was firm. Rejecting him would make him lose patience. All right. Knowing she had no choice, Diana took a deep breath and obeyed Enrique's order despite her humiliation. Her clothes slipped off quickly, leaving her bare in moments. Her perfect figure, illuminated by sunlight, exuded an allure. At this moment, her face flushed red, and she dared not look up at Enrique, kneeling before him. Look up. When Enrique's command came, Diana dared not refuse and complied. Lifting her head to meet those familiar yet cold eyes, she felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Unprecedented shame. Especially when the cold wind blew over her body. Although she possessed an icy physique and wasn't cold, she inexplicably felt an unusual excitement deep inside, making her involuntarily press her long, white legs together. Sir Pan, I'm ready. Her words indicated her readiness to comply with any further arrangement. Such a beautiful woman in such a compromising position naturally held a compelling allure. But Enrique's expression remained indifferent, determined not to be swayed by beauty. He simply said, since you're ready, quickly go pick all the cold spirit fruits and bring them back to me. Pointing towards the island in the middle of the lake, Enrique explained her mission. Ah! Diana was stunned. All this, just for the fruits? At this moment, Diana questioned her appearance. Was she not beautiful enough? Not alluring enough? Why else would he say such a thing? Tentatively, she asked, Sir Pan, are you not? What beautiful things are you dreaming of? Do you deserve my favor? Without waiting for her to finish, Enrique raised his hand and slapped her coldly beautiful face. Hurry up, don't waste time. Go and pick the cold spirit fruits for me immediately. If I find out you dare to eat them yourself, I'll skin you alive. And don't even think about escaping. If you try to run, I'll ensure you have no grave. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it. See if I, Enrique, ever break my word once I've made it. ####Chapter 69, Confrontation. As soon as these words were spoken, Diana was taken aback. Her heart was instantly stirred with turmoil. She even doubted if she had heard it wrong. Wasn't the man who killed everyone named Reese? Why would he call himself Enrique? Unable to contain herself, she asked in disbelief, You said you're Enrique? Enrique realized he had slipped up. He initially planned to continue hiding the truth, but then reconsidered, deciding not to conceal anything further. Enrique quickly reverted to his original appearance. From the handsome Andonis resembling Reese, he transformed back into a youthful and handsome boy. He nodded without denial, confirming, Alonso's, it's me. Upon witnessing this transformation, Diana's pupils constricted sharply, her eyes filled with endless shock. She covered her mouth, feeling utterly incredulous. It's actually you. She was completely caught off guard. This revelation was too unbelievable for her. Diana never imagined that the person who had slain Cohen with a single sword strike was none other than the once despised and abandoned youth. She knew Enrique had regained his strength, but she never expected him to be this powerful. How could he become so strong? Diana truly couldn't comprehend it. This defied all logic. He was so young, about the same age as herself, yet he had already reached such an astonishing level of power. What made him capable of achieving this? How long had it been since he progressed from 7th layer of the Alansalo Apex Realm to 5th layer of the Profound Apex Realm? Diana felt the world was unjustly cruel. Such talent could not merely be described as shocking. It was absolutely terrifying. A 16-year-old reaching 5th layer of the Profound Apex Realm was a genius that emerged once in 500 years. Even Dan Xianxua wasn't on par with him. Moreover, the Andonis before her wasn't just a Profound Apex Realm martial artist. He was a 5th layer Profound Apex Realm martial artist at 16 years old. And this all happened within a short span, just half a month? To advance from 7th layer of the Alansalo Apex Realm to 5th layer of the Profound Apex Realm in such a brief period was unprecedented in the entire history of martial arts. Alonso's, it's me. Do you remember, Diana? I already told you then that I am no longer who I used to be. Also, I will demand repayment for what you owe me. As he spoke, Enrique's face changed again. He took on the appearance he had when he introduced himself as Alonso Tion. It's you. Instantly, Diana trembled with anger. This was a face she would never forget, one that filled her with loathing. The face of the man who killed her father and sister. She remembered every detail of it. At the time, Enrique told her he was Enrique's senior brother. Now, Diana discovered they were one and the same. Learning this brutal truth struck her like lightning. Indeed, the person who killed your father and sister is me. How does that make you feel? Surprised, perhaps? Watching her infuriated expression, Enrique felt a rare sense of relief. Although the truth was right before her eyes, Diana still couldn't, or refused to, believe it. Initially, she believed Enrique was done for, having no chance of recovery, while Dan Xianxua was at the height of his brilliance, and Connor Dan extended an olive branch to her. The choice was obvious. Choosing Dan Xianxua was undoubtedly the best decision. But now, everything Enrique displayed made it clear to Diana that although Dan Xianxua was an exceptional genius, he was far inferior compared to Enrique. In fact, there was no comparison at all. In such a short time, he advanced from 7th layer of the Alansalo Apex Realm to 5th layer of the Profound Apex Realm. His formidable martial talent suggested mastery was inevitable, becoming a grandmaster wouldn't be difficult, and achieving the Supreme Realm was within reach. I hope you won't regret your decision today. Suddenly, Diana recalled Enrique's words from that night. At the time, she dismissed them as nonsensical, finding them laughable. A ruined man. How could he make her regret her choice? Furthermore, given her own talent, she believed she would far surpass the wasted Enrique in the future. But reality was far crueler. It was Enrique who left her far behind. She remained in the Alansalo Apex Realm, while Enrique had already reached the Profound Apex Realm and killed Cohen with a single strike. The gap between them was glaringly obvious. Diana found it impossible to accept this harsh reality. In her view, Enrique's destroyed martial veins and damaged Dantian meant he was finished for life, with no chance of turning things around. Meanwhile, she expected to soar high, living in a different world altogether from Enrique. Thus, she unhesitatingly abandoned Enrique and chose another true prodigy. Alansat, Enrique's actions slapped her down from the sky and trampled her underfoot. This bitter reality was like a bucket of cold water poured over her head, chilling her heart to the core. Despair washed over her. She had been right in her prediction. They indeed belonged to two different worlds now. Diana admitted it. She deeply regretted her decision. Regret and remorse flooded her heart. If she could turn back time, she would never have made that fateful choice. Not only did it cost her father and sister's lives, but it also made her miss out on a promising man. If a youth with such extraordinary talent could be hers, what kind of future glory would she enjoy? How many women would envy her? Diana dared not imagine. Alas, all this was ruined by her short-sightedness and lack of compassion. Permanently lost. However, Diana still hadn't fully realized it. She thought Enrique didn't kill her because he still harbored feelings for her. Feelings. That meant a chance. No matter how slim, Diana wasn't willing to give up. Enrique, I really know I was wrong. Let's reconcile. If you agree, I'll announce my engagement termination with Dan Chinchua upon returning to the city. She looked at Enrique with genuine emotion and unwavering determination. Did she really want to reconcile with him? Hearing her words, Enrique couldn't help but laugh. Remember, I killed your father and sister. Are you sure you want to reconcile with me? He emphasized these words heavily, particularly when saying your father and sister, with a mocking grin. Despite this, Diana was elated inside. He clearly still had feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he say so much? Thinking this, she feared Enrique might refuse. She hurriedly responded, I'm sure, very sure. If we reconcile, I will dedicate myself entirely to you, never making you sad or upset again. Chapter 70. Cold-hearted. Enrique smiled and asked, so why did you want to reconcile with me? Instantly, June was speechless. She was silenced and unable to find a response. The question left her dumbfounded. How could she answer? Surely she couldn't tell Enrique that she saw his potential, right? Seeing her silence, Enrique chuckled and said, can't think of an answer. Or are you too embarrassed to speak it out loud? Why don't I say it for you? He continued. Are you truly reconciling because you love me? Of course not. The reason you want to be together again is solely due to my talent, just as you chose Augustine back then. Enrique bluntly exposed her motives. June, let me make it clear to you. There's no future between us. I gave you a chance before, but you chose to abandon it. At that moment, all feelings between us were completely severed. That night, Enrique had seen through June thoroughly. He knew she never loved him. She only wanted to use him. Given this ruthless nature of hers, how could he still have any lingering emotions towards her? His feelings for her vanished completely at that time. Enrique's words felt like a sharp blade piercing into June's heart, leaving her feeling oppressed and suffocated. Alonso's, it was her own choice to give up. The opportunity was given to her, but she couldn't seize it. Still, she asked in despair, if you have no feelings for me, why don't you kill me? She held on to a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked such a question. Why should I kill you? Rest assured, I won't do that. Instead, I want you to witness my ascent to the peak of martial arts in the Qin Kingdom. And I want you to understand what lifelong regret means. Only by doing this could Enrique release his hatred. Didn't June say Enrique wasn't good enough for her? Now, he would prove everything with actions. He wanted June to see clearly who really wasn't good enough for whom. Upon hearing these words, June was stunned. After a long silence, she moved forward in a seductive posture, kneeling close to Enrique. Her beautiful figure was perfectly presented before his eyes. Then, she looked at him with pleading eyes, tears welling up, pitifully saying, Jethro, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me for what I've done. From now on, I will be loyal to you and serve you. As she spoke, she reached out toward Enrique. Get lost. Don't dirty my clothes. Enrique kicked her away, full of disdain. If you had a bit more dignity, maybe I'd look at you differently. But now, crawling like a dog, you're utterly disgusting. Alansat, Enrique couldn't deny that he felt incredibly satisfied inside. Once the ice goddess admired by everyone in Green Hill City despised him, now she was bowing down to him like this. Could one word, satisfaction, describe it all? Why? Why can't you forgive me? June couldn't help but sob loudly. Didn't you also pursue me for my beauty back then? Now, I have awakened the ice body, making me even colder and more enchanting. Why won't you reconsider reconciling with me? She cried her heart out, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably, filled with endless confusion. June couldn't understand. How could this man, known for his lustful reputation, remain unmoved by her? Because I thought you initially chose me because of my martial pulse, but later, you fell for my true feelings and truly loved me. June, do you know when you told me those 3 years were just to awaken my martial pulse, I still clung to hope, naively thinking you were forced by your family. When you thought I left, I actually didn't. I hid and waited to see your reaction. However, you disappointed me. You might have forgotten what you said, but I remember every word clearly, and I dare not forget a single one. Listen carefully while I remind you of them. Enrique sneered, haha, it's laughable. What does it matter that you regained your strength? A waste remains a waste. Even with the 6th rank martial pulse, I now possess the ice body, meaning I'm destined to surpass you with better prospects. Truly, you lack self-awareness. You blame me for abandoning you? It's your incapability that made you unworthy of me. I did nothing wrong by choosing a more outstanding man. The one who is wrong is you. If you were sufficiently remarkable and unharmed, would I ever leave you for others? After you said that, it marked the end of any possibility between us. This was Enrique's greatest reason for refusing reconciliation. I said it out of anger. Please believe me, I really love you. Seeing Enrique remain cold-hearted, June changed her approach. Since I can't become your woman again, can I be your mistress or plaything? That way, you won't need a reason to refuse me, right? She threw caution to the wind, unsure of what exactly drove her. This captivating beauty, so alluring and touching, kneeling before him, offering herself, How could an ordinary person reject her? But Enrique merely responded coldly, June, please stop embarrassing yourself. Your behavior only disgusts me. Let me repeat, I have no interest in you. Once discarded, I have no intention of picking up the same piece of clothing. You won't even agree to this? June broke down, crying bitterly. How could he be so heartless? Enrique coldly ordered, stop dilly-dallying and go pick fruits for me. If you waste more of my time, don't blame me for lashing out. He raised his hand, the threat evident. But the lake water is too cold. I'm afraid of getting chilled. June crawled towards him again. Like a seductive serpent, she swiftly wrapped her body around Enrique, whispering in his ear, Jethro, although you verbally refuse me, your body speaks the truth. Can't we share one last moment of intimacy for old time's sake? Her advances were relentless. Chapter 71. Humiliation. Diana actually fantasized about earning Enrique's affection? How was that possible? A woman like her, deserving of Enrique's affection? Enrique would never deign to dote on her. For Diana, Enrique chose only to humiliate her, to brutally humiliate her in every conceivable way. And this went on until near dusk, when she finally collapsed from exhaustion. Only then did Enrique stop. To think you had the nerve to provoke me with such incompetence, Enrique sneered, glancing at Diana lying naked and unconscious on the grass. He fastened his belt as he stood up. Regret gnawed at him after what had transpired. Enrique realized he had acted on impulse. His willpower faltered, unable to control himself, and thus, he gave Diana what she sought. For a female warrior at the Alansalo Extreme Realm, if she could gain the favor of a male at the Profound Extreme Realm, the intimate exchange would inevitably involve some transmission of internal energy through essence. Although Alansalo Extreme Realm warriors couldn't assimilate this internal energy for their own use, they could nourish their bodies with it. Given that the Alansalo Extreme Realm focuses on body tempering, this naturally contributed to an enhancement in realm. Enrique had momentarily forgotten this fact, which allowed Diana to take advantage. No wonder she had been so forward, so passionate. So, it turned out everything was part of Diana's scheme. Enrique could sense how, after receiving his essence, Diana's cultivation indeed advanced significantly. Moreover, he was astonished by the depth of his own internal strength. Her martial realm had been boosted to the 9th layer of the Alansalo Extreme Realm. He even suspected she might be quite close to reaching the Profound Extreme Realm. But realizing he had once again been used made Enrique feel extremely displeased. He wouldn't let Diana off easily. Wake up, stop sleeping. Enrique fetched icy lake water and splashed it on Diana's still flushed face, forcibly waking her up from her lazy slumber. To benefit from him, and then just relax afterward? Dream on. Diane's crippled. She'd become a cripple. She was Augustine's fiancée because of her exceptional martial talent. People feared and respected her for it. If she became a cripple, the consequences were unimaginable. She'd rather die than suffer such a fate. Augustine wouldn't want her anymore if she were crippled, and she believed this man before her would certainly follow through on his threat. Humph. Resigned, she glanced at Enrique resentfully, standing up without any further hesitation. Feeling the chill of the wind, Diana hesitantly asked, Jethro, can I at least get dressed? Go pick the fruits first, then you can dress. Enrique wanted to prevent her from hiding any fruits and also punish her. She once considered herself and was called a high-cold goddess, but now he wanted to trample her dignity, turning her into a joke. Fine, I won't. Surprisingly, Diana seemed nonchalant, acting as though it was normal. She had lost all initial signs of shame. Even more shockingly, as Enrique watched, he began to suspect she found pleasure in this. All right, I'll go. Wait here, Jethro. With a playful tone, Diana leaped into the icy lake, swimming towards the center where the cold spirit fruit tree stood. Enrique examined the cold spirit fruit tree and noted there weren't many fruits, barely over 20, including the unripe ones. Before her eyes was utterly inconceivable. Diana knew that Enrique did not have an ice body and only possessed Charltonangi realm strength. Alansat, he dared to consume the cold spirit fruit. Wasn't this asking for trouble? However, what surprised her even more was that after eating one cold spirit fruit, Enrique seemed perfectly fine, completely unaffected by the cold energy within it. This left Diana even more astonished, and she couldn't help but ask, "You're okay after eating it?" Her eyes widened in disbelief, as if she could not comprehend it. It exceeded her understanding of martial arts knowledge or common sense. It's just a cold spirit fruit. Why would I be affected? Enrique said calmly. Initially, he was also startled by the sudden wave of coldness, but fortunately, the feeling vanished instantly as the wand Dao absorption technique took effect. Enrique clearly felt that his strength had indeed increased after consuming the cold spirit fruit. This confirmed his suspicion that such spiritual fruits greatly benefited his strength. How did you do it? The events unfolding before her eyes were too contrary to martial arts knowledge, so Diana couldn't help but ask further. You're not a martial arts master. How can you ignore the cold energy within it? The cold spirit fruit contained an abundant and highly refined cold energy, making it an... Of course, this wasn't real fog but a manifestation of condensed cold energy. If an ordinary Huangji realm martial artist touched it, they would freeze instantly. If it entered their internal organs, they would certainly die, turning into ice statues. However, while practicing the wand Dao absorption technique, Enrique absorbed not only the cold energy from the cold spirit fruits, but also the sparse spirit energy and invisible cold energy around him. This doubled his cultivation efficiency. Enrique could feel himself becoming stronger continuously. As time passed, the cold energy within the cold spirit fruits gradually got absorbed through the wand Dao absorption technique, eventually transforming entirely into his own. For 3 consecutive days, Enrique meditated without eating, drinking, or moving, remaining rooted to the spot. If not for his breathing, Diana might have doubted whether he had been frozen to death. On the 7th day, as night fell, the moon appeared in the sky, and Enrique finally ended his cultivation. Through 7 days of effort, Enrique had absorbed all the cold spirit fruits he had consumed, leading to a significant increase in his strength. The 20 cold spirit fruits had boosted his martial realm rapidly from the 5th layer of the Charltonangi realm to the 7th layer. Using the cold energy from the cold spirit fruits along with the Wan Dao absorption technique, Enrique had achieved in just 7 days what others might take decades of hard practice to reach. Such was the benefit of heavenly treasures. At this moment, the martial aura emanating from Enrique was incredibly powerful and intimidating, much stronger than before. Naturally, Diana noticed the change in his realm and the intensifying aura around him. She couldn't help but ask, Jethro, have you reached the 6th layer of the Charltonangi realm? Thinking about it, she felt deep bitterness. Who told you it was the 6th layer? I'm already at the 7th layer. Diana was even more shocked. Already at the 7th layer? Isn't that catching up with Augustine? How long had it been to have reached such a level already? If only she. Alas, there was no going back. Now, all she felt was regret. What intrigued Enrique the most was why she hadn't dressed herself yet. Had she really adapted to being unclothed after 7 days? Why haven't you put your clothes on yet? He couldn't help but ask. Diana immediately looked aggrieved. Without Jethro's permission, I didn't dare. Then put them on, he replied. Blushing, Diana softly asked, Jethro, won't you consider showing me some affection? Enrique snorted inwardly. Was she thinking that intimacy could significantly boost her realm? What a clever plan. Enrique had already been used once and wouldn't fall for it again. No way. He refused without hesitation. Then, Enrique produced a translucent cold spirit fruit, placed it under his foot, and sneered at Diana. Isn't your goal to break through to the Charltonangi realm? Fine, here's a chance. If you can come over and pick it up like a dog, it's yours. Enrique intended to trample on Diana's dignity and humiliate her. What he didn't expect was that she immediately lit up upon hearing his words. Are you serious? Hashtag end of chapter. Chapter 73, Diana's plea. Enrique was taken aback by her demeanor. Why did she seem so happy and excited? Still, he instinctively nodded. Of course. Good, you said it yourself. Then, much to Enrique's astonishment and wide-eyed shock, Diana actually followed through with what he had requested. She did it. Just as Enrique demanded, Diana indeed picked up the 2 cold spirit fruits like a dog would. She even barked twice at Enrique, as if to say these 2 cold spirit fruits were now hers. This act left Enrique utterly stunned. He never thought that Diana would actually do something so demeaning and humiliating. This immediately changed his perception of her. Most importantly, when she performed this act, there wasn't any trace of humiliation in her eyes, as if she were doing something mundane. It seemed like she didn't take it seriously at all. Enrique couldn't believe it. This icy goddess from Green Hill City, Augustine's fiancée, was behaving like a dog before him. Have you truly lost all sense of shame? Enrique couldn't help but ask, bewildered why Diana could stoop so low just for 2 cold spirit fruits. How could she have no bottom line? From the moment you made me undress and stand naked before you, didn't you trample my dignity underfoot? So, why should I preserve it before you? Diana remained calm, as if discussing something trivial. Enrique hadn't expected her to be so accepting of it. In fact, it stirred a faint twinge of guilt within him. However, that feeling quickly faded. Thinking about how Diana had used him for 3 years and ultimately betrayed him, Enrique felt that anything he did to her was justified. His actions were merely an attempt to seek revenge and get payback. But things had progressed to a point where it seemed his efforts were ineffective. After all, Diana had already given up all self-respect and shame before him. Spiritually, Enrique could no longer seek revenge or punish her. He had no means to control her. Thus, he could only choose physical punishment. Quickly consume those 2 cold spirit fruits and break through. He sneered, having made up his mind. Even though it was minus 40 degrees Celsius on the shore, Diana didn't feel cold until she saw Enrique's cold expression. A chill ran down her spine, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Diana knew that once she broke through to the profound extreme realm, she would likely be tortured again. She hurriedly tried to appease him, looking pitiful with tears streaming down her face. Jethro, I was wrong. Please don't torment me anymore. Hurry. Under Enrique's command, Diana eventually swallowed the 2 cold spirit fruits. An intense, bone-chilling cold instantly swept through her body, making her shudder. She felt a piercing cold that went right to her core. Even while swimming in the freezing lake to pick the fruits, she hadn't felt such cold. Now, she truly experienced it. The cold sensation made Diana's face turn pale, and visible frost began to form on her skin. Internally, she was in turmoil. As someone with an ice body, consuming just 2 cold spirit fruits caused such effects. Enrique, who had consumed 20 of them, showed no reaction whatsoever, remaining completely unaffected. This was terrifying. Coupled with the fact that despite having a ruined Dantian and wasted martial veins, he not only returned to the path of martial cultivation but also advanced rapidly within a short time. Diana realized that Enrique must have encountered some extraordinary opportunity. She regretted turning her back on him instead of helping when he needed it most. Adding to her shock, she discovered that the cold aura from the cold spirit fruits was accumulating inside her without spreading or converting into martial power as it did for Enrique. She only felt increasingly colder, growing more anxious. She had underestimated the situation. Diana thought that simply consuming the fruits would aid her in breaking through to the next realm. But now, she realized she had no clue how to properly use them for cultivation. If Cohen were still alive, he would surely know the answer. Unfortunately, he was dead. Especially now, as the cold aura intensified and the discomfort worsened. Diana turned to Enrique, her voice tinged with hysteria. Jethro, after eating these cold spirit fruits, I feel incredibly cold, as if I'm going to freeze to death. I can't refine this powerful cold aura. Please, save me. She could only beg Enrique for help. Otherwise, she might indeed freeze to death. Although she possessed an ice body, she realized she had been too arrogant. One cold spirit fruit contained enough cold energy to potentially kill an ordinary profound extreme cultivator. Even a Hayden extreme master wouldn't dare ingest it recklessly. So, let yourself freeze to death. Enrique watched indifferently, unmoved even as frost started forming on Diana's body. Jethro, you can't abandon me. Diana panicked. Jethro, only you can save me now. I know you're not afraid of the cold. You're immune to backlash. So please, transfer your internal energy to me just like before to help me dispel the cold aura, or I really think I'll freeze to death. She could feel her organs beginning to freeze. The cold she felt now was eerily familiar, just like the onset of cold poison before she cultivated. It was a torturous experience. Diana knew that without a strong infusion of internal energy to neutralize the cold, she would inevitably turn into an ice sculpture, and she didn't want to die. Seeing Enrique still remain unmoved, Diana endured the excruciating pain brought by the cold and hurriedly moved closer to him. She turned her back to him, leaning forward, and looked over her shoulder with tearful eyes, pleading loudly. Master, Doggy begs you, please save me. ####Chapter 74, Mutual Benefit and Punishment. What kind of ruthless words are these? Enrique was utterly shocked. Who could have thought of this? But Enrique could see that Diana's current situation seemed very urgent. Such actions were certainly not an act. She must be resorting to desperate measures to survive. She truly must feel that her life is in danger. Thinking this, Enrique realized that if he stood by idly, she might really be doomed. If he did nothing, how could he let this despicable woman watch him rise step by step to the pinnacle of martial arts? How could he make her regret choosing Augustine over him for the rest of her life? Alansat, he couldn't just let her off easily either. Shout louder, I can't hear you. Hearing this, Diana hurriedly shouted even louder. Master, Doggy begs you, please save me. Who is the master, and who is the dog? Upon hearing these words, Diana's teeth gnashed in hatred. She wished she could slice Enrique into 1,000 pieces. This was truly taking advantage of her desperation, humiliating her even in this dire situation. She would remember today's humiliation, but she didn't dare delay, and quickly shouted, Enrique is master, I am Doggy, I am Enrique's dog. Though saying this caused her unprecedented shame, there was no other way to save her life. Though Enrique had promised not to kill her, who could guarantee that he wouldn't stand by idly? After all, allowing her to die would not contradict his promise. Seeing Diana comply, Enrique felt satisfied. Good, then Master will now transmit internal energy to Doggy. He spoke truthfully, so he acted accordingly. His spirit energy began circulating within him, and he began transmitting what he mistakenly identified as internal energy into her body. This process, which once tortured the former Enrique because he had to endure the backlash from relieving Diana's frost poison, now differed significantly. Back then, it was torturous. Now it was nourishing. His cultivation in the myriad Tao absorption technique had transformed potential backlashes into supplements. This meant that as Enrique transmitted energy to alleviate Diana's cold aura, it became a form of training for him. Enrique felt his strength increasing. Rather than simply neutralizing the coldness in Diana's body, he was actually absorbing it. This situation filled Enrique with surprise. He initially thought it would be one-sided, but it turned out to be a win-win. Thus, he didn't feel as if he was losing out. Meanwhile, Diana enjoyed the comfort of Enrique's precious internal energy flooding into her body, emitting occasional pleasurable moans. After half a cycle, with continuous energy transmission from Enrique, Diana's frost aura was dissipated. Enrique's power also increased, feeling closer to the 8th layer of the mystic extreme realm. Diana's gain was significant too. With Enrique's help, she broke through to the 1st layer of the mystic extreme realm. From Alansalo extreme to mystic extreme, a young adult mystic extreme realm martial artist. Though far behind Enrique, her talent now exceeded that of the former Augustine. Across the entire Eastern Ridge County, she was undoubtedly a heavenly daughter. After breaking through, Enrique stopped the energy transmission and began punishing her mercilessly, making her scream and suffer under various lashes. Men's methods of revenge on women have always been simple and direct. This went on all night. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight illuminated the land. The vibrant Enrique formed a stark contrast with the listless Diana. Enrique naturally kept the final essence for himself to prevent her from benefiting further, but he wasn't stingy. Instead, he used it to help her skin, replenishing collagen in her face. Watching the nearly naked Diana hobble towards the lake, Enrique said coldly, "You've broken through to the mystic extreme realm and now have the ability to protect yourself. After washing up, go back to Green Mountain City." "Ah." Diana paused, turning to look at Enrique. "Aren't you coming back with me? What do you think?" It was as if she asked a foolish question. How could Enrique possibly go back with her? Moreover, he had an important matter to attend to. As Diana hesitated, Enrique's cold words cut her off immediately. "Do as I say. If you disobey, I'll cripple you." Once Diana finished washing and still lingered, Enrique lost patience. He shoved clothes at her, ordering her to leave quickly. Finally having a chance to escape, Diana gladly complied. Her pretense of reluctance was intentional. She had longed to leave but feared that showing eagerness would keep her trapped. Ensuring Diana left, Enrique turned his attention to bigger tasks, dealing with the giant snake's corpse. The meat of a rank Earth anomalous beast contained immense energy essence, much different from ordinary beasts. Hence, it didn't spoil quickly, only rotting after the essence dissipated, and the meat returned to normal quality. The giant snake's corpse lay in the lake. Blood theoretically should have dyed the surface red. However, due to the strong frost energy in the water, the red remained localized without spreading. This allowed Diana to bathe. Though days had passed, and some essence had dissipated, the remaining parts were still incredibly nourishing, especially for someone like Enrique, who could benefit immensely from it. He had isolated Diana to enjoy the benefits alone. The vast corpse of the giant snake was a valuable experience, like defeating a boss in a game for rich rewards. Next, Enrique would begin extracting this experience. He sensed that if he fully absorbed the essence within its meat, he might even break through to the rank Earth realm. Staring at the huge snake carcass floating in the lake, Enrique's eyes gleamed with fervor. Now, it's time to completely destroy this beast. Chapter 75. A great surge in strength. The giant snake's body was enormous, and Enrique obviously couldn't bring all of it ashore. Moreover, not every part of the snake's flesh had the same concentration of energy essence. Enrique naturally picked the finest parts, discarding the rest. For instance, the organs were rich with essence, so he wouldn't let them go to waste. High-end ingredients are often prepared with the simplest cooking methods, such as grilling. After days of hard work, Enrique could finally indulge in his feast. The giant snake's meat was excellent. Each bite was filled with concentrated energy that simply melted in his mouth, satisfying his appetite to a great extent. It was the best food he had ever tasted. Any other delicacy he had once enjoyed paled in comparison, incomparable to this meal. Enrique's martial cultivation improved steadily over time. As he consumed the snake's flesh, the energy essence within it was absorbed into his body through the operation of the 10,000 Dao absorption technique. This explained why his appetite was so large. With the 10,000 Dao absorption technique, Enrique was like a human incarnation of a glutton, devouring at an astonishing rate. After completely devouring the snake, massive amounts of energy began to accumulate within him. Enrique knew that it was time to refine this energy and make it his own. However, before doing so, he chose to clean up the battlefield. He cremated the bodies of Cohen and others and scattered their ashes into the lake, a fitting end for those who died here. They would remain here forever since they came to this place. He allowed Diana to leave, knowing that she would lie to protect her reputation, fabricating a story that would never reveal the truth. If the truth came out, why would she be the only survivor? Even if she leaked the real news, Enrique wouldn't fear. He possessed the illusion transformation technique which allowed him to disguise himself flawlessly, making it impossible for anyone to recognize him. Sure enough, as Enrique expected, Diana fabricated a lie upon returning to Green Mountain City. We were attacked by a giant snake while harvesting cold spirit fruits. Cohen fought the snake to the death and managed to get the fruits, but a mysterious martial master intercepted us. Only I survived because I was hiding. When asked how she survived, Diana claimed that Cohen, with severe injuries, blocked the mysterious assailant to give her a chance to live. Coincidentally, she had also broken through to the profound apex realm. Cohen was dead. This news caused shockwaves throughout the region. A renowned martial master sacrificed his life. Therefore, when Diana announced this news, it spread rapidly across the entire East Ridge County, causing widespread upheaval among various factions. The Evergreen Academy conducted thorough investigations into the matter, and to clear their names, the faction's martial masters provided alibis, indicating that the perpetrator was from outside the county. As for whether Diana was lying, no one suspected it. After all, Cohen was a 4th-tier Earth Apex Realm Master, and it was evident that he fell to the mysterious martial master she described. Otherwise, it couldn't have been her fault. The Evergreen Academy wouldn't let this incident slide without finding the culprit and exacting justice. They dispatched a martial master to secretly guard the exit of the mountains, waiting for the killer to appear. Entering deeper into the mountains might have been fruitless, so it was better to wait for the killer to emerge. Due to her astounding talent and having already become a profound Apex Realm martial artist, Diana didn't need to participate in the entrance exams. She was directly accepted into the Evergreen Academy to prevent being poached or harmed by rival factions. Everyone understood that this gifted prodigy named Diana was destined for great things. Her talent even surpassed that of her fiancé, Augustine. Her name quickly became known throughout the entire East Ridge County, even hailed as the first Ice Queen Beauty. Back in the mountains, Enrique was unaware of these events, focusing solely on refining the energy essence within him. Although the process was long, he felt no discomfort, just some frustration. Despite the vast amount of energy, the effect was slightly disappointing compared to what he imagined. Perhaps due to his advanced cultivation level, his progress slowed. Still, after refining the remaining cold spirit fruits, his strength reached the 8th layer of the profound Apex Realm. Enrique knew he wasn't done yet. Even if he didn't break through to the Earth Apex Realm, he believed he could reach the 9th layer. So, he continued refining the energy essence from the giant snake for another month. When the refinement was complete, he finally broke through to the 9th layer of the profound Apex Realm, edging closer to the Earth Apex Realm. Adapting to his new strength, Enrique realized he could easily topple an ancient tree with a single punch. He thought about Lord Lawson, father of Augustine. If faced with him, he could now kill him with one blow. Enrique decided to return to Green Mountain City and confront Lawson for the past pursuit. Now, the roles would reverse. The giant snake still had value, so Enrique crafted a toothed sword from its hardest tooth. Though far inferior to his virtue sword, it remained razor sharp. With this weapon ready, Enrique set off for Green Mountain City. Old dog Lawson, your end has finally come. ####Chapter 76, Taking an Oath. 3 days later, after fighting his way through countless obstacles, Enrique finally saw the city walls. He was finally returning. The walls of Green Mountain City, though somewhat dilapidated on the surface, exuded an ancient sense of history. Despite enduring for thousands of years, they still stood firm and strong. The city gates were tall, nearly 20 meters high, forged entirely from mystic steel, making them incredibly resilient. Ordinary beasts could do nothing against them, and even a practitioner at the mystic apex realm would have to expend considerable effort to breach them. A large number of people moved in and out of the city, as most of the residents in Green Mountain City were hunters by origin due to its proximity to the mountains. Day or night, the influx and outflow of people remained constant. Each person entering or exiting the city had to be scrutinized by the city guards. Moreover, far away on the city gate, Enrique saw a wanted poster. It was his image, more precisely, Alonso Tion's. Clearly, Lawson had issued a warrant for his arrest. However, Enrique wasn't worried about being recognized. Even if he was recognized, it wouldn't be a problem. To be safe, he had transformed into the appearance of Reese and carried the martial identity token belonging to Reese from the elite martial academy. Choosing to be discreet rather than drawing attention was a deliberate choice. Enrique knew very well that Cohen had died in Green Mountain City, and the Evergreen Academy would not let it go without thorough investigation. It was highly likely that someone at the Earth Apex realm might come to check the situation. Since Enrique hadn't yet broken through to the Peak realm, he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble by drawing too much attention to himself. As he neared the city gate, preparing to enter the city, Enrique sensed a powerful aura. This martial aura was stronger than Anselm's, suggesting that Evergreen Academy had indeed sent someone. Did you hear? There's a martial master secretly monitoring near our city gate. Alonso's, it's common knowledge. Cohen was killed in the mountains, so how could Evergreen Academy let it go easily? They say this person is from outside the county, really bold. If discovered, they're sure to die. Enrique overheard these whispers while queuing up, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, Evergreen Academy had sent someone. Now things got complicated. How would he infiltrate the mayor's residence and eliminate Lawson with this martial master around? This martial master from Evergreen Academy posed a significant obstacle for him. But if he acted swiftly and escaped quickly afterward, perhaps it might be fine. When it was Enrique's turn to be checked, the guard respectfully asked, "Sir, may I ask why you're entering the mountains?" The guard sensed an extremely powerful martial aura from Enrique and immediately realized he was dealing with a mystical apex martial artist. Knowing the gravity of his presence, he spoke humbly. "I'm on a mission from my master to gather the cold spirit fruit." With that, Enrique produced Reese's identity token from the Elite Martial Academy. Elite Martial Academy. The guard's eyes filled with awe. Any member of the Elite Martial Academy was a top talent. As Enrique finished speaking, a powerful martial aura surged forth. A red-faced old man with white hair and beard walked toward him. "Young man, you said you're gathering spirit fruits on your master's orders?" Enrique knew this elder was the martial master from Evergreen Academy. His aura was indeed formidable, surpassing Anselm's pressure significantly. He must be at least at the 5th layer of the Earth Apex realm. Junior Reese of the Elite Martial Academy, paying respects to the master, Enrique replied humbly. "My master is Ezra. On my master's orders, I came to search for the fruit. However, upon arrival, I found the spirit fruit already taken, and the guardian serpent slain. My trip was in vain, and I don't know how to report back." His eyes showed genuine regret and frustration. The martial master from Evergreen Academy nodded. "I am Charlton Sean, from Evergreen Academy." Enrique asked curiously, "Master, why did you come to this city and even guard it personally? Did something significant happen?" "Don't you know?" Charlton Sean looked puzzled. With all the commotion, everyone in the county should be aware. Alan saw it. This Andoni seemed genuinely unaware. "After I entered the mountains, I lost my way and only found the location recently. Naturally, I didn't know what happened outside. Please enlighten me, master." Enrique's acting skills were impeccable. In just a few words, he painted the picture of someone who had been lost in the mountains. Charlton Sean understood now. The boy had been in the mountains and thus unaware of the events. Then, Charlton Sean began narrating the series of events to Enrique. Upon finishing, Enrique's eyes widened with genuine shock. "I never imagined Cohen was killed by that purple-robed brute. Fortunately, I ran fast enough." In the fabricated story by Minerva, the killer wore a purple robe and was a slender Kenneth. Enrique's subconscious muttering was purely for show. At that moment, Enrique thought of a clever plan. If he couldn't act with this master around, why not divert him? Charlton Sean's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing Enrique's statement. "You've seen this person?" "Half a month ago. I saw him roasting and eating the giant snake's precious flesh by the cold lake," Enrique answered, nodding like a frightened quail. "I tried to approach him for a share when I noticed he was injured, but he shouted at me to leave, so I fled immediately." The sudden information made Charlton Sean skeptical. "Are you sure this is true?" "How dare I lie to a senior?" Enrique responded, feigning indignation. Seeing Charlton Sean still doubted, he continued earnestly, "Junior Reese swears, if a single word I speak is false, may I die an unjust death." Chapter 77. Lawson's Identity. Using someone else's name to swear by, it felt pretty good. Moreover, the oath was indeed validated. Reese really didn't die a good death. Actually, even an ordinary person would not dare to easily swear on their own fate like this, let alone martial artists. Furthermore, what the Andonis said was right. There was no reason at all for him to lie. Thinking about this, Master Charlton Sean spoke to Arsene. "If that's the case, then follow me." "Are you dreaming? I finally managed to trick you away, and now you want me to follow you?" Of course, these were just his thoughts, definitely not to be voiced out. Arsene looked fearful and quickly said, "Master, please don't joke around. Anyone who could kill Halston must be a powerful martial artist. If I guide you there and he finds out, wouldn't I just be walking into a trap? Besides, I've been away from the sect for a long time and need to report back." Master Charlton Sean asked again, "Are you sure that villain is really by the shore?" Arsene nodded confidently. "At that moment, I did see him with my own eyes. But now, I can't be certain. And this villain is very strong, probably at the 5th level of Earthly Extreme Realm. Master, given your advanced age, it might be best not to go. If you're not a match." He left the rest unsaid, but the meaning was clear. Arsene's words also aimed to stir up the old master's competitive spirit while gauging his strength indirectly. Master Charlton Sean immediately looked proud and disdainful. Pfft. Not only at the 5th level of Earthly Extreme Realm, even at the 6th level, killing him would be easy for this old man. Boy, you really underestimate me. It was now evident that he was at least at the 7th level of Earthly Extreme Realm or higher. Otherwise, he wouldn't speak so arrogantly. The person sent by Evergreen Academy was quite formidable. If Master Charlton Sean wasn't lured into the mountains by this ruse, Arsene wouldn't have dared to act. The risk was too great. Thinking this, Arsene further provoked, I didn't expect Master's martial skills to be so profound. Killing that villain will surely be effortless. Should this old man manage to kill him in the mountains, Evergreen Academy will send a valuable gift to Jing Wu Min through you. Master Charlton Shan added before he fell silent and quickly entered the mountains without waiting for Arsen's response. Though he appeared elderly, his speed was astonishing. In an instant, he was already 100 meters away. It was obvious that Arsen had successfully deceived Master Charlton Shan into believing him, and he was prepared to leave. Seeing this, a slight smirk crept onto Arsen's face. He knew his deception had succeeded. Looking at the city guards, he smiled. Can I enter the city now? Of course. The guard hastily moved aside. Please enter the city, sir. Inside the city, various vendors shouted their wares. Street corners bustled with acrobats and performers, drawing crowds of adults and children. Shops had enthusiastic assistants, beckoning customers inside. Arsen saw many familiar faces, contrasting sharply with the seclusion and fierce battles with strange beasts in Green Hill City. Now, the bustling streets were entirely different. Of course, Arsen hadn't forgotten why he was in Green Hill City. It was all because of Lawson. If not for Lawson's relentless pursuit, Arsen might never have ventured into the mountains and achieved his current strength. In some sense, he owed Lawson for his development. And since Master Charlton Shan had been lured into the mountains, no one could stop him from expressing his gratitude to Lawson. This gratitude would come in the form of raising the governor's mansion and ending Lawson's life. After all, being a city governor must be exhausting and stressful. The governor's mansion stood in the heart of Green Hill City, occupying nearly a quarter of the entire city area. It surpassed any combination of the former Liu family properties in grandeur. At the entrance, 2 golden lions several meters tall stood proudly, completely made of solid gold. The extravagance was evident. The 3 large characters, Governor's Mansion, on the signboard had a notable history, supposedly inscribed by a prominent figure from the capital. The governor of East Ridge Prefecture greatly favored Lawson and even married his daughter to him. Augustine's mother was the governor's daughter. Rumors suggested that Lawson originally came from the capital and was the illegitimate son of a high-ranking official. Whatever the truth, Arsen was unconcerned. Regardless of the rumors, nothing would change his intentions. His goal was clear: to raise the governor's mansion and kill Lawson, hanging his head above the city gates as a testament to his vow, a matter of principle. As Arsen approached the governor's mansion, 2 gate guards rushed forward. Ordinarily, they would be indifferent, but they sensed the aura of the profound extreme realm from Arsen. Being peak 9th level Alan Solo extreme realm martial artists, they knew this youth was extraordinary. Though unfamiliar, they had to tread carefully. His steps and gaze screamed arrogance and menace. Facing the questioning guards, Arsen coldly replied, "To kill." Avramo. With a single palm, a tiger roar accompanied as 2 forms instantly disintegrated into bloody mist, shredded by a condensed tiger. The commotion drew attention from within. Soon, a middle-aged, plump servant emerged. "Brazen rogue, do you know where you are? How dare you commit murder here?" Seeing the bloodstains nearby and the handsome youth standing a few meters away, he understood what happened. Immediately, he sternly bellowed, "Boy, you have one chance. Kneel and accept your death to keep your body intact. Refuse, and you'll die without burial." Chapter 78. Raiding the Connor's Manor. Anyone who offends the dignity of the Connor's Manor is doomed to die. Only the price of life can be paid for such an act. 4. Challenging the Connor's Manor is tantamount to challenging the laws of Qin. This is a capital offense. Those who violate the laws of Qin shall face death. Enrique naturally knew this law and understood what coming here meant. But did Enrique care? Of course not. If he cared about these so-called laws, Enrique wouldn't have shown up here. Rules are there to restrict the weak. That Master Charlton Shan from the Evergreen Academy had already been deceived into the mountains by Enrique. Now, in the entire Green Hill City, no one posed a threat to him. Enrique acted with complete disregard. He came to flatten the Connor's Manor and slaughter everyone inside. Therefore, upon seeing someone making a fuss, Enrique didn't bother with words. He looked coldly and threw a punch. This punch wasn't enhanced by any martial technique. It was just fast, striking directly at the man's head. Blood splattered instantly, creating a gruesome scene. A simple and straightforward punch, brutal in nature, ended his life. Murder. A fiend has broken in. At the same time, terrified screams erupted from within the gates. Someone had dared to break into the Connor's Manor. The servants inside were dumbstruck. None of them expected that anyone would dare offend this place. Guards rushed over immediately to investigate. Soon, they saw an infuriating sight. The symbol of their manor, the plaque, had been ripped down and trampled underfoot by that youth right before their eyes. The plaque bearing Connor's Manor turned into fragments almost instantaneously. Such behavior was as good as urinating on their faces. How audacious. Taking advantage of the Connor's absence, he thought he could launch a surprise attack. You truly deserve to die. The guards, eyes filled with rage, wielded their weapons and swiftly charged at Enrique. They numbered in the dozens, lined up neatly, and were determined to eliminate this audacious youth. However, their strength was far too weak. Even if they were all at the Charlton-Angie realm, they still wouldn't stand a chance against Enrique, who possessed the power of the 9th tier of the Charlton-Angie realm. To Enrique, their attack was akin to being swarmed by a pack of puppies. Drawing his sword, a sharp burst of sword energy immediately swept out, causing the group of menacing guards to freeze in terror. No. As the sword energy approached, they felt an unprecedented sense of despair. This was a blade of death. Its momentum was too overwhelming. There was no way to avoid or resist it. In the next instant, blood spurted everywhere. The guards who had rushed forward, accompanied by ear-piercing screams, all fell into pools of blood. Each one was split in 2 by that single strike. With just one sword swing, Enrique had wiped them out. This was absolute dominance through sheer power. Facing Enrique, not only would Alan Solo Extreme Realm warriors have no chance, but even Charlton-Angie Realm warriors would meet the same fate, death. Enrique's own strength exceeded even his own understanding. This scene shocked everyone watching. Help! Terrified screams echoed as people scattered in all directions. Who dares kill in my Connor's manner? At that moment, Iandones with a somewhat youthful face emerged, appearing to be in his early 20s, yet his voice carried the authority of a superior. Enrique glanced at him. Dan Xiandong. He was Lawson's fourth son. Annoying. Enrique dashed forward, his eyes revealing a merciless gleam. He drew his sword, swift as the wind, aiming directly for Dan Xiandong's head, slashing down effortlessly. This strike was a lethal blow, impossible to defend against. The sword's force was fierce and overwhelming, sending chills down anyone's spine. What? The speed was too great. Dan Xiandong's eyes were filled with fear as he stared at the descending blade, frozen in shock. Enrique's realm was far above his, making their difference insurmountable. Dan Xiandong was merely at the Alansalo extreme realm, and even if he attempted to block, it would be like a mere insect trying to stop a carriage. Thus, he did not even try to resist. Death arrived instantly. Without doubt, his head was severed, flying over 10 meters away, while his decapitated body spurted blood before collapsing into the pool of red. This was the second of Lawson's sons to fall to Enrique's sword, after Grayson. At this moment, Enrique appeared exceptionally ruthless and cruel, almost inhuman. A murderous demon slaughtering everyone in his path, regardless of age or gender. Even those not from the Connors manor ended up lying in pools of blood. Soon, the entire manor was awash with blood, filled with cries and screams, alarming countless people, even drawing onlookers outside the manor. Such a massacre within the Connors manor was unprecedented since the founding of Qin state, let alone in any previous dynasty. To slaughter so boldly in the Connors manor, what kind of audacious person could do this? If the culprit wasn't found and punished, it would undermine the law of Qin. The Qin laws had been trampled upon. Despite the numerous killings, Enrique felt no guilt, treating lives as insignificant. Though he appeared indifferent, deep inside, he was actually quite surprised. Enrique couldn't believe that Lawson hadn't appeared yet. Killing people in his own home, and the host didn't show up? Was he not in the manor? This puzzled Enrique, prompting him to shout loudly, "Lawson, you old dog, where are you hiding? Come out and die." Soon, a woman's crying voice replied, "Please stop killing. My father isn't here. He left 3 days ago to attend a martial arts tournament in Pansrucheng, Panchur City. If you have a grudge, go find him there." Enrique hadn't seen her before, but the familiar tone and her self-identification hinted at her identity. He asked, "Are you Dan Xianxia?" Trembling, the woman nodded. "Alonso's, it's me." "Then die." With that, Enrique swung his sword, ending her life. Now, apart from Augustine, Lawson's 2 sons and 1 daughter were dead by Enrique's hand. He no longer cared for the lives of the others. Enrique's intent was always to lure out Lawson. With Lawson absent, there was no need for further slaughter. After all, he wasn't one to indiscriminately kill innocents. After finishing off Lawson's illegitimate children and wives, Enrique sheathed his sword and swiftly left the Connors manor, heading straight for Panchur City. It was time to confront the person he truly wanted to kill. Their attacks were like a swarm of ants or puppies assaulting him. Enrique drew his sword. The sharp blade cut through the air, sending shockwaves that struck terror into the guards' hearts. No! Witnessing the sword's approach, they felt unprecedented despair. It was a sword of destruction. Its power was overwhelming, impossible to evade or resist. In the next moment, blood spurted. With bone-chilling cries, the guards lay dead in pools of blood, cut in half by a single strike. Absolute power crushed them. Before Enrique, even a Charltonangi realm martial artist faced only death. Enrique himself hadn't fully realized his own strength, and this shocking display further stunned onlookers. "Help!" Fearful cries echoed as people scattered. "What person dares to kill in my Connor's manor?" Suddenly, a youth with somewhat immature features, appearing in his 20s, but with the authority of a superior in his voice, stepped forward. Enrique gave him a quick glance. Dan Xiandong, the 4th son of Lawson. Irritating. Enrique swiftly advanced, mercilessness gleaming in his eyes, sword drawn. Swift as wind, he aimed for Dan Xiandong's head, slashing downwards. This blow was a death sentence, undefendable. The sheer force of the strike made it impossible to resist. What? Too fast. Dan Xiandong's eyes filled with fear, frozen as the blade descended. Enrique's realm far surpassed his. Any resistance would be futile. So, he didn't resist. Death arrived. Puff! His head was cleaved off, flying over 10 meters away. His decapitated body sprayed blood, collapsing into a pool of red. This was the second son of Lawson killed by Enrique, first Grayson, now Dan Xiandong. Enrique appeared incredibly cold, ruthless, and inhumane. Truly a demonic murderer. He spared none, regardless of age or gender. Blood flowed through the Connors manor, screams piercing the air, stirring many. Even those outside gathered, realizing what was happening. Someone was committing massacres in the Connors manor. Such an event had never occurred since Qin's establishment, let alone during previous dynasties. Who could commit such a bold and daring act? If the perpetrator wasn't found and punished, it would be unjust. Qin's laws were being trampled. Though responsible for countless deaths, Enrique felt no guilt. Life was insignificant to him. Inside, however, he was surprised that Lawson hadn't emerged yet. Why not? Wasn't this his house? Had Lawson left? Unable to contain himself, Enrique shouted, "Lawson, old dog, where are you hiding? Come out and meet your doom." A woman's crying voice soon replied, "Please, stop. My father isn't here. He went to Panchur City 3 days ago for a competition. If you have grievances with him, go find him there." Enrique, though unfamiliar, recognized her tone. He asked, "Are you Dan Xianxia?" Shivering, she nodded, "Alonso's, it's me." "Then die." In the next moment, he delivered a lethal blow. Now, besides Augustine, Both sons and daughter of Lawson were dead at Enrique's hands. Tired of the slaughter, Enrique stopped. His purpose was to draw out Lawson. Since he wasn't there, continuing was unnecessary. After all, he wasn't prone to excessive killing. Having finished off Lawson's illegitimate children and wives, Enrique sheathed his sword and quickly left for Pancher City. Time to hunt his most wanted prey. Chapter 79. Earth-class martial technique. Someone had actually broken into the Connors mansion and slaughtered people. This news was absolutely shocking. Many people were stunned, flocking to verify if it was true. It seemed unbelievable because it was so out of the ordinary. Such an event had never happened before. Even from a distance, one could smell the strong scent of blood coming from the Connors mansion, making the event seem undeniably real. Especially when Enrique rushed out of the Connors mansion, many people saw him, adding to the astonishment. Everyone was surprised because no one had expected that the person responsible for this chaos was Andoni's. Who was he? Many wondered. So young. Yet he possessed such courage and power to carry out such a slaughter in the Connors mansion. The people who worked at the Connors mansion usually bullied others within the city, which made many people resent them. Hence, witnessing such a massacre felt satisfying to some extent. However, they also felt sorry for Enrique. This Andoni's was too impulsive. To openly invade the Connors mansion like that was utterly audacious. Whoever did this would surely be sentenced to death. The empire would defend its laws, and no matter who committed such an act, severe punishment was inevitable. Therefore, some people took note of the youth's face, preparing to report him later on. After all, with an uncovered face, it wouldn't take long for him to be brought to justice. If not, they might as well get a piece of the pie. Enrique didn't care. He was currently using Reese's appearance. Since Reese had destroyed the Connors mansion, what did it have to do with Enrique? Leaving the Connors mansion, Enrique seized a horse and rode straight towards Pancher City. Once he killed Lawson, he could revert to his original appearance. Pancher City wasn't too far from Qingshan City, and Enrique reached it within 2 hours. News of the massacre in Qingshan City had yet to spread here, so there was no mention of it. What astonished Enrique was the presence of several Charlton and G realm martial artists in Pancher City, whereas in Qingshan City, Charlton and G realm martial artists were renowned masters. Could this be due to the martial competition Dan Chenxiao mentioned? The scale of this competition appeared quite substantial, which explained why even the Connor, Lawson, had come over. People were discussing important matters related to their own city. This time's martial competition, I heard even the Connor of Qingshan City is participating. Truly, martial techniques stir the heart. What kind of martial technique could possibly attract the Connor? Don't you know? The prize for this competition is a lower-grade Earth-class martial technique. Whoever wins can claim this martial technique. This piqued Enrique's interest. The organizer must be mad to offer an Earth-class martial technique as a prize. Earth-class martial techniques were incredibly rare and immensely powerful, far surpassing Charlton and class martial techniques. Cultivators didn't need to reach the peak level. Anyone with internal strength and at the Charlton and G realm could practice them. Hence, mastering an Earth-class martial technique could compensate for one's inadequacy in cultivation. This made Enrique immediately interested. Though he wasn't an Earth realm martial artist, he had the strength of a 9th-layer Charlton and G realm practitioner. If he learned this technique, he could challenge even Earth realm martial artists. Unable to resist, he approached the crowd and asked, "Who's the organizer? Offering an Earth-class martial technique seems a bit extravagant, doesn't it? A youngster, you look unfamiliar. You're obviously not from Pancher City. Let me tell you this, the organizer is a great tycoon who hails from our Pancher City. Now, returning home in glory, he spends his twilight years here. By organizing this grand martial competition and offering an Earth-class martial technique as a prize, he aims to attract strong warriors from across the region. The winner must complete a task for him to claim the technique," Kenneth explained. What task? Many were curious. His daughter recently experienced an obstruction in her martial meridians. She needs someone to transfer internal strength to unblock them. If one lacked sufficient strength, it also meant insufficient internal strength, making it impossible to achieve. Why go through all this trouble? Why not directly find a martial Dao master to help transfer internal strength and unblock her meridians? Enrique couldn't help but ask. The internal strength of an Earth realm martial Dao master is too formidable for a Charlton and G realm martial artist to bear. To unblock her meridians, it has to be done by someone of equal realm. That's a martial Dao basic principle. Enrique didn't know about this. It sounded rather complicated. If he failed to unblock her meridians, wouldn't he lose the prize? So, he voiced his doubt. Relax. As long as you win first place, you'll definitely receive the Earth-class martial technique. Completing the additional task will earn you further rewards. That seemed fair. It looked like Enrique was determined to obtain this Earth-class martial technique. He realized the technique was just a means for the tycoon to attract Charlton and G realm experts. With experts around, his daughter's meridians would certainly be unblocked. Where should one go to participate in the competition? Enrique asked his final question. The Kenneth, who had been answering all along, grew impatient. Looking at Enrique, he snapped, "Youngster, why so many questions? Does this matter involve you? Do you have Charlton and G realm strength? Without it, you don't even qualify to watch the competition." His expression barely masked his disdain. "Coincidentally, I do have Charlton and G realm strength," Enrique replied calmly. Then he released his martial Dao aura. Instantly, everyone felt an extremely oppressive presence. It was genuinely Charlton and G realm. Farther away, other Charlton and G realm martial artists observed Enrique with respect. He was so young. Alan thought he radiated such immense power. This was truly a martial Dao prodigy. The Kenneth was instantly embarrassed and dared not show any disrespect. Knowing he was only at the Huang G realm, he understood what it meant to encounter Andoni's with Charlton and G realm strength. The competition follows a knockout system. Win 3 consecutive matches to receive a reward. The competition lasts 7 days. Today is the last day. The last person standing on the stage at the end will be declared the winner and will receive the Earth-class martial technique. He quickly explained. It's held at the Pancher City's main arena. Just head into the city, and you'll find it easily. Translation provided as requested. Please let me know if any part needs adjustment, or if you have further requests. Chapter 80, Martial Arts Contest. Enrique certainly wouldn't bother to argue with the Kenneth. After all, this person had helped clear his doubts. Once the man finished speaking, Enrique nodded and proceeded towards the city center. As the Kenneth had mentioned, he soon found where it was. It was a colossal pavilion with a large plaque that read, Martial Arts Contest. Not many people were entering or leaving, only one or two at a time. But each of them possessed a profound realm strength. People at the Alan Salo Extreme Realm would deliberately bypass the area, too afraid to get close. Just as the Kenneth had said, non-humans without the strength of the profound realm truly weren't qualified to enter. Even the two guards at the gate possessed profound realm power. When Enrique approached, the two profound realm martial artists politely stopped him. Sir, please release your martial aura, they requested, checking Enrique's strength. Only sufficient strength could grant entry through this door. Once Enrique released his martial aura, the two guards were awestruck and quickly moved aside, bowing respectfully. Please come in, sir. In the martial world, strength was paramount. Strength was the ultimate truth. Only those powerful enough earned others' respect. As Enrique entered, the two guards couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. What's the background of this gentleman? His aura is too formidable. Alonso's, the pressure from him is overwhelming. He must have at least a 5th layer profound realm strength. They, being only 1st layer profound realms, naturally had no idea about Enrique's true strength. Lower realm martial artists could only tell that someone stronger than them existed, but had no way to measure just how much stronger. Ah! One guard noticed a token on the ground and hurriedly picked it up. This seems to belong to the gentleman who just passed. Suddenly, his expression turned shockingly amazed. He's actually an elite from the Jingwu Gate. No wonder he's so powerful. The Jingwu Gate, East Dang County's premier martial sanctuary. It made sense now that this gentleman hailed from there. I'll return the token to the gentleman, he said, rushing inside. Sir, you dropped something, he called out to Enrique, who instinctively halted. Turning around, Enrique saw the guard who had checked his strength running towards him. Here's your identity token. Only after taking the token did Enrique realize it had fallen. Thanks, he acknowledged before continuing forward. The corridor stretched for hundreds of meters. Sounds of combat and cheers resonated, audible even from far away. Reaching the end of the corridor, Enrique's vision opened up. The area was filled with spectator seats spaced roughly 2 meters apart. Despite the large number of people present, perhaps over 100, they were all profound realm martial artists. To Enrique, however, their abilities seemed ordinary. Most were below the 5th layer of the profound realm. In Enrique's eyes, they were insignificant. None of them stood a chance against him. A massive arena lay before him, spanning several hundred meters. Two fighters, both at the 7th layer of the profound realm, battled fiercely on the platform, evenly matched, drawing applause and admiration from the crowd. What caught Enrique's attention was the sight of Lawson seated in the main chair. Lawson was indeed here. Watching the fierce battle unfolding on the platform, Lawson wore an indifferent expression as if saying these two were merely trash and not worth his effort. Fact was, as a 9th layer profound realm powerhouse, Lawson truly was unrivaled. Among the 9 city lords of East Dang County, he was the strongest. Even the lord of this very city, Orson City, only possessed 5th layer profound realm strength. Even if Lawson seduced his daughter, there was nothing he could do. With such power came arrogance and dominance. Seeing Lawson's smug demeanor, Enrique felt an intense urge to confront him directly, but he restrained himself. Acting now would make it look like an ambush. There was no rush. Since he had spotted him, Lawson wasn't going anywhere. If Lawson was here, it was likely for the contest and the Earth-level martial technique. Enrique planned to challenge Lawson on the arena openly and defeat him there, then finish him off afterward. On the platform, the fighters were equally matched until dusk fell, yet still, no winner emerged. Suddenly, Enrique noticed a servant approach Lawson and whisper to him. Immediately, Lawson's demeanor changed dramatically. His formerly calm demeanor vanished, replaced by ferocity and rage. Enrique guessed the servant had informed him about what happened in Green Mountain City. Soon, Lawson leaped onto the platform. He struck both fighters with a palm each, sending them off the stage severely wounded. Though this action was clearly an ambush, it didn't detract from his absolute display of overwhelming strength. When some spectators intended to reprimand him for such behavior, seeing Lawson's enraged face silenced them. His martial aura was simply too terrifying, dominating the entire venue. Lawson's angry, grinding voice echoed throughout. Little bandit, are you here? While I was away, you dared to massacre my family in my mansion and even claimed you'd come after me. If you're here, step up onto the platform now, and let me see how you plan to kill me. With his words, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone was stunned. A city lord, attacked in his own residence? That's him, Lawson, the city lord of Green Mountain City. And that Augustine is his son. Some people recognized Lawson, the strongest among the 9 city lords of East Dang County, a 9th layer profound realm powerhouse. His son's name was well known as the future young lord of Evergreen Academy. None expected such a dignitary to participate in this competition, explaining why he easily defeated the previous fighters. What surprised everyone more was that such a powerful figure had been attacked at home. This audacious act defied imagination. Even enemies shouldn't commit such atrocities. Didn't they know the Qin law's severity? And they dared to proclaim coming after this city lord? Utter madness. They faced a 9th layer profound realm martial artist. This must be done by someone incredibly daring. While everyone marveled, a cold voice rang out. Are you so eager to seek death? Note, names like Enrique and Lawson are transliterated into Pinyin as per standard practice. Chapter 81, A Single Sword Strike. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's gaze instantly fixated on Enrique. Kid, do you know what you're saying? Sit down quickly, whispered a middle-aged martial artist nearby who was at the 4th level of the profound apex realm. He knew that youngsters these days like to seek attention, but in this situation, could they just go wild without considering the consequences? This could cost someone their life. How old are you even? Are you even fully grown yet, and you dare take on something like this? Indeed, Enrique had now transformed into the appearance of Alonso Tion. He did this not for any other reason, but to make it easier for Lawson to recognize him. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, Lawson's eyes landed on him. That kid who had managed to escape from him that day. It was a shame. If it were this boy, then everything seemed to make sense. Without doubt, this little vermin must be the culprit. Even if he wasn't, Lawson hadn't planned on letting him off. So it's you little pest. Lawson glared at him with a hideous expression, rage seething within him. Was it you who caused the massacre in Green Hill City? Enrique leaped onto the platform, standing tall and calmly replied, Alonso's, your entire family was indeed killed by me. Didn't I already inform you of that? If I said I would slaughter every member of your Dan family, then that's exactly what I did. Not only that, but Enrique also planned to decapitate Lawson and hang his head on the city gate. Since he promised it, he would certainly fulfill it. These words caused an uproar among the crowd. No one could believe that this Andonies had the audacity to carry out such a shocking act. You will die. With a look of fury, Lawson attacked. In his view, Enrique's decision to come forward was tantamount to inviting death. Just one punch, and Enrique would be dead. However, when the punch landed on Enrique, not only was Lawson stunned, but so were the onlookers. Enrique was completely unharmed. Lawson found it hard to believe. He knew how powerful he was. Although the punch lacked martial arts techniques, it wasn't something an ordinary profound apex martial artist could withstand. Alansat, this boy remained unscathed. Is that all you've got? Enrique's eyes were full of disdain. The punch had no effect on him at all. Without waiting for Lawson to react, Enrique struck back with a palm. Pooh. Instantly, Lawson was sent flying away, his face pale white and suffering severe injuries. Enrique's casual strike had severely wounded Lawson. The shock was overwhelming. How could this kid be so strong? Previously, he had fled without resistance, but now, he could injure Lawson with just one palm. Lawson felt the world had gone mad. Escape. Only escape. He rushed through the passage, intending to leave this place. Moments ago, he had been domineering and arrogant, challenging the person who had killed his entire family. Now, after taking just one hit from Enrique, he fled like a stray dog. He had never felt so embarrassed in his life. His dignity as the city lord was completely shattered. There was no way Lawson wanted to fight anymore. With just one palm, Lawson realized he was no match for Enrique. Lawson couldn't understand why this boy, who he once thought he could easily crush, had become so powerful. But one thing was clear. If he didn't escape now, he would die here. He remembered Enrique's words. Lawson, remember this well? If I survive today, one day I will invade your mansion, slaughter every last member of your Dan family, and hang your head on the city gate. Since his family had already been slaughtered, the next step was to decapitate him. Lawson did not want to die. Ignoring any notions of dignity, he fled immediately. But how could Enrique let him go? He had promised to hang Lawson's head on the city gate, and he would definitely see it done. This time, I'm the champion of the martial arts competition. So, I'll take this Earth-class martial skill as well. Taking the Earth-class martial skill floating above the stage, Enrique left a parting remark and swiftly pursued Lawson with his sword drawn. Dog, do you think you can escape from me? A city lord being hunted down, especially by one of the 9 most powerful city lords in Eastern Ridge County, Lawson, who possessed the 9th level of the profound apex realm, was fleeing like a frightened dog. Everyone was stunned. What kind of powerhouse could be this formidable? They hastily moved out of the way, afraid of getting involved. So young. Seeing Enrique's youthful face sparked unprecedented ripples. So young, looking barely past his teenage years, chasing down Lawson, a 9th level profound apex expert? Many felt like they were hallucinating. Not just them, even Lawson found it absurd. He had never imagined being hunted down, especially by a teenager. He didn't dare stop for a moment, using his utmost agility, fearing that if he slowed down, he already set himself against the Qin kingdom. Did he really have anywhere to hide? Do you know why I insist on killing you? Enrique asked. Lawson instinctively shook his head. No, because your Dan family tried to take my wife. Enrique's face remained calm as his appearance suddenly changed. Are you, Lou? Lawson's pupils contracted sharply, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Blood splattered, and his voice abruptly cut off. Revealing his true face to Lawson, Enrique swung his sword and severed his head. Back in Green Hill City, hanging Lawson's head on the city gate, Enrique couldn't help but smirk coldly. Don't worry, your talented son will join you soon. Chapter 82. A New Journey. 3 days later, news spread, shaking the entire Dongling County. Even the imperial capital received the news. The Connors' residence in Green Hill City was actually attacked. The Dan family, over 100 people in total, were all wiped out, including Lawson, the patriarch of the family, whose head was also chopped off, and it was hung on the city gate. When Augustine, who was diligently cultivating at Chongqing Academy, heard this news, he was so angry that he spat blood. He left home to cultivate at the academy, and as a result, his hometown was destroyed? Doesn't this mean that the entire Dan family is now reduced to just him? The weight on his shoulders became much heavier all at once. To console him, the chancellor of Chongqing Academy personally intervened, assuring him that they would give him a satisfactory answer. A few days later, the case was solved. A portrait of the culprit was published. The youth who invaded the Connors' residence was named Reese, from the Jingwu Gate. Immediately after, Chongqing Academy sent envoys to confront Jingwu Gate. Ezra personally intervened, stating that this rogue disciple had gone to Green Hill 2 months ago to pick cold spirit fruit and never returned. At the same time, he disowned the disciple and subsequently, Reese was expelled from Jingwu Gate. Jingwu Gate expressed their willingness to cooperate with Chongqing Academy to find this evil disciple. As for who killed Lawson, someone in Panstone City claimed it was a teenager in his teens. His identity was unknown but familiar to the people of Green Hill City. This youth was named Alonso Tian. Not only did he kill several top talents of Chongqing Academy at that time, but he also killed the head of the Igor family. Since then, the wanted list in Dongling County added 2 young faces. When Diana, who was cultivating at Chongqing Academy, learned this news, she was utterly stunned. She, of course, knew who did all this. But she really hadn't expected that Enrique had become so powerful. He even killed Augustine's father. Thinking about this, she regretted her initial decision even more. Why didn't she inform on him? Are you kidding me? Impossible. Diana knew that Enrique could change his appearance flawlessly, turning into someone else without being detected. Even if she exposed him, what could be done? It would be impossible to find him. Plus, if she faced retaliation, she might really die. Meanwhile, Enrique, the mastermind behind everything, embarked on a journey toward Jingwu Gate. Of course, he knew what had happened in the county. But the crimes committed by Alonso Tian and Reese had nothing to do with him, Enrique. Enrique's reason for going to Jingwu Gate was simple. He possessed a Jingwu order, which made joining convenient. Then he could participate in the elite feast and eliminate Augustine. Send him to reunite with his whole family. And let Diana see what Augustine was compared to him. Let her recall how wise her past decision was. In reality, within Dongling County, there were not just 9 major cities. Those were just the large ones. These 9 cities only had an abundance of ordinary people. Besides these 9 major cities, Dongling County had 4 major cities occupied by the 4 great martial cultivation sanctuaries. These cities were significantly larger than the 9 major cities. Thus, they were called main cities. For instance, Jingwu Gate was located in Jingwu Main City, which was more than 3 times larger than Green Hill City. Only cities occupied by the 4 great martial cultivation sanctuaries were truly flourishing martial cultivation areas within Dongling County. In these 4 main cities, people with martial veins were abundant. The so-called 9 major cities were merely backward martial cultivation regions. That's why Charlton and G realm cultivators were so scarce. Green Hill City was far from the Jingwu Main City where Jingwu Gate was located. Along the way, Enrique passed through many small towns. Just about 100 miles from Jingwu Main City, Enrique arrived at a small town. Bluestone Town. It somewhat resembled Green Hill City. However, compared to Green Hill City, this town was very backward. Its walls were only a few meters high and constructed from soil and miscellaneous stones. This city looked extremely underdeveloped. The city gates were dilapidated, with a massive hole, seemingly caused by some violent impact, still bearing fresh bloodstains and nearby corpses. Additionally, there were sounds of beast roars and cries for help coming from within the city. Examining the animal hoof prints and fur on the ground, Enrique immediately understood. A strange beast had invaded the city. Realizing this, Enrique wasted no time and swiftly entered the city. Upon entering, he saw numerous thatched huts everywhere. More like a village than a town. A rough glance revealed only about 100 households. Not far from him, he spotted a Charlton-level strange beast. It was a towering 5-meter-high tiger with black and yellow striped fur, currently devouring a human. Seeing this, Enrique burned with anger and slashed with his sword, instantly killing the beast. He couldn't stand seeing beasts eat humans. This fierce tiger is dead? Observing the scene, the citizens hidden and hiding were dumbstruck, their voices barely above a whisper. No one expected the terrifying disaster to end so quickly. A Charlton-level strange beast was a calamity for this town. Among the crowd, a young girl around 10 years old, with big eyes and a petite frame, covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Haydens, who is this person? He's too amazing." Shortly after, the hidden citizens, led by a hunched gray-robed elder, approached rapidly. Facing Enrique, they genuflected gratefully. "Thank you, Honored One. Thank you, Honored One, for saving all our lives." Honored One was the term used by ordinary people for Charlton and G realm martial artists. Ordinary people were those who hadn't reached the Huangji realm. Seeing everyone bowing before him, Enrique hastily said, "It was nothing. No need to thank me. Please get up." Their enthusiasm was overwhelming, truly making him uncomfortable. Such kindness and humility. Upon noticing Enrique's demeanor, the citizens were astounded. They found it unbelievable. They never expected this youthful prodigy who saved them to be so approachable. So different from usual visitors. He had absolutely no airs about him. Walking to the gray-robed elder, Enrique helped him up and swept his gaze across the crowd. "Everyone, please rise. There's no need for such formalities. It was nothing to me." At the same time, Enrique marveled internally. The martial cultivation here was indeed backward, mostly inhabited by ordinary people. Even Huangji realm martial artists were scarce. It was hard to imagine that so close to Jingwu Main City, there was such a backward village town. "Thank you, Honored One. Thank you, Honored One." The gray-robed elder thanked him repeatedly, constantly nodding and bowing, appearing humbly grateful, clearly unaccustomed to Enrique's friendliness. After getting up, he said with deep gratitude, "Thank you, Honored One of Jingwu Gate, for saving us. Without your arrival, we wouldn't know how many clansmen would have been eaten by that fierce tiger." Chapter 83, Questioning. "Ah, this? The venerable of the Jingwu sect? I haven't even joined yet, have I?" And Enrique also did not consider himself part of the Jingwu sect. He joined only to use it as a stepping stone to attend the Haydenly Pride Feast and then kill Augustine. Once that was done, he would naturally sever ties with the Jingwu sect. Therefore, facing the old gray-robed elder's flattery, Enrique simply explained, "I am not from the Jingwu sect." The old man looked enlightened, tentatively asking, "Is the young master here to participate in the entrance selection?" Was he talking about the Jingwu sect's entrance test? Enrique nodded. "Sort of. I see." Now, the old gray-robed man understood. After a brief conversation, it It turned out he was the mayor of Qingshi City named Denny. To thank Enrique for his bravery, Denny planned to throw a welcome banquet in his honor, thanking him for saving the city's people. Enrique thought about it. Having not eaten for days, he wanted to learn more about the Jingwu sect, so he agreed. Lord Bianca. As they neared the mayor's residence, which resembled a large brick house, a robust Andonese dressed in steel armor approached, walking gracefully like a tiger. He bent slightly at the waist and saluted Denny. This is Carlo, our defending general of Qingshi City, Denny introduced. Then he turned to Carlo, saying, General, this is the venerable who slew the ferocious tiger and saved the people of Qingshi City. We must not neglect him. Prepare a grand feast. Venerable? Carlo didn't move right away but wore a doubtful expression. A venerable so young? That would make him a prodigy indeed. How could such a figure appear in a small place like theirs? Especially looking at Enrique's youthful face made Carlo feel very unbalanced. This guy looks so young, and he's already this handsome? Seeing Carlo just staring without acting quickly, Denny yelled, What are you waiting for? All right, I'll go. After a deep glance at Enrique, Carlo reluctantly left. In the evening, Denny held a welcoming banquet for Enrique in the mayor's hall. Many prominent figures from the city were present, mainly elderly men. Sitting in the main seat, Enrique scanned the room, noting that the strongest among them was merely at the 6th level of the Alansalo Peak realm, and this strongest person was none other than General Carlo. Halfway through the banquet, Carlo sauntered up to Enrique, raising a cup. I'm Carlo, commander of Green Mountain City. I raise a toast to the venerable. May I inquire about your current strength? Though his words sounded respectful, his actions were far from it, almost challenging. His eyes scrutinized Enrique with disdain. Seeing this, Denny frowned and scolded, Little Dong, are you drunk? How dare you be so disrespectful to the venerable? What kind of venerable is he? There can't be such a young one, Carlo said loudly, undaunted. Looking at Enrique aggressively, he shouted, Since you're called venerable, you should have surpassed me at the Mystic Peak realm. So why don't we fight? You want to fight me? From the start, Enrique noticed Carlo's obvious dislike towards him, but didn't expect him to challenge him directly. Was he out of his mind? Hadn't he seen Enrique slay the mystic beast with one sword strike? In Carlo's view, the beast wasn't mystic at all, just a yellow peak level beast. Such a young martial artist couldn't possibly be a venerable at the Mystic Peak realm. It was unheard of even in the talent-abundant Jingwu main city. And now, this supposed prodigy showed up in their small city? Ridiculous. Thus, Carlo arrogantly pressed on, Correct. Dare you fight me? You're not qualified to fight me. Without hesitation, Enrique refused. Why would he fight him? With his 9th level Mystic Peak strength and completed Earth level martial technique, even a grandmaster of the Earth Peak realm might struggle against him. Accepting Carlo's challenge would demean his status. It was like a mouse challenging a lion. The lion wouldn't bother. If the lion accepted, the mouse would have the courage and glory of facing the lion. And the lion would be laughed at for fighting a mere mouse. How could I not be qualified to fight you? Seeing the boy's arrogance, Carlo was infuriated. Unveiling his true thoughts, he demanded, Prove you're a venerable by releasing your Mystic Peak aura. If you do, I will bow 100 times to you. If not, don't blame me for my rudeness. Indeed, a venerable this young has never existed, not even in Jingwu main city, someone echoed, followed by others doubting. Enrique appeared to be in his early 20s, a peak yellow realm practitioner at best. Even Denny was puzzled. Is this boy really pretending? Why is he afraid to fight if he's genuine? But how did he kill that fierce tiger? Perhaps it was only a yellow peak beast? Denny was also perplexed. He couldn't sense any demeanor befitting a venerable from Enrique. Given his supposed status and youth, he should have been brimming with arrogance, looking down upon everyone else. Note, the term jiazhu, demeanor, is translated as demeanor to better fit the context and flow in English. Additionally, the paragraph is slightly restructured to ensure it reads naturally while maintaining the original meaning. Seeing Enrique remain silent, munching on snacks calmly, Carlo glared again. If you're a venerable, prove it by showing your aura. Enrique looked at him indifferently. You won't survive my aura. They were too weak. Releasing his aura might kill them. Ha, you think we can't withstand it? Carlo stepped closer, radiating more pressure. Show your aura now or else. To prevent hurting innocents. Faced with such arrogance, Carlo erupted. Looking for death. Get lost. Enrique's response was a single word, yet it carried a forceful wave of power. Carlo flew backward, hitting the ground hard and vomiting blood before losing consciousness. Silence enveloped the hall. Translation notes. Some terms like Mystic Peak Realm, Alansalo Peak Realm are kept to match the original Chinese context. Chapter 84. The Azure Moon Sect. What the? This powerful? At this moment, everyone held their breath in shock, gawking at the scene before them. Carlo was arguably the strongest combatant in Greenstone City. Alan sought the outcome? He was sent flying by a single sound from the other party and lay unconscious with severe injuries. This had to be Azuns. If not for Azuns, who could possess such power? Enrique ultimately held back. After all, he would still need someone to protect the city later on. Ants were just too troublesome. It was enough to punish them without needing to kill them. Zuns, it's truly Azuns. With these words, Enrique thoroughly intimidated the crowd, convincing everyone of his Charltonangi realm strength. Without a doubt, he must be Azuns. How else could he be so formidable? Soon, those who had previously questioned Enrique's identity were hurriedly bringing drinks and rising to apologize to him. Naturally, Enrique did not make things difficult for them. Their strength was too weak. It wasn't worth caring about. After all, like ants looking up at the sky, their horizons were narrower than frogs in a well. As for the overconfident Carlo, he was carried away by servants. The next morning, when Enrique was preparing to set off for Jingwu main city, Denny found him in a hurry. Zuns, General Carlo has invited the Zuns of the Azure Moon sect to cause trouble for you. Leave quickly. Saying this, he rushed out. Azure Moon Sect? Enrique had an impression of this sect. Although it couldn't compare to the 4 great martial sanctuaries, it was still a decent-sized sect, renowned in the Eastern Ridge County. It had a century-long lineage, and indeed, he had almost joined them 2 years ago when they extended an olive branch, promising him core disciple status. Had it not been for the invitation from Longqing Academy, he might have joined. Sending word ahead? Want to challenge me? Let's see what this so-called Zunes of the Azure Moon Sect is made of. Though the current head of the Azure Moon Sect was merely a third-layer DG realm martial master, far inferior to the 4 great martial sanctuaries, it was still a martial sect, a towering presence for most people. Disciples of the sect were treated with great respect outside the 4 main cities, even receiving personal greetings from city governors. Dressed neatly, Enrique stepped out to see a Kenneth sitting arrogantly on a 3-meter-tall elephant covered in various patterns, addressing the gathered townsfolk. Send that city lord Denny out to meet me, along with that boy who calls himself a Zunes. I want to see if he's really a Charlton Angie realm martial artist. The man, who looked to be around 40, wore a black and white Taoist robe, appearing quite solemn. His martial aura was formidable, possessing 5th-layer Charlton Angie realm strength. They came in a group of 6, riding defensive Huang-class beasts known as patched elephants. These creatures, named for their varied patterns, were considered basic mounts but required early training to tame. Really ridiculous. A teenager at Charlton Angie realm? Even Jingwu Main City doesn't have such a prodigy. Just bring out that boy using petty tricks to impersonate our Zunes. The Kenneth remained silent, but the 2 youths behind him spoke arrogantly. Both possessed peak 9th-layer Huangji realm strength, exceptional among humans. These Zunes, please understand, are truly powerful and soon to join Jingwu Gate. Remember not to speak recklessly. Denny hastily interjected upon arriving, bowing deeply. He now firmly believed in Enrique's identity. Even if he's a so-called Zunes, so what? If he dares to come out, I'll cut him down with one sword. A cold-eyed youth opened his eyes lazily, speaking with haughty arrogance. As one of the best of the Azure Moon Sect's younger generation, he brimmed with confidence. 1st-layer Charlton Angie realm at 23. Even joining Jingwu Gate would grant him eligibility as an outer disciple. However, he preferred leading a small faction rather than following a greater force, thus choosing the Azure Moon Sect. As he finished speaking, a distant, indifferent voice responded, "Oh, so you think you can cut me down with one sword?" Everyone turned to see a somewhat youthful-looking teenager walking towards them, hands clasped behind his back. Meanwhile, the patched elephant slowly lowered itself, silently lying flat on the ground. "You're the imposter claiming to be a Zunes?" The Azure Moon Sect members stared at Enrique with surprise and disbelief. Surprise at his looks, disbelief at his strength. He was too young, barely past his teens. Such talent at this age was rare. Only one case came to mind. Diana, a star student at Longqing Academy, her extraordinary talent was known throughout the county. How could this unnamed youth possibly match her? He does look good. In a few years, he'll probably become a heartthrob. Sadly, looks don't buy rice these days. Only true strength matters, thought a woman in yellow attire among the 5 visitors from Nanshan Sect, her initial shock quickly fading. For impersonating a Zunes, death penalty. A masked youth eyed Enrique jealously, ready to draw his sword. His face marred by scars and irregular features, he envied those who looked better. However, life balanced out. He possessed 2nd-layer Charlton Angie realm strength at 21, enough to qualify for the 4 great martial sanctuaries if not for his appearance. Haven't you heard Denny? Why aren't you coming out to die? Their domineering and aggressive attitude was evident as their strong martial auras spread, making bystanders tremble in fear. Meanwhile, Carlo, hiding at the back, watched Enrique with vindictive satisfaction. He didn't care whether Enrique was real or fake. Having lost face, Enrique deserved death. Even if Enrique was genuinely Charlton Angie realm, how could it matter at such a young age? Seeing Enrique frown slightly, Dan Giant Payne rushed to the Azure Moon Sect members. "Please, no more reckless talk. We speak, not you, old man." The masked youth slapped Denny from a distance, sending him flying several yards away, pale-faced. All onlookers were stunned by the Azure Moon Sect's display of power. This was the city lord, yet they attacked him without any hesitation, showing no courtesy at all. Note: the provided sentence is a standalone comment that can be integrated into the narrative to emphasize the boldness and disregard for authority displayed by the Azure Moon Sect members. It fits well after the scene where Denny is slapped away by the masked youth, highlighting the audacity of the sect members. Chapter 85. No risk, no gain. Witnessing this scene, a Kenneth rushed out from the crowd. He quickly helped Denny up from the ground and glared at the masked frog-eyed youth, saying furiously, "My old master kindly warned you. How can you treat him like this? If you dare to speak another word, I will kill your father immediately and appoint someone else as the mayor of Qingshi City." The masked frog-eyed youth spoke dominantly, filled with threats. The leading Kenneth, who wore a Taoist robe and possessed 5th-level profound extreme realm strength, remained silent, clearly approving of such behavior. In a small city like this, there is no officially appointed mayor, nor is it regarded as a proper city. Thus, these so-called mayors are elected by the populace, which is why the masked frog-eyed youth could make such arrogant remarks. These words sent a chill down everyone's spine. It reminded everyone why martial arts sects held such high status. Absolute power. Hearing the Kenneth's words, Carlo hurriedly stepped forward. "Seniors, I believe junior brother is capable of taking on this responsibility." In the martial world, the seniority is determined by ability, not age. As he spoke, his beady eyes glanced at Dan Xiao, filled with intense desire. "Show me." The Kenneth from Songyue sect nodded in agreement. Perhaps only now did Denny realize that although his position as mayor seemed prestigious, in reality, he was merely meat on a chopping board, subject to others' whims. Whether or not he remained mayor depended entirely on others' decisions. This was the sorrow of the weak. Lord Liu. Denny's son looked at Enrique with pleading eyes, hoping for justice. In fact, even without this plea, Enrique would not have remained indifferent. How about it? Are you really ignoring me? At this moment, he stood with his hands behind his back, his tone somewhat melancholic but his gaze icy cold. So, boy, you still want to act all high and mighty? Carlo sneered at Enrique. Boy, I advise you to kneel right now and kowtow 100 times to the lords. Perhaps they might show mercy and leave you a complete corpse. That's right. If you kowtow 100 times as General Joa said, it's not impossible. The masked frog-eyed youth also looked at Enrique with mocking eyes. Such good looks? You're better off dead then. His lifelong ambition was to eliminate all handsome men. Enrique had seen stupidity before, but never this level. Looking at Carlo, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Considering you as just an ant, I spared your life then, only wanting to give you a lesson. Alan thought you sought people to bring me harm. If so, don't blame me for being merciless. Originally, Enrique didn't intend to bully the weak, but now he had no choice. Stretching out his long palm, a suction force appeared, pulling Carlo towards him effortlessly. Instantly, Enrique grabbed Carlo's neck with one hand and lifted him. Do you really know nothing about yourself? Carlo struggled desperately, trying to speak, but Enrique's hand tightly choked his throat, preventing him from speaking. His face turned red, his eyes filled with hatred staring at Enrique. I thought you were just an ant, so I did not wish to take your life. But you keep provoking me. Do you truly think I won't dare to crush you? His voice wasn't loud but carried a penetrating force, accompanied by a chilling aura that made the listeners shiver. Even the faces of those middle-aged men turned pale with cold sweat. Snap! With a sound, Enrique's iron-clamped fingers suddenly closed around Carlo's neck, and the clear sound of bone breaking echoed. Instantly, Carlo's neck snapped. His head fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Dead. So easily crushed, with no resistance at all, and brutally. Hiss! Everyone sucked in their breath sharply. Especially the 5 people from Tsang's sect. Their faces turned grave as they watched Enrique with mixed shock and apprehension. Although Carlo's strength was limited, as an Alan Salo Extreme Realm warrior, his body was formidable. Alan thought he was killed effortlessly. Such ability was indeed intimidating. Their previous contempt was gone, replaced with a hint of awe, especially by the distant suction skill that exuded powerful aura. This Andoni's must be a profound Extreme Realm warrior, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to perform such a feat. It turns out our vision was blurred. Lord, you are indeed a martial arts expert comparable to us. The leading Kenneth from Tsang's sect sighed admiringly, a touch of self-deprecation in his tone. He saw Carlo die simply from being strangled, akin to killing a chicken or squashing an ant. This skill exceeded his own capability, especially the technique of pulling someone over from afar frightened him. He felt unsteady on his feet, almost pulled over himself. What kind of martial skill was this? And it must be of high grade. Indeed, this skill was high grade, the Earth-class lower grade skill he casually took before chasing Lawson in the martial contest. This skill, called the Cloud-Sucking Palm, is an auxiliary skill that can draw enemies closer using inner energy. Equal to me? Enrique's expression was disdainful. You're just flattering yourself. Enrique was 9th level profound extreme realm. Even combined, they couldn't match him. Bold, daring to boast here. You asked for death. What do you think you are? 2 young and arrogant profound extreme realm youths, accustomed to acting tough, couldn't hold back their anger. The 2 9th level Alan Salo extreme realm youths dared not open their mouths due to inferior strength. Though the 2 youths yelled, witnessing Enrique's ruthless murder of Carlo, they felt deep fear. Such brutal methods scared them. After all, murdering without flinching indicated a dangerous person. As for themselves, they could brag about cold-bloodedness but had never actually killed anyone. And the yellow-dressed woman gave flirtatious looks toward Enrique, tossing seductive glances. Sadly, she was completely ignored. Actually, Enrique had noticed her early on, but after a glance revealed average looks, he lost interest. Spare you no opportunity. Kneel and sincerely apologize, and we'll call it quits. Enrique issued the final warning. Who do you think you are? Seeing Enrique's arrogance, the Kenneth's face darkened instantly. He coldly remarked, although Lord has extraordinary talent and achieved the profound extreme realm at a young age, destined to join Jingwu Gate soon, remember, an immature genius is nothing. Chapter 86. Expert at courting death. So what if he's a genius? In the face of absolute power, talent is nothing. This was the confidence of someone from the 5th layer of the profound mystical realm. No matter how powerful this Andoni's in front of him was, he couldn't possibly be stronger than himself, could he? Upon hearing his words, Enrique's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Daring to threaten him? Enrique had wanted to kill, but then he thought that if he really killed this person and left, it might be an end-all solution for him. But what about the people in this city? Would they not be implicated? Thinking thus, Enrique had no choice but to rein in his killing intent. Immediately after, he drew his sword out of its sheath. Swish! The glint of the sword cut across the sky, and a beam of sword chi fell instantly. Moo! A jet of blood spurted out, accompanied by a shrill cry from the elephant-like beast. The crowd looked down and saw that the spotted elephant's body had been cleaved in 2. Even a defensive Alan Salo-class beast was unable to withstand this sword chi. How could a human body possibly withstand it? Just as the Tsang's sect party felt dread, a nonchalant voice suddenly reached their ears, one last time. Kneel or not? The sword chi had not struck them, only their mount. This did not need further explanation. The 2 youths at the Alan Salo mystic realm glanced at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. They nodded with unspoken agreement. Shouldn't he care about his dignity? How could he kneel in front of these juniors? But if he didn't kneel, he feared he would lose his life. This youth gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. That strike's power sent shivers down his spine. Though he didn't know the youth's realm, he knew that if that sword light had struck him, he would surely have died. Though he wanted to try his luck, thinking of his years of cultivation, he ultimately decided against it. Sometimes you had to admit defeat, but even though he knelt, he still showed some courage when facing Enrique. Don't think I'm scared of you just because you're a genius. I only fear that your actions will implicate these junior disciples. He was not afraid of death, but considering the welfare of his juniors. My name is Enrique. If you want revenge, I'm always ready to face you. With a distant, detached look, Enrique walked away briskly. Seeing this scene, none of the Tsang sect members dared to obstruct him. Though filled with humiliation, none dared to react. Only when Enrique walked through the city gate did they dare rise again. This boy actually revealed his name. Should we seek revenge? Adonis's eyes were full of frustration. Today's disgrace would never be forgotten. He's too overbearing, relying purely on his strength. I'm so angry. If it weren't for his speed, I'd definitely kill him. Others chimed in angrily. Revenge? With what? Since this boy openly reveals his identity, it clearly means he's not afraid of our revenge. The Kenneth, rich in experience, rebuked them, saying, this boy must be a martial prodigy. Once he joins Jingwu Gate, he will soon become another Dwayne. What? This boy can become another Dwayne? Dwayne? Who was he? His father was the current master of Jingwu Gate. Despite being only 24, he had already attained the peak of the 9th layer of the profound mystical realm, barely half a step away from Earth mystical realm. A true martial prodigy. He was not only the young master of Jingwu Gate, but also the undisputed top expert of the younger generation in East Ridge County. Moreover, he excelled in swordsmanship and archery. Never defeated in battle, few within the profound mystical realm could last more than 3 rounds against him. Thus, this statement left the others in shock. They hadn't expected this elder to give such high praise for this boy who seemed average in skill but had sharp discernment. Seeing their expressions, the Kenneth sternly advised, you should learn from this experience. Remember, never underestimate anyone and drop all thoughts of revenge. But, Adonis still felt somewhat unwilling. Before he could continue, the Kenneth interrupted, there's no, but. You've already kneeled and admitted defeat. What are you dissatisfied about? If you feel you're powerful, why don't you chase after him for a life and death duel? If it's a life and death duel, so be it. I'm not afraid. What he called temporary endurance was only making him angrier. Finishing his sentence, Adonis immediately brandished his sword and chased after Enrique. We'll follow. The Kenneth rushed after him. Others were puzzled. Why are we following? To watch Frog die horribly, the Kenneth replied. Let this serve as a lesson for you, giving up on inappropriate thoughts. Although they followed, they kept a safe distance behind, watching as Lloyd aggressively pursued the youth ahead. Young man, let's have a life and death duel. Then, as soon as his words fell, a flash of sword light streaked by, and Lloyd collapsed. See that? That's what happens when you defy. Seeing this scene, the Kenneth pointed at Lloyd's corpse and seriously told the group, remember, as martial artists, it's most important to know your limits. Don't imitate this foolishness. In the future, be low-key and don't easily make enemies. Chapter 87, Juniperng. The main city of Jingwu was an ancient, expansive metropolis of grandeur. As one of the 4 main cities in Dongling County, its prosperity and flourishing martial arts scene were incomparably superior to the 9 cities. The city walls stood tall, towering nearly 100 meters high. Constructed from millennium-old Charlton Anwar rock, they were incredibly sturdy, having endured thousands of years of harsh weather without a single crack. Enrique was immediately awestruck by the thriving martial culture upon entering. On the bustling streets, even Huangji realm cultivators were rare. Most people here were Charlton Anji realm martial artists. What did this imply? In Green Hill City, those with martial veins were few and far between. Here, they were practically everywhere. There was no comparison, and thus, no competition. It made sense why the Jingwu sect rarely sought out geniuses in smaller, less advanced cities like Green Hill. As Enrique strolled through the city, he noticed many exotic beasts caged on display, a sight unheard of in Green Hill City. Moreover, these were all Charlton and grade exotic beasts. In Jingwu's main city, they actually sold Charlton and grade exotic beasts. Of course, such beasts came at exorbitant prices, unaffordable to ordinary people who could not hope to control them. This is truly worthy of being called a sacred land, isn't it? Even just one of these martial geniuses would be considered the top talent in our city, someone remarked. Isn't that obvious? Another chimed in. Just how high are the entrance requirements for the Jingwu sect? Not to mention, the entrance exams have been going on for days now. The true geniuses from Dongling County, and even prodigies from other counties, have long come here. Enrique listened intently to the discussions around him, absorbing valuable information. If only I could become an outer sect disciple of the Jingwu sect. Good luck, young master. You're already at the Charlton Anji realm despite your young age. There's still hope. Alonso's, there are more openings for outer sect disciples, so there's a chance. But becoming an inner sect disciple, that's really tough. Not to mention, the entrance examination involves arena battles, which are notoriously brutal. To become an inner sect disciple is like climbing to the heavens. Listening to their discussions, Enrique couldn't help but ask, how can one become an inner sect disciple? You need to win 20 consecutive matches in the arena to qualify, came the reply. Each participant was only allowed 20 matches in the entrance examination. This meant not losing a single match. One had to win all 20 matches to become an inner sect disciple. This required strength far beyond the ordinary. A person must defeat 20 competitors without losing once. While it sounded simple, it was extremely challenging. After all, there were only 5 spots for inner sect disciples, compared to 20 for outer sect disciples. Hundreds of participants vied for these spots, all of whom were martial geniuses. Therefore, becoming an inner sect disciple was exceedingly difficult. Even becoming an outer sect disciple wasn't easy. One had to win at least 17 out of 20 matches. If the number of qualified candidates exceeded the quota, additional competitions among peers were held. For outer sect spots, failure meant immediate elimination. For inner sect spots, failure resulted in demotion to the outer sect, and ranking determined final placement. Ultimately, only 25 people could become disciples of the Jingwu sect. Moreover, participants had to meet stringent requirements. they must be under 20 years old, possess Charltonangi realm cultivation, and pass a physical appearance review. For instance, a masked youth with frog-like eyes, who otherwise qualified for the outer sect, was eliminated due to his appearance. Enrique asked again, must it be 20 matches? Is there any faster way to become an inner sect disciple? He found the number of matches excessive. With his near Charltonangi 9th layer strength, he could defeat anyone in a single move. Once he demonstrated overwhelming power, no one would dare challenge him. 20 matches? Enrique doubted he'd even reach that number. Sure, if you can defeat a genius who has secured an inner or outer sect spot, you can take their place, someone replied. If that were the case, then only one battle would suffice. Satisfied, Enrique nodded. If so, becoming an inner sect disciple seems quite simple. I'll just see who secures a spot and defeat them. Well, isn't this young master quite confident? The crowd looked at him in surprise. While such confidence wasn't unprecedented, it was exceptionally rare. No one dared underestimate him in Jingwu's main city, where teenage geniuses abounded. To boldly declare such ambitions in public was not something a commoner would do. Perhaps he truly had the ability. In an instant, Enrique declared confidently. At that moment, a young woman in a red gown approached. She was tall and had a cold, beautiful demeanor. Looking at Enrique's arrogant expression, she couldn't help but mock him. Confidence is good, but too much of it will make you a laughingstock, especially when you don't understand how difficult it is to win 20 matches in a row. She's Juniper, one of the 4 beauties of Jingwu's sect today. Her father is the head of the Wu family, and she was the first to pass the inner sect examination, someone identified her. She was not only a beauty but also a martial genius, a goddess in many hearts. A gossip enthusiast whispered, Juniper is 20 this year and has achieved the Charltonangi 3rd layer. 2 years ago, she participated in the entrance examination but lost in the final match, missing the opportunity to become an inner sect disciple. Last year, she tried again and finally succeeded. Enrique heard all of this. He hadn't expected to encounter an inner sect disciple upon entering the city. Juniper might not match Minerva's beauty, but she was still a rare beauty and taller than Minerva, almost reaching Enrique's height. She stood coldly before him, her eyes full of disdain, igniting his competitive spirit. Enrique couldn't help but laugh, albeit coldly. So, you became an inner sect disciple, yet you remain mediocre. Do you think what is difficult for you is also difficult for others? Chapter 87, Juniper. Jingwu Main City was an ancient city of grandeur and immense size. As one of the 4 major cities in Dongling County, its prosperity and the flourishing of martial arts naturally far exceeded that of Juqing. The city walls were extremely high, nearly exceeding 100 meters, entirely constructed from 1,000-year-old Charltonanwa rock, which was exceptionally hard. Despite a millennium of weathering, they remained sturdy without a single crack. Enrique was immediately struck by the thriving martial arts culture upon entering the city. On the streets, Huangji realm martial artists were rare. Most people were at the Charltonangi realm. What did this mean? Wulin City had very few individuals with martial veins. Here, they were practically everywhere. Without comparison, there would be no hurt. No wonder Jingwu sect rarely visited the 9 major cities to seek out talents. How could anyone travel all the way to a small city with lagging martial arts development to find so-called geniuses when they had such a thriving martial arts environment here? Enrique strolled through the city and found many exotic beasts locked in cages, a situation unheard of in Wulin City. Moreover, these exotic beasts were all at the Charlton rank. In Jingwu Main City, they actually sold Charlton rank exotic beasts. Of course, the prices for Charlton rank exotic beasts were usually very expensive, unaffordable by ordinary people and beyond their control. This is Jingwu Main City? It truly lives up to its name as a holy land, boasting so many martial geniuses. Any one of them would be the top genius in our city. You're not stating the obvious, are you? The entry requirements for Jingwu sect are so high. Besides, the entrance examination has been going on for days now. Not only have the true geniuses of Dongling County come for fame, but also the elites from other counties. Discussions around him continued, and Enrique listened quietly, absorbing the information he needed. If only I could become an outer sect disciple of Jingwu sect. Sir, keep trying. At your young age, you've already reached the Charltonangi realm. There's still hope. Alonso's, the number of outer sect disciples is relatively large, so it's worth a shot. But becoming an inner sect disciple is indeed quite challenging. Not just challenging, the entrance exam involves arena battles that are always brutal. If you want to become an inner sect disciple, it's almost like reaching the heavens. Hearing their discussions, Enrique couldn't help but move closer and asked, so how does one become an inner sect disciple of Jingwu sect? Of course, you need to win 20 consecutive arena battles to qualify. Each person can only participate in 20 arena battles during the entrance exam, meaning not a single battle can be lost. Only a perfect record allows one to become an inner sect disciple. Therefore, one needs exceptional strength far beyond the ordinary. One must defeat 20 competitors without losing. It sounds simple, but it's incredibly difficult. There are only 5 slots for inner sect disciples, while there are 20 for outer sect disciples. And the number of participants easily reaches hundreds. Moreover, every single one is a martial arts genius. Thus, becoming an inner sect disciple is naturally very difficult. In fact, even becoming an outer sect disciple is not easy. One must win 17 out of 20 battles. If the number of successful candidates exceeds the quota for either inner or outer disciples, additional matches among equals will determine the final selection. For outer sect slots, defeat means elimination. For inner sect, failure means relegation to the outer sect, and so on. Ultimately, only 25 people can become disciples of Jingwu sect. Furthermore, participants must meet strict criteria. Age cannot exceed 20, and they must have achieved the Charltonangi realm cultivation level. Even ugliness is not tolerated. For instance, a masked youth with frog-like eyes who otherwise qualified as an outer sect disciple was eliminated due to his appearance. Enrique asked again, is it mandatory to win 20 battles? Is there a quicker way to become an inner sect disciple? These two mini-battles seemed excessive, given that Enrique possessed Charltonangi 9th layer strength, capable of defeating someone with a single move. When he demonstrated absolute dominance, no one might dare challenge him. 20 battles? Enrique felt he probably wouldn't even get to fight that many. Of course, there are other ways. If you can defeat any of the inner or outer sect slot winners, you can directly take their place. If that's the case, then just one battle would suffice. Thus, Enrique nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. If so, becoming an inner sect disciple would be much simpler. When the time comes, I'll see who secures an inner sect slot and challenge them for it. My, what confidence this young master has. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at him in surprise. This kind of scenario wasn't unheard of, but was very rare. Alan thought no one dared to underestimate him, given this was Jingwu main city, home to numerous youthful geniuses. Anyone who could confidently boast in public was surely not ordinary. He might just pull it off despite looking somewhat young. A snap of the fingers, Enrique said with full confidence. At that moment, a young woman in a red long dress approached. She was tall and coldly beautiful, looking at Enrique's arrogant demeanor and couldn't help but mock him. Confidence is good, but excessive confidence makes one appear ridiculous, especially since you don't know how difficult it is to become an inner sect disciple. She is Juniper, one of the current 4 beauties of Jingwu sect. Her father is the head of the Wu family, and she was the first to pass the inner sect disciple exam. Someone immediately recognized her. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but she was also a martial genius. Many admired her as their ideal goddess. With such a beauty present, some gossips whispered about her background. Juniper is 20 years old, with Charltonangi 3rd layer strength. 2 years ago, she participated in the Jingwu sect entrance exam but unfortunately lost in the final arena battle, missing out on an inner sect slot and choosing to become an outer sect disciple instead. However, her ambition lay in becoming an inner sect disciple, so she abandoned becoming an outer sect disciple and tried again last year, finally achieving her dream. No one knows better than she does the difficulty of winning 20 consecutive battles. Enrique naturally heard all this. He hadn't expected to encounter an inner sect disciple of Jingwu sect so soon after entering the city, and she was quite beautiful. While Juniper's beauty slightly paled in comparison to Diana, she was still an outstanding beauty. Moreover, she was taller than Diana and almost matched Enrique's height. Now, she looked at him coldly and arrogantly, her eyes filled with disdain, igniting Enrique's desire to conquer her. Therefore, Enrique couldn't help but laugh. But his expression remained contemptuous. So, although you've become an inner sect disciple, you're still mediocre. So what if something seems difficult to you? Does that mean it's equally difficult for others? Chapter 88, Rules of the Jingwu sect. Was Estelle really an ordinary talent? Of course not. To have such cultivation at her age, she was undeniably a martial genius. Thus, Enrique's words left everyone stunned. What arrogance it must take to say something like that. As for Estelle herself, she was completely taken aback. Her face instantly froze. Was she being called an ordinary talent? This was unprecedented. If an ordinary prodigy girl were insulted like this, she would likely erupt in fury. But Estelle was different, and her self-cultivation was excellent. Though she was furious inside, she didn't lose control but calmly countered, "Young master looks so young. You've come to Jingwu main city to participate in the Jingwu sect's entrance exam. But did you know that the requirement for entering the sect is that one must be at least at the Charltonangi realm?" Enrique had just said he would defeat a core disciple candidate and take his place directly. And now, her words clearly implied that Enrique was only at the Huangji realm, mocking him as someone who made ignorant boasts. In her view, Enrique was just a Charltonangi realm martial artist. After all, it was extremely rare to see someone reach the Charltonangi realm at such a young age. Since I'm here, I naturally know this rule. As he spoke, Enrique released his aura, revealing the essence of the Charltonangi realm. However, he didn't fully unleash it, only showing his strength at the second level of the Charltonangi realm. Being too flashy wouldn't be good. Really at the Charltonangi realm? In an instant, those present were astounded. At this age, reaching the 9th level of the Huangji realm already marked someone as a martial genius. But this kid wasn't just at the Charltonangi realm, he was even at the second level? Such talent was truly enviable. Even if he didn't obtain the qualifications for inner or outer discipleship, some elder might favor him and make an exception, allowing him to smoothly become a disciple of the Jingwu sect. Second level of the Charltonangi realm? Looking at Enrique, the mockery in Estelle's eyes vanished, replaced by astonishment. Is there a problem? Enrique looked at her disdainfully. Second level of the Charltonangi realm? He was actually at the 9th level of the Charltonangi realm. He was just keeping a low profile, afraid of being linked to Alonso Tion, who had killed Lawson. Nothing wrong. No wonder you talk big. You do have some talent, Estelle said nonchalantly. Enrique was talking big? He was just stating facts. Besides, he was intentionally hiding his true strength. If anyone was talking big, it should be Estelle. At her age, she was merely at the 9th level of the Huangji realm. Alan saw here she was criticizing Enrique. She was completely losing perspective. Moreover, she was unfairly undermining others. A 16-year-old at the Charltonangi realm was absolutely a martial genius. How could that just be considered somewhat talented? In East Ridge County, in nearly 100 years, only a few had reached this level. I talk big? It should be you. I'm curious, were you also at the second level of the Charltonangi realm when you were 16? With just one sentence, Enrique rendered Estelle speechless. Estelle tried to regain her composure and feigned indifference. In our Jingwu sect, talent doesn't mean everything. To become an inner disciple, one cannot rely solely on talent. One must also have exceptional strength. She thought Enrique, though young, was just focused on cultivating and was like a pampered flower with no combat experience. Frankly, she saw Enrique as just a paper tiger, impressive on the surface. With her 7th grade martial vein, she could have broken through to the Charltonangi realm if she hadn't built a solid foundation in the Huangji realm. Ultimately, she judged the world based on her limited understanding. As Enrique had pointed out, she was a self-proclaimed prodigy, believing that what she couldn't achieve, no one else could. Typical of someone who hasn't been beaten down by reality. Why don't we spar? Let me see what you're made of. To many people's surprise, Enrique actually issued a challenge to Estelle. Although Enrique really wanted to slap the face of this overconfident woman, he restrained himself. Charlton Angie Realm's 2nd level against Charlton Angie Realm 3rd level. How arrogant was that? Estelle didn't hesitate and immediately rejected the challenge. You aren't qualified to challenge me. This showed she didn't consider Enrique worthy at all. Though she wanted to teach the arrogant youth a lesson, she couldn't. Because the rules of the Jingwu sect explicitly forbade stronger members from bullying the weaker. Enrique was only at the 2nd level of the Charlton Angie Realm, lower than her. If she accepted, she would be bullying a weaker opponent. Unless Enrique attacked first, she couldn't act. She secretly hoped Enrique would attack her. But Enrique's next words almost made her spit blood from anger. If you're afraid of getting beaten up, I'll let you off. She desperately wanted to lash out. She really did. This kid was infuriating. But Estelle silently reminded herself to stay elegant. Through gritted teeth, she replied, "You're happy then?" Someone nearby couldn't bear it any longer and interjected, "Kid, do you not know our Jingwu sect's rules? We are forbidden from bullying the weak. Without this rule, do you think you'd still be standing here acting recklessly?" This was Adonis in his 20s, pale-skinned, wearing the outer disciple uniform of the Jingwu sect. Enrique looked at him, saying, "I see you're also at the 2nd level of the Charlton Angie realm. How about we spar?" This kid wanted to challenge me? The Adonis in the outer disciple uniform was suddenly overjoyed. He even doubted if he heard correctly. "Fine, since you insist, let me show you why you think you can defeat inner disciples." He eagerly accepted Enrique's challenge. Then he turned to Estelle with a flattering look. "Senior Wu, rest assured, I, Louis, will show this arrogant brat what outer disciples of the Jingwu sect can do." "Good." Estelle nodded. She remembered Louis. They had entered the Jingwu sect in the same year. Louis had almost become an inner disciple, but lost a crucial battle, becoming an outer disciple instead. "Senior Wu, rest assured, I won't let you down." Seeing Estelle acknowledge him, Louis became excited. Pumped up with adrenaline, he saluted her respectfully, then turned to Enrique, smirking arrogantly. "Boy, don't say I bully you. Let me give you the first move." Chapter 89, A Fair Duel. To this, Enrique simply shook his head. "I'll let you have the first move. If I go first, you won't even get a chance to attack." He was at the 9th level of the Mystic Extreme Realm, whereas Louis, 2nd level of the Mystic Extreme Realm. How could he possibly last until Enrique's second move? Although Enrique appeared to be at the 2nd level of the Mystic Extreme Realm, it wasn't the case at all. Therefore, Enrique felt that allowing him the first strike was fair since he was indeed much stronger. "Did you just say you'll let me have the first move?" Hearing these words, Louis was almost boiling with rage, wanting to tear this arrogant youngster to pieces. As an outer disciple of Jingwu Min, he felt unprecedented humiliation at this moment. If someone like Estelle belittled him, he could understand, acknowledging his inferiority in strength. But being despised by a mere few years younger youth? This infuriated him beyond belief. "The arrogant brat, do you really think that equal realms make you my match? Let me tell you, in front of absolute combat power, so-called talent is nothing but fragile." In Louis's eyes, Enrique was nothing but a disgrace. Just because he ascended faster? What good does that do? He didn't take it seriously at all. Does he really believe that in the same realm, their combat power is equal? He once defeated a 3rd-level Mystic Extreme Realm peer. That was fighting across ranks. Since then, Louis had never met a match within his own realm. "Just so, young brother, you should attack first. Even though you and Louis are at the same level, there's still a difference in strength. Louis is several years older than you and has abundant combat experience. For fairness, he already gave you the first move. Seize the opportunity." Indeed, Louis wanted a fair and square victory. By giving him the first move, there would be no need to worry about accusations of bullying the young. However, Enrique ignored the surrounding crowd's chatter. Not giving the first move would be true bullying. "I said, I will give you the first move. If you don't act now, I'll consider it as your defeat." When these words left Enrique's mouth, everyone was speechless. This was not confidence, it was arrogance. Excessive arrogance. He was completely unheeding of advice. One could say utterly obstinate. "So you want to act tough? Then prepare to pay the price." Louis was also filled with anger. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd quickly dispersed, creating space for the duel. They all understood that Louis was about to make his move. "Take my punch." As he spoke, Louis's fist, enveloped in violent inner strength, unleashed a roaring tiger sound, dashing straight toward Enrique. He used Tiger Fist. The momentum was incredibly powerful, the Tiger Shadow solid, far surpassing Armando's strength. With this move alone, Louis was enough to rival a 3rd-level Mystic Extreme Realm fighter. Facing such a terrifying punch, Enrique remained calm, causing everyone to feel he was stunned by the powerful aura. They discovered Enrique had no intention of dodging. Was this kid scared stiff? Subsequently, the punch predictably struck Enrique. How is this possible? Everyone on the scene was momentarily dumbfounded, almost petrified. Even Louis himself couldn't believe his eyes. "You're completely unharmed?" Louis stood frozen. He knew the power behind this punch. Worried about causing a fatal accident and risking expulsion from the sect, he only used 60% power, but that should have been enough to severely injure this youth. Alan sought the result? Louis found his punch left the boy untouched. Moreover, he still stood there, unmoved, wearing a playful smile. What was going on? People looked puzzled, completely baffled. Such a terrifying blow, leaving no harm, seemed impossible. Louis stared at Enrique in shock, suddenly realizing what happened. "No wonder you were so arrogant, claiming to give me a turn. Turns out you're wearing protective armor." As an outer disciple of Jingwu Min, he was knowledgeable. Moreover, the quality of this armor must be exceptional, fittingly described as a treasure. Otherwise, how could it easily withstand his attack? Ah, so that's it. Upon hearing this, the onlookers came to a sudden realization. Estelle couldn't help but glance at Enrique. For this kid to possess protective armor, he must come from influential origins. After all, without some background, how could he be so exceptionally talented? She could already see Enrique's future, and now she understood his confidence and the reason he could become an inner disciple. If he takes the entrance exam, relying on this protective armor, becoming an inner disciple might be a stretch, but becoming an outer disciple should be achievable. With effort, he could become an inner disciple someday. Becoming an outer disciple still offered the opportunity to advance to inner discipleship. Each year, Jingwu Min held an advancement challenge. Defeating an inner disciple allowed taking their place. Thus, even outer disciples weren't to be underestimated, especially those ranked highly. One year they could be outer disciples, the next, transformed into inner disciples. Inner disciples could potentially become outer again. Moreover, the disparity in treatment between inner and outer disciples was significant, urging all disciples to work diligently. This was why Jingwu Min could be the top martial arts holy land in East Ridge County. Protective armor, huh? You say so? Enrique didn't bother refuting. He hadn't worn protective armor, only using the myriad Dao absorption technique. Such attacks were like tickles to Enrique. Don't say I took advantage. You let me have the first move, I countered. Now it's my turn to let you have a move. Louis appeared to want a fair fight, unwilling to be seen as cheating against Enrique, aiming to defeat him honorably. Admittedly, although he acted submissive towards Estelle, this move showed real grace. With this wish, Enrique intended to fulfill it. Fine, since you insist. But be cautious. If my punch kills you, don't blame me. Following this, a punch blasted out. Chapter 90, a challenge. Roar. As the tiger's roar echoed, everyone instantly recognized this move. It was the same technique, Tiger Fist. However, the execution of Tiger Fist by the two combatants was distinctly different. When Louis executed Tiger Fist, only a faint tiger shadow appeared. But when Enrique threw his punch, the tiger shadow immediately solidified into an ancient, fierce tiger that surged forward with overwhelming might and overwhelming murderous intent, a terrifying sight. His mastery of Tiger Fist is so profound. Could he have already reached perfection? This scene stunned the entire crowd. In the techniques of the 100 Beast Fist, it was well known that the solidity of the beast-shaped aura formed by inner strength during skill execution represented the martial artist's proficiency in that particular skill. Enrique's punch was virtually indistinguishable from a living creature. He's too powerful. With just this move, he has a definite chance of entering the inner sect. No wonder he was so arrogant. He had the capital to back it up. How is this possible? Seeing that one punch, Louis was utterly stupefied. He hadn't expected Enrique's understanding of Tiger Fist to be so deep. In just this one move, he realized how laughable his earlier words were. They weren't even on the same level. Louis had never imagined Tiger Fist could have such terrifying power. This was true martial prowess. On the brink of death, being able to broaden my horizons, I have no regrets. He had been thoroughly convinced. With that, he closed his eyes calmly, ready to accept death. He knew he couldn't avoid or block this punch. Considering you showed some honesty, I'll spare your life for now. A calm voice suddenly sounded in his ear, causing Louis to open his eyes in disbelief. He saw Enrique standing right before him. What was happening? He wasn't dead? Louis was completely baffled. Hadn't that punch been aimed at him? Seeing Louis's bewildered expression, the onlookers explained, "Of course, it was this young master who blocked it for you." Upon hearing this, Louis felt even more astonished. How could he have blocked his own move? What kind of agility did that require? Even the other onlookers who had their eyes wide open were stunned. They saw Enrique turn into a streak of light and instantly arrive before Louis to take the hit. Such speed was truly terrifying. If he wanted to kill someone, it could happen in the blink of an eye. Do you still want to continue? Looking at Enrique's indifferent face, Louis's arrogance vanished, replaced by deep admiration. He bowed respectfully to Enrique, eyes full of respect. "Thank you for sparing me, sir. I admit complete defeat." Then, turning to Juniper, he said shamefully, "Wu senior sister, I apologize. I have failed to meet your expectations." With that, he left without further ado. Although he had lost all dignity and disgraced himself, Louis was extremely relieved to have preserved his life. He also felt gratitude toward Enrique for saving him. After all, Enrique had personally blocked the punch for him. Otherwise, he would have surely died. Enrique had saved his life. Juniper didn't look at Louis or hear his words. She was overwhelmed by what she had just witnessed. Can such speed belong to a second-layer Charlton Angie realm practitioner? She found that the youth before her, whether in terms of martial skill or agility, had reached the pinnacle. What he displayed didn't seem like that of a mere second-layer Charlton Angie realm practitioner at all. Even if he were called a master of martial arts, she would believe it. Juniper hadn't anticipated that this youth, whom she initially underestimated, was actually a prodigy in martial arts. If she once believed Enrique had no chance of becoming an inner sect disciple, she wouldn't think so now. From what she saw, Enrique's demonstrated skills gave him a glimmer of hope. "Can we fight now?" Enrique looked at Juniper again. This was the second time he challenged her. She had previously said he lacked the qualifications to fight her. If he accepted that as an excuse then, surely not now? Facing Enrique's challenge once more, Juniper was taken aback. Did this kid really want to fight her that much? She suspected this boy had a small mind. Didn't he just inadvertently insult her twice? Why provoke her? Could she allow this? Of course not. You can challenge me after you become an inner sect disciple of Jingwu Min. You still don't have the qualifications to challenge me. She held her head high like a proud swan and refused him outright. Juniper had seen enough of Enrique's abilities. Right now, she doubted she could block that punch. Losing would be humiliating. Therefore, she chose to delay the confrontation. Most importantly, Juniper sensed that she was about to break through to a higher realm. When she reached the 4th layer of Charlton-Angie realm, victory would be within her grasp. 4th layer Charlton-Angie realm against 2nd layer Charlton-Angie realm. With such a disparity in realms, why would she lose? Enrique clearly saw she was stalling and trying to avoid the fight, but decided not to call her out. He nodded. Alright, since I currently lack the qualifications, how about we set a stake? What kind of stake? Juniper asked instinctively. If I lose, I'll work for you as a laborer. If you lose, you work for me as a laborer. How does that sound? Hearing this, Juniper froze. That was quite a large bet. Was this boy so confident in his abilities? She increasingly thanked herself for not accepting the challenge directly. So what, are you afraid? The tone was mocking and almost sarcastic. Juniper gritted her teeth and said firmly, Alright, this was your idea. If you insist on challenging me despite knowing your limits, then I'll indulge you. She simply couldn't believe she would lose to this boy when she reached the 4th layer. Seeing this, Enrique cupped his hands towards the onlookers. Everyone, please be our witnesses. After I become an inner sect disciple of Jingwu Min, Juniper must accept my challenge. Whoever loses will work for the other as a laborer. His confidence and composure made the onlookers ponder whether Juniper might indeed be defeated by this boy. After all, his previous tiger fist had been incredibly impressive. Seeing this, Juniper coldly snorted. Since you insist on being so bold, I hope you keep your word, otherwise, you'll end up embarrassing yourself. Chapter 91. The 5 Great Talents. Enrique shook his head with a laugh. It would be great if you didn't renege on your promise. To him, Emily was just a joke. He was at the 9th level of the profound extreme realm, while Emily was only at the 3rd level. Even if she were at the 4th level, there was still a huge gap between her and Enrique. At that time, he could easily defeat her with just one move. Enrique was looking forward to it. He eagerly anticipated the day of the final battle and whether she would actually own up to her loss. As for whether Emily would renege on her promise, Enrique didn't care at all, because no one could get away with reneging in front of him. Lose? Emily hadn't even considered this outcome. How could she lose when she was at the 4th level of the profound realm facing someone at the 2nd level? Absolutely impossible in such an overwhelming power disparity. If you can become an inner disciple, then when we have our showdown, I will ask a mentor to witness this. It seemed Emily was worried that Enrique might renege. If this battle is like that, it would certainly be more authoritative. Alonso's, if a mentor witnesses it, there's absolutely no way to renege. I'm already looking forward to it. If this battle really starts, whoever loses will lose face completely. The onlookers grew even more excited upon hearing this. This was because the Jingwu sect had a rule. If both parties agreed to a duel and invited a mentor or elder as a witness, they must fulfill their promise. Otherwise, they would be expelled from the sect. Do you think it's difficult for me to become an inner disciple? Seeing her worried look about him reneging, Enrique was speechless. He felt some pity for her deep down. If it were anyone else, facing such a disparity in strength, she might indeed win. But unfortunately, she met him. He was at the 9th level of the profound extreme realm. What did she have to win with? Listening to the crowd's discussion, Enrique felt reassured. Now she couldn't possibly renege, could she? Seeing Enrique's confident demeanor, Emily couldn't help but taunt. Tomorrow is the last day of the entrance exam. You should think about how you can get the chance to become an inner disciple first. The 5 slots for inner disciples were already determined. This year's inner disciple examination was tougher than previous years. Those who secured these 5 spots were all top martial geniuses, all at the 3rd level of the profound extreme realm, with well-established reputations. In her view, Enrique basically had no chance of becoming an inner disciple. While he was outstanding, this year's inner disciples were tough nuts to crack. None of them had ever been defeated. This was precisely why Emily dared to challenge him. She believed she hardly needed to lift a finger. Sure enough, as Emily finished speaking, the discussions among the crowd filtered into Enrique's ears. This year's 5 inner disciple slots are occupied by absolute geniuses. Landon, for example, is probably the strongest among the 5. His swordsmanship is extremely profound, and he's the beloved grandson of Master Lulu, who is at the peak of the 8th level earthly extreme realm. Master Lulu, founder of the Li family, one of the 5 great families in Jingwu main city, is also the top sword practitioner in the Eastern Ridge County. He once killed a mid-tier earth-rank beast, the Thunder Pattern Lion, with a single strike. It was thanks to him that the Li family became the 5th great family of the Jingwu sect. Before that, Jingwu main city only had 4 great families. The strongest fighter, in my opinion, would be Sean. He has natural brute strength, able to lift a heavy cauldron with one hand. It's rumored he was trained with the essence blood of profound beasts since childhood, making his body virtually impervious to weapons. When he fights, he doesn't need martial skills. One punch can either kill or maim. His grandfather is also a respected elder within the Jingwu sect. Regardless of background, if one wanted to become a disciple of Jingwu sect, whether inner or outer, they had to pass the examination. Connections? Non-existent. Of course, truly exceptional talents had the privilege of being accepted without the exam. So in this aspect, Jingwu sect was very fair. If it weren't, even Sean wouldn't have to participate in the entrance exam as the son of an elder. The other 3 were similarly formidable, not only in terms of background but also in sheer strength. Clem, the first spear genius of Jingwu main city, once killed a mid-tier profound beast with 3 strikes, which made him relatively weaker among the 5. Charlton Ku, unknown origin, rumored to come from outside the county, also had impressive lineage because he mastered multiple earth-rank martial techniques, excelling in their application. One strike from him was devastating, causing death or injury to those who fought him. And the last one was especially remarkable. Jean stood nearly 3 meters tall, almost like a giant. His height came from his special constitution, the earth body. If he used earth power, he couldn't move temporarily, but earth shields would form around him, making his defense virtually unbreakable. Even Landon, hailed as the first sword genius of Jingwu main city, couldn't match him. because others couldn't withstand a single sword strike from him, yet Jean's defenses remained impenetrable. In a certain sense, Jean was truly invincible. His defense was unbeatable. No one could defeat him. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Enrique couldn't help but sigh. So this was the Jingwu sect, the foremost martial sanctuary of Eastern Ridge County. Those who secured the inner disciple slots this year were undeniably talented. Pity, pity. Since I'm here, you're destined to lose one spot. Emily, overhearing Enrique's low muttering, couldn't help but ridicule. These 5 people are the best in decades. Not even I am a match for them. Do you really think you can do it? Enrique looked at her coldly. I've already said, don't judge others by your standards. In my presence, how are they any different from Lewis? They were all naturally gifted, and Enrique acknowledged that. But what good was it? They were all only at the 3rd level of the profound extreme realm. In the face of such overwhelming strength, those so-called talents were just a joke. Seeing Enrique's audacious attitude, Emily couldn't help but say, since you're so confident, why don't you go to the examination site now and challenge them? Nothing to be afraid of. Enrique remained calm. Wasn't it just 5 top geniuses? He could suppress them with ease. Fine, you said it yourself. Emily gave a cold laugh and walked off, turning back after a few steps, mocking Enrique. If you really have the ability, follow me. Let's see if you still dare to talk big when you meet them. Chapter 92. On the battleground, life and death are not considered. Enrique quickly followed. Do you really dare to come along? Emily was quite surprised. This kid really dares. Could it be that she underestimated him again? But after reconsidering, she shook her head. Which of the 5 inner disciples wasn't a prodigy? Upon joining, they all soared directly to greatness. While she admitted this Andoni's before her indeed possessed extraordinary talent, and might not be inferior to those few, he was still too young. I said, don't look at others with your narrow-minded eyes. From Emily, Enrique finally understood the true meaning of a certain phrase. That phrase was all bark and no bite. Otherwise, how could she possibly say such things? Emily wanted to say more, but Enrique impatiently interrupted. Shut your mouth and just lead the way. You. Emily was instantly taken aback. She quickened her pace as well. Before long, the two arrived at their destination and stopped. Here is the testing ground. Emily pointed to a large courtyard ahead. Above the entrance hung a single-word plaque, Essence. No need for explanations. Cheers were occasionally heard from within the courtyard, so Emily halted. Enrique naturally knew they had arrived. Upon hearing this, Emily couldn't help but glance at Enrique sideways. Do you have an Essence martial order? If not, you won't qualify to enter for the inner and outer disciple exams. This thing. Enrique took out the Essence martial order Armando gave him. If you do, then follow me in. After passing through the entrance check, the two walked into the courtyard. The first sight that greeted them were several battle platforms. Enrique scanned his eyes over and found 10 in total. Each platform was about 1 meter high, made from top-quality black iron, incredibly sturdy, even enduring battles between spirit realm martial artists without much damage. Despite visible combat marks, the platforms remained intact, highlighting their durability. These platforms were specially provided by Essence Martial Sect for participants in the entrance examination. On the nearest platform stood a tall, handsome Andonis in white robes, glaring around arrogantly. So what, are you all trash? Is there no one brave enough to challenge me? Young arrogance was on full display. He acted like everyone present was trash. Sect brother Edric, if only he could become my Tao partner. A girl below gazed at him admiringly. This white-robed youth was named Edric, the son of an instructor with Earth Extreme Realm Strength at Essence Martial Sect. His elder brother, Norman, was an inner disciple, ranked 87th among the inner disciples. Edric himself, at 18 years old, had reached the second layer of the Spirit Extreme Realm, undoubtedly a genius. Moreover, he was the top contender in this outer disciple exam, losing only once, to Landon, known as the Peerless Swordsman. If any of the top 5 were absent, Edric would qualify as an inner disciple. One could only say his luck was poor. So what, are you all trash? Afraid to spar with me? If anyone can defeat me, the qualification of outer disciple will be yours. Edric stood with folded arms, brimming with confidence. I seek a defeat. The 5 inner disciple slots were confirmed. They left afterward, giving Edric the capital to act arrogantly. He was now, arguably, the strongest here. If you wish to replace one of the 5 and become an inner disciple, you cannot directly challenge the inner sect. You must first defeat the top outer disciple. Emily looked at Enrique. For example, defeat Edric. Her voice wasn't loud but was heard by many. This attracted numerous gazes. Who's this kid? Never seen him before? Could he be Emily's brother? Forget it. Emily has no brother. She's the chief of the Wu family's only daughter. And look at their expressions. They aren't getting along. Edric's gaze was also drawn. Seeing them, his face darkened instantly. Emily was his goddess. Alansat, his goddess, was walking with another Andonis. Jealousy surged within him, especially hearing the kid sounded quite remarkable. Wanting to be an inner disciple and challenging him? How perfect. Edric was thrilled. Now he had a chance to show his power to his goddess. Fellow brother, I heard you want to become an inner disciple. If so, come up and fight me. If you win, you'll have the right to challenge those 5. Edric challenged Enrique directly. All right. Enrique nodded calmly. Then, leaping suddenly, he jumped onto the platform like a flying bird, spanning over 10 meters in one leap. This stunned many. No one expected the Andonis to possess such incredible jumping ability. Emily was also taken aback. In her heart, she couldn't help wondering, can this kid really defeat Edric? In truth, she thought Enrique wouldn't stand a chance against Edric. You really have the guts. Edric was also somewhat surprised. Seeing Enrique's lean figure, disdain filled him. Although Enrique's leap impressed him, in terms of combat strength, Edric felt confident. Rest assured, I won't take your life. There was no major enmity, so Enrique wouldn't harm him easily. Concerned the other might fear him, he kindly warned. Ha ha ha, not take my life? Edric laughed out loud. He felt insulted for the first time. How arrogant. Daring to say this to him? Edric sneered. On the battle platform, life and death are not considered. Don't get yourself killed. Can we start? Seeing Enrique remain expressionless, Edric crossed his arms coldly. We've already started since you stepped on the platform. No bullying. I'll give you the first move. All right. Familiar words. Since Edric was so confident, Enrique decided to fulfill him. In the next moment, Edric's body flew backward like a broken kite. Amid startled gazes, Edric spat blood and crashed heavily off the platform. Chapter 93, Mockery. At this moment, everyone in the arena stared with mouths agape at what was happening before their eyes. One punch? Edric was actually knocked off the stage with just one punch? My goodness, this can't be real, right? How is that possible? Who can tell me what just happened? Under the platform, people looked at each other, unable to believe their eyes. They rubbed their eyes, suspecting some sort of optical illusion. This kid, is he really this powerful? Especially Juniper stood completely stunned. Even when Enrique defeated Lewis earlier, she wasn't this shocked. After all, Lewis and Edric were on the same level, because Edric was an already renowned young genius. He had almost become an inner disciple before being felled by just a single punch. Juniper genuinely hadn't expected Enrique's strength to be so formidable. With just one punch, he managed to knock Edric off the stage, whom even she wouldn't have been confident in defeating quickly. While there was a suspicion of an ambush, his power remained undeniable. After all, as Edric had said, once Enrique stepped onto the platform, the fight had officially begun. Rather than calling it an ambush, Enrique's speed was simply too fast. At this moment, Juniper had a sudden feeling that perhaps Enrique's previous claims weren't mere exaggerations. Despite its absurdity, she couldn't help but think this way. You actually ambushed me? Edric rushed up from below the platform, his eyes red and his face twisted with fury as he glared at Enrique. Edric truly didn't expect this guy to attack him without warning. Ambush you? Enrique shook his head with a smile. It's only because you're too weak and too slow. Standing still, with his hands behind his back, he had an arrogant expression. Fine, since you say I ambushed you, for fairness' sake, I'll give you a chance. I'll stand here with my eyes closed and let you attack me with all your might. As he spoke, Enrique deliberately flaunted his arrogance by shaking his robes, then closed his eyes, indicating he wouldn't dodge, signaling Edric to attack. Edric believed what Enrique said. The next moment, he clenched his fists tightly and swiftly swung his right arm. His fist was wrapped in a pale yellow glow, and faintly, one could see the shadow of a flower leopard. This was an intermediate profound rank martial technique, flower leopard fist. This punch aimed directly at Enrique's heart, swift and powerful. In Edric's mind, this punch could penetrate Enrique's chest and shatter his heart. For this was his full power strike. It could even kill an early stage profound beast. So, when his fist moved, Edric's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with cruel bloodlust, imagining the scene of Enrique being smashed by his punch. Bang! After the muffled impact sound, Enrique opened his eyes. He looked at the dazed and expressionless Edric, questioning, "Why didn't you hit me?" Enrique genuinely felt no force at all. Thus, he asked again, "How could this be?" Edric, as the participant, was utterly dumbfounded. He stood there, eyes wide with shock. Looking at Enrique, his eyes were full of disbelief. After all, this was his full force attack. Alansat, not only was the other unharmed, he was even asking if he'd been hit. Was this meant to humiliate him? The defensive armor must be incredibly powerful. Seeing this scene, Juniper was convinced Enrique must have worn protective armor. Otherwise, it made no sense. I don't believe it. Let me punch you again. Just as Edric, enraged and humiliated, prepared to attack again, a lazy voice reached his ears. Good boy, stop fooling around. Get down. I don't want to harm you. Enrique acted like an adult dealing with a child. With a simple push, Edric's attack was easily deflected. Edric was directly shoved aside by Enrique. Had Edric not reacted quickly, he would have fallen off the platform. Humiliation, unprecedented humiliation. He was a famous young genius, admired by many, who had never been belittled, yet now he was toyed with, which was unbearable humiliation. Ah! A crazed roar erupted from Edric's mouth. Enrique's words had robbed him of all reason. His aura intensified sharply, eyes red with rage, glaring at Enrique with boundless hatred and killing intent. It's not that you don't want to take my life, it's that I intend to take yours. Then, driven by overwhelming anger, Edric surged toward Enrique with murderous intent. Edric has broken through. At this moment, Edric had reached the third layer of the profound realm. No one expected that, in such circumstances, Edric would break through. 18-year-old third layer profound realm. Truly a prodigy. Thinking about this, others looked at Enrique in unison. This even younger-looking youth. Thus, faced with the enraged Edric, Enrique appeared like an adult playing with a child. Mockery-filled, effortlessly overpowering him. Regardless of how Edric attacked, he couldn't hurt Enrique. Such a performance was astonishing. How strong is this kid? Really? Is he really just second-layer profound realm? Juniper, wide-eyed, watched the two on the platform, doubting Enrique's cultivation level. She realized that this presumptuous youth might not be merely brash but indeed capable. Perhaps he was a legendary martial talent. Above geniuses, they are called freaks. Such beings exist, though rare. Though young, he displayed heaven-defying abilities far beyond his peers. His strength rivaled the older generation. Like Dwayne, the top genius of East Ridge County, who was one such martial freak. Now, another one appeared. That boy on the platform. And she had made a bet with him. Just hope those 5 guys put in some effort. Juniper lost confidence due to Enrique's astonishing display. She could only pray. Otherwise, if Enrique became an inner disciple and challenged her, she should refuse, right? After all, she remembered the bet clearly. If she lost, she would have to serve as his servant. As Juniper came to this decision, she heard a cold voice from the arena. As Enrique, I am true to my word. If I said I wouldn't harm your life, then I won't. Simultaneously, a white figure was thrown off the platform, landing near her. Chapter 94. Dedication tonight? This person was none other than Edric, who had been arrogantly boasting on the battlefield not long ago, treating everyone present as trash except for himself. But now, he lay sprawled out like a dead dog near Juniper. For Juniper, this scene was incredibly shocking and unbelievable. Initially, she thought Enrique wouldn't stand a chance against Edric. However, the outcome showed that Enrique dealt with Edric as easily as an adult would deal with a child, a complete and utter domination. She regretted challenging such a monster in the first place. She even considered not fighting, but after hearing Enrique's last remark, she dared not back down. Regret filled her heart, profound and unending. Now, she could only hope that those 5 inner disciples would defeat him. As for Edric, who lay sprawled before Juniper, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He didn't dare raise his head to look at Juniper, feeling too ashamed. He never imagined being so thoroughly thrashed by someone else. Initially, he wanted to teach Enrique a lesson and show off in front of his goddess, Juniper. Instead, he ended up being utterly defeated. His pride shattered, and now he dreaded facing Juniper ever again. He couldn't help but wonder, how could this kid be more monstrous than him? Edric thought he was naturally gifted, but it turned out he wasn't even a match for Enrique, despite having reached the 3rd layer of the Mystic Peak realm. It was a severe blow to his confidence. Don't be overly arrogant if you don't have the skills. Otherwise, you'll end up dead one day. Enrique's words hit Edric hard, causing him to spew blood and faint instantly. Enrique jumped down from the platform and approached Juniper casually, saying, I've already defeated Edric. When will those 5 inner disciples who occupied the spots appear? Juniper paused, then asked, which one do you want to challenge? And how old are you this year? She thought Enrique looked young, maybe around 18 or 19. After all, if he were any younger, his talent would seem impossibly overpowered. Any of them, let's challenge the strongest one. I can take all 5 if needed. As for my age, I'm 16. Enrique's nonchalant demeanor made everyone think he was exaggerating. It was pure posturing. Who else could claim to fight 5 at once? However, considering how effortlessly he handled Edric, people started to understand. Young and brash, but confident because of his strength. Still, many believed the outcome of the inner disciple positions might indeed change. Those 5 geniuses who faced Edric would probably meet their match in Enrique. Perhaps they underestimated Enrique's power, believing he couldn't possibly be aware of their formidable strength. But no one could deny, if speaking solely of innate talent, Enrique seemed superior. The 5 geniuses were all exactly 20 years old, while this boy was only 16. Upon hearing his age, Juniper drew a sharp breath involuntarily. If this wasn't a martial prodigy, what was? She felt like she was witnessing the next Dwayne. Uncertainly, she asked, You're really going to fight all 5? Juniper felt a mix of excitement and disbelief. She secretly hoped Enrique would fight all 5. Losing for sure, he'd be spared from her own duel. Unfortunately, the possibility was slim. Those 5, arrogant as they were, would never agree to gang up on a younger opponent. Whoever dares to come, I'll take care of them. If all 5 come, I'll handle them together. Seeing Enrique's indifferent expression, Juniper wondered if he genuinely believed he could take on all 5. This guy is truly something, the onlookers murmured. A boy younger than them, so powerful. It was real posturing. Edric paled in comparison. While Edric could only boast among equals, excluding the inner disciples, Enrique directly challenged the 5 right away. All 5 at once. When Enrique said he would face all 5, it was clear he didn't see them as threats. When will those 5 arrive? Enrique asked impatiently. Please wait a moment, they should be here soon. Someone had already gone to inform them after Enrique announced his intention to fight all 5. Do you really want to fight all 5? Juniper couldn't help but ask. Why not? Enrique replied calmly. To me, it makes no difference whether I fight 1 or 5. Everything today seemed surreal, almost dreamlike. Her perceptions were continuously being redefined. Looking at Enrique's unperturbed expression, Juniper began to believe he might actually be able to handle all 5. But upon reflection, it seemed unrealistic. Those 5 were the top geniuses of Dongling County. How could one person beat all 5? It was impossible. She sneered sarcastically. Go ahead and brag. If you can beat all 5, I'll be your servant. Even if Enrique became an inner disciple, Juniper knew she wouldn't survive the aftermath of the bet. With no immediate threat, she spoke freely. Hearing this, Enrique laughed. You can't wait to be my female slave? Being a servant was just a polite term for a slave. If all 5 were at the 9th layer of the Mystic Peak realm, Enrique might hesitate. But these 5 were only at the 3rd layer. As a 9th layer Mystic Peak warrior, defeating them would be easy. Enrique wondered why Juniper insisted on setting herself up for failure. Hadn't Lewis and Edric's experiences taught her about his strength? Or did she overestimate the inner disciples? Regardless, Enrique saw this as self-inflicted humiliation. Seeing Enrique's harsh words, Juniper was furious. How could those 5 geniuses allow you to fight them all at once? So, forget fighting 5. If you can defeat even one of them, I, Juniper, will dedicate myself to you tonight without regrets. Chapter 95. Norman's Provocation. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire venue was moved. Did I hear that wrong? Estelle is actually preparing to dedicate herself? Everyone could scarcely believe their ears. No one would have expected Estelle to stake herself as a wager. If Enrique could defeat any one of those 5 outstanding geniuses, she would dedicate herself to him tonight. But after contemplating how formidable those 5 individuals were, everyone came to realize it was all just bluster. After all, this Andonies was far too arrogant. While many acknowledged Enrique's strength and talent, compared to those 5, he was simply too young. 1 versus 5? There was no chance of victory. Even one-on-one, his chances were slim. Those 5 were each known for being invincible. Even among themselves, they might find it hard to distinguish true superiority. For example, although Landon couldn't break Jean's defenses, Jean also couldn't defeat Landon. Since you so desperately want my favor, then I shall fulfill your wish. Estelle had intended to dedicate herself, and naturally, Enrique would oblige her. He indeed hadn't been close to a woman in a while, and now that the offering was right before him, Enrique wouldn't be polite. Just as Estelle was about to sneer at Enrique, an angry voice sounded from afar. That stinking boy who beat up my little brother, come out and see me right now. It was Andoni's voice. Given what he said and the recent events, his identity wasn't hard to guess. It was Norman, the elder brother of the 87th ranked intersect disciple, Edric. Oh dear, it looks like Edric's brother has come to settle scores with you, Estelle gloated, looking very much like she needed a beating. But Enrique didn't rise to the bait, because the time wasn't right yet. She'd get her comeuppance tonight. Enrique knew how to handle such a spiteful woman. He'd silence her mouth when night fell. Soon, a youth dressed in the blue and white uniform of the Jingwu Gates intersect disciples entered. He looked 80% similar to Edric, though unlike the still somewhat childish Edric, this individual was obviously more robust and ruggedly handsome. Enrique watched him calmly. You're Edric's elder brother in the intersect, Norman, right? Indeed. The youth nodded, appearing quite proud, with a sense of superiority evident as he looked at Enrique. So, you're here to avenge your younger brother? Enrique chuckled. With the younger brother beaten, and the elder brother present, it seemed clear he had come to stand up for him. In fact, not only did Enrique think this way, but everyone else on the scene did too. Otherwise, Estelle wouldn't have been so gleefully sarcastic. Avenge him? Not really necessary. After all, it's because of his inferior strength and overbearing behavior. Norman's statement surprised Enrique. This made Enrique think Norman was reasonable, at least knowing right from wrong and able to reason with others. But what Norman said next revealed Enrique's naivety. But regardless, he's still my younger brother. Since you injured him, I can't possibly do nothing about it, right? With an imperious tone, Norman demanded, go kneel and apologize to my brother right now. If you do, we can consider this matter closed, and I'll even give you a significant opportunity. Did you forget to take your medicine today? As soon as these words left Enrique's mouth, Norman's expression changed instantly. Don't be ungrateful, boy. Kneel and apologize to my brother right away. If you don't, you'll lose the qualification to become my father's disciple. Norman threatened. Their father, Dancio, possessed Tier 3 Earthrealm strength and was a martial arts master. Enrique had heard people below mention him earlier on the stage. So, hearing Norman now, he felt disdain. He had already refused Andy, who was at the peak of the 9th tier of the Profound Realm and about to ascend to the Grandmaster level. Why should he care about Norman's father at only the 3rd tier of the Earth Realm? Besides, Enrique himself already had 9th tier Profound Realm strength. 3rd tier Earth Realm? It wasn't too far off for Enrique. Thus, he spoke without reservation. Your father, what's he to me? Worthy to be my teacher? Estelle was stunned. She didn't expect Enrique to dare speak so boldly. Norman suspected he had misheard. Was this boy unaware of his own status? Boy, do you know what you're saying? My father, Dancio, is a 3rd tier Earthrealm martial arts master. Norman spared no words. Thoroughly impatient, he asked again, one last time, are you going to kneel and apologize to my brother? If you don't apologize, you won't be qualified to be my father's disciple. In Norman's view, becoming his father's disciple was a tremendous honor. That's why he was using it to threaten Enrique. The implication was clear. If Enrique didn't apologize to Edric, he wouldn't be taken along. Then Norman heard Enrique's exasperated response. I'm not interested in being your father's disciple. Considering your concern for your brother, I'll forgive your disrespect. But if you dare to bother me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. What arrogance, Norman said, almost pitying Enrique. You're clearly a frog at the bottom of a well, puffed up by a little strength. You don't understand what kind of opportunity you're missing. If you could become my father's disciple, within 3 years, you'd definitely have the chance to join the intersect. Enrique couldn't help but retort sarcastically, when those 5 who occupy intersect positions come, I can easily defeat one of them and gain intersect status directly. Why wait 3 years? At the same time, his patience with Norman was reaching its limit. Do you think you're worthy to fight those 5? Norman laughed contemptuously. I'm at the 4th tier of the Profound Realm and feel I'm not their match. Do you really think you can do better? So, this means you're just a waste of space. Hearing this, Norman was suddenly amused. Haha, I'm a waste? I rank 87th among the intersect disciples. And even so, I feel I'm not their match. Do you seriously think you're stronger than me? Norman was thoroughly irritated by Enrique's words, and thus was extremely disrespectful in his reply. He strode closer to Enrique and jabbed a finger into his chest, sneering, Boy, if you think you have the strength, why don't you go to the arena with me? Let's see the gap between us and the difference between you and those 5. Chapter 96, True Brothers, Sharing the Same Fate. Such arrogant and confident attitudes reveal that where there is an elder brother, there must be a younger brother who shares the same characteristics. If the younger brother is so arrogant, the elder brother is even more so. Indeed, Norman is far more self-assured than his younger brother, Edric. Although Enrique could defeat his younger brother, Norman knew well that while his brother possessed talent, he lacked experience and real-world combat skills. Even if defeated, he had no surprise about it. But Norman was different. His combat experience was incredibly rich. He dared to fight with Charlton-grade beasts in life and death battles. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ranked as the 87th inner disciple among the elites. As a powerful individual, one must have unparalleled confidence. Apart from oneself, everyone else is trash. This was the advice given by their father, Dancio. So, more accurately, where there is a father like him, there will naturally be sons like them. What could an extraordinary but only 16-year-old boy do? Without fully developing, he was confident before the fight, roaring like dogs, yet obedient post-defeat. Why waste time arguing when action speaks louder? Let's begin. Norman held his head high, looking down on everyone. The next moment, Enrique threw a punch straight into Norman's abdomen. Ah, damn it. Norman screamed, feeling as if his intestines were shattered, his body bending like a shrimp flying away, almost falling off the platform. Kneeling on the ground, Norman expressed immense pain, occasionally growling to vent his agony. He never anticipated Enrique's speed. Enrique had controlled his strength, using merely a fraction of his power, afraid of accidentally killing Norman. Causing a death would jeopardize Enrique's admission to Jingwu Gate. After all, this wasn't a life or death duel. There was no need for a deadly blow. Norman was just avenging his brother. As Norman struggled to rise, Enrique lunged forward, stepping on his back. Norman failed to get up, his chest pressed tightly against the platform. Except for his head, he couldn't move at all. In this moment, Norman felt utterly humiliated, completely understanding the plight his brother faced, utterly overpowered and disgraced. Of course, Norman considered himself even more embarrassed. As an inner disciple helping his brother, he ended up getting trounced instead. However, Norman didn't think this was due to his lack of ability. To him, Enrique had violated martial morals by striking first. If only he hadn't been caught off guard by Enrique's quick strike, things would have been different. If you have any guts, let me go for a fair fight. Enrique felt infuriated by Norman's futile plea. How he wished he hadn't been so careless, preventing such a humiliation. Is he really this strong? Juniper was bewildered. She hadn't expected Enrique to be this powerful. Defeating Norman so effortlessly suggested Enrique already had the strength of the top 50 inner disciples. And those top 50 were all at least Charlton in Extreme Realm Level 5. Could it be that a 16-year-old reached Charlton in Extreme Realm Level 5? Isn't this too monstrous? If true, Enrique surpassed Wayne's genius. The onlookers were equally stunned. Edric was easily beaten by Enrique. Now his brother, Norman, an inner disciple ranking 87th, also fell quickly. Could it be he has innate superhuman strength? That speculation made sense to everyone. Otherwise, how could a single punch have such devastating force? They observed that Enrique's punch didn't seem too powerful, indicating he held back. Truly, comparing people brings despair. At this moment, they thought even one of the 5 geniuses securing inner disciple spots might indeed be eliminated. Get your foot off me. Norman felt deeply humiliated. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't free himself from the pressure on his back. Shouting seemed his only hope to make Enrique remove his foot. But despairingly, after shouting, the pressure increased. Although not turning around, Norman imagined the triumphant look on Enrique's face. I'll kill you, Norman shouted, trying to maintain some dignity and pride. Alansat, Enrique remained unperturbed, focused on a tall figure approaching. This person radiated a wild, aggressive aura, glaring down at Enrique with arrogant confidence. So, you're the kid foolish enough to challenge me? Chapter 97, The Star-Picking Hand. As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes in the arena converged on the newcomer. The newcomer was a tall and imposing Adonis. His air of pride was palpable as he approached with a sneer on his face. Of all people, it's Sean. Upon recognizing him, someone cried out in surprise. This was the first disciple to secure an intersect disciple position. In Sean's 20 bouts, his opponents either conceded or were defeated in a single strike, resulting in serious injuries or even death. 7 of them had perished in those 20 fights. It wasn't that Sean deliberately sought to kill. It was just that his opponents were far too weak to stand up against his power. A single punch could end their lives. Clearly, this man was extremely formidable. Sean's arrival was not unexpected. He had previously declared that anyone who wanted an intersect disciple position should challenge him. Now, hearing someone wanted to become an intersect disciple, he naturally welcomed the opportunity. Approaching the scene, Sean saw Norman being held down by Enrique. His eyes lit up. This kid is a master, he thought, realizing he had underestimated him. Sean longed for battles with true masters, but such encounters were rare. A loneliness shared among the strong. Quickening his pace, Sean soon reached the platform. I may have been somewhat arrogant before. I didn't expect to be facing a genius like you. If you want to become an intersect disciple, simply defeat me and take my place. Warmongering, this was Enrique's assessment. The man seemed purely driven by the thirst for battle. After Sean disrespected him verbally, Enrique's anger instantly dissipated. Perhaps Sean was a straightforward brute with little brain to speak of. Kicking Norman off the platform, Enrique looked at Sean calmly. You're no match for me. Bring the other 4 here, and come at me together. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. How audacious. 1-on-1 wasn't enough for him? He wanted to fight 5-on-1? Juniper had grown numb. She realized this boy might truly mean what he said. Every time, she underestimated him, and every time, he shattered her preconceptions. Looking at the 2 men on the platform, she recalled her earlier words. If he really defeats Sean, should I really? She dared not continue that thought, feeling a burning embarrassment wash over her. Sean was furious. Invited personally to duel, this boy didn't even consider 1-on-1 combat, and instead asked him to bring 4 others to gang up on him? He'd never been so openly disdained. It wasn't arrogance anymore. It was outright contempt. They won't come, Sean said grimly, trying to remain composed. If you want to become an intersect disciple, defeating me will suffice. If any ordinary person dared to act this way, Sean would have already attacked. Though the youth was arrogant, he had to admit, the boy was genuinely impressive. Defeating Norman, ranked 87th among the intersect disciples, spoke volumes. However, Enrique's next words were an even greater display of disdain. You're no match for me. Bring the others if you can. Doing so will save you from humiliation. Do you really want to embarrass yourself alone? As a renowned figure in Eastern Ridge County, Sean had never been so belittled. Coupled with his temper, he couldn't bear this affront. If you wish to insult me so brazenly, such a move completely sashin ed his understanding of martial arts and inner strength. Asterisk correction. Such a move completely refreshed his understanding of martial arts and inner strength. To improve fluency and accuracy, I suggest. This move utterly transformed his understanding of martial arts and inner strength. Not only did he feel this way, but the others also thought they were experiencing auditory hallucinations when faced with Enrique's move. Wasn't internal strength only capable of being released through martial arts techniques and fixed, one-time moves? When did it become possible to control it freely after release? Enrique smiled smugly. This move is called the star-plucking hand. Note, I've made the translation more natural and fluent in English while ensuring it accurately conveys the meaning of the original text. The term Jai Xingso is translated as star-plucking hand to maintain consistency and provide a vivid description. This was the name he had given to this move himself. Star-plucking hand? Others were also stunned. They had never heard of such a martial skill before. Cassius hurriedly asked, "Where did you learn this star-plucking hand? Could it be a family secret technique?" He could tell that this martial skill was far from simple or ordinary. One might even say it was profound. Cassius seriously suspected that Enrique came from a once glorious but later reclusive martial arts family. As far as Cassius knew, every powerful martial family possessed unique, non-transferable heritage techniques. For example, his own Thai family had the medium-class earth-level martial skill Crazy Wind Fist as its heritage technique, which only direct lineage members could learn. Therefore, seeing Enrique perform this unheard-of and unseen move now, he naturally made this conjecture. "Oh, you think this is a family secret technique?" Hearing Cassius's words, Enrique instinctively paused for a moment. "This star-plucking hand isn't a heritage technique, nor would I consider it a martial skill. It's just a simple move I created based on inspiration from martial skills." The others were also stunned. They had never heard of this martial art technique before. To improve fluency and naturalness in English, you may consider. The others were also taken aback. This was a martial arts technique they had never encountered before. Sean hurriedly asked, "Where did you learn this star-plucking hand? Is it perhaps a family legacy technique?" He could tell that this martial art was no simple feat. It was profoundly intricate. He strongly suspected that Enrique came from a once glorious martial arts family that had later chosen to retreat from the world. According to Sean's knowledge, every powerful martial arts family possessed unique, secret techniques that were never taught outside their lineage. For instance, the Thai family had the medium earth-class martial technique. He suspected he had severely misheard. Such an overwhelmingly powerful martial technique was actually created by this Andoni's? To have researched and developed the martial skill at such a young age? He couldn't believe it. He thought Enrique was just boasting to make himself seem formidable. After all, if not for a grandmaster of martial arts, how could someone possibly come up with such a powerful martial skill? Not only did Sean disbelieve it, but others also refused to believe it. They thought Enrique said this purely for showing off. After all, if it were true, wouldn't that be too monstrous? Being at the mystical apex realm and yet so young, able to develop a martial skill? Throughout history in the world of martial arts, there has never been such an example. Many speculated that this move must absolutely be an earth-class martial skill. After all, this move is incredibly powerful. Never mind if you don't believe it. Enrique didn't bother explaining. He felt these people were making too much fuss over nothing. This was merely a method of projecting inner energy. What's so difficult about it? Do you dare to fight me without using this martial skill? Sean asked. Feeling humiliated by this bizarre yet powerful martial skill, it made him very unwilling to admit defeat. As you wish. Enrique saw the stubbornness in his eyes. Since he wasn't convinced, then let's beat him until he concedes. Let's start. The moment Sean finished speaking, Enrique threw a punch with incomparable force. With astonishing pressure, Sean was knocked off the platform in an instant. Everything happened in a flash. Blood spewed from Sean's mouth as he felt like he had been struck by a massive mountain. It hurt all over his body. His bones almost shattered. Sean understood. He lost. His eyes glazed over. Blood dribbled from the corner of his mouth, and he lay on the ground pitifully, finding it hard to accept this reality. Sean considered himself a top genius who had never been defeated. Even the 4 other contenders couldn't handle him. But now, this youth defeated him with just one punch. How could there be such an exceptional person in this world? He really couldn't understand. Even the prodigies in the Imperial City weren't this strong, right? Moreover, he could tell that his opponent held back. This punch clearly lacked full strength at the end. Otherwise, if it had been a full blow, he would probably have been obliterated. Below the platform, everyone was in shock, the scene utterly silent. Just one punch. Even someone as formidable as Sean was no exception. He was defeated with just one punch. This outcome left them incredulous. Sean, who had the demeanor of a grandmaster, was completely crushed. Even Sean was defeated in one punch. Juniper's heart surged with shock. She couldn't believe it. She had thought Enrique had a chance to defeat Sean, but she hadn't expected it to be this easy. It was still overwhelming. Only one move. No need for a second one. Doesn't this mean the remaining 4 would also fare similarly? After all, the 5 were evenly matched. If Sean had been defeated by the other 4, it would have been understandable, but instead, he lost to an unknown Andoni's. So young. This result was simply shocking. Sean's path of invincibility ends here. The onlookers couldn't help but sigh, feeling both astonished and moved. Sean was devoted solely to martial arts, without any distractions, seemingly born for the way of martial arts. In battles, he always overwhelmed his opponents. But now, he had been overwhelmed. Could it be that what goes around comes around? Pity. Many people shook their heads. But they also knew they were witnessing an even more decisive genius. They already regarded him as the next Dwayne. Looking down at the dazed Sean, Enrique stood proudly on the platform, looking down at him. Do you want to continue? Continue? It seemed unnecessary now. That one punch had made him realize the true gap between him and Enrique. He spoke the truth earlier. It wasn't arrogance. The opponent had already held back and didn't kill him. If he still refused to admit defeat and continued fighting, it would be inviting death. But he had never lost before, never bowed his head. Now he had to admit defeat publicly. It felt like being pierced by a sword through the heart. Too torturous. Too insulting to his pride. No. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said those 2 words. Though only 2 words, his face turned ashen after saying them, as if he had exhausted all his energy and spirit. Those 2 words signified that Sean had conceded. He admitted defeat to Enrique. Work harder. Although you are inferior to me, compared to most people, you have more talent. Enrique consoled him. What he didn't know was that these words stoked the fire further, like rubbing salt in the wound. Sean was instantly provoked. He glared at Enrique through clenched teeth, shouting loudly, "Don't get too cocky. One day, I will defeat you. Enemies who fall to my hand are never considered my equals. If you feel you can catch up to me, try your best." Hearing Enrique's words, the others were somewhat stunned. They thought Enrique would humble himself or even encourage Sean, but he truly didn't know humility. These words were indeed arrogant. Although he did have the ability, was it necessary to console Sean? Enrique just wanted him to give up on this delusional idea. After all, catching up to him? How could that be possible? Currently, there was already a 6-level gap between them. And most importantly, despite restarting his cultivation, Enrique had reached the 9th level of mystical apex realm in just over 2 months. As for Sean, he was 20 years old, practicing martial arts for over 10 years, and only at the 3rd level of mystical apex realm. Considering Sean had diligently practiced for over a decade but had been far surpassed by Enrique, who had only practiced for 2 months, how could he possibly catch up? There was no way. The gap between the two would only grow larger. Sean lost to Enrique today, thereby losing any qualification to challenge him again. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Sean had lost to Enrique on the platform. This meant that Sean's inner disciple quota no longer belonged to him. His quota had been taken over by Enrique. If Sean wanted to become an inner disciple, he would have to defeat one of the other 4. Otherwise, he could only remain an outer disciple. On the platform, Enrique cast a cold glance at Sean and then scanned the crowd, calmly asking, "Now that I have replaced Sean and secured this inner disciple quota, is there anyone who wishes to challenge me?" Chapter 99. A challenger emerges midway, Landon. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. No one dared to challenge him. After all, everyone had a clear understanding of their own abilities. Even Sean was helpless against Enrique, let alone them. Emily was even more stunned. She hadn't expected Sean to admit defeat so easily. She knew that after this battle, the youth in front of her would soon become famous throughout the Jingwu main city, becoming a prominent figure. And perhaps, his name would spread throughout the entire Dongling County. After all, he had defeated Sean. More accurately, he had defeated Sean in just 1 move. Is there no one who wants to be an inner disciple? On the platform, Enrique exuded the demeanor of a supreme expert, completely detached. To others, Sean was incredibly strong, a top-tier genius. But to Enrique, Sean was merely like a passerby on the street, an opponent that could be defeated in 1 move. Compared to others, Sean's reputation was simply larger. When Enrique's gaze swept across the crowd, everyone instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. When it came to Emily, her body stiffened subconsciously. She remembered clearly what she had said earlier. Sean has already lost. Enrique looked at her calmly. The meaning was clear. You should fulfill your promise now. When I said that, it was just in anger. Emily blushed furiously. Clearly, she wasn't planning to honor the agreement. To Enrique, this was within expectation. He smiled indifferently. If that's the case, forget it. But remember, once I officially become a disciple of Jingwu School, I will challenge you. When the time comes, the bet we made must be honored. What bet? The audience was puzzled. Someone who knew the situation explained, earlier, this Andonis challenged Emily to a duel, but she refused, saying he needed to become an inner disciple first. They agreed that if either loses, they would serve the other as a servant. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. They all looked at Emily with sympathetic eyes. There was absolutely no chance for Emily to win. Although she was indeed an outstanding talent, she was still inferior compared to Sean. And even Sean had surrendered after 1 punch. What hope did she have? This meant that Emily would soon become this Andonis' servant. How humiliating. Emily's expression darkened upon hearing Enrique and the spectators' remarks. She realized how much dignity she had lost. Becoming a servant to this Andonis? How shameful. But her words were out in the open, and everyone knew about it. How could she renege on it? Unless she didn't want to stay in the Jingwu school anymore. Seeing Enrique's mocking smile and piercing gaze, Emily couldn't imagine what she would endure. She deeply regretted opening her mouth in the first place. If she hadn't spoken then, she wouldn't be in such a predicament now. Being a servant to someone else? She dared not even think about it. As a servant, one becomes a nobody. Anyone could do anything to her. Her dignity and even her life would be in someone else's hands. So, biting her lip, Emily tried again. I know I'm no match for you, so why fight? It seemed she was going to renounce the deal again. Enrique saw through her intentions immediately. So, are you conceding now and preparing to be my servant early? This made it clear to her. Don't even think about reneging. Emily, having continuously offended Enrique, knew he wouldn't let her off easily. No, I mean let's just drop this absurd bet. After all, my father wouldn't accept me being someone else's servant. Trying to use her background to pressure Enrique into backing down. In response, Enrique asked calmly, so, if I lack the strength, and before our fight, I admitted defeat, asking you to call off the bet, would you agree? Alonso's. An undoubtedly insincere reply. Would Emily agree? Absolutely not. Not only her, but anyone wouldn't agree. Having agreed, discovering one's weakness, and expecting to escape the consequence? Adults must take responsibility for their words. Especially under her threatening tone, Enrique wouldn't back down. Coldly, Enrique replied, as an adult, you should be responsible for what you say. Even if your father opposes it, what can he do? Did I force you into the bet? You agreed. If you lose, you can't blame me. Emily hadn't expected such ruthlessness from Enrique. It seemed there was no room for negotiation. Could she only accept this bitter fate, or leave the Jingwu school? Indeed, those were her only two options. Since she wasn't Enrique's match, she would inevitably become his servant. If not, she could renege and get expelled. Both choices severely damaged her reputation. Brother, mercy is a virtue. Since senior sister Wu has admitted defeat, could you give me face and call it off? Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Enrique turned to see a tall, handsome Andonies in white robes, carrying a sword, walking toward him surrounded by several people. The speaker was none other than this swordsman. Landon. Someone immediately identified him. One of the 5 sword geniuses occupying the inner disciple spots. His attacks were the most formidable, relentless, and suffocating. Never giving enemies a chance to breathe, he rarely drew his sword. For whenever he did, someone died. Enrique, already annoyed by Emily's threats, now faced Landon trying to mediate. This further worsened his mood. His tone turned harsh. Sure, if you don't want her to be my servant, then you can take her place. Chapter 100, Sword Duel. Landon was internally shaken. Did this kid not hear the discussions around him? Doesn't he know who I am? Of course, that's impossible. This kid must know exactly who I am. Hence, he felt both surprised and puzzled. Because this was the first time someone had outright rejected him like this. Especially when Enrique offered to have Landon replace Juniper as a servant, it left Landon speechless. He hadn't expected Enrique not only to reject his request, but also to challenge him openly. Nonetheless, he tried to stay patient. Let me introduce myself. My name is Landon. His eyes were full of pride. Landon thought that by revealing his identity, this Andonies would finally have to acknowledge him and show some respect. Enrique merely nodded, acknowledging that he had heard. Following that, there was no further response. Seeing this, Landon continued unprompted. So, can the matter between you and senior sister Wu be dropped? Alonso's. When Enrique uttered these 2 words, Landon initially nodded in satisfaction. But as Enrique's next words hit him, his expression immediately darkened. I've already said you can replace her as my servant. If you don't want to, then get lost. This was ruthless and direct, publicly scolding Landon without giving him any face whatsoever. This surprised everyone present. They hadn't expected Enrique to be so unbending. But after some thought, they quickly understood. Even Sean wasn't a match for one punch from Enrique, so what could Landon possibly do? Who would give respect to someone clearly inferior? Alan thought, everyone understood one point. With Landon's dignity damaged, this matter wouldn't end easily. A new conflict was brewing because Landon was infamous for being petty and holding grudges. In the past, just hearing someone say he was inferior to another person led him to cruelly cut out that person's tongue upon finding out. Thus, listening to Enrique's words, Landon's expression grew very grim. To be told to get lost was unprecedented for him. He never imagined anyone would speak to him this way. It was an experience he'd never had before. He now understood the other party's attitude. It was non-negotiable. And especially with such audacious words, it was clear he wasn't being taken seriously at all. Landon sneered, "You're quite cocky, aren't you, kid? To dare speak to me like that?" At this moment, Sean stepped forward. He looked at Landon with a similarly cold smile. "I suggest you keep a low profile and don't push things too far, or you'll humiliate yourself." Landon couldn't help glancing at him. Looking at the opponent who had fought him to a standstill hundreds of times before, shock filled Landon's eyes. "You're injured?" He saw the bloodstain on the corner of Sean's mouth. If he weren't injured, how could this happen? Sean nodded candidly, pointing to Enrique. "Indeed, he defeated me with just one punch." "Just one punch, and you were defeated?" Glancing between Enrique and Sean, Landon almost couldn't believe his ears. Is this kid really that strong? What kind of prodigy is he? Even in the Imperial City, such prodigies are rare. But seeing this confirmed by witnesses, Landon knew Sean had no reason to lie or belittle himself. So, this was undoubtedly true. If he and Sean were evenly matched, did that mean this kid could defeat him just as easily? Noticing the change in his expression, Enrique smiled. "Didn't you want me to drop the bet with Juniper? How about this? I'll give you a chance. If you can defeat or injure me, we'll call it quits. What do you think?" It was a catch-22 situation. Landon knew that if he fought, he would likely lose. But if he backed down, he'd lose face and appear cowardly. Most importantly, Juniper would look down on him. To be disdained by the woman he loved would be humiliating. Therefore, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. "Fine, let's do as you say." Landon forced himself to agree. Noticing the sword strapped to Enrique's waist, Landon felt like he had found a lifeline. His heart swelling with excitement. "You carry a sword, so you must be skilled in swordsmanship. Why don't we duel using swords?" In Landon's view, if they used swords, his chances of victory were higher, perhaps even certain. After all, this was his proudest and most formidable skill among peers. Now, it depended on whether the other party would agree. Asking this, Landon harbored a sliver of hope, almost certain that Enrique wouldn't agree. After all, his sword skills were widely acknowledged as superior. All his strength lay in his sword. "Alright, let's have a sword duel." Hearing Enrique's agreement, Landon was overjoyed beyond belief. He hadn't expected Enrique to actually agree to use his forte against him. This was perfectly in line with his wishes. Was Enrique overconfident? Absolutely not. While Landon was confident in his swordsmanship, so was Enrique. Next, they moved to the battle platform. Though life and death are uncertain on the platform, our intention is to practice. "I won't draw my sword, only stopping once I've made my point." By not drawing his sword, Landon indicated he didn't intend to kill. These words showed great confidence. Although overly confident and arrogant, his intent was to assure Enrique that he had nothing to fear for his life. Unbeknownst to him, these words became his lifesaver. Without them, Enrique wouldn't have held back. After all, real blade combat could mean life or death. A single mistake could lead to severe injury or death. Therefore, Enrique would fight with all his might. Since the other party intended only to stop short of killing and not draw the sword, Enrique naturally wouldn't either. In that case, I won't draw my sword either, to avoid harming you. Enrique held the scabbard, pointing at Landon. You can make the first move, so you have a chance to strike. Good, if that's the case, I won't hesitate. Landon laughed loudly and instantly launched his attack. Can you handle this move? From the start, he went all out. As he spoke, an astonishing sword pressure enveloped him. A surge of sword chi emerged, creating a terrifying scene like waves crashing. Layered wave sword technique. This was Landon's most proficient technique. The layered wave sword technique was a tier 3 lower rank sword martial art. It was a renowned technique by Master Lu Yun and passed down within the Li family. Few could master it. Landon believed this move alone was enough to decide the winner. Although he held back, intending not to kill, it would still cause serious injury. However, the next second, staring at the scene before him, Landon froze in disbelief. His voice trembling, he asked incredulously, "How did you do that?" Chapter 101. Prepare for a beating. Seeing the sword scabbard pressed against his chest, Landon instinctively swallowed hard. He hadn't expected that Enrique would not only easily dodge his ultimate move, but also instantly close in on him. At this moment, Landon felt incomparably fortunate and had a profound sense of survival after near death. Thankfully, he had agreed to just touch and stop. Otherwise, the opponent's blade would likely have already pierced through. Landon didn't doubt this outcome. Moreover, he suffered an unprecedented blow. He was always renowned for his sword skills, which were his greatest forte. Alansat, he had just lost in his area of expertise, losing completely and thoroughly. If it weren't for the other party letting him make the first move, he wouldn't have even gotten a chance to attack. He realized he wasn't just defeated, but utterly vanquished. The opponent might not even know swordsmanship or use any techniques, but could still easily overpower him. This was sheer strength disparity. Thank you for your restraint, brother. Landon clasped his hands at Enrique, admitting defeat. If he knew he wasn't a match, pushing on would only bring complete humiliation. Though he was narrow-minded and utterly defeated, he had no thoughts of revenge now. After all, he was simply outmatched, leaving him no choice. You said just touch and stop, so I stopped after touching. Enrique gave Landon a calm smile and instantly withdrew the scabbard from his chest. Even Landon succumbed in one move. Enrique's display of absolute power stunned everyone present. 2 consecutive challengers were defeated by Enrique in just one move. This dark horse in this year's competition was too strong. Especially Landon's defeat left many in shock. Landon's sword skills were formidable. His waving layered sword technique once swept through undefeated in Jingwu main city, making him the top swordsman among the younger generation. He carried on the legacy of Master Flowing Cloud. And yet, he lost so badly in his own field of expertise. Many couldn't accept this result. How can he be so strong? Many looked at Enrique with confusion and bewilderment. Not only was he young, but his strength was outrageously powerful. It seemed he excelled in swordsmanship, given the sword he always carried. Perhaps swords were his specialty, especially since he hadn't used one before this point. Why is there such a huge gap between us? Such brilliance must leave anyone feeling inferior. So, it wasn't just me who couldn't handle him. Edric, now awake, saw Landon and Sean both fall in one move and felt less embarrassed, even somewhat proud. These elites couldn't withstand Enrique in a single move either. Norman beside him sighed, let's not provoke this kid in the future. Once he joins the school, he'll become the prized disciple of numerous masters, rising rapidly. We can't afford to offend him. Agreed. When I see him, I'll walk the other way. Edric nodded, having no thoughts of revenge. On the stage, Enrique pointed to Juniper below, then asked Landon, I've given you a chance, but you failed to seize it. Are you still going to interfere with my business with Juniper? With a bitter smile, Landon replied, your matters are none of my concern. I have things to attend to. Excuse me. Landon bowed and stepped down from the platform, intending to leave this shameful place. As Landon walked away, Sean quickly blocked his path. Oh, brotherly, don't go. Sean, seeing another who admitted defeat and suffered a quick loss, felt much better. Indeed, if he couldn't handle it, neither could Landon. Surely, the others would feel the same. Sean wanted the remaining 3 to lose together to ensure equality. So, he sent someone to invite them. They should arrive soon. Only then would he feel balanced, seeing all 5 elite disciples fall to the same person. Seeing Sean block him, Landon frowned. What are you doing? He wanted nothing more than to leave. Every second here was humiliating. Sean laughed. We all lost in one move. Let's see if the other 3 fare any better. Landon hesitated, frowning. How do we watch? They've been invited and will arrive soon, Sean explained. After a moment, Landon reluctantly nodded. Fine, let's watch. On the stage, Enrique overheard their conversation. He glanced at Sean, noting how he wanted others to share in his misfortune. But Enrique didn't bother interfering. With nothing else to do, he might as well teach the other 3 a lesson as well. Enrique walked down and approached Juniper with a teasing expression. Since Landon couldn't save you, will you formally become my servant now, or wait until I enter the school? Since she agreed, she shouldn't expect to escape. He would discipline her properly later. Only because of her appearance did he show any patience. Otherwise, he'd have acted harshly long ago. Juniper blushed, looking at Enrique without a word, filled with anxiety. Was she truly facing this harsh fate? If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. Without waiting for a response, Enrique returned to the platform as he noticed 3 figures approaching. Sean noticed them too, his eyes brightening. You 3 finally arrived. Don't waste time. Get up on the stage and prepare for a beating. Hashtag chapter 102. One-on-one. Got it? These 3 individuals were none other than the remaining 3 prodigies who had secured inner disciple spots. They were Clem, the first-ranked stick technique genius from Jingwu main city, Charlton Koo, whose origins were unknown but was rumored to be from beyond the county with an intimidating background and having mastered multiple Earth-class martial techniques, and Jean, who stood nearly 3 meters tall with a robust Earth body. The trio formed a striking contrast when they stood together, much like an adult accompanied by 2 children. The one who had suggested they take turns getting beaten on the arena was, of course, Sean. In his view, there would be no surprises with these 3. After all, Sean knew his own strength as well as theirs. At that moment, Sean could hardly wait to see them being defeated in a single move. His words came out abruptly, especially since everyone else looked at the trio with reverence, marveling at their prowess while he belittled them thoroughly. Sean, what do you mean by that? Clem, who carried a black gold long staff and was both wiry and heavily muscled, wore an extremely displeased expression. What did he mean by getting beaten on the stage? They were invincible. What do I mean? I mean exactly what I said, Sean replied with disdain. Even if there were 3 of you, you wouldn't be enough for him. After saying this, he glanced at Enrique on the arena. Seeing that Enrique remained calm, he knew this battle would have no suspense. There would be no doubt about the outcome. Upon hearing this, the 3 turned to look at Enrique on the stage. Their eyes filled with surprise. This kid is young. Could he be really strong? Otherwise, how could Sean say such things? Clem cast a disdainful glance at Enrique on the stage and said to Sean, "Is it just this kid? I bet he can't even withstand 1 blow from my staff." His arrogance towards himself and contempt for Enrique were unmistakable. Charlton Koo, dressed in a black short robe with pale skin and a hooked nose, echoed him. "Is it that kid on the stage challenging us?" Jean's voice boomed like a thunderclap. "I just came here to see who's challenging. You 4 decide who goes up." He didn't bother engaging because the outcome of the fight seemed so certain. "Speak carefully," Landon coughed lightly. "Sean and I have already faced off with the person on the stage." Clem, whose temper flared, growled, "So, because he wasn't a match for you 2, he wants to try us next? Is that kid on the stage thinking we're soft targets? Trying his luck?" Sean couldn't help but sneer. "That kid on the stage is a freak, just like Dwayne." I and Landon both conceded after 1 move. "I advise you to do the same, otherwise, you might not survive his second attack." Landon added with lingering fear. "That guy on the stage is indeed terrifyingly strong. If I hadn't asked for mercy before our fight, I'd probably be lying dead on the platform right now." Their disparity in strength was immense. "Young man, he's actually that strong?" In that instant, the 3 found it hard to believe, eyes widening in shock. Especially Jean, who couldn't help but look at Enrique, only to find that Enrique was sizing him up. That look felt like an elder examining a junior. It was as if he wasn't even taken seriously. Sean spoke earnestly. "If any of you fights him one-on-one, you have no chance of winning. It's best if all 3 of you face him together." Actually, Sean thought even 3 of them wouldn't be a match for Enrique. He suggested this to highlight his own superiority. After all, 3 versus 1 couldn't win, while he lost one-on-one. Who was stronger? The answer was clear. Landon, guessing Sean's intentions, agreed. "Don't feel ashamed. 3 of you. Our skills are simply inferior. This kid must be on par with the 4 great monsters of the Imperial City." Between their comments, they painted Enrique as extraordinarily powerful. Fighting him one-on-one gave them no hope of victory. Only by teaming up did they stand a chance. Charlton stared deeply at Enrique and noticed him smiling amiably, which made him skeptical. This kid looks harmless. Is he really that tough? To question it? As the first to experience Enrique's strength, Sean scolded him. "I also thought he was ordinary, but 1 punch from him made me feel like I was falling apart. Another hit, and I would have died. So, I conceded." Since losing, Sean had come to terms with it, figuring it wasn't just him. Speaking became more relaxed. Then he turned to Clem. "You're as skinny as a monkey. Better to concede outright. If he accidentally kills you, it wouldn't be worth it." Sean genuinely despised Clem. While he lacked confidence against the others, he was sure he could beat Clem. "Afraid for your life, huh? Think everyone is like you?" Seeing himself so underestimated, Clem's fiery temper couldn't be contained. He stormed onto the arena and glared coldly at Enrique. "Kid, heard you scared Sean into submission with a single punch. Let's see how tough you really are." In Clem's mind, Sean was just afraid. But he, Clem, was famously fearless. He fought recklessly, believing that nothing was to be feared if you were brave enough. How strong could a kid be? When he was ruthless, Clem doubted anyone dared go head-to-head with him. His motto, bravery triumphs over all. Despite Clem's burning fighting spirit, Enrique merely shook his head calmly. "Forget it. You're no match for me. Either fight together with the others, or I don't mind if all 5 of you come at me at once." Such arrogance infuriated Clem further. To be belittled upon arrival, was he truly seen as weak? With anger on his face, he shouted at Enrique, "You and me, 1-on-1. Got it?" Chapter 103. All defeated. Enrique glanced at Clem, merely furrowing his brows without saying a word. Instead, he looked at the 4 people below and gave them a meaningful look. No. There's no need. Landon and Sean immediately rejected the unspoken invitation. "Are you kidding me? Go up there to get beaten? No need." Both thought it was fine to watch others get beaten, but not themselves. Clem felt even more enraged when he realized he was being ignored. He couldn't help yelling at Enrique in anger. "Didn't you hear me? I said, you are not my match. 1-on-1? You aren't worthy." Enrique responded calmly. Earlier, they came one by one, forcing him into individual duels. Since all of them were here now, there was no reason for him to accept a 1-on-1 challenge. "Watch this." Clem was utterly infuriated. In an instant, he drew out his staff from behind without waiting for Enrique's response and struck him squarely on the head. The strike carried a whistling sound as it cleaved through the air, causing everyone below to instantly change their expressions. The fierce wind created by the staff struck with intimidating force, supporting Hayden's staff strike, a mid-grade Earth-class staff martial technique. Clem once used this move to directly kill a powerful Charlton and stage mid-level strange beast. From the start, he unleashed his most potent attack, aiming to teach this arrogant youngster a lesson and show him how foolish it was to underestimate Clem. Do you not understand human language? After reprimanding him, Enrique raised his arm and effortlessly caught the staff midair. Facing Clem's full-strength attack, Enrique simply raised his hand and caught it barehanded. Thus, Enrique easily defused Clem's ferocious assault. How is that possible? Though everyone had expected something, they didn't think they would witness this scene. This was a full-strength attack. If it hit a Charlton and stage mid-level strange beast, it would die. But this boy managed to catch it barehanded. What kind of freak is this? Seeing the astonished Clem, Enrique coldly remarked, I told you, you're not my match. Why insist on making a fool of yourself? At this moment, Clem was completely dazed and in a state of mental haze, similar to Sean at that time. He couldn't imagine what had just happened. It seemed like a dream. His strongest attack was so easily countered. Before he could react, Enrique casually slapped him, and Clem spat out blood as he was instantly knocked off the stage. Lying on the ground, Clem felt utterly despondent, still unable to accept this reality. How could someone like himself be unable to hurt him? Moreover, Clem felt excruciating pain all over, as Enrique's palm had felt like it shattered his internal organs. Sean walked over to him, looking down and shaking his head helplessly. Why didn't you listen to advice? You stubbornly provoked him. If he hadn't held back, you'd be dead. On the stage, after sending Clem flying off, Enrique looked at the remaining two, his gaze dismissive. Shall we, the two of you? This one blow stunned Charlton, Koo and Jean, who both hesitated, thinking the same thing. Go up there to get beaten? No need. Seemingly sensing their hesitation, Landon urged, what's there to fear? Go up and fight. How will you know it's impossible unless you try? Sean echoed, better to die fighting than be called a coward for refusing to fight. They blocked any retreat. Refusing to fight would label them as cowards. Enrique nodded approvingly. It's just sparring. Reluctantly, the two climbed onto the stage, though they were extremely unwilling. As for the outcome, it was predictable. Despite practicing several Earth-class techniques and possessing protective armor, Charlton Koo was sent flying off the stage by a single punch from Enrique. However, Enrique did hold back, and with Charlton Koo's protective armor, the injuries weren't severe. Steadying himself, Charlton Koo bowed to Enrique on the stage and praised, your strength rivals the four great freaks of the Imperial City. I admit defeat willingly. Losing to you is justified. The four great freaks of the Imperial City? Enrique, surprised, asked, they are very strong? Extremely strong. Charlton Koo solemnly replied, none of the four have reached 20 years old yet. They are all at least Charlton and stage 9th rank. Such strength at such a young age. Indeed formidable. Knowing that the Jingwu men required reaching Charlton and stage before turning 20, which was East Ridge County's strictest requirement, few achieved this standard. Even those who qualified might fail the final assessment and miss entry. This batch had only reached Charlton and stage 3rd rank. Thus, the talent of the Imperial City's four freaks was truly frightening. Enrique nodded, noting this. Then he turned his attention to Jean. Feeling Enrique's stare, Jean felt uneasy. Instinctively, he defended himself. He wasn't good at offense, but was skilled in defense. Defending incessantly, the outcome was unsurprising. Eventually, under Enrique's tiger fist, his defenses broke, and he too was knocked off the stage. Thus, all 5 candidates who secured intersect disciple spots were defeated by Enrique. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, crisp applause erupted from below. Everyone turned to see a slightly short, rosy-cheeked white-haired elder approaching. Reviewing elder. Everyone politely bowed their heads. This elder was responsible for the final assessment, and had to approve all entries. He watched Enrique with admiration and delight. I never expected our Jingwu men to welcome another prodigy. Having witnessed all 5 battles, the elder marveled at Enrique's overwhelming dominance. 1 against 5, utterly crushing each opponent. Like Dwayne in the past, Enrique showcased invincibility. Under respectful gazes, the elder approached Enrique and softly asked, young genius, may I ask your name? Enrique. Upon hearing these 2 words, the elder announced loudly, I hereby declare, this year's intersect disciple intake has 6 spots, with Enrique ranking first. Chapter 104, Talent Testing Stone. Enrique ranked first, and no one questioned this. It was a widely acknowledged fact that needed no further explanation. After all, he had powerfully defeated the 5 geniuses who secured internal discipleship slots this year. But weren't there supposed to be only 5 slots for internal disciples? How did it suddenly become 6? This left many people confused. Wasn't this against the original rules? After all, Jingwu sect placed the highest importance on rules. A straightforward youth couldn't help but ask among the crowd, Elder, weren't there only 5 slots for internal disciples? Why are there 6 now? The reviewing elder glanced at him and smiled. Everything has its exceptions. Enrique's talent is astonishing. He is admitted as a special enrollment this year. The other 5, despite losing to him, are still rare geniuses out of millions, and will naturally become internal disciples. But, the youth wanted to say more, but his companion covered his mouth and whispered sharply, this is the elder's decision. Is it your place to question? They then dragged him away quickly. In the martial world, the hierarchy was rigid and unbreakable. People from Jingwu sect were even higher up in Jingwu main city. As a reviewing elder, he must be very powerful, certainly at the Earth Extreme level. Because becoming an elder in Jingwu sect required being an Earth Extreme warrior. For a young genius to question such a significant figure was extremely disrespectful. If pursued, it would be a huge issue. Elder, you said I rank first among the internal disciples. Is there any reward for this? Enrique asked curiously. He thought that since rankings existed, there should be some reward mechanism. Otherwise, what was the point of ranking? Sure enough, upon Enrique's question, the reviewing elder responded immediately. Of course there are rewards. After admission, you can choose 3 profound level martial arts or 1 earth level martial art from the Martial Techniques Pavilion. Undoubtedly, this reward was extremely generous. Earth level martial arts and profound level martial arts were worlds apart. While there were many profound level martial arts, earth level martial arts were extremely rare. One could say they were priceless. Even 10 high-quality profound level martial arts could not compare. Therefore, Sean couldn't help but exclaim, "Grandfather, isn't it only 3 profound level martial arts upon admission? Why is there suddenly an additional earth level martial art to choose from?" "Grandfather?" Enrique couldn't help but look at Sean and then the reviewing elder. Despite their significant difference in appearance, they were actually close relatives. Meanwhile, Enrique was also surprised. The elder seemed very fair. Despite Enrique injuring Sean, the elder's grandson, he did not make things difficult for him, but instead gave him a choice for an earth level martial art. The meaning behind this gesture was clear. It was an intentional gesture of goodwill. The reviewing elder glared at him and said, "How many times have I told you not to call me grandfather in public? You should respectfully address me as elder." "Alonso's grandfather." Sean lowered his head like an ostrich, looking very small. After glaring fiercely, the testing elder climbed onto the platform, looked down at everyone present with a stern expression, and declared, "I announce that this year's entrance examination is now over. Those who pass the test, step forward so I can see who you are." Many figures quickly came forward. Over 50 people in total. There were 20 slots available, yet 50 people passed the exam. They gathered at the front, making up about 1/6 of the crowd. This meant that here, more than 300 geniuses who reached the profound extreme level before the age of 20 had gathered. Truly, it was a congregation of geniuses. I introduce myself. My name is Caden, the elder responsible for this year's entrance examination, and the one leading you into Jingwu sect. Regardless of the process, you have passed the test. If you meet the requirements, it means you are 1 in 10,000 geniuses. I welcome you to Jingwu sect in advance on behalf of the sect. After a loud applause, Caden raised his hand to signal that it wasn't necessary, then continued, "However, to become an outer disciple of Jingwu sect, there are only 20 slots available. This means not everyone will have the chance to join us. The upcoming talent test will decide your fate. I will choose the top 20 based on their talents. If your talent doesn't meet the standard, you'll lose your qualification. Moreover, I will explain the entry rules in advance for those who have the opportunity to become disciples of Jingwu sect. Once inside the sect, regardless of your origin or background, you must follow Jingwu sect's rules. If you don't, the enforcement squad will make you pay dearly. Within the sect, strength is paramount, and all resources are earned through personal effort. Only true geniuses and strong individuals will receive the best treatment within the sect. Strive hard, show your potential, and demonstrate your value for cultivation. If you fail 3 consecutive monthly exams, you will be expelled from the sect." Enrique subconsciously asked, "What are monthly exams?" "That doesn't concern you. Monthly exams are for outer disciples, not inner ones. After the talent test, I believe your talent will ensure focused cultivation by the sect," said Caden. Such strength at such a young age. What kind of monster was this? Caden was already eagerly anticipating what level of martial pulse Enrique possessed. Explaining further to the crowd, the testing elder said, "Since Enrique asked on your behalf, let me explain. As outer disciples, you must participate in 3 same-level martial competitions each month. If you lose 2 out of 3, you fail. If this happens for 3 consecutive months, you will be expelled. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask now, and I will answer them." Questions followed quickly, and Caden addressed the more important and meaningful ones. Enrique glanced at Sean and asked, "How does the talent test work?" "It's simple. We have the martial pulse stone. Just place your hand on it for sensing to determine the quality of your martial pulse." Sean looked very proud. Jingwu sect had specialized talent testing stones to evaluate martial pulses. The tests were divided into 9 levels with 9 corresponding sensitivity points. The activated sensitivity points reflected the tester's martial pulse grade. In the current Jingwu sect, the admission standards were stricter. Only those who activated 5 or more sensitivity points had a chance to join the sect. The manufacturing method and principles of the talent testing stone were unknown to commoners. Soon, 2 large men carried in a large stone about half a person's height. Though small, it appeared incredibly heavy. Upon landing, it instantly created a crater. The 2 large men sighed in relief and stepped back. Translation provided while maintaining the paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Glancing at the talent testing stone, Sean looked at Enrique with a face full of curiosity. "Brother Chuan, can you tell me what grade your martial pulse is?" Enrique replied frankly, "Martial pulse? I don't have one." "Oh well, if you don't want to tell me, it's fine. Anyway, I'll know soon enough." Since Enrique didn't want to answer, Sean was too lazy to keep asking. "No martial pulse? How could that be possible? Without a martial pulse, how could he be so freakishly strong?" Sean guessed that Enrique's martial pulse must be grade 8, or even grade 9. Because his own martial pulse was grade 7. Enrique was stronger than him, so naturally, his martial pulse grade had to be higher than his. In fact, most of the inner disciples were grade 6, while outer disciples were usually grade 5. After the talent testing stone arrived, Elder Sean also approached and asked, "Is there anyone who wants to be the first to test their talent?" The scene was quiet, and no one stepped forward. Since no one wants to be the first to test, then let me, Carver, do it. Moments later, from the crowd, a towering Andonies with a very robust build and extremely tall limbs walked forward. His expression was filled with arrogance. He seemed quite confident in his talent. Walking nonchalantly, he placed his palm on the designated slot on the talent testing stone to begin the test. As his palm touched the slot, lights suddenly flashed brightly, almost blinding everyone. This scene made many people think Carver must have a very high talent. Carver himself naturally thought so as well. Elder Caden glanced at the talent testing stone and announced indifferently, "Carver, activated 4 sensitivity points, failed the examination." Instantly, Carver froze in place, his expression dazed as if the sky had collapsed. He felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. You see, Carver had been called a genius since childhood, the typical child other parents used as a role model for their kids. He wanted to make a big splash by being the first to pass the exam this time. But instead, he became the first to fail. That was really embarrassing. Though deeply unwilling, knowing he missed the chance to become an outer disciple of Jingwu sect, he still obediently followed the arrangement without causing trouble. Elder Sean's gaze swept across the crowd. Who will be next? Soon, several others stepped up to take the talent test one after another. However, they all failed just like Carver. Even though they had passed the initial entrance exam and reached the profound extreme realm before the age of 20, truly exceptional geniuses by outside standards, they were ultimately not talented enough in front of Jingwu sect's strict criteria. Originally confident youths instantly wilted when they learned their results, each looking like deflated eggplants after frost. Next, a few more individuals, including several women, stepped up to take the test. Surprisingly, none of them passed either. All were eliminated. Indeed, Jingwu sect lived up to its reputation. Although the test conditions seemed simple, it turned out that these many geniuses who had achieved the profound extreme realm before 20 couldn't even qualify as outer disciples of Jingwu sect due to insufficient talent. And the reason for their elimination was simply inadequate talent. On the field, the remaining teenagers, seeing so many examples of failure, dared not step forward for the talent test anymore, making the scene somewhat dead silent. With such precedents, those who originally believed they had remarkable talents now began doubting themselves. It was just too difficult. Seeing that no one was stepping forward, Enrique poked Sean's shoulder and said nonchalantly, "Little brother Sean, why don't you go and be the first to pass the test?" "If Brother Chuan wants to see my talent, then I should follow orders," Sean replied. Sean had long forgotten the humiliation of being injured by Enrique. He understood that for a bright future in martial arts, it was better to make fewer enemies and befriend more geniuses. For example, Enrique had a higher talent, and Sean knew what that meant. Just as he was about to step forward, he hesitated. "Since no one else will, let me Clem try." Clem, staggering from his injuries, walked over and deliberately shot a challenging glance at Sean. A slight smirk appeared on his lips, showing he was quite smug. Since Enrique and Sean were standing next to each other, Enrique mistook this look as a challenge to him, frowning immediately. "Is he challenging me?" Sean, having an uneasy relationship with Clem, explained. "Of course, this clown has always been delusional. Soon, he'll realize the huge gap between his and Brother Chuan's talents." Meanwhile, Clem's test began. Lights flashed again, and Sean announced the result. Clem activated 6 sensitivity points, successfully passing the test. So far, the first person to pass the talent test had emerged, but only a grade 6 martial pulse, which was somewhat surprising. Sean couldn't stop laughing, looking at Clem with contempt, mocking loudly. "Oh my god, little monkey, weren't you always bragging that you had an 8th grade martial pulse? How did it become 6th grade after the test?" Translation provided while maintaining the paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 105, The Test. At this remark, Clem's face immediately flushed red. He shouted as if infuriated by embarrassment. "What does my level of martial pulse have to do with you?" Faxon remained silent, but his eyes brimmed with disdain and contempt. Despite only possessing a 6th grade martial pulse, Clem was undoubtedly a prodigy. As an inner sect disciple, having a 6th grade martial pulse was indeed average. To boost morale, the next individuals to be tested were Landon, Charlton Koo, and G. All 3 young geniuses achieved a 7th grade martial pulse without surprise. They surpassed Clem. Especially Landon, already handsome and a swordsmanship prodigy, naturally drew attention from many women. Although he had lost to Enrique, he was still a top-tier prodigy. For a moment, these 3 geniuses who possessed 7th grade martial pulses outshone everyone. Compared to Clem, who boasted about having an 8th grade martial pulse, these 3 truly were genuine prodigies. With these 3 inspirations present, many people rushed forward to take the test. While most failed, some managed to pass. Not only that, as more people participated in the tests, the number of those who passed the talent evaluation quickly reached 11. There were 9 spots left. Those who passed the talent evaluation all possessed 5th grade martial pulses. "Why haven't you taken the test yet? Afraid of being embarrassed?" Enrique felt oddly delighted at the sight of broad-shouldered and thick-waisted Faxon. Geniuses always make their final appearance last. Being embarrassed? Impossible. Faxon looked composed, placing his hands behind his back and raising his head slightly, displaying arrogance. "They are just outer sect disciples. So what if they pass the exam by chance? I will show everyone that compared to me, they cannot even be mentioned in the same breath. As long as they are in front of me, Faxon, no one of the same age can overshadow my brilliance." He glanced specifically at Enrique, saying, "Brother Chuan, you're younger than me, so we're not in the same age group." Enrique watched him, feeling skeptical. Is he this confident? Enrique realized he might have underestimated Faxon. This guy is overly confident. Could he have an 8th grade martial pulse? Otherwise, how could he be so sure? After all, Landon and the others were all 7th grade martial pulses. As time passed, everyone except Enrique and Faxon completed their talent evaluations. Ultimately, 19 individuals passed the talent test. There were 20 spots available, but only 19 qualified. Enrique initially thought the quota was low, but now it seemed there were extra slots. The requirements were indeed quite high. It's their turn. All eyes were on Enrique and Faxon. Enjoying the attention, Faxon walked leisurely toward the talent evaluation stone before Enrique. Facing the talent evaluation stone, Faxon turned to look down on Clem, watch closely. Then, he placed his broad hand on the stone. Instantly, it radiated brightly. Finally, 7 talent indicators lit up in quick succession. In the end, these 7 indicators shone brighter and brighter, as if about to burst. This indicated that he almost activated 8 points, just short of an 8th grade martial pulse. Undoubtedly, this scene caught everyone's attention. Someone exclaimed in shock, "Faxon seems to have the highest talent." Compared to Malik as the first one to pass the test, Faxon's performance was even more dazzling. Looking at the glowing indicators on the talent evaluation stone, Clem was filled with disbelief. This dog, nearly achieving an 8th grade spiritual vein? How is this possible? Simultaneously, a scornful voice whispered into his ear. Remember, you will never be able to compare to me. These words were like a sharp blade, ruthlessly stabbing into Clem's heart. His tightly clenched fists had nails deeply embedded into the flesh. Faxon's performance greatly surprised Enrique. Grand Elder Caden, watching his outstanding grandson, couldn't help but smile contentedly. Faxon, 7 indicators lit, successfully passing the intersect talent evaluation. If someone with less than a 6th grade martial pulse occupied an intersect disciple spot, they would be directly demoted to an outer sect disciple, unable to become an intersect disciple directly. Then, Grand Elder Caden paused and loudly continued, the last one, Enrique. His eyes held anticipation. He was very curious about Enrique's talent. Is it an 8th grade martial pulse or a 9th grade martial pulse? Hearing Faxon's voice, Enrique couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Finally, it's my turn? Indeed, geniuses always make their final entrance. At this moment, all eyes were on him. Enrique enjoyed the limelight immensely. Enrique was extremely confident about his talent. Maxed out. It wasn't a martial pulse but the supreme divine pulse, a pulse above martial pulses. Faxon urged impatiently, Enrique, it's your turn to test your talent. Faxon was very curious about Enrique's talent, guessing it to be either an 8th grade or even a 9th grade martial pulse. A 9th grade martial pulse isn't unheard of. In Jingwu sect, there was one. Dwayne, East Ridge County's #1 genius. Truly unexpected, the last one to test is me. I know many of you are very curious about my talent, wondering if beneath this seemingly ordinary exterior lies nothing else. Enrique stood with his hands behind his back, walking step by step toward the talent evaluation stone. He said almost to himself, since that's the case, let me fulfill your curiosity now. Some call this ordinary? Many young men felt uncomfortable hearing this. While being curious about his terrifying talent was true, his appearance was anything but ordinary. If this was considered ordinary, what were they? Ugly beyond description? Therefore, a man with truly ordinary looks couldn't help but exclaim, Sir Liu, aren't you being too humble? Modesty is a virtue, but this kind was really off-putting. Clearly, it was just boasting, and it felt like indirectly belittling those genuinely ordinary ones. Are you, Enrique, suggesting that everyone else here is ugly? Humility brings progress, pride leads to failure. In my opinion, compared to my talent, my appearance is indeed very ordinary, Enrique said seriously. Next, it will be the moment to witness the miracle. Enrique looked exceptionally spirited as he placed his hand into the slot on the talent evaluation stone under everyone's watchful eyes. Chapter 106, I, Juniper, always keep my word. Boom. A colossal, dazzling light surged skyward, far more brilliant than any of the previous candidates' talent tests. The scene left everyone in awe. What kind of extraordinary talent would cause such a magnificent glow? Could it be a grade 9 martial vein? To many observers, this level of brilliance signified exceptional talent. Thus, as the light gradually faded, everyone's eyes were glued to the talent testing stone, eager to see how many sensory points Enrique's astounding display could illuminate. As the light finally dissipated, the crowd was left stunned. Every person present was speechless and astounded. Many stared wide-eyed, almost doubting their vision, rubbing their eyes to check if they were hallucinating. Speechless, huh? Enrique was quite pleased with their reactions. This outcome was entirely within expectations. He wore an arrogant expression, gazing down at his results with utmost confidence. Then, he was puzzled. What on earth was going on? Something wasn't right. Enrique was inwardly astonished. What did he see? To his shock, all 9 sensing light points on the talent testing stone remained dark. Not one had lit up. But soon enough, he realized what it meant. This confirmed that he indeed possessed the supreme divine vein. After all, this stone tested for martial veins, while he possessed the supreme divine vein. Naturally, it couldn't detect it. With a composed gaze, he scanned the crowd, head held high in an air of superiority, looking down on everyone present. The bystanders were equally taken aback by this result. Such an extraordinary performance, and then this? Elder Sean was also momentarily bewildered. He had never encountered such a situation before. He glanced between Enrique and the testing stone. How could this be? Such young age, yet such powerful ability, and no martial vein. Impossible. However, having seen far worse, he quickly regained composure. Elder Sean approached the talent testing stone, his inner strength subtly flowing through his body. His expression suddenly stiffened. What had he discovered? The internal sensors within the talent testing stone had been destroyed. What did this mean? This indicated that this youth's talent surpassed the testing stone's limit. Alonso's, although there were 8 sensory points displayed, the stone could only accurately measure up to a grade 8 martial vein. Anything beyond that wouldn't register. This meant the boy must indeed possess a grade 9 martial vein. I know you are curious why none of the 9 light points illuminated for Enrique, said Elder Sean, pointing at the testing stone and addressing the crowd with confidence. In truth, the talent testing stone was completely damaged after he tested. The talent testing stone can only measure up to a grade 8 martial vein. Therefore, due to his exceptionally high talent far surpassing everyone else, the stone couldn't handle it and was destroyed. Hence the light points didn't illuminate. So, I can confidently tell everyone that Enrique possesses a grade 9 martial vein. This explained everything. Seeing Enrique's smug smile, many in the crowd nodded in understanding. Indeed, it matched their speculations. Previously, cases like this had occurred in the Jingwu sect. While Enrique's case wasn't the first, the true precedent was set by Dwayne. Juniper, watching Elder Sean announce the results, was utterly shocked. A grade 9 martial vein. This strengthened her wavering resolve. Surely, Raphael would support her decision, right? Alonso's, he certainly would. Enrique didn't notice her thoughts and paid her no heed. Hearing Elder Sean's announcement, he felt disdain internally. Just a grade 9 martial vein? He didn't bother refuting it. It was irrelevant. Approaching Elder Sean, he patted him lightly on the shoulder, saying consolingly, Brother Jean, don't be disheartened. You've done splendidly. If I hadn't appeared, this year's talent test would undoubtedly belong to you. His words implied, you're excellent, but unfortunately, you met me. So, first place is mine. Elder Sean found Enrique's words amusing. Disheartened? That's laughable. Knowing your talent surpasses mine makes me even happier. Your talent being stronger means aligning with you is truly wise. Unable to defeat you, I'll strive to become your friend. This was Elder Sean's way of thinking and the Tai family's creed. Never alienate anyone unless absolutely necessary. After the test concluded, Elder Caden swept his gaze over the crowd and declared solemnly, I hereby announce the end of the talent test. Those who passed will attend the entry ceremony at the Jingwu sect in 3 days. Failure to attend will be considered a forfeiture of this year's opportunity. With that, Elder Caden left, giving Elder Sean a meaningful look before departing. Though he didn't explicitly name the top talent, everyone knew who it was. The Andonis named Enrique, whose face still bore the youthful traces of adolescence but radiated striking beauty. Standing there, he became a spectacle. Several women looked at him dreamily. This boy has such remarkable talent, surely the second coming of Dwayne. Now she seemed so proactive. Not only was he stunned, but everyone else was equally taken aback. Everyone remembered what Juniper had said earlier. Could it be that she was being genuine? Otherwise, how could she have spoken those words? Especially her slightly flushed face. Didn't this imply that she was truly ready to dedicate herself? Forget it, I won't force you. Juniper's words shocked everyone immensely, making them feel it was unbelievable and extremely damaging to her goddess-like image. But when they heard Enrique's response, they all thought they were hearing things. Juniper offered herself to him, and he actually refused? Who was Juniper? One of the 4 beauties of Jingwu sect, her father was the head of the Wu family, making her their indisputable princess. In the entire main city of Jingwu, she was also a well-known beauty. Even if one looked at the entire Dongling County, with her appearance, she could rank among the top 10 beauties. In the eyes of Jingwu sect's disciples, she was like an untouchable, icy beautiful woman. Countless martial prodigies admired her, yet she rejected them all. But this beautiful woman directly expressed her willingness to dedicate herself publicly, already surprising everyone. After all, it was something no one had expected. But the most absurd thing was that she was actually rejected. It was utterly ludicrous. Against all reason, they even suspected this guy was playing hard to get. Soon, countless envious, jealous, and hateful gazes turned toward Enrique. There was a large question in their eyes. What on earth are you thinking? Even Sean beside Enrique was dumbfounded. He looked sideways at Enrique, finding it hard to understand why he would refuse. This is Juniper we're talking about. Isn't she much better than any girl from the 100 Flowers Pavilion? Not far away, Landon felt his heart break upon hearing Juniper's words to Enrique. His beloved goddess was offering herself to another man? He simply couldn't accept this cruel fact, feeling as though a huge boulder hung over his chest. But when he heard Enrique reject her, the boulder slowly lifted, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this meant he still had a chance. Landon joined the sect primarily for Juniper. What did you say? Upon being rejected, Juniper's melodious voice carried disbelief and anger. She questioned Enrique why he was rejecting her, clearly feeling humiliated. I said I don't want to force you. Since you didn't mean it from your heart, there's no need to. Once I join the sect, remember to fulfill our wager agreement, Enrique replied calmly. He wasn't in a hurry, knowing Juniper wouldn't escape. Besides, her words weren't sincere but rather out of anger. Enrique disliked forcing or blackmailing others, which would make him feel guilty. However, once Juniper became his servant, those feelings of guilt would vanish. Juniper emphasized, I'm not being forced. I'm willing. Too proactive. No one expected that after being rejected, Juniper would still express such dedication. As one of the 4 beauties of Jingwu sect, did it need to go this far? You were supposed to be aloof and cold, right? Why be so proactive? It damaged her reputation entirely. Landon felt suffocated by the situation. Juniper's proactive words shattered his heart completely. How could she be so eager when he had already refused her? Her image in Landon's heart crumbled. Others were also puzzled. Why was Juniper doing this? Enrique was similarly confused. Why was she suddenly so proactive? When things are abnormal, there must be a reason. Enrique couldn't guess her thoughts but worried about being used. So he said, there's no need. That was just a joke. Amelie Wu, there's no need to take it to heart. At this moment, Juniper's expression was very serious. She looked at Enrique earnestly. A person without loyalty and integrity cannot stand in this world. There was indeed a reason for Juniper's eagerness. If she dedicated herself now, she would become Enrique's woman. But if she lost the wager and became his servant, the significance of his attentions would be different. Moreover, Enrique's talent deeply impressed her. So young, yet possessing a 9th grade martial pulse. This was her ideal match. Although she admired Dwayne, who also possessed a 9th grade martial pulse, his lofty status kept her from ever connecting with him. Now another Dwayne had appeared, and she knew her choice. Enough. Enrique showed no interest. Juniper seemed inexperienced. What skill improvement could she bring in a short time? He planned to gradually guide her after joining the sect. Relationships required time to develop, not rushed. For Enrique, Juniper was good, but not as skilled as the experienced women from the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Currently, he preferred challenging and improving with skilled partners. Seeing herself rejected again, Juniper grew angrier. She seriously doubted Enrique's judgment. Why would he refuse her? Sean was very curious, whispering, Brother Chuan, since Wu Beauty is interested, why do you refuse? Enrique whispered back, and Sean suddenly understood. Brother Chuan, you are indeed an expert in this aspect. I am truly impressed. Sean glanced at Enrique before turning to Juniper. Beauty Woo, let's think long term. Once Brother Chuan joins the sect, he will surely spend time with you. Tonight, forget about it. The next 3 days, Brother Chuan plans to indulge in life discussions at the 100 Flowers Pavilion. Chapter 108, 100 Flowers Tower. Would you rather go to the 100 Flowers Tower than come to me? Looking at Enrique, Juniperung's eyes were filled with disbelief. Was this because she had offended him before and underestimated him, so now he was deliberately making her embarrassed? Juniperung seriously suspected that Enrique was getting revenge on her. Otherwise, she really couldn't understand why Enrique would prefer to visit the performers at the 100 Flowers Tower over her. Juniperung even began to doubt her own charm for the first time. I know you are eager, but I'm sorry. These few days, I have no time to accompany you. After saying this, Enrique walked out without even glancing back at her. Let's go to the 100 Flowers Tower. Matthew understood that this sentence was directed at him, so he quickly jogged to follow. Only Juniperung remained stunned where she stood, completely at a loss. Juniperung knew that after Enrique's actions, she would inevitably become a laughingstock. Her reputation would likely suffer an unprecedented blow, but she didn't lose heart. Instead, her determination grew. If she could win over this martial arts prodigy and obtain the 9th rank martial pulse inheritance, she could revive the Wu family and restore its former glory. Enrique wasn't familiar with the Jingwu main city, so Matthew naturally led the way. Now, Matthew treated himself as a flirtatious voice. Amelie Robin, Ernest has arrived. Why haven't you come out to greet him yet? Following her words, a graceful and slender woman emerged from within the tower. In an instant, all the men gathered there were entranced, their gazes unable to wander elsewhere. Amelie Robin was not breathtakingly beautiful, but she was undeniably attractive, especially in her translucent silk dress that revealed glimpses of her skin, making her extremely seductive. Her long lashes fluttered, her big, limpid eyes blinking coquettishly, casting a spellbinding allure. Enrique felt that Amelie Robin truly lived up to being a professional, compared to Lucille, who fell short considerably. While both were seductive types, Lucille's allure seemed somewhat forced. It lacked purity, catering purely to men's desires. But Amelie Robin was different. Every smile, every gesture seemed more genuine, coming from deep within her bones. Ernest must take me away. Amelie Robin approached the debauched Ernest and leaned against his chest, her soft, seductive voice causing shivers down the spines of the surrounding men. Enrique knew this was what professionals did. Do you find Amelie Robin satisfactory, Ernest? If you're satisfied, name your price, and we'll send her over anytime you wish. The madam, equally beautiful with her fair skin, smiled coyly at Yang. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. With that, Enrique eagerly stepped forward. Matthew hurried to follow. Seeing them, the madam who was still calling out guests swiftly approached. Glancing slightly surprised at Enrique, she respectfully addressed Matthew. Young master, you've come. Young master? Enrique was momentarily stunned. Noticing Enrique's astonished expression, Matthew straightened up proudly but spoke modestly. What do you think, Brother Chuan? Didn't expect it, right? What do you think? Enrique was genuinely shocked. He had thought Matthew only had a grandfather who was an elder in the Jingwu sect, but it turned out he also had a father who owned the 100 Flowers Tower. Let's relax here for the next few days, Brother Chuan. After the enrollment ceremony in 3 days, we will surely endure some hardship. Upon hearing Matthew's words, Enrique became quite curious and couldn't help but ask, hardship at the enrollment ceremony? What does that mean? Chapter 109. Artel's provocation. Brother Chuan, don't you know what the enrollment ceremony is? It was now Faxon's turn to be curious. Enrique shook his head. No idea. Faxon had thought Enrique knew about it, but he realized that Enrique didn't have a clue at all. So, Faxon explained, this so-called enrollment ceremony is actually arranged by the sect for senior disciples to teach us a lesson. In simple terms, before we enter the elite martial gate, we must first prepare to take a beating to understand that if we are weak, we will be punished. Is that how it goes? Enrique smiled. Then, what if we thrash those so-called seniors? Faxon shook his head regretfully. Every year, some new students have this idea, but whoever thinks this way ends up getting the harshest beating. Without exception, this is because the seniors who discipline us are far stronger than us. For example, as inner disciples, we have to face off against seniors at the 5th level of the Profound Extremity Realm. 5th level of the Profound Extremity Realm? A restraining force in terms of cultivation level. Even someone with extraordinary talent would end up losing. No problem. When the time comes, I'll show you who gets beaten. 5th level of the Profound Extremity Realm? Enrique wasn't bothered at all. Even 10 of them wouldn't be enough for him. Alan Soa, I firmly believe Brother Chuan can easily defeat them. Seeing Enrique's confident demeanor, Faxon felt that this year might be different from previous years. After all, this was someone who repeatedly created shocking and unbelievable feats. Enough talk. Send me 10 courtesans similar to Robin's style. I need to strengthen my body and relax. Over the next 3 days, Enrique lived a life of revelry among beauties. His body and mind. Elder Caden looked around the assembly coldly and sternly, then began to explain. To ensure you all understand what the enrollment ceremony entails, let me clarify. You will engage in combat with seniors. If you can last 5 moves, you will officially become an entry-level disciple. If you fail, do not despair. You still have a chance next year, provided you meet the requirements. Please note that the path of martial arts is brutal and competitive, and casualties are inevitable. We take no responsibility for any injuries sustained during combat. If anyone wishes to voluntarily forfeit the exam, please step forward 3 paces. Following Elder Caden's words, a timid boy stepped forward, effectively forfeiting his place. Elder Caden looked at him disdainfully. I hope to see you next year. If not, don't come back. Then he scanned the crowd again. Anyone else wish to forfeit? Silence. No one responded. I'm asking you, are you all deaf? Elder Caden raised his voice. Any other forfeitures? No. 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 Their loud replies echoed across the area, even scaring away nearby birds. Satisfied, Elder Caden nodded. I declare the enrollment ceremony begins. You may now choose any senior disciple to challenge. Young men in the attire of the elite martial gate began walking out, 6 inner disciples and 24 outer disciples. Originally, each would face one opponent. However, since one student had forfeited, one of the 24 seniors would sit out. Do you call yourself Enrique? Let me introduce myself. I am Artel. If you have the guts, challenge me. One of the 6 inner disciples glared at Enrique, saying, Boy, I heard you're quite arrogant, claiming that Selma should serve you. Do you think you'll still have a chance after such a statement? Clearly, this was one of Selma's admirers. He intended to prevent Enrique from entering. Does he even deserve to? Enrique laughed inwardly. What are you, able to stop me from joining? Though plain-looking, Artel exuded a commanding presence. The other 5 inner disciples seemed to look up to him, indicating he was likely the strongest among them. Faxon whispered to Enrique, Brother Chuan, Artel is Selma's top admirer and excels in leg techniques. He ranks 48th among inner disciples. Don't accept his challenge, or he will definitely try to hurt you badly. While Enrique was strong, Faxon doubted he could beat Artel. The difference in cultivation levels was too significant. So what? Enrique remained calm, unaffected. Aside from Dwayne, Enrique only considered a few others as worthy opponents. Everyone else was beneath his notice. Enrique sized up Artel, then sneered, Artel, ranked 48th among inner disciples, huh? I heard you're a follower of Selma and want to stop me from entering. Fine, I'll give you the chance. Today, I challenge you. Hope you can succeed in stopping me from entering, otherwise, once I'm officially admitted, Selma will end up serving me day and night. Translation note. The passage retains its original tone, structure, and style while ensuring the English translation flows naturally and remains free of grammatical errors. Chapter 110. I'll take all of you. I'll flay you alive. Artel never imagined that Enrique would dare insult Selma right in front of him. She was the goddess he did not even dare to defile in his heart. Alan Sott, here Enrique was, saying such things. As a devoted admirer of Selma, Artel immediately exploded with rage upon hearing this. The hatred inside him was boundless. He had to stop this. He had to teach him a lesson. Explosive Sky Fist. A high-grade profound-level martial skill. The force behind this punch was like an unstoppable mountain crashing down, creating holes where none should exist. This was because the punch carried an unstoppable power. Artel's attack came swiftly, and no one else had joined in the fight yet. So they all watched with bated breath as the tension between these two men escalated. Upon seeing Artel's punch, Jean's expression instantly changed. Although renowned for his defensive prowess, even he wasn't confident he could block this punch. Is that it? Enrique sighed, casually raising his right arm and gripping Artel's fist mid-punch. This scene was unbelievable. Such a terrifying punch had been caught bare-handed by Enrique. It seemed Artel's powerful strike was effortlessly neutralized, like a mere ant shaking a tree. And Enrique looked at Artel with a mocking smile, clearly amused by the other man's astonishment. How is this possible? Everyone watching sucked in their breaths, mouths agape. They felt this scene was too dramatic, almost incomprehensible. They had all clearly felt the oppressive force from Artel's punch. It was extremely powerful. No one present could have withstood that terrifying blow. After all, this was an elite Innergate student ranked 48th, possessing 5th rank peak Mystic Realm strength. Alan Sott, Enrique had simply raised his arm and easily caught his fist, neutralizing the attack effortlessly, just like a giant seizing the punch of a toddler. It was dishearteningly demoralizing. Despite not wanting to believe what they saw, they were witnessing it firsthand, leaving them internally conflicted. Some even howled in frustration, cursing fate's injustice. How could there be such disparity among peers? As for the fervent female disciples, they were even more agitated. The scene before them was unimaginable and beyond description, too shocking for words. Sean knew Enrique was strong, but didn't expect him to be this strong. Damn, how insane is this guy? His mouth hung wide open. Elder Caden, who had been silently observing, now gleamed with admiration in his eyes. This truly was a genius, perhaps even better than Dwayne was years ago, almost on par with the freakish talents in the Imperial City. How is this possible? Artel stared at his captured fist, dumbfounded. His sense of defeat skyrocketed, his face pale and grim. That had been his full power attack, and it had been countered so easily. How could this kid be so strong? I'm 5th rank peak Mystic Realm. He's just a newcomer. How can he be this outrageous? Without giving Artel a moment to dwell on it, Enrique slapped him across the face harshly. Get lost. Don't embarrass yourself. Ah. A piercing scream echoed as Artel's side of the face turned blood red, flying through the air in a stunning arc before landing with a thud far away. He lay still, seemingly dead. The crowd around them erupted into a frenzy, whispering that Enrique had killed Artel with one slap. Not only had he defeated an elder student, but he also claimed a life with a single strike, a first in martial valor sect history. You needn't worry. I only used 20% of my strength. He's unconscious, not dead, Enrique explained nonchalantly, as if discussing something trivial. But those words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Just 20%? If he used full strength, how terrifying would that be? Wouldn't a single slap kill someone? One of the Innergate students scoffed. Bullshit. Bullshit? Enrique chuckled, stepping forward arrogantly. Isn't it tradition for new students to be bullied by seniors? This year, history will change. Don't say I'm bullying anyone. Come at me all together. I'll take all of you on a loan. At this moment, Enrique declared war on the remaining 5 Innergate students and 24 Outergate students. It was unprecedented in martial valor sect history, an audacious move that left everyone feeling as if they were hallucinating. Even Dwayne once fell to the Innergate students. Now, let me see what you've got, arrogant boy. The same Innergate student who called Enrique out charged forward, launching a punch with immense power. He was second only to Ardal in terms of strength and ranked 50th among Innergate students, known for his rapid, fierce, and savage attacks. This punch was almost unparalleled, barely less powerful than Ardal's. However, Enrique evaded it with ease, his movements elusive, nearly invisible. His speed left spectators dazed. He continued attacking fiercely for 15 minutes until he was utterly exhausted, without even grazing Enrique. Frustrated, he roared, "Boy, all you do is dodge? Just playing with you?" Enrique replied, showing no sign of distress, only a look of disdain. "Next challenger, or I'll take all of you on." With that, Enrique struck another palm, resulting in the same outcome. The student passed out. This display left the remaining 4 Innergate students horrified. Did they really need to gang up on him? One of them urged, "This guy's a freak. We shouldn't let him pick us off one by one. Let's go all at once. I refuse to believe we can't beat him together." "Agreed. Defend our seniority. It's our duty," another Innergate student added. Instantly, 4 Innergate students and 24 Outergate students surrounded Enrique. The mass battle was about to commence. Chapter 111, Treasure Chamber. Enrique was about to challenge the remaining 4 Inner Disciples and 24 Outer Disciples on his own. Such an audacious feat had never occurred in the entire millennium history of the Jingwu sect. Especially with his indifferent expression, it was as if these 28 prodigies from Jingwu sect were not even considered threats. Sean watched with a mix of awe and dread, thinking Enrique was too arrogant. He could understand the high-profile stance, but found it incomprehensible at this extreme level. Even if he believed in Enrique's confidence, he now thought Enrique would be brutally beaten. The price for failed posturing was always severe. How could one person fight so many without getting pummeled? Sean couldn't help looking at his grandfather. "Grandfather, shouldn't you stop this? When has such an absurd situation ever happened in our Jingwu sect? 1 against 28. It just didn't make sense. Not even among ordinary people did such scenarios occur, let alone martial artists who always insisted on fair duels." Elder Caden was also curious about what gave Enrique such arrogance. Simultaneously, he felt a hint of anticipation. Deep down, he felt Enrique might indeed accomplish this incredible feat of 1 against 28. After all, this was a martial genius with 9 martial veins. Even if Enrique did something this astonishing, it should be understandable. Thus, he calmly said, "This kid has already provoked everyone. How can I stop it? If he fails and gets beaten, it will be a lesson." Whoever entered Jingwu sect, whether an inner or outer disciple, were all top-tier prodigies with pride. They wouldn't allow themselves to be looked down upon. Now their pride was trampled by a single Landonis who showed them all contempt. Could they possibly let this go? Individually, they admitted they weren't a match for him. But en masse, how could they still be overpowered? With such numerical superiority, personal skill became negligible, particularly since none of them were mere novices. A group beating one individual should be a surefire victory. Alan sought despite being surrounded by the 28 prodigies. Enrique's eyes held no fear. After all, how could a tiger be afraid when encircled by lambs? Enrique possessed the strength of the 9th level of the profound realm, while the strongest among them only reached the 5th level. In the face of such a stark gap in cultivation, numbers were just a joke. Seeing their hesitation, Enrique grew impatient. "Why are you all standing around? Attack already. Do I have to start first?" "Arrogant." An inner disciple angrily shouted, but didn't strike first. In this scenario, going one by one was like the 7 fairy brothers, allusion to the story. After exchanging glances, they nodded in unison and erupted into action. 28 people attacking one person, an incredibly spectacular sight. A girl couldn't bear to watch Enrique get thrashed and instinctively closed her eyes. Next second, cries of agony filled the air, not from Enrique, but from the 28 prodigies. The scene stunned everyone. What they saw was Enrique effortlessly defeating each attacker with either a punch or a kick. The initially lopsided battle truly became one-sided, but in favor of the outnumbered. "This is too strong." Watching the battle, Sean was completely awestruck. He recalled Enrique's words, "Those defeated by me were never considered opponents. If you feel you can catch up, then try." Back then, Sean scoffed, stubbornly believing he could surpass Enrique. But now, that small flame of hope was thoroughly extinguished. So many people ganging up on Enrique and still being thrashed. How could he ever catch up? By talking? Perhaps Enrique really was a martial genius. Sean couldn't help but think of Dwayne, idolized by many disciples of Jingwu sect. Now, Sean believed he was witnessing another Dwayne, perhaps even surpassing him. Realizing this, Sean felt even more fortunate about his decision. Landon, Clem, Jean, and Charlton watched Enrique unleashing his power nearby and felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Once aspiring to surpass Enrique, they now feared the gap would only widen. After all, Enrique had achieved what they dared not imagine, one fighting 28 and winning decisively. Who could have thought it possible? No one. Even Elder Caden was shocked. Enrique actually did it. He accomplished the seemingly impossible. It brought one surprise after another. Within moments, all 28 were felled by Enrique alone. Surveying the fallen, Enrique's indifferent gaze met theirs. "Shouldn't you geniuses admit defeat? Arrogant. You overestimate yourself? Impossible. The one who should concede is you." The crowd instantly turned furious and berated him. So many admitting defeat to one person? Wasn't it humiliating? One inner disciple tried to salvage his dignity. "Boy, I was careless and gave you an opening. Try again." But before he finished, Enrique lunged forward, delivering a crushing blow that sent the disciple flying unconscious. Irritating. Enrique glanced coldly at the rest. "Anyone else want to talk tough? Will you admit defeat?" Defeat. Shocked into submission, no one dared resist further. To prevent more injuries, the most rational choice was to yield. That moment, under everyone's gaze, Enrique changed the rules of the initiation ceremony through sheer force. Instead of seniors intimidating newcomers, Enrique flipped the script, thoroughly dominating 6 inner and 24 outer disciples, leaving no room for others to act. News spread rapidly, causing a stir throughout the city. Within days, stories about Enrique's prowess resonated across Jingwu City. His reputation echoed far and wide, nearly unparalleled. He had not only crushed the 5 major geniuses in the entrance exam, demonstrating an absolute gap in strength, but also brutalized a horde of inner and outer disciples during the initiation ceremony. This feat sparked intense discussion and disbelief. What a glorious record, continually breaking records in the history of Jingwu sect. It sent shockwaves through the city. Enrique's astonishing performance also attracted numerous martial masters, offering to take him as a disciple. Who wouldn't want a genius like him? However, Enrique declined all offers. Why? Of course, he didn't think much of it. After learning that Enrique was so audacious as to refuse the disciple invitation from an elder, Sean couldn't help but find him. Brother Chuan, why did you even reject Elder Tony's offer? He is a master at the 7th layer of the Earth Extreme Realm. Across the entire Jingwu sect, this was a very powerful expert. Most importantly, he was extremely skilled in mentoring disciples, and those who received his guidance invariably made rapid progress. What difference does it make to refuse? Enrique seemed completely unconcerned. Sean's expression turned serious. Although Elder Tony didn't take it personally, his disciple hero plans to teach you a lesson after saying you're not worthy of his attention. Enrique asked, is he really that strong? Not just strong. He's exceptionally strong. Sean spoke gravely and solemnly. He currently possesses 6th layer profound extreme realm strength, ranking 41st among inner disciples. Just rank 41st. What's there to care about? Enrique still showed disdain. Hearing this, Sean became even more alarmed. Not even someone at the peak of the 6th layer profound extreme realm mattered to him. What realm could this guy possibly be in? Dare not think. But knowing one thing, if Enrique wasn't afraid, then it was safe to continue. He pulled out an envelope from his pocket and explained, Brother Chuan, this is the challenge letter hero sent to you. Do you want to look at it? Enrique lazily took it without glancing, instead striding towards the outer gate. Thinking Enrique was backing down, Sean suddenly heard an indifferent voice. Since he wants a match, tell him 3 days from now, at the Fengyan platform. Don't miss it. Since Hero wanted to get beaten, Enrique would oblige him. Thus, he accepted the challenge. Leaving his residence, Enrique headed for the treasure chamber to exchange for his reward, an Earth-grade martial technique. The treasure chamber looked like a huge pavilion from afar, but it was actually a 9-story pagoda. Above, a large signboard read, Treasure Chamber, exuding an ancient and weathered feel. It had been around for a long time. At the entrance stood an old man sitting motionless with his eyes closed in meditation, emitting a strong aura, a martial master at the Earth Extreme Realm. This was the elder guarding the treasure chamber. Any Jingwu sect disciple wanting to enter needed his approval. When Enrique took out the token signifying he could redeem an Earth-grade martial technique, the elder's eyes flashed with surprise. Are you Enrique? Nowadays, no one in the sect didn't know Enrique's name. The guardian elder naturally recognized him. The future of Jingwu sect belongs to the youth. Here, take this token for high-grade profound martial techniques. He handed over 3 silver tokens inscribed with high-grade profound martial technique redemption token. Thank you, elder. Enrique gratefully accepted this goodwill gesture. Go ahead. Remember to return them once you've learned the techniques. The elder reminded him. Martial techniques were for repeated use, not single-use items. Entering the treasure chamber, Enrique saw 3 wide corridors, each labeled with giant characters, martial techniques, weapons, and medicinal pills. For martial techniques, Enrique chose the appropriate corridor. Instead of going straight up, he toured the first floor but quickly moved upstairs after a cursory scan. The techniques on the ground floor were too low-grade, mostly Alansalo grade low, with few reaching medium. Understanding higher-rank techniques meant higher floors, he proceeded directly to the 6th floor. Picking up a random jade slip, Enrique glanced at the inscription. Flame Fist, profound mid-rank technique. Its price was marked as 1,000 merit points. In the Jingwu sect, merit points were the currency. Earning them came through duels or ranking on the power list for inner and outer disciples, weekly rewards based on rankings. However, Enrique found profound mid-rank insufficient, since he was here for Earth-grade and high-grade profound techniques. Returning the slip, he continued browsing. Instant Step, profound high-rank movement technique. When mastered, allows instant relocation, ideal for ambushes and escapes. Can't miss this. Reading the description, Enrique couldn't help smiling at its blunt simplicity. Finding it useful, he held on to it. Reaching the 7th floor, Eagle Soaring Sky, profound high rank. Rock Shield, profound mid-rank. Wind Splitting Slash, profound high rank. Though fewer, all remaining were high-grade techniques. Enrique realized he'd come to the right place. Direct selection here should suffice. As for the 8th floor, that must be where the Earth-grade techniques were located. Deciding to head up, he was stopped by a sudden voice from behind. Boy, hand over the martial technique you just picked up. Chapter 112, Brutal Beating. These words left Enrique momentarily stunned. Am I being robbed? He turned around and saw Andoni's with spiky hair looking at him arrogantly. Are you sure you're talking to me? Enrique's tone was somewhat uncertain. Or what? Of course, I'm talking to you. The spiky-haired youth looked at Enrique, his head held high, and said in an authoritative tone, what martial technique did you just exchange for? Hand it over so I can take a look. Now that confirmed it. Enrique truly didn't expect to encounter such a situation in his lifetime, especially in the Jingwu Gate, a sanctuary of martial arts. Enrique couldn't help but ask, does Jingwu Gate permit banditry? What is banditry? Senior brother here is just helping you learn this martial technique. Once I've learned it, I'll be able to teach you more conveniently. The spiky-haired youth corrected Enrique with a serious expression. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Harold, ranked 87th in the intersect. Hand over the martial technique, and senior brother will protect you from now on. His demeanor was incredibly arrogant, clearly very satisfied with his rank. Hearing this, Enrique couldn't help but laugh. You say you are ranked 87th in the inner sect? Harold nodded. That's right. Senior brother is ranked 87th in the inner sect. Smack. Without a word, Enrique slapped him across the face. A measly inner sect disciple ranked 87th dares to pick a fight with me? With a cold and disdainful expression, Enrique followed up with another slap. You. Harold covered his mouth, practically fuming with rage. He was about to strike back when Enrique's voice stopped him dead in his tracks. Let me introduce myself. My name is Enrique. Top-ranked inner sect member of this session? A prodigy who single-handedly defeated 6 inner sect disciples and 24 outer sect disciples? Harold was dumbstruck. He never imagined he would provoke such an existence. In an instant, he realized he had kicked a hornet's nest. He didn't dare make any threats and chose to retreat, not wanting to further humiliate himself. You're Enrique? At that moment, a voice filled with surprise yet icy coldness rang out. Enrique glanced over and saw a tall, slender youth striding towards him. He had silver hair cascading over his shoulders, dressed in luxurious attire, sharp eyes, and a prominent hooked nose. He seemed to be someone with a rebellious streak. Most importantly, his gaze was as cold as ice, staring at Enrique as if he were a venomous snake ready to strike. Do you know who I am? This youth looked at Enrique indifferently. Given his unfriendly attitude, Enrique naturally responded with no good humor. Is it necessary for me to recognize someone like you? No wonder you refused my master's invitation to become his disciple. Indeed, quite arrogant. Enrique had already guessed his identity. This must be Hero, the 41st ranked inner sect member and Elder Tony's disciple, who had challenged him. On the Wind Cloud platform in 3 days, I won't hold back. Hope you aren't too scared to show up. With those words, Hero turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Enrique shook his head with amusement. With merely 6th level profound extreme realm strength, and he's acting all smug. Truly, ignorance breeds courage. Subsequently, he ascended to the 8th floor and began selecting martial techniques. In the end, Enrique chose a sword-based martial technique called Absolute Shadow Kill, classified as a lower-grade Earth level skill. Then, after picking 2 additional profound-level martial techniques, he left the treasure hall. The guarding elder reminded him upon seeing Enrique, remember to return the techniques once you've mastered them. Sure thing. Enrique agreed without hesitation. Naturally, he had no intention of keeping them for himself. Leaving the treasure hall, Enrique returned to his courtyard to prepare for cultivating these 4 martial techniques. However, as he approached the courtyard, Enrique's brows furrowed slightly. He noticed footprints on the wall, still fresh, indicating someone had been there recently. This meant what? It meant someone had trespassed into his courtyard without his permission. That was unauthorized entry. Entering the courtyard, Enrique saw a tall Andonis standing in the yard, a faint smile on his face, casually sizing him up. This person's behavior irked Enrique greatly. An outsider disregarding the host's feelings, entering first, truly disrespectful and impolite. Most irritatingly, this person stood calmly, observing Enrique without a word, as if he were the true owner of the place, while Enrique was an outsider. Who are you to dare trespass into my courtyard? Enrique frowned and asked. Inner sect rank 44, Jerson. The youth introduced himself proudly. His expression then turned cold. Landon is my cousin. You injured him. How can I remain indifferent? So, he wanted to stick up for Landon? Enrique smiled calmly. So, you want to get beaten up too? Beaten up? You think you're worthy? Jerson showed utter disdain. Do you think defeating my cousin makes you my match? I have 5th level profound extreme realm peak strength. So what if you're a genius? Can you possibly be my match? Enrique warned. I'll give you a chance. Kneel and apologize before I lose my temper, and I might let you go. Me? Kneel to you? Jerson laughed, shaking his head. How about you kneel and apologize to me instead, and maybe I'll let you off? He came to pick a fight. Huh. Suddenly, Jerson caught sight of the virtue sword at Enrique's waist, his expression turning slightly excited. Your sword looks nice. Let me see it. His tone bordered on commanding, treating Enrique as if he were nobody. Seeing Enrique hesitate, Jerson grew impatient and stepped forward, intending to grab the sword himself. He reached out, aiming for Enrique's waist. Could Enrique possibly tolerate such arrogance and recklessness? What kind of person do you think you are? Enrique slapped him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Then, he proceeded to pummel him mercilessly. Here, within the Jingwu Gate, Enrique hesitated to kill due to the rules. But even so, he still gave Jerson a brutal beating, finally releasing his pent-up anger. Ultimately, he threw the almost lifeless Jerson out of the courtyard. When Sean arrived later, he was completely shocked. Though he knew Enrique was strong, he never expected Enrique to be this fierce, almost killing someone. After all, Jerson's master was known for being overly protective of his disciples. Facing Enrique, who remained calm, Sean couldn't help but say, Brother Chuan, Jerson's master is Elder Violetta, a notorious protector of her disciples. This incident won't be easily resolved. Chapter 113. Arrogant Landon. Can it be settled peacefully? Enrique didn't seem to take it seriously, not at all bothered by the situation. He said casually, what can her favoritism do? She is a prestigious elder of the sect. She certainly wouldn't lower herself to come and confront me, right? This Jerson is not just Elder Violetta's disciple, but also her biological son. Seeing Enrique hadn't realized the severity of the matter, Sean could only sigh, Brother Chuan, after you beat her son into such a state, she will definitely seek retribution. When this woman goes mad, she won't listen to reason. He had seen Jerson's pitiful state. Although he was still barely alive, all his limbs were broken and he was completely crippled. If Elder Violetta found out that her son was totally incapacitated, how could she possibly let it go? What level is she at? Sean paused, unsure why Enrique was asking, but he replied, first stage Earth Apex. Got it, thanks. Hearing this, Sean couldn't help but wonder if Enrique intended to fight. As it turned out, Sean guessed correctly. After learning that Elder Violetta was only at the first stage Earth Apex, Enrique felt less wary. If she dared to try bullying him because of her higher rank, he wouldn't sit idly by and would indeed want to test her strength. Worried about unforeseen events, Sean hastily warned, Brother Chuan, don't act rashly. The Jingwu sect has strict rules. Disciples must show respect to elders. Otherwise, if she comes for trouble and takes advantage of the situation, it won't end well for you. Got it, I know. Sean sensed that Enrique wasn't taking his words seriously. After some thought, he added, I'll tell my grandfather about this. Surely, he won't remain indifferent. In the Jingwu sect, trespassing on private property without permission was strictly forbidden. Property owners had the right to deal with intruders as they saw fit, defending their territory. Since Jerson had entered Enrique's home uninvited, Enrique had done nothing wrong by nearly killing him. Even killing him wouldn't have been an issue since Jerson violated the rules first. Enrique looked at him oddly. Thanks then. Indeed, people have feelings. Hearing Enrique's gratitude, Sean felt his recent efforts paid off. He quickly said, You're welcome, Brother Chuan. I'll head to see my grandfather and explain the matter now. All right. Enrique watched him leave. He's pretty smart. Enrique knew exactly why Sean was so friendly. After witnessing his talent, he was making an effort to build good relations. This was quite normal in martial arts circles. What truly surprised Enrique was Sean's broad-mindedness. Even after being injured by him, Sean didn't hold a grudge. In contrast, Landon was seeking revenge. Such a small heart. But Enrique wasn't afraid of Landon's scheming. Given that he crippled Jerson brutally, Landon should weigh his own strength carefully if he wasn't foolish. Enrique's actions were meant as a warning. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. Those who sought trouble needed to consider whether they had the qualifications to challenge him. Without much thought, Enrique began practicing the martial techniques obtained from the treasure chamber. The next morning, bang! Enrique, who was in the middle of practice, heard a loud thud, followed by his door being kicked open. Enrique, great calamity is coming your way. With a carefree voice, Landon appeared in front of Enrique. Landon? Enrique's eyes narrowed slightly, surprised. He coldly asked, Landon, you really haven't learned your lesson, daring to barge into my home like this? Do you think I won't dare kill you? Enrique's stern question left Landon momentarily stunned. Only then did he realize he had acted rashly. But regaining composure, he put on a defiant front and said, You dared to cripple my brother Jerson. Do you know what kind of trouble you're in? Today, I'm here under Elder Violetta's orders to inform you that this residence no longer belongs to you, and you must crawl on your knees before Elder Violetta to repent for your wrongdoing. With that, he handed Enrique a piece of paper filled with text and commanded arrogantly, Sign quickly and follow me to see Elder Violetta to repent. Enrique didn't expect Elder Violetta to be so unreasonable and domineering. As an elder, did she not know the sect rules? Jerson broke in and was punished for violating them. What was wrong with that? Even killing him wouldn't be an issue. But now, Elder Violetta not only wanted to seize his home, but also demanded he kneel and confess. Was she trying to bully him because he had talent but lacked support within the sect? Enrique's response was simple. Get lost. Seeing Enrique's attitude, Landon instantly flew into a rage. He didn't expect Enrique to defy Elder Violetta's orders. Did this boy not understand what an elder's commandment in the Jingwu sect? Landon berated him. How dare you defy an elder's order? Enrique remained expressionless. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? I advise you to cooperate and come with me to meet Elder Violetta. That way, you might suffer less. If not, the consequences when Elder Violetta comes for you won't just be mere repentance. Landon sneered, reminding Enrique, Is this a threat? Enrique laughed. I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me? Since Jerson got crippled protecting you, you can join him. Landon was terrified, stepping back hastily. Do you not know who I am? So what if you know? Enrique's expression hardened as he pounced. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as Enrique fulfilled his threat. He crippled Landon's limbs. Finally, he threw him outside, spitting on his face. Even if Elder Violetta sent you, so what? Does that give you the right to enter my home uninvited? Enrique spat contemptuously. Chapter 114, Battle at the Cloudy Weather Terrace. The next day, an earth-shattering news broke out, causing a stir throughout the entire martial excellence main city. Landon was actually crippled. He was actually crippled by someone. The person who took action was none other than the martial prodigy who had surpassed 5 martial geniuses in this year's intersect examination and even changed the history of the martial excellence sect's entrance ceremony. If Enrique was once known for his talent, he is now undoubtedly famous for his actions. After all, the person he crippled was Landon. Landon was the beloved grandson of Hassan. Ashton had invested a considerable amount of effort into Landon. He had nurtured him as a successor. But now, he had been crippled by someone like this. Who would have thought that Enrique would be so domineering, acting without any regard for consequences? With Landon crippled, how could Ashton possibly remain calm? Therefore, upon hearing this news, the enraged Ashton personally came to the martial excellence sect to demand an explanation. He wanted Enrique to pay the price. This situation stirred a martial Dao master at the Haydenly extreme realm within the martial excellence sect. Hand over the disciple to settle the matter quietly? That wasn't the style of the martial excellence sect. The martial excellence sect always handled matters impartially. After understanding the cause, the sect's master gave Ashton his reply. Landon violated the sect rules first by intruding into Enrique's residence. According to the rules, he deserved whatever he got. You cannot take this disciple away. This firmly protected Enrique. Losing an outstanding genius was indeed a loss for the martial excellence sect. Thus, there was no need to pacify the first Sword Dao achiever of East Ridge County by sacrificing a more talented and promising disciple. Such foolishness was what only idiots would do. No matter how much they weighed the pros and cons, this master would not hand Enrique over to Ashton. Moreover, Enrique was not wrong. They could not let down such a disciple. It was also to tell everyone that regardless of one's background, they must abide by the martial excellence sect's rules. Inside the residence, Sean was drinking with Enrique. Looking at Enrique, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Chuan, you really are bold, daring to cripple even Landon. If he dared to provoke me, he should have anticipated this outcome. Did he think I would fear his identity?" Enrique was simply headstrong, completely disregarding the consequences. Thus, hearing Enrique's response, Sean felt relieved that he didn't continue to antagonize him. Instead, he swiftly befriended him. Otherwise, he might have ended up like Landon, becoming crippled. In this nation where martial prowess reigned supreme, Sean clearly understood what this meant, and why he was so favored. It was because of his talent. Even if Landon remained favored by Ashton, becoming a cripple now, he could never be as favored as before. From a genius to a cripple, the treatment received would be entirely different. Especially with all 4 limbs broken, it was complete paralysis. In such a state, it was better to die, surviving without meaning. "Brother Chuan, tomorrow you will battle Hero. You must be very cautious then." Sean reminded him. "It's said that the Lee family has already contacted Hero to make him seek revenge for Landon. Do you think Hero is any different from others in my eyes?" Enrique smiled indifferently, still not taking it seriously. He knew Hero was stronger than anyone he had previously encountered, for Hero possessed a 6th tier profound extreme realm strength. But what did that matter? Enrique was at the 9th tier profound extreme. Unless facing a martial Dao master, he wouldn't consider any profound extreme opponent worth his attention. Including the so-called top genius of East Ridge County, Dwayne, Enrique still didn't take him seriously, because during these few days, he found that many of Dwayne's achievements were easily achievable for him. Seeing Enrique's nonchalant attitude, Sean continued, "I know Brother Chuan may not fear the power of geniuses, but you still cannot be careless. The Cloudy Weather Terrace is also called the Life and Death Terrace. Once on it, life or death is not guaranteed. Hero, in order to kill you, may resort to despicable means. Be on guard, Brother Chuan. Don't worry, mere Hero can't hurt me." Though Sean talked a lot, Enrique knew it was out of goodwill. He then pressed a finger against the stone table. "Do you think his head is harder than this table?" When Enrique retracted his finger, Sean immediately sucked in a cold breath. What did he see? A hole appeared where Enrique's finger had been pressing on the table. It went right through. One must know that the stone tables in the martial excellence sect were not ordinary stones. This stone was called ironstone, as hard as steel and more than half a meter thick yet still penetrated. This feat sent chills down Sean's spine. If this finger had been on my forehead, wouldn't it create a bloody hole? Sean instantly realized how vast the gap between him and Enrique was. To kill him was just a snap of the fingers. Thinking this, Sean couldn't help saying, "They say Brother Chuan is the second coming of Dwayne, but I believe Brother Chuan's future will be even greater than Dwayne's." This was heartfelt, not flattery. "I am incomparable to him." Enrique responded calmly. Sean thought Enrique was being modest and replied, "Brother Chuan, don't be too humble. Compared to Dwayne, you are in no way inferior." "Not inferior to Dwayne?" Enrique chuckled inwardly but did not explain. In fact, Enrique still looked down on Dwayne. Dwayne, 25 years old, 9th tier profound extreme. Enrique, 16 years old, 9th tier profound extreme. 7 years apart, yet their realms were the same. On what grounds could Dwayne be mentioned in the same breath as Enrique? The next day, noon. Cloudy Weather Terrace. Today's Cloudy Weather Terrace gathered many inner and outer sect disciples. Many knew what Enrique had done, and they also knew what Hero represented. Thus, everyone was curious about which one was more formidable between this suddenly appearing martial genius and Hero. Especially as an elder arrived, the scene instantly heated up. Elder Violetta has arrived. Elder Violetta did not show her face because she wore a veil. The blue veil added a noble and solemn quality to her. At that moment, she stared at Enrique, her eyes full of hatred and killing intent. This boy had crippled her son. Then Elder Violetta looked at the silver-haired youth with a hooked nose. "I entrust this matter to you. When it's done, I'll keep my word. Rest assured, Elder. Leave this to me." This person was none other than Hero. He originally wanted to punish this arrogant newcomer, but relented due to the valuable rewards promised by the Lee family and Elder Violetta. Besides, on the Cloudy Weather Terrace, anything goes. Standing on the Cloudy Weather Terrace, Hero looked at Enrique. "Boy, dare you come up and fight?" His intentions were no longer hidden. He wanted to kill. Now it was a matter of whether Enrique dared to endure this provocation. But since everyone was here and ready to fight, there was no reason to fear. Wish to die? Then so be it. Under everyone's gaze, Enrique leaped onto the Cloudy Weather Terrace. "Boy, your talent is commendable, possessing a 9th grade martial vein. But alas, you provoked someone you shouldn't, and you should not have come to this Cloudy Weather Terrace." As he spoke, Hero's voice turned cold. "On the Cloudy Weather Terrace, your life belongs to me. Remember, the move that kills you is called the Blazing Fist." Next, he charged at Enrique ferociously. Hero appeared very arrogant, his fist winds revealing a wildly aggressive flame aura, extremely scorching. Initially, Enrique did not pay much attention, completely dismissing it. However, what Hero did next was something Enrique had never imagined. Because this move turned out to be a feint, it was purely intended to deceive him. Enrique noticed that Hero's hand had been clenched the entire time, concealing something inside, and at this moment, Hero used it against Enrique. It was caustic lime, which Hero, amidst maniacal laughter, hurled directly at Enrique's eyes. Almost instinctively, Enrique swiftly turned to avoid it. By a hair's breadth, he barely dodged it. Sure enough, as Sean had predicted, Hero resorted to underhanded tactics. Although Enrique avoided it, a bit still grazed his eyes, causing an excruciating burning pain. His eyes turned completely red with intense fury. Despicable. Enrique truly hadn't expected his opponent to stoop so low. Shameless. Down at the cloudy weather terrace, Sean had arrived as well. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but shout in anger. Though he had anticipated possible foul play, he hadn't thought it would go this far. Not only was Sean furious, but many righteous intersect disciples present, even Elder Violetta, also commented, "This hero, unworthy of being an intersect disciple, bullying a newcomer like this is truly despicable." And Hero leaped into the air, launching a rapid kick toward Enrique, generating thunderous winds during the process, occurring in an instant, leaving everyone unprepared. Wind thunder leg. Someone shouted in shock below the cloudy weather terrace, recognizing the move. This was a high-tier profound level martial technique. It was Hero's famous technique, considered his trump card, his strongest move. But as a heart-wrenching scream pierced the sky, everyone below the cloudy weather terrace was dumbfounded, feeling their eyes deceived. What unfolded before them was inexplicable. Facing this, Enrique swung his sword with cold indifference. Whoosh! Enrique's sword swung incredibly swiftly, producing a fearsome and oppressive sword energy that seemed tangible, hurtling towards Hero. Blood spurted out as Enrique severed Hero's leg with a single strike. With his leg gone, the attack naturally fizzled out. Losing an arm and now a leg, Hero stumbled and fell. "You wanted to kill me, didn't you? Come on, where's your previous bravado?" Enrique, sword in hand, stepped forward, inching closer to Hero, his eyes cold as ice. Feeling death drawing near, Hero lost all his former bravado. In that moment, looking into Enrique's eyes, he felt a bone-chilling fear, overwhelmed with dread. "Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender." Seeing Enrique approaching, Hero quickly pleaded for mercy, hoping Enrique would spare his life. "You wanted to kill me. Why do you now say you surrender?" A mocking smile played on Enrique's lips, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. This man had just attempted to kill him and used despicable means to ambush him. Now, knowing he was outmatched, he begged for forgiveness and hoped to live? Was that possible? Impossible. From the moment Hero sought to kill Enrique, only one of them could survive. Therefore, without any hesitation or mercy, Enrique's sword slashed down, ending Hero's life in an instant. Everyone below the platform was stunned. No one had anticipated such a swift conclusion. Hero, a 6th-tier profound extreme realm powerhouse, proved so ineffectual before Enrique. Was this a newcomer? When had the martial excellence sect ever had such a formidable new disciple? Even Dwayne wasn't this powerful back then, right? This was Hero, at the 6th-tier profound extreme realm, and now, he lay dead, defeated utterly, powerless to resist. Elder Violetta was deeply angered. She had expected Enrique to be killed by Hero, but instead, Hero ended up dead. Worthless. Cursing Hero's dead body, she approached the cloudy weather terrace, staring at Enrique with an icy voice. "You, this newcomer, harbor such malevolent thoughts. Not only did you cripple 2 fellow sect brothers, but now you dared to kill one. Tell me, are you aware of your crimes?" ###Chapter 115, Night Infiltration. Elder Violetta actually questioned Enrique about whether he acknowledged his guilt. What was this? This was a typical case of victim blaming. How could the fault lie with Enrique? Which one of these three didn't deserve what they got? Landon and Jerson trespassed into Enrique's residence, violating the sect rules first. Enrique hadn't killed them, which already showed mercy. And then there was Hero, who had even more reason to die for his actions. He wanted to kill Enrique, so why couldn't Enrique kill him in return? What logic was this? Alan sought now. Elder Violetta spoke such absurd words. Jerson and Landon broke into my residence first. What's wrong with me disabling them? And now, Hero challenged me on the Phongyun platform, openly declaring his intention to take my life. So tell me, Elder, exactly what crime should I be admitting? Elder Violetta hadn't expected Enrique to talk back. She immediately became furious. Landon was helping me deliver a message. Not only did you disobey, but you also disabled him. Aren't you aware of your mistakes? Enrique retorted, Elder, may I ask if it's true that Landon said you told me to crawl and kneel before you? Of course it was true. These were indeed the words of Elder Violetta, relayed by Landon verbatim. But would she admit it now? Of course not. Even as an elder, she couldn't humiliate a disciple like that, especially one with exceptional martial talent. Moreover, from Enrique's eyes, Elder Violetta saw a piercing coldness devoid of emotion, along with boundless disdain. She looked at him as if he were an insignificant insect. Saying she didn't care less was an understatement. This infuriated her. Just a mere disciple, no matter how talented, dared to show no respect to someone revered as a martial master? Elder Violetta felt her dignity challenged. She snapped, What kind of look is that? Do you have something against me? Enrique repeated, May I ask, Elder, if it's true that Landon said you ordered me to crawl and kneel before you? Of course not. As soon as Elder Violetta denied it, Enrique chuckled. Sure, so since Landon lied and tried to humiliate me, what's wrong with me disabling him? Jerson and Landon intruded into your residence. You could have simply driven them away instead of crippling them. It seems you are just too cruel and heartless. Facing Elder Violetta's accusation, Enrique remained calm. Elder, do you know that your son not only trespassed into my residence to support Landon, but also tried to steal my sword and put me to death? Tell me, if I only disabled him without killing him, how am I overly cruel or heartless? Enrique twisted the facts, pinning a big label on himself. You sharp-tongued boy. My son only wanted to teach you a lesson. When did he want to kill you? After saying that, Elder Violetta regretted it. Enrique smiled. So it seems I misunderstood. But Elder also mentioned that your son broke into my residence to beat me up. In self-defense, accidentally injuring him isn't a problem, right? Elder Violetta realized she was bound to lose this verbal duel. After all, With her own words, Jersen's actions were justified to be punished. Unable to win the argument, she hatedly glared at Enrique and left the Fengyun platform, disappearing into the distance. This Enrique is truly formidable, actually forcing the elder to retreat. Many people below the platform marveled. They were also astonished by Enrique's strength. After all, it was Hero who was dealt with, despite his initial underhanded tactics. To still be crushed like that, was this what they called a prodigy? Truly, some people are just better than others. Everyone knew that the second Dwayne was being born. In no time, Enrique's name would resound throughout Dongling County during the upcoming gathering of young geniuses. Seeing Elder Violetta leave, Enrique, originally ready to fight, descended the platform with disappointment. Sean quickly approached. Brother Chuan, be careful. Violetta will definitely not let this go. You crippled her only son. She will seek revenge. Meet fire with water, and meet floods with earth. Let her retaliate if she wants. Enrique seemed unfazed. Suddenly remembering something, he added, have someone send Juniperung a message and ask if she's prepared. Juniperung had looked down on Enrique, believing herself superior. She had challenged him to a duel after he became an inner disciple, agreeing that whoever lost would serve the other as a servant. Even if Juniperung forgot, Enrique remembered. Sean knew about this, so his smile turned slightly mischievous. Don't worry, Brother Chuan. I'll personally deliver the message to Juniperung. 3 days later, deep into the night, the slender and tall Juniperung stealthily pushed open the gate of a courtyard, slipping inside cautiously. Her porcelain-like beautiful face was flushed. Clearly, she felt both bashful and nervous. After all, this was her first time doing such a thing. Closing the door, she turned around and froze. A few steps away, Ayandonis lay lazily in a rocking chair, humming a tune with his eyes closed. She pretended to remain calm. Did you know I would come? Of course. The Ayandonis opened his eyes, stood up, and calmly said, since you're here, why don't you undress? Huh. Juniperung blushed deeply, asking knowingly, undress what? Clothes, obviously. Hearing this, Juniperung sternly replied, you lewd boy. What are you thinking? I came tonight to discuss our match. All right, undress then. Enrique nodded. Juniperung's face burned hotter. She took a deep breath and said, I think there might have been a misunderstanding. Can we cancel this bet? You know I'm not your match. At that time. Before she finished, Enrique interrupted. As adults, we must take responsibility for our words. Who loses, serves the other. That was your agreement. Recalling this made Juniperung furious. She shouted, it was clearly a trap set by you. How was I supposed to know you were so strong? It was premeditated. Targeted. A complete scheme. Enrique admitted it and continued. But I didn't force you to agree then. Blame your overconfidence and underestimation of me. So there's no room for compromise? Looking into Juniperung's eyes filled with frustration, Enrique smiled. Of course not. If you don't want to be my servant, being a bed warmer maid is fine too. Indeed. Juniperung realized it was premeditated. This Ayandonis surely lusted after her body. She retorted without hesitation, not a chance. Fine, I'll give you one last chance. You can invite any 3 inner disciples to fight for you. If one of them lasts 3 moves or beats me, I'll serve you. How does that sound? Juniperung felt like she heard wrongly. Surprise came unexpectedly. Giving her another chance? She couldn't help but ask, are you sure? Absolutely, Enrique nodded. But if they lose, you become my female slave forever. So, what do you think of this proposal? This proposal. Note, the story structure and paragraph breaks have been maintained as per the original text. Juniperung immediately coldly snorted. There's no need. I won't make the same mistake twice. She had already suffered a loss and was not going to fall for it again. Juniperung didn't believe Enrique would let her off so easily. Being a servant at Jingwu Gate was one thing. Being a female slave meant losing honor wherever she went. Not only that, but the entire Wu family would be shamed. After all, as the legitimate daughter of the Wu family patriarch, becoming someone's female slave was an extremely humiliating affair. Even if there was the slightest risk, Juniperung wouldn't take the chance. Enrique had thought Juniperung would fall for it, but hadn't expected her to be quite clever. It was slightly disappointing. He pondered and felt he might have been a bit too harsh. Perhaps his conscience had stirred. Seeing Juniperung softly sobbing, he reconsidered and said, all right, indeed I planned this beforehand, so you only need to serve me for half a year, then I'll set you free. If, before then, someone can last 3 moves against me or defeat me, you'll regain your freedom. What do you think? This was Enrique's maximum concession, and 6 months was certainly enough time. Juniperung knew she had no other choice, so she could only nod in agreement while remembering Enrique's words. As long as someone could last 3 moves or defeat him, she would be free once more. Since you've agreed, strip now? The next day, news spread rapidly within Jingwu Gate that Juniperung had become Enrique's servant, leaving many inner and outer disciples seething with anger. She was finally victimized. This news was truly shocking, almost earth-shattering. Everyone saw Juniperung as untouchable, a goddess revered by all inner disciples. Alan saw it, due to a bet, she had become a servant. It was unbelievable, and many doubted its authenticity. Some even stayed up overnight to verify the rumor. They found out it was true. Someone witnessed Juniperung giving Enrique a back massage. They also learned a crucial piece of information. To rescue Juniperung, one only needed to defeat Enrique or last 3 moves against him. In the following days, challengers came one after another, all eager to save